Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Undertale's save ability. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Poor things. Izuku read a news article on his phone. What was that? Inko, Izuku's lovely mother, loudly asked from the kitchen. Who's poor, Izuku? You don't know. Izuku suddenly appeared next to her in the kitchen, startling her. Izuku. Inko bopped him on the head with the wooden spoon she was using. What have I told you about using your meta like that? If you scare me again, I'll throw you across the fourth world. The whole thing. Izuku crossed his arms. Good luck with that. Your meta, at best, would launch me about a country over. Inko growled. You wanna bet, you little shrimp? Izuku growled back. I think I do, you old hag. Then they laughed together a few moments later. You're as fiery as your father. Izuku smiled. And for that, I have pride. And yes, I accept your apology. You know, for calling me a shrimp. You called me old. Inko jokingly retorts. I'm as youthful as any other lady in their late second century of life. What you said was hurtful. Yeah, well, you're old by human standards. Humans? Inko asked with curiosity in her tone. You're interested in those of the lower plane? As if. Izuku said. Their lifespans are much shorter than ours, and our planet is exactly 1,100,000 times bigger than any planet in their cosmos. He lived on an extremely massive superplanet with a massive population. Their sun wasn't like the ones in the lower plane. It was instead a hypergiant star. Then you insulted me by using their metrics to measure me. Inko resists the urge to hit him. Anyways, what did you come on here for again? Ah, right. Izuku showed his mother what he was reading earlier. In a single glance, she fully grasped everything. It's about these. I know. Lady Chaos and Lord Pine Tree were thrown into the lower plane. Stupid names aside, doing that was pretty stupid. Stupid? Why? Because the lower plane can't handle metas like theirs. What? They'll be fine. I heard Pine Tree's meta was pretty pathetic. He needs to gather power before he can do basic things like warp reality and travel through spacetime. He wouldn't have survived here. Yeah, but while spacetime manipulation may be a regular thing here, from what I heard, it isn't on the lower plane. He would probably be considered a god down there. Probably, but he's bound to be killed by some human at some point. I don't know about Lady What's-Her-Name. She seems pretty scary. If they didn't want those kids, they should have just thrown them into the Chronicano. Or killed them. The Chrono what? Inko threateningly points her spoon at him. You need to brush up on your geography. The Chronicano is a rupture on Christmas Island. In it, time doesn't move. And when it erupts, everything in it gets erased from existence. Bad little kids like you get tossed in it all year round. Christmas Island? Izuku nudged his mother. Speaking of Christmas, there's this neat little continuity I'd like to check out in the lower plane. It's called My Hero Academia. Can I check out one of the universes in it for Christmas, please? Inko glared at him before her eyes widened. You were planning this, weren't you? You brought up humans and those two kids, so I'd mention the Chronicano on Christmas Island, at which point, you transitioned to what you wanted for Christmas for the 20th time. Sunglasses spawned on Izuku's face. And it worked like a charm. Inko rolled her eyes. Fine. I'll get you a pass so you can play around in your academics or whatever. Academia. Izuku corrected whilst beaming. Whatever. Just don't have too much fun and cause problems for the time enforcement agencies down there, okay? I heard they hate crossovers. Yeah, I'll be a good boy. Christmas isn't very far away, so just dash. The soup she was making burns. Inko groaned. Izuku, if you may? Right. In an instant, like it never happened, the soup was restored. A form of time control. I'm jealous. And your meta only lets you move things at the speed of sound. It's funny how that works. Yeah, you little gremlin. I know. Now go to your room while I fix up dinner. Izuku happily skipped away. Every day that passed, he eagerly anticipated Christmas. At school, at home, while showering, he couldn't stop thinking about what the My Hero Academia world would be like. Soon enough, it was late Christmas Eve. In just a few minutes, it'd be Christmas. He'd get his pass and play around in the My Hero Academia continuity. What I'll do when I get there? Izuku pondered. Since everyone there's gonna be weaker than me, I could take over the world or something. No, that's boring. Then he remembered his meta. With it he'd be all-powerful down there. It'd be like a video game. He could take routes and reset everything when he was done. This is gonna be so cool. Izuku kicked his feet excitedly on the edge of his bed. But what first? Benevolent hero or malevolent villain? Save the world or kill everyone in it? Start wars, famines, apocalypses? Was excited. His excitement builds, and the instant the clock hit 12 p.m., he rushed to his mother's room without his meta and burst in. Ah. She cut him off with a wave of her hand. I knew you were gonna do this. She held up a pass, a simple white blank ticket. I already bought it. It's an unlimited pass, so you can stay in that continuity as long as you like. Izuku beamed, leaping into his mother's arms and giving her a bone-crushing hug. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome, you little gremlin. She ruffled his mop of hair. Now go to the receptionist lady. Don't destroy too many timelines and most importantly, have fun. He kissed her on the cheek. Love you, Mom. Before Inko could reciprocate, he vanished via his meta. Little gremlin must have made a save point prior to bugging me about that hero continuity. Izuku appeared in front of the receptionist lady's building. A simple white hotel. He strode in humming. As he walked up to her desk, receptionist lady. The white-haired, white-eyed woman smiled kindly. Izuku. How's it going? Great. Are you here to converse with me about continuities again? If so, may I interest you in one called Bleach? There's an abundance of cute girls. Nah, I'll be exploring one actually. Izuku hands her his pass. My Hero Academia. She smirks. It's about time. She took it and moved from behind her nice desk. Come with me. As they began their walk down one of the infinitely long hallways, Izuku gazed upon the many doors they passed. They all lead to other continuities, and Izuku saw many people enter and exit said doors to continuities. Phew, that was fun. A man said whilst exiting a door. I couldn't get an unlimited pass. 4 months is not enough to fully explore the Legend of Zelda. Zelda? A woman spoke up at him before laughing. You chose that continuity? Boring. Shut up. You chose fucking Hunipop. Hunipop. A teenage girl exits a door next to theirs. Seriously? That's what I'm saying. The man shouted. Infinite continuities, and you choose that one? The teenage girl chided. The woman frowned childishly. Oh yeah? What did you choose? My Little Pony? Or some other boring little girl sheet like Barbie, RWY, or Doc McStuffins? None of those. She answered, pointing at the sign on her door. I chose Keijo. They both began snickering at her. Oh, don't you start, Ms. Hunipop. Unlike you, I actually had a good time with real lower plane hotties of highest tier. They immediately stopped snickering. The man simply said, huh. I can instantly twist the minds of others in any way I see fit with my meta and without anyone ever knowing, and I can do the same with my own physical body. Let's just say I spoiled myself a little. The woman grinned. I see. Lucky skank. You should take them for a spin. If you're an but lover, that is. For the metafolk, the highest and most unstoppable beings in creation, this was a way of life. Those on the lower plane and their universes served as entertainment for them. They were the absolute, the genesis origin of all living creatures and the reason they had supernatural abilities in the first place. Even the metas of some lower-end metafolk were strong enough to completely dominate those on the lower plane. Very few metafolk ever died, and even fewer were slain by mortals. Those who ended up as the latter weren't mourned. Being killed by a lower life form means you were unfit to be one of them. Izuku enjoyed being himself despite this. He appreciated his mother, his meta, and his way of life and never wanted it to change. He looked at the receptionist lady. DMN. She looked back at him. Your butt is huge. I'm sure you'll find bigger in the My Hero Academia continuity. Speaking of which. She stopped in front of the door. We're here. Izuku grinned, the gears in his head already turning. Now then, before you go. I know the rule already. Izuku interjects. Don't go outside of my chosen continuity. Otherwise, the mortals will get all pissy. That and your settings. She hands him a tablet. How will you go about your exploration? If you wish to remain as you are, hand that tablet back to me without making any changes. Izuku grinned as he went through the settings menu. This would be fun. Izuku! Inko shouted. Izuku, if you don't wake up, you'll be late for the entrance exams. She waits, and he doesn't move a muscle. Inko opened the curtains to his window before making her way out of his room. Breakfast is downstairs. She said before leaving. Izuku gets up a few moments after he's gone. For some reason he sleeps while fully clothed. A black sweater with 2 large green stripes and black shorts. He sneered before opening his window and vanishing. He was in front of UA in seconds. Many students of many shapes and sizes were entering the massive building. This'll be a cinch. He spots Bakugo walking in and grins. Sneakily he walks up behind him. On your left. He shouts before shoving him to the ground with just his shoulder. My bad. Izuku said in a mock-friendly tone. Bakugo just quietly growled at him. I mean, I did try to warn you. Good luck with the exams. Bakugo stood up, glaring daggers at the green-haired boy before wiping himself down and entering the building after him. Izuku kicked his feet up as Present Mike gave a rundown of what had been happening during the exams. To Bakugo's horror, he was seated next to him. He glanced over to Izuku and found him smiling as creepily as always. What the do you dash? His card disappears from his hand. It was in Izuku's, who was inspecting it. We aren't in the same area. Bakugo huffed and snatched his card back. Leave me the hell alone. Izuku gave Bakugo a demeaning look. You're here in the greatest hero school in the world, and you're still huffy. I wonder why. Bakugo rolled his eyes. As time went on, Izuku thankfully stopped bothering him. The written exams come and go, and then Izuku was put on a bus with some other kids. They were on their way to the site where the practicals would take place. Unfortunately, he couldn't pass the time by subtly harassing Bakugo, so Izuku sleeps in the meantime. When they arrived, Izuku looked around at the competition. There were a few cute girls here and there, especially one with brown hair, but none that impressed him. None of the guys were interesting either. Man, humans are boring. Besides, befriending people on this route is kinda pointless anyway, considering what I'm gonna be doing. Izuku decided to do a neutral route first. Here, he would be on the side of good, but he wouldn't be good, nor would he be pure evil. He'd help people and save lives, but that didn't mean he'd be well-liked by anyone. Not by the heroes or villains. To put it simply, he would be going about this as he would normally. Resetting time, killing, and saving who he wanted without any kind of restraint. The practicals begin, and Izuku dashes past everyone and begins destroying robots with his bare hands. They were really weak, which disappointed him. I shouldn't be surprised. Izuku thought as he lightly tapped a robot, turning it to scrap. The gravity on this planet is extremely weak, and on top of metafolk bodies simply being stronger than humans naturally, I could probably destroy the planet with my bare hands alone if I tried hard enough. But there'd be no fun in doing that. The weak gravity made him faster and hit harder, so much so that it looked like robots were being destroyed by the air. A few minutes in, Izuku feels that he's gained enough points and stops fighting. I guess I should help people. This is a hero route after all. And he does so, helping others where he could and only using his physical strength. His meta wasn't even needed here. He destroyed a sneaky three-pointer that was about to blindside a frog girl. Startled, she turned and was about to thank him, but Izuku didn't give her the time of day. Pay more attention, he said before disappearing. The frog girl was surprised at how fast he moved. His strength and speed are like All Might's. And then Izuku came down from the sky to flatten a three-pointer a girl with strange earlobes was struggling against. Thanks, she said tiredly. Also, Diamond, you're strong as. She trails off when she noticed he was gone. Hey, where'd he go? A pink-skinned girl with pink hair melted the leg joints on a two-pointer and was about to go in for the kill. That was until Izuku came in and kicked it to bits. Hey! She pouts. I had that. Izuku shrugs at her. She growled at him adorably before stomping away. Izuku continued this until he heard and felt something huge shake the ground. He perched atop a building to see what it was. It was the zero-pointer Present Mike mentioned. And just beneath his feet was a girl trapped under some rubble. In an instant, Izuku rushed over and caught the zero-pointer's foot before it could crush her to death. He yawned before slapping the robot away absent-mindedly. This was a mistake, which he found out after hearing a chorus of screams. The zero-pointer he slapped away ended up bulldozing a bunch of people, killing most of them and permanently injuring others. The girl under the rubble looked horrified, as did many others. A tall blue-haired boy with engine legs stomped over, extremely angry and about to get on his butt about what he did. Ugh. Izuku rolled his eyes. Save loaded. Izuku caught the hulking zero-pointer's foot before it could crush the girl under the rubble. He tore off its leg with ease, bringing it down. He leaped into the air and crushed its head with his strength and the robot's own leg. This time, no one was hurt or killed. Izuku leaped to the ground and threw the rubble off of the trapped girl. Thank you, she said, forcing herself to her feet. You're a lifesaver. Izuku snorts at this. And then the practicals end. As the girl was about to continue talking with him, he walked away. She raised an eyebrow. What is up with that guy? Izuku entered his home through the window. To his annoyance, a very displeased Inko Midoriya was in his room waiting for him. Hi. Izuku Midoriya, she huffed. Why did you? Wasn't hungry. Did the exams more than likely pass them. Today was fine. Inko sighed. I just wished you dash. Hey, Izuku snapped his fingers. I did the exams, and I wasn't hungry. I don't need Inko. You know this. You don't need to talk to me about anything going on in your life because we both know I don't care. And as I've said time and time again, I don't need you, and I never will. Inko tears up. Izuku lays his head back. Bye. He waved her away. Inko fidgets before slowly walking out. They didn't have the usual mother-child dynamic. They were more roommates than mother and son. Izuku took what he needed and nothing else. There wasn't any love, not from Izuku anyway. To him, she was the person who maintained his living space for him and nothing else. Inko, after entering her room, faceplants into her bed and bawled her eyes out. She had been spiraling slowly for years ever since that day. Her son didn't awaken his quirk at 4 like everyone else. He tearfully asked if he could be like All Might while watching his debut video. And instead of reassuring him or helping him, she just apologized profusely. She was pathetic. Despite knowing that Izuku was being bullied despite his attempts at hiding it, she knew and did nothing. The smile he used to hide the pain hurt Inko's soul more than anything else. It was this way for years. And then Izuku turned 8 years old. It was like a switch had flipped in his mind. Not only did he suddenly get incredibly strong, but he also displayed other miscellaneous abilities such as what she believed to be teleportation. She didn't know what his quirk was since he refused to get re-diagnosed. From there, he was completely different. He mostly ignored her even when it was his birthday, and she offered to do something together. There were also a few calls from teachers about his sudden use of violence. He was even constantly bullying people such as his childhood friend, Bakugo. He wasn't himself anymore. Inko tried and tried again to help him, but her son never returned to his old self. And in part it was her fault. She didn't help him in time, and now he was spiteful and violent. And worst of all, he didn't love her anymore. Regret and self-loathing became the norm for her. She wanted Izuku Midoriya, her beloved son, back. He was strong, much stronger than she could ever hope to be. He wouldn't listen to her if she kept trying to talk with him. She needed a much different approach. Izuku received his results sometime later. He received the letter from Inko, who he shoved out of his room after getting it. It was All Might who spoke to him. He said a lot that Izuku didn't care about. After hearing that he passed, he was satisfied. Even more so when he was told that he broke All Might's record of 120 total points with a whopping very nice. Of course, had he been active the entire time, he would have gotten well over 300 points. Metafolk, like himself, didn't truly need sleep. But it felt nice and he had nothing better to do, so he sleeps in preparation for tomorrow. When tomorrow comes, he heads to his class, which was 1A. As soon as he entered, everyone looked at him. Izuku stares back at them, scanning the class until he found Bakugo, who flinched upon meeting his eyes. Izuku smirks. If it isn't my resident punching bag. The boy with the engine legs approached him. You're Izuku Midoriya? Yes. Izuku ignored him, turning around and spotting a yellow cocoon on the ground. Hi. He said. Hello. The yellow thing on the ground said, terrifying engine legs and the other students. From it emerged a scraggly man. You notice me. You have good instincts. Don't give me too much credit. Izuku smiled at him. Between the bright yellow sleeping bag and the fact that you were right behind me, it's likely less me having good instincts and more of you being horrible at hiding yourself. He shrugged. Not that your level of skill mattered anyway. Regardless of your position and cover, I would have spotted you. With that, he made a bad first impression on his classmates. I'm ego. I can't say I'm surprised. Breaking All Might's record made him full of himself. I'll be extra tough on him and wring out the excess arrogance. I'm your teacher, Shota Aizawa. Another shock to everyone. He unveiled a set of clothes. Go put on your gym clothes and meet me outside. They do so. And once outside, Aizawa explains the test. Unlike in middle school, they'd be able to use their quirks to their fullest. Midoriya. Izuku doesn't respond at first since that technically wasn't his name. Amongst the metafolk, family names were rare. Midoriya. Yeah. You got first place in the entrance exams and even broke All Might's record. Bakugo was still sad about that. In middle school, what was your record throw? I didn't care to remember. Izuku answered. Aizawa sighed. Whatever. Just come up here and throw the ball as hard as you can. No. Aizawa's brow raised. Excuse me? Let some other schmuck show off. The animosity was palpable. I'm gonna spend the next 3 years with that annoying show-off? Toru Hagakure thought, displeased. What a pain. Everyone thought in unison. Bakugo, who got second place in the entrance exams, went up. He threw the ball with his quirk backing it and got 889.8 meters, impressing the class. A few of his classmates, like Mina Ashiso, for instance, believed this would be fun, only to be shot down when Aizawa announced that the person in last would be expelled. This was unfair, but Aizawa gave a speech on the unfairness of the world and how heroes and meant to combat that unfairness, which Izuku very loudly yawned in the mid-section of. Everyone hoped the tests would humble him a little bit. Test 1, 50-meter dash. To everyone's surprise, Izuku flat out refused to go first. Only after Bakugo went against Uraraka was he finally willing to go. Bakugo got 4.13 seconds. Less than Ida but still pretty impressive. Then Izuku went up and was against Momo Yaoyorozu. As soon as they were prompted to begin, Izuku waited for about 2 seconds before actually going, getting 3.13 seconds and Momo getting 3 seconds. Everyone immediately knew what he was doing. That's what's going on, huh? Aizawa looked to him and then at Bakugo. He is only interested in one-upping Bakugo. Probably just to PSS him off. And based on their body language, I assume one of them either is bullying or has a history of bullying the other. Yaoyorozu was said. Deep down, she knew that Izuku was capable of beating her with ease. But he actively chose not to. She confronts him on this. Why did you hold back? She asked forwardly. Only to be ignored. She narrowed her eyes at him. He's just toying with us. Toru hated this with a passion. That guy. All of that power, and he chooses to be a JRK about it. He's not even trying for first place. She had a special hatred for show-offs. Bakugo simply rolled his eyes. He tried not letting this get to him, but Izuku always seemed to know how to get under his skin. Test 2, Grip Strength. Everyone kept an eye on Izuku and noticed him paying special attention to Bakugo specifically. He hasn't done the test yet, so he didn't either. Bakugo sweats, and it was painfully obvious he was stalling. What do? I have to go at some point, but that BSRD is just gonna. He trails off. Whatever. Just ignore him, damn it. Bakugo does the test, getting 210 kilograms with his own strength plus his quirk. At last, Izuku does his. Bakugo doesn't look at him. Wow! Izuku shouted loudly. A whopping 310 whole kilograms. I really outdid myself. I don't know, but I think 310 kilograms is bigger than 210. Bakugo growled quietly to himself. Second-hand embarrassment permeated the air. Everyone else kept away from them, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire of the one-side foe rivalry. Foe is used due to it being less of a friendly rivalry and more of Izuku mentally bullying him and him alone. Test 3, Standing Long Jump. Bakugo and the others cleared the sandbox. Thankfully, Izuku seemed to cool off a bit here. He, like the rest, cleared the sandbox. But a few more analytical students such as Momo and Ida were able to tell that he landed slightly further than Bakugo did. Test 4, Repeated Side Steps. Bakugo loosely copied Mineta's technique and did pretty well, but Izuku inched ahead of him as always. Test 5, Ball Throw. Ochako got Infinity, which genuinely surprised Izuku and floored everyone else. And then it was Izuku's turn. I can't be the only one who noticed his hate nerve for Bakugo, right? Kaminari asked. Interesting description, but no, aren't the only one. Tenya answered, nodding. As childish and infuriating as it is, it's actually quite impressive. Impressive? Mineta said. It's just childish and infuriating. Not impressive. Tenya clarifies. He's using just enough strength to trump his score but not enough to blow us out of the water. If there's anything to admire about him, which there isn't much, it's his persistence in one-upping Bakugo. Todoroki stares holes into the back of Izuku's head. Izuku throws. And to no one's surprise, he got a score of 989.8 meters, once again one-upping Bakugo. Aizawa thought about canceling Izuku's quirk and lecturing him, but he decided to save it for later. He also figured he may need help with his huge ego and grudge. Test 6, Distance Run. Despite Ida and Momo surpassing him, Izuku persistently kept slightly ahead of Bakugo alone and adjusted his speed whenever he tried getting ahead, which he never managed to do. Test 7, Seated Teach. Izuku relaxed a bit for this test but still did better than everyone else. His flexibility, to Ishido's annoyance, surpassed everyone's. Test 8, Situpus. A simple test that consisted of doing as many sit-ups as possible. Bakugo managed 134, and Izuku stopped at. The results were revealed by Aizawa, and Izuku only looked at his. He was just above Bakugo in third place. Just as he planned. The person in last place and Minoru Mineta, who screamed in terror. His terror was dashed when Aizawa said he wasn't expelling anyone. It was a rational deception, as he put it. Momo states that she was surprised no one else figured it out. I guess I should have said something. Izuku mockingly repeats. Momo called him out. Do you have something to say, Midoriya? Izuku acknowledged that he heard her but ultimately said nothing. They were sent off to pick up their syllabi from the classroom. In the midst of leaving to go to lunch after doing this, Kirishima and Kaminari. They were gonna say something mostly likely about his attitude, but Izuku pushes past them without batting an eye. As he walked away, Jiro spat. So, what do you think his deal is? More importantly, Mineta points at Bakugo. What's up with you and him? Do you guys know each other? Bakugo scoffed. Yeah. We've known each other since we were babies. Momo asked, then why? The explosive blonde sighed. He may as well admit it now rather than later. He didn't get his quirk when we were 4. I did. And me, being the little sheet I was, bullied him for it. As did everyone else. No one really liked this. It left a sour taste in their mouths. But then again, he was young and stupid. They gave him a pass for that. For now. And then it was like a switch went off in his head when he turned 8, which was when his quirk finally came in. The difference between the Midoriya before his quirk came in and after is like the difference between heaven and earth. Kaminari scoffed. But imagine you wake up one day with strength that could probably match All Might's. I'd change too. His quirk isn't super strength. Bakugo said, shocking everyone. I mean, he obviously has a lot of physical power, but that isn't what his quirk is entirely. Then what is it? Chuko asked. Well, if I know. He never told anyone, not even his mom. He didn't update his quirk registration either, so I bet UA is in the dark, too. But aside from the strength, I've noticed a few things. Bakugo states. He knows a lot. More than anyone should. It's like he knows exactly what to do in every situation, like he's been through it before. In middle school, after his quirk came in, he always got scores that were just slightly above mine, always. If I got an 80 on homework, he got a perfect 90 and such. Future sight. Momo suggests. But to what extent? They continued chatting. And unbeknownst to them, 2 people were listening in. Nizu, through the cameras, and Aizawa, who was just napping in the classroom. Or at least he was. The next day was mostly an uninteresting one. At least until their heroics teacher, All Might, announced what their lesson would be. Combat training. Some were excited but most others weren't. Mainly because of Izuku, who acted surprisingly neutral in the face of this news. And that's what frightened Bakugo. Why wasn't he grinning ear to ear at the possibility of showing him up again? In any case, they changed into their hero costumes and went to training ground beta. Izuku's costume was just what he primarily wore, a black sweater with 2 dark green stripes and black shorts. His classmates talked amongst themselves, complimenting each other and whatnot and mostly avoiding him. Except for Mina, surprisingly, who approached him while ignoring the protests of Jiro and Hagakure. Hey Midoriya. Izuku looks at her, his expression neutral. Your grudge against Bakugo, who used to bully you, is pretty obvious. Izuku doesn't react. I happen to dislike bullies too. And in my personal opinion, simply moving on with your life is dash. Izuku sneezes. The sudden nature of it threw Mina off and made her forget what she was gonna say. Izuku sniffles and wiped his nose. And then All Might explains the exercise. There'd be teams, heroes and villains, and a bomb in a building. All Might draws lots to form the teams. Team A, Midoriya and Bakugo. No. Everyone looked at him. All Might asked him, no? What dash? Save loaded. Team A, Midoriya and Uraraka. That's slightly better. Not that I'll need her. Izuku didn't pay attention to the rest of the teams. Except Bakugo's, who was paired with Todoroki on Team D. The first teams to fight will be. All Might dramatically drew the first 2 teams. These guys. Team A vs Team F. No. Save loaded. Team A vs Team C. Boring. Save loaded. Team A vs Team C. Really? Save loaded. Team A vs Team D. Perfect. Izuku smirked, sending a shiver down Bakugo's and everyone else's spines. He didn't mean to say that out loud, but well, Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head to the monitoring room to watch. All Might said, receiving a chorus of, yes sir, as in response. Bakugo and Todoroki were given 5 minutes to set up, and Izuku and Uraraka were given time to plan. They were also given the building's floor plan. Uraraka was kinda scared to talk with her teammate. After all, according to Bakugo, who she felt bad for, Izuku had been bullying him relentlessly for years. A little payback was warranted after how he was treated for not getting his quirk at 4, but his extent? It wasn't right. Nonetheless, she nuts up and speaks. Hey! I can handle them both on my own. Izuku interjects. He turned to her with an unnerving, subtle smile. So just stay out here. He wasn't asking. Uraraka's wanted so badly to just listen to him out of fear. But heroes weren't afraid, and heroes couldn't and shouldn't be afraid of their comrades. No. Uraraka said firmly. This is a team exercise, so we're working together. Individually, neither of us can handle Bakugo and Todoroki at once. Izuku rolled his eyes, opting to ignore her from now on. Bakugo and Todoroki stood in front of the bomb. So, the latter said, how do you suggest we go about handling Midoriya? As much as he hated to admit it, he knew that he wouldn't be able to handle him on his own. If it were anyone else, he would have just frozen the building instantly and won that way. He has an ego, Bakugo states. He won't team up with Uraraka, so we're focusing on him and him alone. I see. He's also way faster than he lets on, and his other senses are extremely strong. He can find and reach us in just a few seconds. That got to Todoroki. A few seconds? Seriously? Yeah. The plan is to stall him out. The instant the exercise starts, you freeze the entire building. That way, he's forced to break the ice with his strength to move around. That'll allow us to gauge where he is at all times. You'll stay here and defend Bomb, and I'll go down each floor to confront and stall him. And if he gets up here? Bakugo sweats but keeps a smirk on his face. We're screwed. The exercise began, and Uraraka was about to enter the building. But Izuku grabbed her by the wrist. Hey! Instantly on the defensive, Uraraka tried tearing her arm out of Izuku's grip, which wasn't possible. She gets angry. What are you doing? The exercise started. Then the building freezes. Uraraka quickly realizes that had she gone in there, she'd be a popsicle. Izuku released her arm, and she apologized nervously. Sorry. I didn't know you were just looking out for me. Much to her frustration, Izuku ignored her. All Might announces the start of the exercise. Wanting to torment Bakugo for as long as possible, he leaped to the top floor and broke in, leaving Uraraka behind. In just a few seconds, he found the villains and the bomb. Monitoring room. Seriously? Ashui says. It hasn't even been a minute yet. Ribbit. I don't know what I was expecting. Jiro says flatly. To that, Sato says, ditto. I don't mean to state the obvious, but... Hagakure spoke over Shiro. Todoroki and Bakugo are done for? Obvi. She spat indignantly. Or I'll just face him here. Bakugo said internally, quickly turning over to his teammate. Todoroki. But Izuku was there, and before either could move, Todoroki was kicked into a wall and knocked out instantly. Bakugo backed away, but Izuku kicked him square in the face with the bottom of his foot, sending him flying. He was knocked out for a few seconds before he stood up and flew at Izuku, his nose broken and his face bloody, only to be knocked out again via another brutal kick to the face. He wakes up again, and was knocked out again. Izuku wasn't touching the bomb, Todoroki was out cold, and Uraraka could feasibly traverse the frozen building. All Might appeared annoyed. Aizawa said he'd likely be difficult to straighten out. And this grudge. I didn't think he'd want to hurt him to this extent. He speaks over the intercom. The hero team is disqualified. Ochako paled upon hearing that. The villain team wins. Return to the monitoring room right away. They return. Todoroki and Bakugo were carried away by medical robots. As soon as they stepped into the monitoring room, Izuku was scolded by All Might. That was the worst performance in any heroics exercise I've ever seen. As he kept chewing him out, it became more clear that Izuku wasn't listening. Not up until the end, anyway. Myself, your homeroom teacher, and Principal Nizu are gonna have a talk with you and your mother about the extreme level of violence you showcased against your classmate today. Hero's mustache. Izuku once again tuned him out. Should I start over here? I want Bakugo to be in pain, but if I get expelled, I'll have to start over anyway. After some internal debate, he decides against it. No. I want to see where this goes. Besides, being neutral means I don't discriminate when it comes to brutalization. Afterward, the exercise proceeds somewhat normally. And then it was off to Nizu's office. Inko fidgets in her chair under the intimidating eyes of All Might and Aizawa. It's an honor to meet the esteemed parent of such an interesting child, Ms. Midoriya. Nizu states politely. Thanks. Inko said warily. To keep your son's situation simple, he used excessive violence against a student, Katsuki Bakugo, during an exercise today. Inko sighed. To Nizu's surprise, she wasn't surprised. Aizawa's eyebrow rose. You don't look surprised, Ms. Midoriya. I'm not, she says. Ever since my boy awakened his quirk, he's been different. Nizu snuck glances at Izuku while she is speaking, studying his body language thoroughly. He showed no kind of discomfort or irritation. He simply didn't care, which unnerved the chimera a little. Had he let a sociopath into his walls? He's spiteful. He doesn't listen to me and... She briefly trails off. But sometimes feel like someone or something replaced him under my nose. He's just so different. Nizu would test that, turning over to Izuku. Hey, what's your name? Izuku. Izuku answered. Oh. Nizu says. Just Izuku? No family name? No. He answered causally. How interesting. Nizu says, subtly reaching for a black button under his desk. This isn't Izuku Midoriya. Just who am I talking to? What's your quirk, Izuku? Nizu asked with a smile. Quirk. Izuku smiled back. Where I'm from, it's called a meta. Nizu smashed the button under his desk, and Aizawa tried activating his quirk, but... Save loaded. Hey, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya. Why? Nizu hummed, wishing he had brought a certain detective here with him. Nothing. In any case, I'd like to ask you something, Izuku Midoriya. I won't be answering. Nizu asked anyway. Just what is your quirk? You have strength and endurance like All Mights, and according to Katsuki Bakugo, you have an assortment of other abilities unrelated to super strength, such as heightened senses. This unnerved All Might, reminding him a certain dead multi-quirked villain. After a few moments of silence, Nizu spoke again. Is there a reason you won't speak in regards to your quirk? Nothing. If you won't do the bare minimum and answer a few simple questions, then I'll have no choice but to either call in a specialist or simply expel you and not waste any more time. Save loaded. Is there a reason you won't speak in regards to your quirk? No. Izuku answered. If you won't do the bare minimum and answer a few simple questions, then I'll have no choice but dash. Save loaded. I'm not, Inko says. Ever since my boy awakened his quirk, he's been different. Different. Izuku chose to egg her on this time. It was to make Nizu think he was a poor, broken little soul with anger issues when in reality, he was perfectly fine. Different. She shouted a little. Ever since your quirk came in, it's like you suddenly didn't like anything. I wonder why. Based on the teachers' faces and Nizu's, they bought his act. I'm trying to help you, but you won't dash. Ms. Midoriya, Nizu spoke over the distraught mother. If you'd like, I could set your son up with Hound Dog. He's a pro hero with special talent as a guidance counselor for the youth. I have no doubt that he'll be able to get to the root of your problems and guide you into solving them. Izuku didn't want to deal with this. But this was what the neutral route had in store, so he'd deal with it. He likely wouldn't have to do this again in his other routes, such as the genocide one. Inko shakily nods her head. Okay. Great. Nizu clapped his paws. I'm glad to have so easily reached a consensus with you two. For now, your son will be suspended from the next few heroics classes, which will be substituted for sessions with Hound Dog. It'll be up to you to catch up, Midoriya. Izuku leans back in his chair. You know, there's this thing I get on a few occasions. A feeling of sorts. A hunch. Aizawa asked flatly. Yeah, I have this strange feeling that you're gonna regret doing that. Inko shook her head disapprovingly, and Nizu didn't think much of what he said, taking it as a bluff spawned from anger, which it kind of was. They were allowed to leave. Bakugo and Todoroki returned to class with both of them having bandages on. Bakugo had more on, though, mainly on his face. Yo, Baku bro. Bakugo flinched as Kirishima approached. He muttered to himself, Baku. What is it? He asked as Todoroki ignored Toru Momo's attempt at checking on him, which made her frown. You doing alright? Kirishima asked with concern. That Midoriya guy is a serious piece of work. Right. Shiro said. Being bullied as a kid is no excuse for what he did to you and Todoroki. He went too far. Bakugo sighed. It's my fault that he's this way. I suppose I dash. If you say you deserved that over-the-top beating for what you did as a toddler, then I'll stab you. Jiro huffed, threateningly pointing her jacks at him. Bakugo promptly shuts up. Midoriya took what you did and dished it back tenfold. Two wrongs don't make a right. Tokoimi says. Bakugo smirks, turning away from everyone. He wasn't used to this feeling. The closest thing to it was the constant praise he was showered with in his childhood due to his strong and flashy quirk, but Izuku's all-might level strength caused that to stop. He still feels as if he deserves Midoriya's beating a little bit. After all, he knew that he didn't plan on stopping before Izuku's quirk appeared. Who knows if it never had? Would the roles have been reversed if Izuku never changed? He'd never know. Time passes. Class 1A elect a class president in Momo Yaoyorozu and Tenya Ida as VP. A panic ensues during lunch, which only ended up being the press. The panic was put to a stop thanks to the combined effort of Momo and Ida's quick thinking. On Wednesday in the afternoon, everyone noticed Izuku's absence. Everyone was sort of relieved, but then the most unexpected person asked about this. Hey teach. Bakugo says. Where's Midoriya? He's been suspended during heroics class. Instead of being here, he'll be with Hound Dog. Hopefully, his violent tendencies and his grudge against you will be put to rest sometime during this month or the next. Aizawa explained. Anyway, today's heroics lesson will be rescue training. Aizawa proceeds to explain what they'd be doing very briefly before they get on the bus and head to the facility in which they'd be training. The ride to the USJ was quite lively. As soon as the conversation was shifted to the topic of one Izuku Midoriya by Kaminari, it was bluntly shut down by Kyokajiro. He had been essentially banished by the class. The topic jumped around and changed until they arrived. As they enter and admire the place, 13 gave a speech about the danger of certain kinds of quirks, which Bakugo listened attentively to. And then the lights flickered. Out of a purple, swirling portal came a massive army of villains. The leader appeared to be with hands all over his body. The army was terrifying, but what really shook the students in Aizawa and 13 were the three definitely inhuman creatures. One was tall and muscular with a bird's beak, and the second was lankier but with sharp claws, talons, and huge dark wings, both of which were twice as big as its own body, and the third one was a humanoid spider woman with 6 arms, 5 eyes with 1 on her forehead, and 2 legs. Strangely, she was also holding 2 teapots and cups. Despite the female one being the smallest of the trio, she exuded a deadly aura that singled her out. She clearly wasn't the deadliest of the 3 physically, but she more than likely had the most lethal abilities. The female looked to the one with wings. Through another portal, they appeared before Class 1A and the duo of Izawa and 13. The Spider Girl scans the class, most of them shrinking under her analytical gaze. And then the teachers, but for less time. Not here? Her voice was low and somewhat raspy but had a bit of a courteous and sweetness to it. Izawa was put off by her looking at the students first before them. You talk? 13 asked. Of course. The Spider Woman answered. Though this one, she points to her winged companion, as well as the third one do not. I'll get right to the point. Her faces melts and morphs just a little bit, putting further enunciation on her lack of humanity. Where is the esteemed record breaker? These people want Midoriya? Everyone thought. Hey, Muffet. The hand villain, the leader, shouted impatiently. The now named Muffet turned over to him. Yes, Shigaraki? Is Wathis name there or what? He is not. And neither is All Might. He groaned. Waste of my DM in evening. Kurogyri. Class 1A were scattered. Hound Dog and Izuku conversed while Nizu sat next to the former, listening in. But in the middle of their therapeutic dialogue, Izuku flinches and looked out the window. Are you sure you should be prioritizing me over your other students? Yes. Nizu answered. Now then dash. Seriously. You dash. Hound Dog growled, but it was less out of malice and more out of force of habit. This is something that must happen, Midoriya. You are not getting out of this. Truth be told, Izuku was actually bluffing. The first time around, anyway. His metafolk senses alerted him of something happening with 1A. But this was the neutral route, and some players on both sides had to die. Just to see what happens, he chose not to intervene. As he spoke with Hound Dog about his life, Izuku divided his attention to a fight going on somewhere in the city. All Might was fighting 2 opponents. And they were pushing him to the edge. Eventually, their talk concludes, and Izuku was allowed to leave. But he left Nizu and Hound Dog with some parting words. If only I was let off my leash earlier. Muttered as he left the room. Everyone died. All except for Kyokujiro, Mina Ishido, and Momo Yaoyorozu, who were cornered by a group of villains in the ruin zone. They had been battered and worn down by the villains. They were way out of their league. Izawa was killed by the female spider Nomu known as Muffet. His quirk didn't help him after his eyes were gouged out by her. Her poison, which was apparently meant to be used to slow down Izuku and All Might, killed him in seconds. 13 was poisoned and dropped in the flood zone by Kurogyri, where she was torn apart by the villains there in front of Mineta and Azui. The other students put up a good fight, but it wasn't enough. They were outnumbered, overwhelmed, and murdered in various ways. They didn't have the experience to deal with this. Todoroki and Bakugo put up by the best fight by a country mile, but alas, they couldn't beat Muffet and the other Nomo even while working together. The only reason Jiro, Mina, and Momo survived were due to dumb luck and Jiro's quirk being able to pick out where the villains were, thus allowing them to avoid them entirely. Almost entirely, anyway. It looks like this is where your story ends, girlies. A mutant snake villain said. No All Might and no Record Breaker to save you. Odd that neither showed up, but I suppose we lucked out. Now then, he slithered closer. If you want to make this easier on yourselves, you 3 could. You know. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. And before he could turn around, he was hit on the back of his head and paralyzed. It was Izuku Midoriya. Hi. He said to the girl. I was in my forced chat with Hound Dog and the principal, in case you were curious. Momo spoke. How did you know to come here? Had a hunch. And I have super hearing. I tried warning the principal, and Hound Dog and I wanted to rush over here, but, you know, I was suspended and shoved in counseling. They didn't even bother actually confirming if I was bluffing or not. Everyone went quiet. A villainess with electrical wires for hair spoke, bewildered. You weren't here. Because you were suspended. Yeah. The villains began laughing. The girls' worlds fell to pieces, and their hearing deafened as their vision zeroed in on Izuku and the villains. They all thought one thing. All of our friends died. And we almost died. All because they didn't bother spending a few minutes making sure Midoriya was wrong? This wasn't a small and understandable mistake in their operations, this was a fuck-up of massive proportions. This wasn't reversible, nor was this something you could make up for with time or money. Their friends and teachers were all dead and would never come back. Anger, sadness, and denial, their emotions were rapidly fluctuating. It was just so unbelievable. But how could they mess up so horribly? Izuku broke the neck of the laughing villainess by punching her in the face, killing her instantly. Almost immediately, he felt it. Little strange. He was stronger, slightly stronger. And his emotions were strange as well. It was like his capacity and/or willingness to hurt had increased ever so slightly. His level of violence was higher. What's wrong? Izuku states to the villains in a disturbingly undisturbed voice. It's not funny anymore? Come on. Give me a good laugh. Despite being scared, they all lunged at him with their quirks. Not only could Izuku take their hits without a problem, but he could dish out whatever they served tenfold. In the end, most were dead, and others were unconscious and maimed. Izuku's level of violence had increased 5 times from its base. The only functioning and uninjured villain left was the snake, who Izuku flipped over. He was terrified and unable to move. But Izuku doesn't kill him. He instead turned over to the girls. Jiro, Ishido Yaoyorozu. Come here. They stood there, shaking and unresponsive. Come here. He can't move. He said more forcefully. They reluctantly approach him. Izuku instinctively unveils a new power he didn't have before. He reached for the air in front of him, and a small hole in space appeared. From it he pulled out 3 worn daggers. Strange. He handed them to the 3 girls. Kill him. Momo shakes. What? Kill him. Mina speaks. Biba dash. But what? I heard what this one said to you. And you know what he and the others intended to do to you 3 had I not showed up. Izuku glares at them with a gray expression. All of your friends are dead, as are your teachers. The killers are laughing, and what are you doing? Standing there clinging to your withered heroics. He shoved the 3 of them closer to the paralyzed snake villains. Justice and injustice, good and evil, the hero code, they don't matter anymore. All that matters are your emotions. What are your hearts and minds telling you? What do you want to do to the villains that hurt you without remorse? Izuku saw a stat number appearing above thy heads. LV1. It increased for all 3 of them. 2, 4, 5, they stopped shaking and their tears dried. The snake villain turned pale as the girls looked down at him with neutral expressions. Please. He trembles in fear. I didn't. I was just dash. When you're hungry you eat. When you're bored you play. When you like someone, you talk with them more than others. And regardless of their face or occupation or motives, when someone hurts and/or threatens you, you don't stand there and take it. You hurt them back. Their LV spiked. It was at a staggering Momo stabbed the villain first. It pierced his body deeply and drew blood. The villain screamed in pain. Then Jiro stabbed him. And then Mina. They took turns stabbing him, and they smiled toothlessly, reveling in his agony. It didn't take too long to kill him, but even after he was dead, they kept stabbing his corpse. After a few moments, they stopped and checked on the bodies of the other villains. A villainess who was missing a leg was crawling away slowly, crying her eyes out. Mina stepped in front of her. W8. She said shakily. Mina flipped her over and sat on her chest, smiling at her. I have information. I can help you. Huh? Mina caressed her face, lowering her guard and using her quirk on her at maximum power. She screamed and struggled against her, but Mina expertly held her arms down with her knees. The villainess was a faceless corpse. Momo stepped on the back of a male villain with missing arms. He looked up at her nervously. You're supposed to be a hero. He tried and failed at keeping a brave face. Heroes don't kill. She took a knee and pointed her knife at his throat. Slowly, she presses down. And without warning, she stabbed him through the neck. Jiro heard a villain running away. She smirks. Do a better job next time, Izuku. She went after him. She felt and was stronger and faster. It felt good, really good. She glides after him like an angel of death. Her feet don't even touch the ground. And then she slashed his Achilles, bringing him to the ground. She picked his chin up with her dagger and stabbed both of her jacks into his ears, causing his head to vibrate and swell intensely due to her quirk. She stepped away before his head exploded. She regrouped with Izuku and the girls. Izuku turned away as they just looked at each other. There was no turning back now, not that they wanted to. Momo tapped him and held up her dagger, smiling. Where are the other villains? Let's leave them for now. Taken aback, an angry glint appeared in her eyes. Excuse me? It's only gonna be for a few seconds. I'll drop you off and then come back and finish them all myself. Except for the leader. Mina points her dagger at him. Why can't we do it? Because with everyone else dead, UA will assume you 3 were kidnapped. And with how strong I am, and with how I'll go about things, they'll think it was me and not you 3. In other words, we'll be faking our deaths. Jiro finished. And given your track record, all of the heat will be on you. Exactly. I'll leave the leader and a few dozen others alive for you to hunt down at your leisure and as a cover. Mina begins stepping over to him. Izuku wasn't afraid of her lack of expression. In fact, he was quite thrilled at the unpredictability of this route thus far. She stopped when she was right in his face. She touched his face. Genuinely a little confused, Izuku looked away. Mina held his chin and made him look at her. We're gonna have words later. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Izuku nods. He dropped them off in an abandoned shopping mall and went back to the USJ. It didn't take very long to beat most of the villains to near death and kill others. Shigaraki, Kurogyari, Muffet, and the other two Nomu escaped, abandoning their forces entirely. In the end, about 60% of the villains that attacked were killed by Izuku, while 20% lost a limb or three, and the rest made it out. Izuku leaves, curious as to what will come of this route. Returning to the abandoned shopping mall, Izuku sat on the floor while Momo and Jiro sat next to each other on a crate. Mina? She sat on Izuku's lap. Another genuine surprise, but one that was welcome for a few reasons. Hey, Ashido? Izuku raised a brow as Mina turned her head to look at him. Are you feeling alright? Izuku looked at their stats. Their LV is particular. All of them were at 15, whereas Izuku's was that he didn't really know what that number truly meant or what its max was, but he assumed he'd learn later. Yeah. Mina answered. Why do you ask? You're sitting on me. She looks down before looking back up at him. And? Fair enough. Anyway, Jiro says. What's the plan? Because, personally, I want to see those villains die. As well as those at UA who stopped Izuku from saving us. I second that, Momo said. Mina backs them both. The plan? We bide our time. Izuku wrapped her arms around Mina, making her squeak. And I train the three of you up. Since you're so weak and all. Mina unexpectedly pulled his head forward by tugging his shirt forward. She smiles. And what happens after you train us, Izuku? That, as well as what happens after all of those twisted villains that killed your class are dead, depends on you three. Mina grinned. Exactly. Shigaraki returns to base without injury. But that's not to say something else wasn't wounded. Damn it. Please calm down, Shigaraki. Muffet said. Kurogyari reciprocates. A voice from a screen on the wall speaks. Tomura dash. Impossible. Shigaraki kicked a chair to pieces. That brat. He's impossibly strong, master. Oh. The voice said. That little punk killed almost all us. Every low-level scrub we brought to overwhelm All Might and that record-breaking brat put together. He killed almost all of them all by himself. Shigaraki growled. And you know what's worse? He was holding back. Definitely. Could tell. He could have killed all of us, but he didn't. Even with everything we brought, he still defeated us. He decayed another chair to dust out of rage. I didn't want to risk losing the Nomu or Kurogyari, so I escaped. But he let us. He just left. That brat dash. Tomura. The voice said. How many of those UA first-year students did you kill? All of them. He answers. Including the two pros there, Eraserhead and 13. As well as our mole. Then you came out victorious. UA and Hero Society will undoubtedly crumble. Once All Might is dead, we can finish Izuku Midoriya at our leisure. What say you, Tomura? The fledgling villain thinks. My attack will increase our rep dramatically. For now, I think I should wait for the fallout and enjoy the spoils of war. This will bring in new recruits. After all, what villain wouldn't want to be on the team that brought down UA? We'll attack the brat later. He broke All Might's entrance exam record, but he's no All Might. He couldn't see the grin on the mastermind's face after he said that. I believe we should wait as well, Tomura. After all, patience is a virtue. And with enough time, anything is possible. The next few months were a nightmare for Hero Society and society in general. UA was done for. After the deaths of an entire class of students, not only did almost every student get pulled out by their parents, but they were also sued to the ground. That, on top of the HPSC preying on them in their weakened state, led to the best hero school on the planet going under. But not only was UA gone, but All Might had been killed as well. Apparently, he had been in a fight against two extremely powerful inhuman creatures. He won, but later died of his injuries. Endeavor was named the new #1 hero, but no one really liked him. He didn't have the same reassuring presence his predecessor had. Even though other hero schools existed, such as Shiketsu, crime rate skyrocket. One for all, the symbol of peace, and the greatest hero school were lost. The people needed new hope, a new overpowering force to restore some kind of order to society. It wasn't gonna be Endeavor, nor the Hero Commission. To us. You guys are coming along nicely. Ever since that day, the group moved into a nice house they stole from a group of villains. They were in the house's home gym. Nicely, huh? Momo sniped. The three of us are on the ground, sweating and panting, while you aren't even winded. Yup. Mina said, quietly licking her lips. Well, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. He leaves. A few moments later, the girls all look at each other. Mina speaks. You know you two can play with Izuku too, right? Play. Momo blushes for an instant. I saw how you two were looking at me. You were envious whenever I did things with Izuku, the way I touched him during training and such. He doesn't reciprocate, but he basically lets me do whatever I want with him without putting up a fuss. He won't fight back if you come on to him, so just do it already. It'll be fun. Jiro rolled her eyes. Why would I want to do any of your doing? For fun, of course. I hate the villains that attacked us, so I'm gonna kill every last one of them. Mina answered. I can't be a hero anymore. I don't want to, not after what happened. At this point, I simply want to live happily and freely with everyone I hate burning in hell. And my happiness lies in you two and Izuku. I guess. Jiro shrugs. I'm too deep into this to try going back into heroism anyway. As long as I can still make music, I'll be happy. What about you, Momo? I suppose I'll be happy that I can read good books. And spend time with you guys. She said, her cheeks tinted red. Then that settles it. Mina says. After the villains are dead, we'll live as we please and stay out of the way of things. She smiled. And then we'll all get married. For the first time in a long while, they were genuinely happy. Then, Izuku returned with multiple bottles of water, which they took and drank. 3 are probably gonna need something to help you against those villains. After all, unlike us, they have resources to use to strengthen themselves. They'll undoubtedly be stronger. Izuku says. He returned the worn daggers to them. But he also gives them each a heart locket. They felt more durable after putting it on. Is this your way of flirting? Momo inquired bluntly. No. Jiro asked. Izuku. You're capable of wiping out every villain in Japan on your own, aren't you? Izuku smirked. If I could, would you want me to? Jiro smirked back. No. She then approached, taking Mina's words to heart. You're gonna do something for me, Izuku. Izuku heard all of what they said earlier. Humans are pretty interesting. After the traumatic attack, she probably believes the only way to regain control of her life is to try controlling me. She wants domination. It's adorable. Sure. Izuku says. What will I be doing for you? Jiro widened her eyes as if she were caught off guard by the response. But she went with it, sitting him down against the wall and sitting between his legs. You worked me down to the bone, Izuku. I was a good girl, so you're rewarding me with a massage. She presses her back up against him. You better get nice and deep in my muscles, Izuku. Otherwise, I'll never ever forgive you. She was a little miffed by her lack of reaction but calmed down when he started massaging her. Izu. Momo asked. Anyways, we should discuss a plan. Izuku, do you think we can handle the group of villains or whatever they call themselves? League of Villains, he said. And yeah, as long as you 3 are together and aren't facing the leader, you should be able to handle yourselves just fine. But just in case. He stopped massaging one of Jiro's shoulders to show her something. A green slip of paper. Paper? It's special, just like the necklaces and daggers you have. He placed it on her lap and gave one to Mina and Momo. If you're heavily injured, bite down on it and tear it with your hand. What will happen if we do that? Jiro asked, to which Izuku annoyingly doesn't answer. As I said earlier, I'll fight the boss. You 3 will deal with everyone else. It shouldn't be too hard. That's enough. Jiro shifts around, straddling Izuku and facing him. I assume we're gonna be attacking tomorrow? Izuku nods. After I find their base OT operations, of course. You know, Jiro's face slowly closed in on his. I've never had a boyfriend or even a boy crush on me before. Almost always, I've been called flat, average, or scrawny. I've never felt the touch of a romantic love either. So, Jiro begins kissing him. Oh. There were 7 quirks that all for one wanted, and he'd likely need those 7 if he wanted to permanently take over the world. The first one was one for all. But with All Might being dead, he couldn't take it back, unfortunately. The second one was Erasure. But Eraserhead was dead. Not that it mattered. In his state he couldn't use it himself anyway. The third one was New Order. This one he was actually able to get. He used one of Tamura's newest recruits, a girl named Himiko Toga. She was sent to the US and infiltrated Star's camp using her quirk. She was able to poison her with a special sleeping drag, and from there, it was easy to take the quirk from her unconscious body and kill her after. The fourth one was Search. Ragdoll and the WWPC were weak, so taking it was rather easy. The fifth one was Overhaul, which he already had a copy of. In fact, half of Tamura's quirk was Overhaul. He couldn't use it to fix himself since it was sort of hard to use, and he couldn't and wouldn't give away the power to kill with a touch. That's what the sixth rewind was for. Just in case Shigaraki didn't work out, he planned on using this quirk to wring a few more decades of use out of his own body. Acquiring it was easy. In fact, the girl begged for it to be removed. It reminded him of the good old days. The seventh and final quirk needed for him to ascend to godhood, or demon lordhood, was whatever Izuku Midoriya's quirk was. Based on what his now dead mole said, it was some sort of strength enhancer. He wasn't interested at first, even after hearing that he broke All Might's record in UA's entrance exams. But there was something about Izuku that bugged him. He had a sixth sense for quirks, and he just knew that there was more to it than that. For one, after some digging around, AFO discovered that Izuku was registered quirkless, which obviously wasn't true. A quirkless couldn't have attained a body strong enough to kill most of the villains at the USJ. It was impossible for a quirkless to move as fast as Shigaraki said he could. Izuku was smarter than he let on, FO assessed. But it was painfully obvious that super strength was but a facet of his quirk. That fact only made him more curious. What else could he do? What was he hiding? He had to find out, no ifs, ands, or buts. With New Order, Search, Overhaul, and Rewind, he should be able to beat him no matter what else he'd be able to do. The plan was simple. Shigaraki and the core members of the League would fight him first. And with that, along with Search, he'd assess his weaknesses. Afterward, if needed, he'd take over his body. With OFA gone, there was no need to wait until he had a strong enough will. He was doing relatively fine as of now, mostly thanks to Rewind. His body was restored back to its prime. Do I or don't I take Tamura's body? He stared up at the ceiling of his room. The new LOV base was a massive mansion that could house a couple hundred people. A prize earned from conquering Detnerate. Give me a sign, universe. Do I or don't I take over that annoying boy's body? Then, with his many sensory quirks, AFO heard someone break into the base and attack his companions. Yeah, companions. Someone had infiltrated the base and were attacking the League of Villains. It was a small group, so he wasn't gonna bother with them. But the more people he heard being killed, the more interested he got. So he goes down there to check. Hey gang, what's happening? And there he was. Izuku Midoriya and 3 girls were attacking his companions. Toga was being held in a chokehold by Mina, Dabi was confronted by Momo, and Jiro was facing off against Spinner. And by the looks of it, Izuku was facing Shigaraki, neither of which threw an attack before he arrived. With one of his favorite quirks, Ominous Presence, he stopped the fighting. His companions looked horrified, and some even passed out, and while Izuku's girls looked a bit frightened, Izuku himself was unfazed. So you're the one behind it all, huh? That's right. Defo grinned. Your classmates, teachers, your school, and the society you held so dear are all gone because of yours truly. It was Tamura mostly, but I served as a hand of guidance to him. He expected anger and rage, and that was what he got from the girls, but not Izuku. I thought you'd be bigger, he said. I expected a lot more things, honestly. You seem like the type that, I don't know. He grins. Has issues with a certain family member? This got a reaction out of him. Shigaraki speaks. What are you two dash? He suddenly fell unconscious, which got another reaction out of AFO. I didn't do that. Was that this boy's quirk? You're a little uneasy. Was it the family thing? He trails off. Don't worry. I just happen to know a few things, is all. You know things, FO appeared behind Izuku and grabbed him by the neck. New order. If Izuku Midoriya moves an inch from this spot, all of his vital organs will cease functioning. Izuku was a little caught off guard. A human with the power to warp reality? I mean, it's pitifully weak, but this new order sounds like it could be a half-decent meta. Not that it mattered. If he died, he could easily bring himself back. Just about every time manipulating meta could cheat death. AFO was confident. Now that that's done, tell me, how do you know? Know what, my villainous friend? Of the dirty secrets involving your quirk. Truth is, he didn't know anything. He was snowballing. Bluffing would get some truths out of him, which would increase the effectiveness of his bluffs, rinse and repeat. Yeah. Could it be that I was wrong about my brother's quirk being lost after All Might's death? Was it passed on to you perchance? Maybe, maybe not. All you need to know is that your brother doesn't like you very much. Nor do the others. They, like myself, are eager to see you die. Too bad for them. You can't move. FO grabbed Shigaraki by the back of his neck. New order. Tamura Shigaraki's body and consciousness will yield to me. And he then gave him everything, all of his quirk and powers. He forced his soul into Tamura's body, taking him over permanently. You look pretty gross, you know that? Izuku sniped. FO Shigaraki, whoever he was, chuckled. I'll undoubtedly look better once I find crack. The code behind your quirk by taking it. He placed his hand on his head, except his pinky, which was raised. The League of Villains and every villain in general watching this grinning. Yeah. Take that BSDRD's quirk, boss. Take his? Momo pales. No. Suddenly, FO's hand bursts into bright white flames. He backed away, screaming as the flame made its way up his arm. He cuts it off, but what remained, his body began burning away all the same. Izuku smirked. He was worried for a bit, but the sight reassured him. He mentally checked on his meta and found that it hadn't been changed or weakened one bit. What a joke. Everyone looked at him. As if someone like you could handle my power. You'd have better luck surviving in space without equipment. The girls stared on in awe as AFO died. I don't know where you'll end up, but I hope your soul is still intact. That way, you can look back and feel regret. Metas and quirks were similar but far more different than any human could comprehend. Under no circumstances could a quirk ever hope to alter or copy a meta. Izuku moves. Because of his death, the effects of New Order were gone as well. I believe this is our victory, villains. A fire lit up in the girls' hearts and another place as the fight continued, which they won with ease thanks to Izuku. Izuku's LV was 16, and the girls were at before the heroes arrived. They took all of the villains' resources. They were sitting on millions physically and digitally. They went home victoriously. They won, and UA and their friends were avenged. And now they could simply live. They were rich. After getting home, Izuku kicks back on the couch. All in a day's work. And then he notes the girls looking at him, their expressions neutral. Something wrong. Your quirk, Jiro says. What is it? Don't worry about it. Izuku tried getting up, but she stopped him by straddling him. No, she said, firmly pushing him back down. I was suspicious, but what happened back there basically confirmed it. Your quirk can't be super strength. Suspicious? Since when? What made you suspicious of me? Bakugo told us that you never updated your quirk registration. That was on purpose, wasn't it? I mean, what's stopping you from just saying your quirk is super strength and ending it there? You're hiding something, Jiro said. Secondly, my quirk grants me better hearing as well. And from the little time I've spent around you, well, I've caught small hearings of your heartbeat. Then. She looks down and her breath shakes. A few moments later, she looked up. Her pupils were now shaped like hearts. The sound of it did things to me. She squirmed uncontrollably. Izuku couldn't tell if her grinding on him was intentional or not. It made me feel warm before, but after everything that happened today, that effect got stronger. Her expression twisted into one of love, but it wasn't wholesome or anything. She looked more like psychotic stalker than anything. Reflection of her trauma wearing down her mind. You're gonna wear yourself to me, she said. To us. All three of us and only us. You're gonna take responsibility for what you did to me and bend the knee to all of us for the rest of your life, okay? There was. Izuku could accept right then and there, but not yet. He wanted to see what she'd do out of morbid curiosity. He says no. Jiro's expression instantly changes. Her eyes lose their life. No. Without another word, she plugged her jacks into his neck and tried killing him by blowing up his head with sound. It seems that on this route, the girls lived by their urges and desires more than anything else. Whether or not they were more violent and impulsive because of their LV, their trauma, or what Izuku said to them, he didn't know. Save loaded. Sure. Izuku says knowingly. I mean, 3 hot girls and little old me for the rest of my life? Who could refuse that? Jiro bites her lip. That's a good boy. On both sides of Izuku were the girls, who clung tightly to each of arms. Mina whispers in his right ear, we're gonna break you, Izuku. And Momo whispers in his left. All of that awesome power doesn't matter. Your body, your mind, your soul itself. As long as we have it, we're gonna do everything in our power to break it all. Mina speaks. You're all ours now. We're gonna play with the rest of our lives and there is no way out of it. We're gonna have so much fun together. Jiro kisses him for 5 straight minutes. Forever. Then Mina does so. Forever. And finally, Momo Yaoyorozu. Forever. Izuku doesn't bother counting how many times he heard the word, forever, that day. A year passes. The strange disappearance of the League of Villains was celebrated warily. Repairs to society began, but in the background, everyone searched for the missing villains with no success. Another year passes. Then another. Then another UA has returned, but it wasn't called that anymore. Created and funded by the HPSC, the institution created in its place was known as the Commission Academy. Everyone who worked there was connected to the HPSC. Eventually, it was found that the LAV were all murdered. Rumors of infighting rose, but that didn't seem like the reason they were all dead. All of them had varying amounts of stab wounds. Endeavor remained as the #1 hero. A decade passes. Commission Academy was shut down after a mysterious person confirmed the many bad rumors surrounding the place. Rumors such as excessive training, poor treatment of students, an uncomfortable environment for females, and many, many others. In the end, Shiketsu succeeded UA as the greatest hero school on the planet. The people who put down the LAV weren't found and probably never would be. If it were heroes, the heroes would say it was them. If it were villains, they would have proudly proclaimed it. So it was a third party who wiped out the greatest and most evil villains society has ever known. It became a myth of sorts. Just like the mystery of the late All Might's quirk, the saviors of Japan were widely discussed and debated. Their first guess was the mysterious record breaker, Izuku Midoriya. Was it him? No. He had a strength quirk, and the villains mostly died of stab wounds. Speaking of Izuku, no one knew what became of him. The most widely accepted answer was that he simply fled the country after UA shut down. Little did they know, he was thriving to some degree. He and his girlfriends, now wives, lived together in harmony. Harmony being used loosely, as they never quite grew out of their eccentric natures. They never had any children. Momo brought that possibility up only after they had SEC with him more than 100 times each. They never got P-Arginin-T, and they never bothered Izuku about it since he never bothered them. They assumed he was infertile. They spent every waking moment of their days together. Sleeping, showering, everything except for using the bathroom, at least two of them did it together. Society was somewhat back to normal after everything that happened. Crimes never dropped to below when All Might was the #1 hero, much to Endeavor's annoyance. One day, when all of the wives were asleep, Izuku sat on the edge of their shared king-sized bed. He receives a call from an unknown number. No one usually called any of them. They worked out frequently, but they didn't work in jobs. Plus, they rarely went outside nowadays. He lets it go to the voicemail and moments later, he plays it. I suppose I should have expected that. It was Nizu. Well, we'll just leave a message. Hey, Inko was there. So, you're the one who killed all of those villains, probably. My one and only child. I just called to tell you. I love you. It's strange. It's because of you leaving that I was forced to become better. I worked out, became healthier, and even went to a quirk gym to become stronger. With Nizu's help, I became as powerful as a ranked hero. Not ranked as in the top 10 or 50 or even 100, but ranked. I sat and watched as what was left of my beloved baby boy faded away. And it's because I just sat on the sidelines that you ran away. Because of me, you were suspended, and those children died, which caused everything to change for the worst. If I had only done more, stepped in earlier, I could have saved you. I could have saved you. I'm sorry, okay? I get it. It's my fault. It's all my fault. You hate me. I know. But please, just this once. Please come home. If you're alive, if you're hearing this, I want to see you again. If you don't, then call me back. I'll do anything. I just want to hear your voice again. Just one more time before even if it's just for a few seconds. I don't want the last of my family to disappear forever. I love you. Even if you hate me or despise me, I love you. That will never change. Goodbye. Izuku quite liked this timeline in this test run of my abilities. Something as small as him being suspended from UA on a certain day caused 3 girls to break mentally. That, and the temporary collapse of society. All because of his choices. It didn't surprise him. Whenever a metafolk went down into the lower plane and into a continuity, they were usually at the center of everything that happened there. But he was different. Izuku could go back, make different choices, befriend different people, and truly do everything and anything he wanted with this world and its people. Nothing and no one could stop him. He was also incredibly, unbelievably glad his mother got him an unlimited pass to be here. He couldn't imagine just leaving after doing only one route. He wanted more. This route was nice. DC with the girls, especially Momo and her well-developed hourglass body, was always pleasurable for him. He didn't even have to worry about accidentally making children due to his pass. That ended up putting his mind somewhere else. Girls and pairings. He had gotten his fill of Momo, Jiro, and Mina on this route. He knew their bodies and quirks well and probably wouldn't pair himself with them again. Momo was always attractive, and that didn't change in this timeline. In her prime, she became super busty with a round, heavy butt. Her skin was smooth, and she always took care of herself and maintained her beauty. Jiro wasn't as buxom as Momo, but she had her own qualities that Izuku liked. She had nice, wide hips and a firm butt that could take a good pounding. And though she was relatively flat-chested even as an adult, she more than made up for it with her mouth. Her kissing and skin were top tier. And Mina. In a way, she had both of the girl's best traits. She had the sexiness of Momo and the tightness of Jiro. She was athletic and flexible, which almost made her Izuku's favorite. But his favorite was Momo. Humans really are succulent creatures. Izuku thought. Such variety from just one continuity. Again, he appreciated his position and his powers. He could have his fill of all the girls he wanted and no one would ever know. Next time, he would pursue others from Class 1A. He wonders what he was going to do next. How would he go about his next route? The answer was simple. What if he was never suspended? What if he was there at the USJ when those villains attacked? He could easily save everyone and prevent everything that happened in this timeline to happen in another. Momo, Jiro, and Mina wouldn't go crazy, but what would happen? He'd find out in due time. But before that, he wanted to enjoy this timeline one more time before going back. It was the morning. Izuku awakens and finds that only Momo and Jiro were in bed with him. His super hearing picks up movement from downstairs. Without making a sound, he heads down there and finds Mina doing some morning exercises in the living room. Wearing only gray yoga shorts, of course. The four of them rarely wore actual clothes around the Izuku. Mina noticed him staring. I didn't mean to wake you up, hubby. It's fine. He sat down on the couch behind her, watching as she unfortunately got up from a split she was doing. But not before giving him a few more seconds of eye candy. I need your help with this next stretch, Izuku. Come here. Right. Mina was on her back with her legs together and pointed high in the air. Knowing how this would end, Izuku pressed herself against her. Spread my legs out. She instructs him. Izuku does so, seeing the pretty face her toned, luscious legs were hiding. She smiled. Keep going, dummy. Until my ankles are on the ground. When they were on the ground, Mina winced a little. That's a good boy. You're always so obedient. Now then, weigh my legs down and keep them from moving, honey. Izuku placed his hands on her inner thighs, lightly pushing them down to keep her legs still. Just like that. Noticing her slip up, Izuku looks down. Your pee-pee is twitching and throbbing, Mina. He moves his hands dangerously close to it. Oh yeah. Mina opened her arms and smiled. And just what are you gonna do about it? Izuku smiles back. It looks painful, Mina. I'll help you out, so just relax for me. Mina does so, letting out the breath she was unknowingly holding. Izuku starts massaging her, tenderly squeezing and kneading her inner thighs. There was no way for Mina to resist or tense against Izuku's attacks since her legs were held down. All she could do was let herself and be violated by her lover. As time passed, a wet spot formed on her shorts that slowly grew in size. Izuku pauses before slipping his hands into her shorts and toying with the sides of her nether regions and her sealers with his fingertips. Diminuize it. Torturing your beloved mistress like this. Mina pants tiredly. Don't make me come in the next 3 minutes. I'll make DM sure you regret doing this. I swear. Izuku kept going, and right before 3 entire minutes passed, Izuku shoved 2 of his fingers in her snatch, causing the DM to shatter and for her to orgasm. It wasn't anything special, considering she'd been FANG Izuku and the other girls for more than a decade now. Giga dash, she comes again, but it was smaller than the previous orgasmic reaction. The stain on her shorts grew nonetheless. Good boy. Good job. Now, what kind of mistress would I be if I didn't return the favor for my dear husband? Izuku presses down on her, the impressively sized raging tent in his boxers flush against her hungry womanhood. Both of their respective reproductive organs tingle furiously as they, as well as their chests, collide and rest against each other. Izuku groped her perfect bust and pinched her purplish nipples. He kisses her before she can squeal too loud and wake the other girls. Mina tore off her shorts and melted his boxers, allowing him to finally do their favorite daily activity. Rough and raunchy section. The experience was as pleasurable as it's always been. After filling Mina to the brim on the floor, they moved to the couch. Mina sits him down and parked her large twin pink moons on his crotch. Izuku treats her roughly, tarpanji and thoroughly spanking the rear before him as Mina rode him reverse cowgirl. As usual, they went as long as they possibly could. Damn it. Mina couldn't move, and thus was defenseless to Izuku cuddling her and playing with her alluring, plump butt. Even after so many years of us being together, I still can't bring you to the point of being unable to move. It always ends up being me. Hours later, and Izuku was still raring to go somewhat. What would you do if our positions were reversed currently? Mina grins. I'd be teasing you with the but you love so much. Relentlessly. For hours. You'd probably cry, at which point I'd lap up your tears and keep going. Izuku slaps the aforementioned rear. Too bad for you, I could go for weeks at a time. Perks of being superhuman. Mina pouts at him playfully. Cheater. In the middle of the day, Kyokajiro was messing around with a music app on her phone while in bed. Her yoga shorts were red as opposed to Mina's gray. The way they clung to her wide hips made her that much sexier. 10 million monthly listeners. Go me, she said to herself. And then Izuku suddenly appeared, snuggling onto her smooth bare chest. Jiro, startled, states, Geez, Green. You're as fast as always. Hey, he said, planting his face downward. You smell nice. Jiro runs a hand through his hair. The sky is blue, grass is green, and your hair is fluffy. Anyway, what do you want? Are you busy? Izuku asked, looking up to meet her deadpan face. You know you don't have to be subtle about what you want, right? Lord knows that we girls aren't. Jiro says flatly. You wanna F me, and I wanna bask in the glory of my millions of monthly listeners while listening to music, so we'll do both. She puts her headphones on as the first song plays. Izuku doesn't move her. He instead moves his head, and, what is he dash? that placed his mouth around her NPL, sking at it hungrily while nipping at the other one. Izuku moves himself upward, continuously pleasuring his wife while she relaxed. I. Jiro closes her eyes and calms down, but the blush on her face was still prominent. She relaxes her body, surrendering every inch of it to Izuku. This is H. Izuku jammed her fingers into her tight snatch. She gnashes her thighs together as he does this, subconsciously moving her hips into his digits, mewling like a were in heat. Or like Mirko. Oh, the music. She threw off her headphones angrily, forcing Izuku's head deeper into her chest. Jiro wrapped her legs around Izuku, fervently coming all over his hand for a few seconds. You're a god with your hands, you know that? I could be considered a god in general for other reasons. Izuku thought. I wouldn't be a good husband if I weren't. Jiro kisses him. I may as well reciprocate, since you worked so hard and all. Pets are obligated to receive treats. Izuku was on his back, and Jiro was between his legs. I may not have Momo's and Mina's curves, but it's undeniable that I give the best head out of all of us. She licks her lips, hungrily looking down at the piece of meat her husband was packing. Isn't that right? The way her lips and mouth vacuumed around his pee-pee was extremely visually appealing, and the force at which she se him was appealing physically. It takes a few long minutes, but Izuku grabs her by the hair and shoots his potent seed down her gullet. Jiro expertly swallows his steaming white ropes in huge, audible gulps. She essigas for a bit longer so as to wrong out any extra of her favorite treat before removing herself from his phallus with a CC pop. Heh, Jiro plants a kiss on the tip of her husband's D-dash. I heard you pounding the hell out of Mina earlier. Another? So. Another. I know that. And one more, getting the beloved organ angrily pulsing again. You aren't done yet. Many mating presses and love bites later, Jiro was physically scarred, overflowing and out cold. While she was passed out, Izuku felt up her body multiple times over, ingraining every inch of it into his mind. It was the end of the day, and downstairs was Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku. They were watching TV together. Momo was, of course, sitting next to him and hugging his arm, wearing black yoga shorts and nothing else. Momo. Yeah. She asked. What? If you had the power to control time, what would you do? What would I do? What brought this on? I'm curious. If I had power over time itself, well. Momo drags a finger across his arm. I dissect you. That got a little dark. Not literally, of course. But almost literally. Momo grins. Nevermind. Kinda. If I had power over the force of time, I would go back and study you and your body. Especially your body. Momo got onto her husband's lap, running her hands all over his body without a care. All of your weaknesses, tics, secrets. I'd drill them into my head. And then I would recreate the events that brought us here, and then I'd break you into a proper possession of mine. Or well, ours. Possession, Don't pretend like you wouldn't do the same. She said, giggling. If you could go back in time whenever you wanted, I bet you'd lay the different girls from Yue Ajui's tongue, the mysteries of Hagakure, and Uraraka's skin-tight costume, you'd indulge in all of them. All because you could, and because no one would ever know or be able to stop you. I mean, controlling time is the greatest power one could have. The power over consequences. Power over everyone and everything in the world. There was a pause. I'm a little jealous. Jealous? Of what? Time manipulation. That's your quirk, right? Izuku was a little speechless. How did she? No matter. He decides to be honest. That's right. Izuku says. I can make save points like in a video game, along with a few other things. I could go back and do everything again as if it had never happened. No one except for me would remember. How did you know? I can't think of what else it could be and why you would hide it. You probably think we'd harass you into going back and saving our fallen class. That, and since you'd be using your quirk anyways, you didn't want to bother. You're right. Izuku laughs a little bit. I mean, there are things you still don't know, such as the fact that I'm an alien, but you're still mostly right about me. That got her. And after a little think, Momo seems to connect a few dots. I see. Any more questions? How many times have you used your powers to go back? Not as many as you think. This is the first real route I'm doing. Next time, I'll go back and see what would have happened had I not been suspended. Momo stares at him before laughing. She laughed hard for a good minute before cooling down. You're a godly alien with time powers. The most powerful force my world and this timeline will ever see. Your will, no matter how much we may hate it, will be exerted upon everyone and everything in your path. All for your entertainment. I'm called a metafolk. There are more of us, some stronger and weaker than me. But I haven't discovered the limits of my meta yet, so who knows how that will change. Momo glances away, pondering something. I've decided. Decided? I'm gonna claim you. I don't know how your race does things, but I'm willing to bet that not many of them have true wives from other planets. No. Momo was surprised by the cold rejection. You're a human for starters. We're only allowed to procreate with others of our kind. And even if we were allowed to genuinely hang around humans, even with quirks, you don't live forever like we do. So it wouldn't be worth it. Momo, now having her perspective flipped, was a little heartbroken. She seemed to come to a conclusion, but whatever it was, she didn't tell Izuku. I don't expect you to limit yourself to just the three of us. Hell, with your powers, I expect you to breed every hot girl you can. But Momo pressed herself against Izuku tightly. I'll be the best woman you'll ever have. Really? Really, really? She slowly gyrates her hips. These cow-sized fun bags on my chest, my big, fat butt, my wide hips, I'm a goddess built for a rough metafolk mating press from one Izuku Midoriya, and you know it. At some point down the line, you won't be able to resist going down on me until I'm a sweating mess again. Izuku grabs her butt. Well, you're right. The more I look at you, the more I want to keep you specifically all for myself. But again, you're a human. So it can't happen, unfortunately. Momo smiled. You won't forget me, and knowing you'll break other versions of me. I think that'll do. For now. She elegantly crawled off of him and got on her knees, pressing her basketball-sized beers onto his phallus. She wrapped the organ with her chest and began massaging it. Despite Izuku's size, it was completely concealed by her plus-sized mammaries. The next few minutes consisted of the best titfuck he ever had in his life. Izuku doesn't hold back in splurting all over Momo's chest and face. Human flesh probably isn't as pleasurable as a metafolk's. Momo sat on his lap, putting her husband's powerful rod between her heavy-set ass cheeks, making an attempt to wring out his semen the same way she did earlier, but with her luscious bottom instead of her top. But I'll surpass every metafolk woman you've ever met. And she was doing a surprisingly good job so far. But just before he comes on her, Izuku puts her in a non-lethal chokehold and stabs his throbbing pee-pee into her rosy pink a-hole, his ball clenching and pulsing as becomes in her. Damn warm. She lovingly grinds her backside against his waist. I'm fertile, my fucking body is. A god. She felt her belly slowly inflating with his semen. My body is the best I can make it. My lips are always ready for sking your D, or even something as simple as making out for hours and hours. And no matter the time or place, I'm always ready to bend over and let you break me. When Izuku finally finishes after an entire minute of coming, Momo leaned back against him, sadness clouding her lustful mind. I've done everything. So why can't we stay together? Izuku doesn't take her seriously. Even though she was aware of his powers and what he truly was, she wouldn't remember any of this in the end when he does a reset. It didn't matter. As fun as it was to use her, in the end, she was just one drop of water in the infinite ocean that was the lower and higher plane. He was immortal in the sense that he doesn't truly age. 1,000,000 years into the future, she most likely wouldn't be remembered. Izuku made this clear to her and doesn't hold back in his wording at all. She wouldn't remember, and she wasn't memorable. From this, Momo came to one conclusion. Her body wasn't the problem. It was what she was. She was a weak little human with a pathetic lifespan and quirk. She was just another needle. I get it. Momo said. Just, before you reset, can we, I don't know, spend some time together? It doesn't have to be anything extravagant. Even just dash. Izuku surprised her by the collision of their lips. Momo kissed him back, slowly riding him as the hours passed. From day to night and day again, they kept kissing and Mina and Jiro join in occasionally, going until they pass out. Momo f's Izuku until she passed out, and the instant she woke up, she went again over and over thanks to Izuku healing her. Mina and Jiro do the same, but to a much lesser extent. All of her holes were filled to the brim, and after multiple weeks, they finally cease. Izuku was outside, wearing a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Momo was wearing a simple white sundress and hat. Izuku stares at the orangish reset button before him. Before pressing it, Momo kissed him on the cheek. Fun. She grinned. I love you. Izuku didn't say it back since it'd be a lie. He resets the timeline, going all the way back to the beginning. Like it never happened. The one and only change Izuku would be making was avoiding suspension in UA. To the best of his ability, he walks and talks the same throughout his life after receiving his power. And mostly, nothing changes. Izuku noticed that once he got into you, Aizawa was less tired than usual, but he brushed it off as nothing. Instead of repeatedly knocking out Bakugo during the battle trials, he just wins as fast as he could, successfully not getting suspended. Because of this, his performance and behavior wasn't criticized either. Before he knew it, he was on the bus to the USJ. He was sitting next to Azui, his next target, as a love interest in this timeline. And since he couldn't bank on a mental collapse here, he was slightly nicer to her this time around, which didn't go unnoticed by his classmates. On the way there were various attempts made by his classmates to know what his abilities actually were, but none were successful. They arrive at the facility, and Izuku listens to the speech. And then what he was waiting for happened. The purple portal appears, and villains come pouring in. While his classmates were scared and the teachers were on edge, he just yawns. He wondered how his presence would change things. He senses that something isn't right. SUI. Everyone shouts. The winged Nomu held Azui by her head, the frog girl frozen in terror. Muffet appears before the class, looking at Izuku. Record breaker. She said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Muffet." Izuku turns around, confused. "I'm referring to you," Muffet said sternly. Izuku turns back. "I don't believe record breaker is on my birth certificate, Spider." Izuku sniped. "My name is Dash." Anyway, Aizawa growled at Izuku's lack of care or manners. "I suppose you came here targeting me. You have my undivided attention, Spider. What happens now?" "If you move," Muffet points one of her arms at Azui. "My winged friend tears her head from her body instantly." "I kind of figured." Muffet steps forward. As she demanded, Izuku didn't move. To his confusion, she grabbed and bit his arm. "Excuse me?" He genuinely didn't expect this. Muffet backs away. "Why did you bite me?" She waits. And waits. But after seeing that nothing was happening, she appeared surprised. "My poison doesn't affect you?" "Poison?" Izuku looked down at his arm. Purple cracks and veins were crawling up it. "I thought you were just a weirdo, a cute weirdo, but a weirdo nonetheless." His body starts steaming. And in mere moments, the poison was gone as if it were never there. Muffet stares at him, a bit afraid. Awkward? Out of curiosity, what would that poison have done had it worked? Initially, you would have been paralyzed. After a few more seconds, you would die from heart failure. Heart failure? He nods. Nice. So even if it worked, it wouldn't have worked. That's pretty funny. What do you mean? Izuku takes off the top half of his hero costume, tossing it away. Then, he placed his hand over where his heart was. You never stood a chance. Not even once. He tore his heart from his body and tossed it away as well. His classmates gagged, even Aizawa, as composed as he was, kept calm but displayed disgust. 13 Dry heaved in her helmet. Muffet takes a step back, genuine terror on her face. "It's a little uncomfortable, but I don't need a heart to live. Perks of being awesome. Anyway, this should even the playing field a bit, yeah?" There was no response from Muffet or the villains in the USJ Center. "What? Have you nothing to say? That's just fine." In a blur, Izuku pulled out a gun, a revolver, and shot the winged Nomu's arm off, freeing Azui. He then shot both of Muffet's legs off before a bullet went through her head, killing her. The winged Nomu regenerated and, with a roar, dashed at Izuku and grabbed him, flying into the air. Wings slammed him into the ground in front of Shigaraki. Grinning, he shot Wings' limbs to grotesque red chunks. He leaped away, laughing. Shigaraki held back the urge to both freak and crash out. Instead, he commanded the muscular beast behind him. "Nomu, assist Wing and kill that green-haired brat." Nomu rushed him, landing a heavy hit on Izuku's face as he caved Wing's chest in with his fist. "Wing, Nomu, formation A." Shigaraki commands. Wing went on the air as the bigger Nomu rushed Izuku relentlessly. They took turns attacking Izuku, but he easily defends himself. Erase her head. 13 turned to her companion. "No, I don't know what's happening either." The tired hero said. Out of curiosity, he went to verify something. He touched the disembodied heart on the ground. "Yeah, it's real." "Seriously?" Mineta shouted. "What the hell just happened? And why does Midoriya have a gun?" Everyone looked to Bakugo, who shrunk under their awaiting eyes. "Don't look at me." He nervously averts his eyes. "He's never done this before. I'm lost just like you all." Midoriya is fighting without a heart in his body, ribbit. Azui watched Izuku toy with the creatures, blowing off their limbs and allowing them to regenerate. Astute observation, Azui. Kaminari said, looking at Izuku's heart on the ground before turning away, gagging violently. "Your point? It's kinda cool." "Cool?" Mineta scoffed. "It's gross. It's totally unequivocally gross and absolutely should never be seen by anyone ever again." His words brought up bad memories on Azui's part, but they also made her realize something. "I'll ask him later, ribbit." "Hey, Tamura," Izuku said. "Huh." Shigaraki was startled by the use of his name. "How do you dash?" "Catch." He kicked Wing into Shigaraki, the artificial creature flying at him like a bullet. Kurogyri redirects it back at Izuku via portal. "Hey, why didn't you catch?" Izuku blocked a flurry of hits from Nomu with one. "Fine. You wanna be a JRK? Be a JRK for all I care." He tore off Noma's head and threw it into the air, shooting it to bits with his gun. It was dead. Wing picked him up, but Izuku broke its legs and maneuvered his way onto his back, shooting it in the back of the head. Once they landed, Izuku stomped its head into paste. Izuku's LV was at, I'd say that was fun, but that would be a lie. And thus began the culling. First, Izuku took out Kurogiri by shooting him through his metal brace, not killing him but instead just knocking him out. With their escape gone, Izuku handled the rest of them. Killing most of them but leaving others alive, the living ones running away without hesitation, only to be stopped by Aizawa, 13 and a few students. All in all, Shigaraki was the only one left. Even though he couldn't win, he charged Izuku and tried grabbing him, but Izuku caught his wrists. Look at you. I bet you weren't expecting your life to turn out this way, huh? Izuku shattered Shigaraki's left wrist and let go of him, allowing him to stew in pain before Izuku shot the broken hand off, doing the same to the other. His quirk factor was destroyed. Are you sure you're a villain? Izuku tilts up Shigaraki's head with the barrel of his gun. Because I thought villains were meant to be scary. But you're just sad. You marched in here with that stupid, crusty but grin on your face only to be dismantled by one person. Izuku pistol whipped him to the ground. You crossed me for what? Because your daddy hit you? This was a guess, but it seemed to be the right one, based on his growing anger. Shigaraki incoherently shouted as he tried getting up. Izuku pinned him down with one foot. Tamura Shigaraki. You're sad. He tossed off one of the hands he wore on his body, destroying it. You're ugly. Another. You're weak. Another. You're nothing. Another one. You're a loser. Another. You shouldn't be alive. Another. You should roll over and die. Another. You dash. Midoriya. Azui stops him. Even though he was a villain, she didn't like watching him powerlessly squirm on the ground. He was even ugly crying, which hurt her heart a little. He's had enough. Fine. Izuku stepped away from Shigaraki. The downed villain kept shouting about how he was gonna kill him, not moving or impressing Izuku one bit. If I ever catch you outside prison, I'll shoot off your legs too. He tried attacking Azui, but Izuku moved her and trips him. I don't even like looking at you. Finally, Aizawa appeared and knocked him out. The police and some of UA's faculty arrive and clean everything up, arresting the remaining villains across each zone. Midoriya. Azui. 1. Komitsu. 2. Can you let go of me? Izuku's hand was on her hip. Izuku, not making it into a big deal, simply releases her. My bad. It's fine. Thank you for saving me from that winged monster, Ribbit. It was nothing. Izuku says. Those guys were all bark. I'd like to speak with you about something after school. Tsu states. Sure. No one was injured. On the bus ride home, Azui sits next to Izuku again. She and Izuku's other classmates brought up something important. Hey, Midoriya? Shiro says, causing Midoriya to look in his direction. What? Kaminari then speaks. So, is your heart? You know. Oh. Izuku lifts his sweater, just now remembering the hole he put in it prior to his fight. I completely forgot about that. How do you forget that you're missing your heart? Mineta shouts. Fighting without your heart pumping is so manly. Kirishima proclaimed. I mean it's gross as hell but it's still a bit cool. So, are you okay? Momo inquired with concern in her voice. And are you gonna keep existing without it? Izuku stares at her before looking at Azui. I guess I should bring it back, huh? Please do, Ribbit. She blinks. Wait, what? Out of thin air appeared a small green card made of construction paper. Izuku bit into it and tore it in half, healing himself. There we go. The paper crumbles away. Izuku lifts his sweater again and shows that the hole in his chest is gone. Everyone stared at it and him in awe. How? As usual, Izuku didn't answer any questions. The rest of the day was nothing special, but at the end of the day, Azui caught him outside. Midoriya. Izuku turns to her. She stood next to him, looking as good as always in her uniform. Yeah. You want to come over to my house? She asked bluntly. Izuku pretends to think about it. I have nothing better to do, so sure. And to her house they went. Azui's family were a nice bunch. Izuku had plans for the mother, Azui. A fine emlif of a woman with a large butt was what she was. But that would be for another route. Turns out, Azui's parents were waiting for their daughter to come home so they could go out on a date while Azui took care of her siblings. The hours passed like minutes. Izuku successfully made the best impression he could on the Azui family. Samidare and Satsuki looked up to him and admired his immense strength. He lifted their couch with ease even while all of them were on it. Soon enough, they were put to sleep in their rooms. You better not fumble your boyfriend, Tsu. He's cool. Samidare joked. He's not my boyfriend, Ribbit. Azui responds, a bit quieter than usual. Keep telling yourself that. Sundra Teach. Samidare struggled against Ajui's tickle attack. He's still not my boyfriend. Ajui said more firmly, releasing her giggling little brother. Now more tired than before, he drifts to sleep. Izuku and Ajui sat next to each other in her room. Midoriya. Yes. Were people scared of you before UA? I guess. Though it was mostly my fault. I always showed off my strength whenever I could. At some points, my old teachers and classmates tried sking up to me like they did Bakugo back when he was the star. You can live without your heart. Ajui says. You can do what others can't. Some of our classmates were pretty freaked out when you tore out your heart like that. I can live without their approval. Ajui stares at him. When I was younger, people were put off by my way of my speaking and especially my appearance. I was never called ugly but... She pauses. Anyway, what I'm saying is that I wished I had taken it like you did. Some days, certain insults I heard echo in my head. Times change. Huh. What's weird then could become cool in the future. You, for instance, got into UA while they didn't. As for me, I'm the strongest dash. Ajui cuts him off with a peck directly on the lips. Stop talking. Izuku doesn't speak. After a bit of waiting, Ajui moves closer. Good. She kisses him again, this time for much longer. Izuku crept his hand up her toned thigh before stopping at her hip and taking her hand. Admittedly, holding it felt nice. Ajui, after just a minute of NTMT tongue kissing, was already on the verge of melting. Izuku was way better at this than he should be. She felt her panties moisten as he easily wrecked her mind. Letting her urges get the best of her, Ajui climbs onto Izuku's lap and deepens their kissing by pulling in the back of his head. Izuku rests his hands on her hips. They continued on for 10 whole minutes before Ajui pushed him on his back on her bed and planted herself firmly on her crotch, wiggling her hips salaciously. My siblings are asleep and my parents won't be back for a couple of hours. How fast can you get home? From here, it'd take just a few minutes. Good. Izuku didn't jump right into SEC with her just yet, and neither did Ajui. But there was a lot of touching and GRPNG on both sides. Ajui felt up his muscles, Izuku groped her large BRSTS through her frog-themed pajama shirt. Unfortunately, they do have to stop once they get tired. Or, to be specific, once Ajui gets tired. It was late at night, and they didn't want to end up being late or tired for UA tomorrow, so they called it here. So, same time tomorrow? Same time tomorrow. Ajui says. The time of the sports festival comes. Even though the world was rocked by the death of All Might, Izuku forgot about his fight, he'd rectify that next time. The show had to go on. Classes were somewhat normal and as easy as ever. Izuku had lunch with Ajui, and when school was over, everyone tried leaving. But a massive group of students were blocking their exit. Izuku is a little annoyed but kept a calm smile on his face. Could you all kindly move? I have places to see, people to go. That's not how the saying goes, Midoriya. Tenya says, performing his famous robot chop maneuver. But you're correct. Whatever you're here for, it can't be more important than going home. They're likely here to scope out the competition. We survived a villain attack and Midoriya is here. Bakugo comments. Whatever. Izuku takes a step forward. Since you extras aren't moving, I'm gonna walk through you and leave now. As expected, they started moving when he began walking. Someone called him out. Oh, is the greatest showboater in UA's history, Izuku Midoriya, actually running away? An annoying voice owned by a certain blonde taunted. Yeah. Izuku shouted back. I'm not gonna waste my time bickering with people from third-rate classes consisting of fourth-rate losers. This got under the skin of the group of students. If you're mentally challenged and want to pick a fight with me in particular, make sure you're actually worth my time, okay? I only deal with winners. As he walked away, Bakugo facepalmed. Oh, that idiot. He just called everyone brain damaged. Ajui's expression doesn't change, but inside, she was a little miffed. This'll bode well. Inko was busy at work, so Ajui joined Izuku in his house today. Standing in the middle of his room, Izuku was pressing his boxer-clad PP firmly against Ajui's panty-clad but while also jerving her perfect BRSTS. Hey, Izuku. What's up? Don't you think you should try being a little nicer to people? Not really. Izuku answered. I'd never let any of them die or get critically injured, obviously, but befriending them is a different story for me. I didn't say you had to be friends, just more friendly. Then Ajui realizes something. Ribbit, why were you nicer to me specifically then? Izuku stops JRPG and dry humping her, which makes Ajui a little upset. I was. Just. You were. Suppose I was drawn to your incredible body at first. As time went on, I quite liked hearing you talk. The first part was understandable, somewhat. But the second bit. You were attracted to my voice? How do I word this? Izuku pretends to think about it. I liked how blunt you were. It was the way you spoke that drew me in. I love your blunt, no bullshit honesty. Thank you, Izuku. Tsuyu wiggles her large booty against him. Can we get back to it now? Izuku hugs her tight. He pats her belly, resting his pinkies underneath the hems of her panties. Sure. Standing up was a pain, so they rested on the bed. Tsuyu was on her stomach, allowing Izuku to press his weight down on her and enjoy hot-dogging her backside. Hey, Izuku. I bet you think the sports festival will be easy. It will be. Then how about a challenge? Sure. The last round of the sports festival always consists of one-on-one battles. If you go through that without getting hit once. Azui flips around, trapping Izuku with her powerful legs. Her sopping wet pee-pee leaving a print on his boxers. I'll let you come inside of me as much as you want. Izuku blinks. Are you sure about this? Are you? Azui sniped. Well, he tried warning her. Not that he was gonna refuse this anyway. Sure. And if I lose? Learning a little humility never hurt anyone, ribbit. Izuku deadpans at that. Right. They went to securely cuddling for multiple hours. Azui had a few small orgasms here and there, but Izuku unfortunately had none. The day came, and Izuku was selected to give the opening speech. Bakugo swallowed nervously as his childhood bully stood before the mic. Please don't say anything stupid. Honestly, Izuku stretches. I don't have much to say to any of you. I mean, me winning this thing is gonna be PSS easy. It's gonna be a wash. Midnight and Present Mike frowned. Aizawa slammed his head into a wall. And the funny part is, everyone watching this knows that as well. In a fair fight, I'll always win. No ifs, ands, or buts. But Midnight spoke. But since I'd rather not bore everyone by winning everything in 3 seconds, a challenge will be imposed on your gloriousness by yours truly. If, at any point in this event, during any of the events, I am touched by any of you peons, I'll drop out of UA entirely and never attend any hero school ever again. The aroused murmurs out of the crowd and of the competing students. What the hell did he just say? Is he crazy? What an ego. Azui's eyes widened. She did not tell him to do this. In fact, I'm so sure it's not gonna happen, I'll even say this. Not only will I drop out of UA if I lose, for an entire calendar year, 365 whole days, I'll be the personal servant of whoever ends up making contact with me. That sweetened the deal quite a bit. Some of the students, especially those from general education and Class 1B, had malicious looks on their faces. They had plans for him. That'll be all. Try to make me break a sweat. He leaves the podium with his eyes closed and a confident stride. When he returned to his class, Tenya tried to grab his should and talk, only for Izuku to dodge. Oh whoops. Didn't mean to turn the reflexes on already. What's up, Ida? The bespectacled youth shook nervously. Are you crazy, Midoriya? You just made enemies of hundreds of students. If I actually lose my own challenge, I was never worthy of being here. Trust the process, glasses. I'll be alright. An obstacle race was the first event. As soon as it started, to the surprise of the audience, everyone began gunning for Izuku. He laughs at this, jumping onto a purple-haired kid's head on the shoulder and leaping past them all like a rocket. Later, suckers. He laughed and dashed away as everyone followed after him, only for most of them to be frozen by Todoroki. The race was a cinch, and at a few points, for the sake of fun, Izuku stops at a few points just to show that he could very easily win and avoid them at the same time. He gets first place. The next event was the cavalry battle, which wasn't an issue. Azui, an attractive support student named Mei Hatsum, who he also kept in mind for later routes, and surprisingly, Bakugo joined him as well. Upon being asked why by Izuku, he doesn't really get a straight answer. He just says he wanted to help him out of the hole he dug himself. In any case, Izuku wasn't touched at any point, nor were his points taken. He remained at 10 million the entire time. And then came the event everyone was waiting for. The one-on-one battles. Everyone wanted to see Izuku, the record breaker, in action. He was first put up against Ibra Shiozaki of 1B. Another person he kept in mind. You're quite full of yourself, she said sharply. Yeah. Izuku smirks. I gotta make living in a world full of cardboard and ants interesting somehow. Ibra widened her eyes. Card? She sighs. Pride is sin, Izuku Midoriya. Having and expressing it isn't, but to this degree, it's grotesque. Sin? What's a sin is that awesome body. He wasn't expecting so many UA girls to have excellent figures. Momo, Mina, and Jiro were great, and Azui is as well. Her strong legs, thick thighs, sizable biarthis, and exquisitely large backside thrilled Izuku. And Ibra was no different. Sure, Izuku shrugged. What I'm more keen on knowing is whether or not you'll keep talking my ear off about it, or if you'll cut the sheet and do something? Ibra sighed. When I win your challenge, I'll use the 365 days to bring you back to the light. Vines appeared behind him, but they were destroyed the instant they rose and attempted to grab him. Yawn. He shouted, twirling his dagger before putting it back in the space it came from. Use a year to. I don't know. Nothing came to mind. Never mind. Izuku dashes forward, kicking Ibra and sending her out the arena, winning the match. A fast victory that people mostly reacted negative to. Cardboard and ants. The watching heroes and civilians murmured amongst each other. Sheesh, that kid's annoying. Yeah, but I'm sure as hell not gonna check him on that, and you aren't either. There's no way he's that powerful, right? He is. And if he backs up all that sheet talk by winning without getting touched, it'll only make his huge head bigger. A good butt kicking should set him straight. From the looks of it, the only one who can beat him was All Might, and he's dead. Damn it, what a pain. The rest of the first round Izuku paid no mind to. When it was over, everyone was given a 20-minute intermission to rest and relax a bit. Of course, Izuku and Azui used this time to disappear to somewhere no one would find them and talk. No one's gotten me so far, see? Izuku said. They were leaning up against the same tree, far away from any prying eyes or ears. The way I see it, I think I'll be winning our bet. With low difficulty, mind you. Yeah. You don't seem very worried. Izuku said. I'm not. The sports festival isn't over yet, ribbit. Izuku smells something peculiar and smiles. Is there something you aren't telling me? But. Why would you think that? I have a pretty good nose, you know. I can smell something interesting on you. Izuku moves in front of her and slowly gets closer. Azui backs up against the tree, her heart hammering on her chest. You're aroused, Tsu. Azui doesn't say anything. She stands there, frozen with ragged breath. Her legs quiver with excitement. Izuku presses her. He gently and lovingly, lifting her chin with one hand. You want me to win, don't you? The thought of my succession excites you to no dash. Azui lunged on him, kissing him deeply and in a primal, animalistic manner. She was hungry once. Izuku fell on his back and returned Azui's passion tenfold, once again dominating her in yet another heated makeout sesh. She eventually breaks away from his lips, still remaining on his lap and quite close to his face. I can't stop thinking about you, Midoriya. She kissed his jaw. Your smell, your taste, why your... She groans just thinking about it. Every time you pressed your PP against me, I felt it throbbing, raging. It felt so big and hot. I wanted it, I wanted you inside me. The primal urge to breed with the superior life form, Izuku, surged within Azui like a thunderstorm. Azui cracks. She was almost hyperventilating. I love you. I love Dash. Hey. Izuku interrupts, putting a hand over her mouth. He stands up along with her. You wanted to experience me this whole time, huh? Yes. Why didn't you just say so? I don't really like the idea of getting P-Argin and T, especially right now, but every time I think about you FNG me, I get immensely hot and wet between my legs. We'll talk later, okay? Izuku says. We have to focus on the sports festival. I believe your fight is coming up soon. You're right. Azui kisses him one more time. Regardless of if you win or lose the challenge, you're gonna FING me unconscious after. Of course. They went separate ways so as to not arouse suspicion. Before leaving, Izuku could hear the small and deathly quiet breaths of someone who was watching them almost the entire time but pays her no mind. The matches flew by. Azui fought and unfortunately lost against Bakugo, but she did pretty well. Izuku was up against Nito Monoma was 1B. Used Bakugo's quirk? What the hell? He easily dodged him but was utterly confused. Nito smirked smugly. Are you frightened, Midoriya? Are you terrified of a peon ripping you off of your high horse and showing you what for? Izuku scoffed at the notion. As if anyone from your lesser class could best me. I was just a little surprised that you used Bakugo's quirk. Not that it'll help you here. Nito flew it, but Izuku hit the ground and kicked him in the face with both of his feet before twisting his body and kicking him across the face again. Just from these two hits, Nito was incredibly disoriented and hurt. Growling, he creates a smoke screen with explosion. Before he could try attacking again, the smoke began moving away somewhere. Just seconds later, it was all gone. Izuku breathed all of it into his lungs. And then he breathes out, blasting Nito with a huge gust of air and smoke, blowing him out of the arena and winning the match. Winning. Almost as natural as breathing. Izuku laughs as he leaves the arena. The final match comes. Izuku versus Bakugo, his dear old friend. When the match began, Bakugo tried talking with him, only for Izuku to kick him out of the ring in less than a second. He didn't feel like annoying or beating him senseless anymore, as he was more interested in FANG his new girlfriend and future wife in this timeline, Tsu. He was crowned with his gold medal. As he said he would, he won the entire tournament without being touched once, which he proclaimed with pride. He even says to the world that he would be bigger and better than All Might ever was, which really got under a certain hero killer's skin. Afterward, they returned to class. Aizawa told them that they had the next 2 days to rest and recuperate. Upon hearing that, Izuku glances at Azui. Azui glances back. They knew what they were going to do with those 2 days. Unbeknownst to them, but not Izuku, a certain girl saw this and grit her teeth. At the end of the day, as Izuku and Azui were leaving, someone stopped Izuku. Glasses? What the hell do you want? Midoriya. His voice and body language gave off that something wasn't right. Can you come with me please? No. Izuku walked away. Ida stepped in front of him. But it's important. I don't give a damn in what it is, I'm not Dash. Midoriya. Azui said. I think you should go with him for now. If it were nothing, he wouldn't be as stressed as he is. Izuku groaned but relented. This better be really dim and good, glasses or so help me. As it turns out, it was good. Tensei Ida, Tenya's older brother, was critically injured. He was paralyzed due to damage to his spine. Geez. Who messed this guy up so badly? Midoriya. Huh. That green card you used. Do you have any more of those? Tenya asked in a distressed manner. Izuku pulled out a whole deck's worth. I have like 307 of these. They restored your heart completely. This surprised Tensei, his mother, and the doctor. See, can they restore my brother? With words, Izuku tore off the apparatus on Tensei's face. Hey! Tensei's mother rushed Izuku. What are you doing to my son? Bite this hard. Izuku shoved the card in Tensei's mouth. Now. Seeing as he really didn't have a choice, Tensei bites the strange card. Izuku tears it and it does it magic. Tensei had an onset coughing fit as he sat up. What the? Tensei removed all of the other things attached to him and he stands up. How? Tensei's mother was brought to tears, as was Tenya. Both turned to Izuku, about to thank him profusely, but Izuku turned around and began to leave. You don't need to thank me or give me anything. Just don't bother me again. He leaves behind the confused but happy family. Azui was home alone. Her family was gone, and according to a text from her mother, they wouldn't be back for a while. She sat on her bed, waiting impatiently for Izuku to come. When she heard a knock at the door, she sprung up and opened it before the person behind it could knock again. Sorry, the Ida thing took a while. Izuku says. Right. Azui dragged him in, putting his hand on her chest. Talkin', grope ribbit. They sat and talked for a while and touched each other as if it were as casual as breathing. They discussed potential dates, what they liked, etc. You know, Izuku spoke as Azui straddled him. He shifts from massaging her BRSDS to her hefty butt meat. Your hero costume is tight as hell on you. Should I have worn it? No. The teachers would grill you about it if you tried bringing it with you. Besides, cosplay is a mid-FTZH anyway. Izuku pecks her on the cheek. And if you are gonna end up naked and beneath me anyway, I don't really see the point. Azui's tongue dug into Izuku's shorts, reaching his PP in a few moments. With the same unchanging expression she always had, she made a simple request with the bluntness she was known for. Let's just F already. Before Azui knew it, Izuku was ball deep inside her in the evergreen missionary position. Azui affectionately held his face, poking at his lips with her tongue. Izuku allows her in, engaging in another of the ripe, deep tongue kissing that they both loved so much. Izuku slowly moved in, increasing his pace at a relatively slow pace. As soon as their lips touched, Azui locked her arms around him as she experienced an explosive orgasm. This euphoria was unlike anything she had ever felt before. While she was on this high, Izuku was pushed to the point of coming deep inside of her. The frog girl convulsed as this went on, mind broken by the onslaught brought upon her by Izuku. Azui was trying to speak but was unsuccessful. Izuku stopped coming after about 20 seconds, kissing her briefly. Are you okay, Tsu? Keep going. Azui croaked. Please keep going, R-ribbit. Izuku smiled. If you say so. He brought her ankles next to her head, proceeding to go down on her in a mating press. His favorite maneuver. While his priority was mostly on pleasuring Azui, Izuku's mind was also on a certain invisible girl who was watching them from the corner of her room. Her heard small droplets of something hit the ground beneath her. He could smell her arousal. Minutes later, Izuku pumped Azui's womb full again. With that, she passed out. Izuku sits up and pretends to leave for the bathroom. Just as Hagakure rummaged around for something underneath the couch, Izuku grabbed her and forced her against a wall. Hi, Hagakure. Izuku said in a scarily friendly tone. You're really kind of a freak, huh? Midoriya. Hagakure panicked, slamming a fist against him. Let go of me. Hagakure. Izuku grabbed her shaking fist. You do realize the situation you're in, right? Situation? You're here without my or Azui's consent. As far as we're concerned, you broke in here. And for what? Hagakure growled. You did something to Tsu. Why you hypnotized her, didn't you? I heard you too during the sports festival. What? Izuku was genuinely confused. Hypnosis wasn't among his abilities. At least he didn't think they were. Is it that unbelievable that a girl likes me? Izuku chuckles. Whatever. You can say what you want about me, but you're the one who broke into this house and watched us. If this got out, you'd be in hot water for abusing your powers in such a villainous way. What? Toru's eyes, for a long few seconds, went down to Izuku's exposed phallus. It was still hard and throbbing despite his ruts with Azui. She gulps but returns her gaze upward to Izuku. What are you saying? I'm saying that if you keep your mouth shut, I won't say anything about this. Izuku says. I mean, what would you gain from telling people me and Azui are a thing? Again, you'd be the one in hot water. Not me. Toru growled. Fine. You win, okay? I won't say anything to anyone. I'll leave. Izuku, to her surprises, kisses her directly on the lips. Directly on the lips. Somehow he knew where they were. Could he see her this entire time? No, that wasn't it. He just made a really good guess. He went full force on her right from the jump. Toru could taste both him and Azui on him. She was ashamed that she liked it. She swatted at Izuku's chest, but it was like hitting a steel wall. Just seconds later, she could feel her legs give out, and her nether regions moisten furiously. She felt Izuku's raging Urken teasingly poke at her entrance. Every time the tip of his pee-pee pulsed, it sent tiny electric shocks throughout her entire body, pushing her further and further. But right before she was about to climax, Izuku stopped. Goodbye. Izuku walks off toward Azui's room. She heard Azui's froggy ings come a few moments later. With invisible tears rolling down her face, from guilt, sadness, and something else, Toru shakily puts her clothes on and leaves. Azui was on top of Izuku. After quite a while of being f'd senseless, the CC frog girl took charge while Izuku relaxed. She ate his pee-pee hungrily, bobbing her head up and down while using her wet, prehensile tongue to slide it at the same time. By this point, her mind was lost in the cloud of lust Izuku put her in. It was like her one and only purpose was to wring out as much cum from Izuku's ball as possible. Izuku pats her head, the frog croaking lovingly while swaying her big frog booty on the air, trying and successfully riling him up. Moments later, her cheeks puff up with his semen. She swallows every drop, not letting a single trace of it escape her grasp. You're so tasty, Izuku-chan. Azui croaked happily. Izuku smiled. You can have as much as you want, Itsu-chan. I won't get tired, trust me. She smiled, continuing to pleasure him with her dexterous mouth. Over their break, Izuku and Azui spent almost every waking moment together. They went on dates, had SEC, went on more dates, and had more section. Azui was deeply in love with him and wanted nothing more than to spend the rest of their lives together. Over this time, Azui learned more about Izuku. Mainly his love for big, thick buttes. Of course, she quite frequently teased him with her own large booty, riling him up enough to make him her senseless. Izuku expected something to happen, but nothing does. Toru kept her word and never told anyone of what happened. But they returned to UA. Izuku and Azui opted to continue keeping their relationship a secret. Izuku glances over at Toru, who isn't acting as her usual bubbly self. He couldn't tell what her face looked like and promised himself to find a way to make her visible in a future route. They had to select their hero names. Everyone had good ones, but Izuku didn't care what he was called. He chose the name Deku, which made Bakugo flinch. Time passes and Class 1A were assigned the task of selecting who they would intern with. Izuku, of course, had the most choices to pour through. Class 1A were given the PRD to do so. Huh. What's got you shocked, Midoriya? Kaminari asked as he approached. I take it you got a pretty high-ranking hero gunning for you? Izuku shocked him his list and pointed at a name on it. Mirko. Mirko. Kaminari shouted, making Jiro wince and cover her ears. Quiet down, dumps. Wait, did you just say Mirko? The rabbit hero Mirko? Siro and a few others approached. He did. Izuku said. Why is that surprising? She's never taken interns before. Ever. Kaminari states. I wonder why she picked you. It's because of the stunt he pulled during the sports festival. Momo drawled boredly. You know, all the showboating and whatnot? Jiro snickers. Explain it slower so he actually gets it, Yamamo. Shut up. I guess I'll pick her then. Izuku said casually. It's not like I need any training from the pros anyways. Trying to improve upon perfection is impossible, but this should make for a good way to kill time. Perfection, huh? Jiro huffed and rolled her eyes. Mirko is gonna kick your butt. Izuku laughs. Right? And I'm the Prime Minister. Later on, they were sent off to their internships. Mirko's was in a surprisingly nice but small house meant for 2 people. Hey Mirko. Izuku called out. Nothing and no one responds. Are you here? Nothing. As he turned around, something leaped out and attacked him, but Izuku blocked. Huh. He looked down at his arm as the attacker leaped away, grinning. Oh, did that hurt? Mirko asked cockily. Hurt? Izuku raised a brow. I felt it, but it definitely didn't hurt. Izuku attacks, punching her across the face and nearly sending her out of the house. DMN. Mirko spat out some blood and stood up, her kitchen table destroyed. You hit hard as hell. I know. I'm pretty great, huh? Izuku grinned. Mirko stands, smiling with her eyes shut. You also reek of section. Izuku was a little surprised. Perhaps it was due to her quirk that she could smell something like that. Do I? You do. Well, my girlfriend and I love each other very much. I suppose being able to control whether or not I get her PRGNT made her that much more eager. Izuku was only semi-flirting here. He quite liked Mirko's muscular physique and super thick thighs. She was like an upgraded version of Azui. I didn't need to know that. Mirko twitches. Anyway, you talked yourself up quite a lot during the sports festival, so I wanted to see if you lived up to the hype. Did I? Who am I kidding? Of course I did. You didn't, Mirko jabbed. We've only had one fight thus far, brat. That's what Izuku's internship mainly consisted of. Sparring, patrolling, sparring, and more patrolling. His internship would end tomorrow, and honestly, the whole thing was boring. Izuku said in an exasperated tone, knocking Mirko down for probably the 100th time. This is boring, Mirko. Holy shit. Excuse me? The rabbit hero stood, stamping her foot. What the hell are you talking about? I learned a whole lot of nothing while I was here. I fought you and barely broke a sweat. I patrolled with you and stopped fucking purse snatchers. I learned nothing here, and honestly, I very much regret wasting my time. He wasn't actually angry, more so mildly annoyed. He had forever, but spending time doing things he didn't like was quite unpleasant. Seeing as you have nothing to teach me, I think I'll be leaving now. Izuku stepped outside. Bye. And then he closed the door. Mirko wanted to chase after him, but something in her mind stopped her. All of her losses to Izuku flashed in her mind. Never in her entire hero career had she been so easily bested by someone. The kind of power he held was unreal. It was almost divine. What was this feeling in her chest? After Izuku left, he realized he had just 2 days of his internship left. And he couldn't think of anything to do over those 2 days. Could he visit Tsuyu? No, not only did he not know where she was, but she was also probably busy. Visit Hagakure? Ugh, I'm so dim and bored. Isn't there anything to do around here? Anyone? His thoughts went back to his first route. To Momo specifically. He kinda missed her. Can't think about her. That Momo is gone forever now. Unless I reset right now and... This is stupid. In the end, he spent the remaining days not doing much. Sometime later, he learns that the one who injured Tensei was none other than the hero killer Stain, who was still at large. All in all, he was happy to go back to UA. There, Aizawa announces the end-of-term test, which Izuku wasn't worried about. Time passes. Azui, unfortunately, went off to study with Momo and a few others, so she could increase her grades, which were fine before. Everyone passed the written test. Surprisingly, Izuku and Momo got the same scores, which the haughty rich girl didn't acknowledge. And then came the exercise test. Plot twist, it'd be a pair of 2 students against a handicapped teacher, which disappointed Izuku. Speaking of Izuku, he wouldn't have to do any of this. Though he didn't want to fuel Izuku's ego, the facts were that he was simply too powerful. All Might was dead, and none of the other teachers could match his strength or speed. Teaching him combat would be pointless, so his test would be different. Midoriya, you're gonna be watching everyone else's battles and giving them honest criticism on their strategies and quirk usage. Was what Aizawa said. He didn't want to do this, but the point of this route was to stay at UA, so he relented and watched the battles, which were incredibly boring. Man, this place is. Izuku kicked his feet up on the desk as his eyes grew heavy from looking at the monitor. USS. I know, right? Aizawa says. He slammed his face on the desk. Fin. And again. He continued this until the tests were over, at which point he gave the class their criticisms, which were surprisingly insightful. After this, they were given all of the necessary information pertaining to the place they'd be training at. A forest lodge. After class was over, everyone went separate ways to different shopping stores to buy the things they needed. Izuku had a feeling that someone would have suggested they all go shopping together, but that didn't happen here. Maybe on some other route. Of course, Izuku and Azui go shopping together. On a few occasions, they snuck off for a quickie or 3. A blow job here, some anal there, etc. Izuku liked Azui's tongue and how she used it, but he enjoyed flattening her dump truck booty every time he moved in her. All of their sessions ended with a tender kiss. And a blow job for the road. They had plenty of fun. The day of their class trip came, which led to a collision with the hero group known as the Wild Wild PP Cats. A group of cute girls Izuku would keep in mind for later routes. The blue one, Pixie Bob, was very interesting around Izuku, which seemed to annoy the kid with them. Izuku wasn't fazed by her interesting words, which upset her. Alas, she moves on. She uses her quirk, which drops them into what they call the Beast's Forest. Izuku traversed it with ease, and Azui was doing fine. Hagakure was struggling, but she'd make it if she kept going. The class eventually makes it, and Izuku spots the same weird, angsty kid just hanging around, being angry at everything. Upon noticing his eyes, the kid glared at him. Izuku smiled, rolling his eyes. He was likely a non-factor here. Everyone retrieves their luggage, has dinner, and then takes a bath. Izuku wishes he had X-ray vision, but being able to smell arsel with his super senses was a close second. Then again, just about every metafolk could do that. The day goes on, and Izuku mostly zones out. He doesn't really participate and mainly uses this time to lounge around, which annoys Aizawa and the Pussycats. That's him, huh? Mandalay asked Aizawa, to which he answered, yeah. He's probably my most troublesome student to date. And he's so strong you can't do anything, and because of that, he has an uncontrollable ego? Mandalay asked. Aizawa nodded. DMN. Well, I don't know if there's anything we can do here. All Might was probably the only hero that could humble him, and if there exists a villain put there that could give your student a good fight, well, that'd be horrible for the rest of us peons. So I've heard. Aizawa says flatly. I brought it up with Nizu, and he's looking into bringing another #1 hero here to Japan from another country. But I doubt that'll help us. Training goes well. Hours turn to days and days turn to weeks. Izuku mainly does some light exercise as he didn't need any training. There were ways of improving metas, but that was only possible on the fourth world. The lower plane simply couldn't accommodate and refine his power. It was now night, and everyone was asleep. Except for Izuku. He heard a small footstep on the floor. Someone had entered and was trying to be quiet. Out of curiosity, he doesn't move or shows any signs of reacting. Whoever this was, they slipped a mask on his face, which emits a kinda of sleeping gas. Villains, no doubt. Of course, it doesn't affect him. But he pretends it does as he is picked up by the mysterious person with long arms. Before he knew it, he heard that he was on a different type of floor. They warped somewhere. He was put on a chair and had his arms and legs restrained by heavy metal. Then, a hand made contact with his palm. The palm instantly combusted into familiar white fire. Come on, seriously? Izuku gets up, destroying the restraints accidentally. He kicked away the burning body of AFO, who tried knocking him out and stealing his quirk. Then he killed the creature that brought her him, a weaker version of the wing Nomu that was at the USJ. AFO was a little disappointing to him so far. In the future, he'd leave him alone to get stronger and steal quirks. And then he looked upon his surroundings. He was in a bar. Weird. No one was here, but he knew this guy had other allies aside from Shigaraki and Kurojiri. Finding them would be the hard part. Unfortunately, AFO's body was erased. But Izuku loosely remembered his scent. Cranking up his nose to the max, he tried tracking everyone that had AFO's scent. He got a few trails and smirked. It's been a few days since Izuku went missing. The PP Cats and Aizawa kept training the students, but it was to a lesser degree, as they tried finding Izuku. Since he was strong, most assumed he just left for some reason. The possibility annoyed them, but on the off chance he actually was kidnapped by a villain, they remained diligent. To everyone's surprise, especially Hagakure's, Azui fell into a deep depression and stopped training entirely. She barely left her room and only ate what was brought to her. They were taken aback by just how badly his disappearance hurt her. Hagakure was under the impression that Izuku used his quirk to make her fall in love with him, and she assumed that hypnosis was why she almost came just by him kissing her. But there was no way a quirk could bring on that kind of raw sadness. The love she had was very real and wasn't forced at all. This made Hagakure feel a little weird. She didn't like Izuku, at least, she didn't think she did. She was a little jealous of the effect he had on Azui and angry that deep down, she missed his lips on hers. And the pleasure. She slapped herself. She needed to stop thinking about him, and, what the hell is that? Bakugo shouted. In the distance, something was approaching. Something big enough to be seen over the trees. Everyone got on guard, but a few moments later, it was revealed to be Izuku. He was carrying multiple massive bags filled with something. He also didn't have a shirt on. I have returned. Izuku dropped the bags, their weight shaking the entire forest. He stretches. Forgive me for my little outing. Well, forced outing. But I have returned safe and sound. Mandalay and Aizawa approached the former, asking, forced outing? Well, Izuku explains. He was kidnapped by a villain who called himself All for One, who tried forcibly putting him asleep to steal his quirk. But since poisons and drags don't work on him, Izuku caught him off guard and killed him. A half-truth. Then, instead of coming back immediately, he tracked everyone with AFO's scent and killed everyone in Japan who was allied with him, from corrupt heroes to police to even some government figures, but he left some alive for info-gathering purposes. The large bag had the living associates of AFO. The much, much larger bag had the dead ones. There were some decently strong ones, but what took the longest was finding a way to group them all up. And of course, there was the issue of returning here from where I was without a warping quirk. But all's well that ends well and all that. He yawns, ignoring the looks of utter shock on the faces of Class 1A and 1B Coda and the PP cats. Well, that's all. If you'll excuse me, I need to take a bath. This is the first time I've broken a sweat, ever. And it was due to me zipping around the entire country villain hunting. You can go through the bodies, right? Don't follow me, by the way. Bye. He zipped away, leaving a dust trail behind him. Aizawa stared at where he was and where he was going in silence. He turns around. That's just about it for me. He can do what he wants. Aizawa didn't care anymore as long as Izuku was on the side of good. I'm gonna go lie down. Monoma was speechless, but this only reaffirmed his desires. He had to somehow find a way to touch Izuku and copy his quirk. He needed to know not only what it is but also what having that kind of power felt like. He needed it. He hungered for it. Later on, as the teachers and several other pros went through Izuku's bounty, the green-haired metafolk soaked in the male baths alone. Then, someone walked in on him. Two people, one of them trying yet again to be stealthy. Tsuyu Azui and Toru Hagakure. Hey, Tsu. He says as the naked frog girl approached. Sorry that I was gone a while. She kept moving silently. Azui got into the water again and held his face, her eyes having nothing behind them except for one thing. Never mind. Azui kisses him, holding him in place with her strong legs, which were, along with her sizable rear end, sat firmly on his lap. Without waiting, she dropped all of her weight on his PP and rides him. Even though this combo felt good for Izuku, he knew this was more for Azui than him. It was like she was deprived of her favorite food for multiple years. In a sense, Izuku was deprived as well. He missed her slim waist, baby-bearing hips, thick, powerful thighs, large and firm melons and an even larger butt. He loved her body. Izuku kisses her all over, leaving a good dozen love bites on her shoulders and chest. During their fun, Izuku heard Hagakure miming extremely quietly. She was touching herself to the SXL display. At the end of their fun, Azui dresses herself and leaves, satisfied with her bounty. Izuku stands up. Hagakure. The naked invisible girl steps forward with heavy breaths. Her palms landed on Izuku's chest as she began licking at his chest. Her leg humps his phallus as if she were a dog. Izuku hugged her, running his hands across her invisible figure. Her body was about equal to Mina's but with a slightly larger bust. He could feel some muscle on her as well, especially in her thick thighs and legs. If Momo was an S, and Mina was an A, Jiro would be a B+, and Toru would be an A-. All in all, her figure was excellent. Izuku prods open her lower lips and slowly speared his length into her. It was a little weird, given that she was entirely invisible, but he made it work. Toru bites his shoulder to stifle the volume of her M's. Izuku went faster, hitting her delectable chest but all the while. They stood there, bathing in each other's bodies for the next few minutes until Izuku comes in her. Again, it was weird FNG something invisible, but she felt good at least. He slapped her but as Toru wrapped a leg around him, continuing to pleasure him with her lower half. Izuku's? Izuku corrects himself. Toru. I'm sorry, Izuku. Toru says. He could feel her begin to asike on one of his nipples, muttering with her mouth full, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Izuku shushes her. It's okay to. It'll all be okay. He hugs her tight as he pumps her womb full again. The invisible girl twitches with pleasure. She was crying. Not from how good she felt, but from an overwhelming onset of emotions. An emotional breakdown. She was sobbing but Izuku hugs her. Sush. Everything will be okay to. Just stop thinking. Wah. Toru sniffles. Stop thinking. He smiled kindly. You're thinking too much, and that's why you cry. No one will ever know of this as long as you do one thing. Whenever we're alone together, stop thinking. You like what's happening and deep down, you want to be my loyal, unwavering beach. So, just let it happen. Embrace the pleasures and let your mind break when we're together. As long as you're a hero saving lives and whatnot, who cares if you engage in a little debauchery with me? Be but dash. I'm gonna kiss you now, Toru. Izuku lifts her chin. And once that do, you'll surrender to me. And we'll pleasure each other. No one will know, and there will be no consequences for either of us. I'll make you cum your brains out for years and years. His lips meet her own. Toru trembles. Her brain did backflips in her skull for a while before it settled. She kisses back, pushing as much of her skin onto his as possible. She moves her hips on her own, taking in her now lover's lengthy and girthy phallus. Good girl, Izuku says, moving from her lips to her ear. You're so good to. You're doing so well. You're all mine now to. We're gonna have so much fun together. And then he moves to her neck. Toru's breath shakes, and then just seconds later, she breaks and surrenders completely. Thank you, honey. Training proceeds as normal for the remainder of Class 1A's and 1B's time at the Forest Lodge. Of course, on more than a dozen occasions, Izuku either snuck away with Azui or Toru for some rough breeding. He came in each of time more than 10 times over the duration of their training. Even though Azui very clearly didn't know about Toru, Izuku could tell that she was just a little suspicious. Not that he cared. The middle of August comes, and life returns to normal. Nizu considered implementing a dorm system due to Izuku being kidnapped. The name he had in mind for it was the Heights Alliance. But he puts it on hold for now. Because of Izuku, nothing really happened to UA and its students. Shigaraki and Kurogyari were rotting in Tartarus. AFO and almost all of his followers and allies were either dead or in Tartarus, and Izuku, even now, was so powerful that crime rates actually started to drop. He expected and prepared for the worst, but the worst never came. If anything, Nizu was more worried by Izuku. He was volatile and had almost no traits of a hero. He had All Might's unmatched strength, but not his heart. He was too strong to be trusted without any countermeasures in place. So, instead of investing in dorms, which weren't needed, he put the resources he would have used for it into two things. Better training for his students and a top-secret project of his. The Nomu the villains used were interesting but flawed. But Nizu was smarter than any other human in the world, more so than Garaki or anyone else. He could work out any KNKS he came across. He hoped he wouldn't have to use something so powerful. But if Izuku stepped too far and killed a ranked hero, he'd unleash it without any hesitation. It was another day. After training to create their ultimate moves, which Izuku didn't participate in, he called Toru over to his place. Being forever eager to please him, she rushed over inconspicuously. She was wearing something interesting for him under her large jacket. Even though you can't see me, you should be able to take in and lust over my contours while I'm wearing this. Toru placed her hands on her backside, giving it a few healthy slaps. The tight denim shorts enunciating her thick, fleshy. But, you love butts, don't you? And these. Toru turns around, showing off her bouncy melons via a small bra. Her nipples were hard and poking through their red triangular coverings. She gropes herself, shuddering. You love these too, no? I know your type. A bust beach with a huge butt. Like Tsu and Yamamo. That's correct. Izuku said as Toru straddled him like Esuhar. By the way, question. Do those cards heal everything when used on a person? Where was she going with this? Izuku answered honestly. Yeah. Sicknesses and chronic pains, everything. You'll be cleansed completely. Izuku could feel Toru's smirk. Good. She took something from her jacket, the item in question stunning Izuku. It was alcohol. An adult drink. If I'm to be a proper beach, I gotta sound and act the part, huh? I commandeered this from a shop. Don't fret over the details. She opened it, but before she could drink any, Azui walked in on them. Toru was shocked, but Izuku wasn't. He wanted to see what she would do. Azui stepped forward fast. Fiku, this isn't what it dash. The frog girl appeared behind her, putting one hand around her neck and the other lifting her chin. Suddenly, Azui forcibly kissed her from behind, her prehensile tongue bulging in her throat. Izuku watched as Toru's shorts grew damp, and after a minute, she soiled them via orgasm. Azui separates from her, pulling her tongue from her neck at a slow pace, digging in twice more before pulling out completely. You dirty beach. Tsu spanked her with her powerful tongue, making THR invisible girl squeal. Sneaking behind my back, another slap. Stealing SMN from my boyfriend? 2 more. I should punish you until you beg for mercy. After 1 more, Toru squirts yet again. She was a MSCST and a glutton for punishment. Despite being mad, she wasn't mad. Izuku asked, you aren't mad at me? No. Azui states. You could have told me though. Threesomes could be fun to dwell in. Sneaking behind me wasn't necessary. My bad. Azui feels around Toru's head before grabbing and pulling her surprisingly long hair. You want to be aware so bad? We'll treat you like one. So it begins. Going upstairs to the bedroom, Toru was thrown down. Izuku sat on her torso, his throbbing resting on her face. Her breaths tickled a bit but only served to arse him further. Azui spoke. To be a proper beach for Izuku-chan, you must be able to hold your own against Izuku's D-dashed. He shifts around, shoving his length down her throat in one motion. As Izuku ruthlessly fed her mouth, he grabbed the alcohol Toru brought and poured down her chest. From between her bust down to her snatch. Azui stares at the liquid with apprehension before Izuku says, I can heal you. Go nuts. That was all she needed to hear. Ajui's tongue extended out, starting from her BRSS and going downward. She drank up all of the alcohol that was poured on her body. Once she reached Toru's womanhood, she jammed her tongue within her depths, causing the invisible girl to scream against Izuku's phallus. Izuku violates her throat as Ajui violates her inexperienced pages. She was being spit-roasted, attacked on all sides. Toru, overwhelmed, orgasmed several times in Ajui's mouth. And then minutes later, Izuku finishes in Toru's mouth. Her cheeks puff up, and a bulge went down her throat every time she swallowed. It was hot. Next, Izuku and Ajui switch positions. Ajui sat her meaty rump on Toru's face, gyrating her hips as the invisible girl tongued her wet snatch. Meanwhile, Izuku lined himself up before going inside her ball deep, pounding her with vigor. With every move, Toru came on him. And Ajui thoroughly enjoyed how eagerly Toru was tonguing her. So much so that she gently clamped her legs around her head and came straight into her mouth like a fire hose. Toru swallowed it all obediently, savoring its taste. After having their fun for this round, they both removed themselves from Toru. She was wet, convulsing mess. So you can heal her, right? Ajui asked while stroking his. Yeah. We go harder on her then? Ajui grabbed Toru by the neck with her tongue. As soon as Toru got close, as if it were instinct and despite almost being unconscious, she wrapped her legs around Ajui. That's it, Toru-chan. You're learning. The frog girl grabbed the alcohol and forced it into Toru's mouth, tilting the back of it upward. Toru drinks. A lot. After downing almost half of it, Ajui puts it down and spreads Toru's butt open, tearing a sizable hole in her booty shorts to do so. The invisible girl ummed almost mindlessly as her rosy pink anus twitched needily. Izuku goes in, pounding the last hole he hadn't claimed from her. Meanwhile, Ajui slapped Toru across the face with her tongue, commanding her to wake up, which she did. Sorry. Toru muttered before kissing her girlfriend. Ajui kisses back, clogging her throat with her tongue once again. She could barely breathe, but it felt so good. Throughout this process, every time she threatened to pass out, Ajui and Izuku would slap her on both sides to keep her awake, abusing and bruising her body, much to her delight. Never had she felt more truly seen in her life. Izuku comes in her again. Her mind was in such disarray from Ajui and Izuku that when she was laid down by them, she turned visible. Bruises were prominent around her pretty neck, and they stained her hourglass figure like dirt on a diamond. But Toru welcomed them with open arms, smiling up at her lovers as they stared down at her in surprise. Wow, they both said. Toru giggles. Am I that pretty to you guys? She looks at her hands. I've never seen myself before. I'm more impressed neither of us accidentally hit one of your eyes. Anyway. Ajui picked her up by the air, making Toru bite her lip. Izuku sits down on the edge of his bed, opening his legs for the two girls. Ajui and her tongue began to work at his while Toru primarily focused on skiing and massaging Izuku's baseball-sized ball and only occasionally kissing along his pages. All the while, they looked at him with love in their eyes. Minutes later, Izuku's legs shake, giving the signal for Ajui to throat all of his inches and swallow all of his seed for the first time in this entire session. Izuku then holds Ajui's hands, folding her into a mating press and pounding her. Toru, repaying Ajui for earlier by sitting on her face. Her tongue welcomes itself in her snatch, creating a visible writhing bulge in her insides. Izuku kissed at Ajui's navel, coming inside minutes later. Lastly for Asue, Izuku sits up, allowing for the frog girl to dance on his lap. Toru loved and admired her form, analyzing her curves and the way she moved, intending to copy it and do the same for Izuku later. Having enough of her amateur lap dance, Ajui hiked up her thick butt, lines up her anus to her lover's pee-pee and drops on it at full force, amateurishly twerking on his thick meat pole until Izuku comes like a vicious jet stream, hugging her from behind as he continued for a full minute. Wearily, Ajui removes herself, allowing Toru to take her place and give Izuku the same treatment. She wasn't as heavy-bottomed as Ajui, but her posterior still had enough size and weight to satisfy Izuku. While they went at it, Ajui stood before Toru holding the alcohol. Toru opens her mouth, her tongue swirling around in the air and her eyes half-lidded, wanting the sweet liquid the bottle held. Ajui pours the bottle's contents in Toru's mouth. The formerly invisible girl just kept drinking. That's all she was meant for. Ajui moved closer, and Toru's lips connect with the bottle. Like a true beach, she esses and strokes the bottle like it was Izuku's D, until it was completely empty. With a victorious "pa," she removed her lips from the bottle. So good. Toru, now on a drunken haze, continued bouncing on Izuku until he stuffed her full again. Despite him having done this, she kept herself firmly planted, leaning in back and turning her head to kiss and lick at his face. You're so sweet, Izuku honey. I'm so glad that someone like me could be seen and used for more than just heroism. I love you. She kept kissing him, repeating, "I love you," in his ear over and over, drunk on more than just the greatest and only SEC of her life. Toru unintentionally makes Izuku come inside her again with her movements. So, Azui starts, talking over Toru's sweet nothings. "Who's next?" "Next. The next girl, Ribbit. I know you aren't stopping at us too." Izuku smirked, holding onto Toru's hips and waist. "Mirko." Azui appeared surprised. "Her? The one you had an internship with? Good luck." She didn't believe he could do it. Given time, it shouldn't be too hard to rein her in. Su shrugged. She and Toru shared space on Izuku's lap, kissing him all over his face as they stroked his PP together. The provisional license exams arrived, and to 1A's surprise, everyone targeted them specifically. But Izuku wasn't worried. Instead of taking any of them seriously, he inspects the buffet of hot, aspiring hero girls. Miss Joke, Kami, and the like. In the end, everyone passes except for Todoroki and Inesa of Shiketsu. They were a bit stronger than they would have been, after all. The next semester soon begins. Later down the line, Class 1A was introduced to the big three of UA. Izuku instantly took a liking to Nijire Hato, the only girl on the three. Her beatus were huge, bigger than Momo's currently were. Hell, they were almost as big as hers when she was an adult in the last timeline. Immediately, Nijire hounded Izuku, throwing questions at him at a mile a minute, but he kept up easily and answered every one of them somewhat honestly, which surprised her. He liked her quite a lot but wouldn't pursue her just yet. This leads into the big three teaching them about work studies and Mirio, the strongest one, challenging not Class 1A, but Izuku specifically. Nah. But Izuku refuses. Not gonna happen, man. Ah, what? Nijire pouts. But why? I wanna see what you're like in a fight. It's 'cause I'll win. Before Mirio could speak, likely about his confidence, Izuku cuts him off. I could go on all day about how I would defeat all three of you, but I won't do that simply because I don't feel like it. You aren't worth my time and I won't fight you. End of story. The big three didn't get a good impression of him, unfortunately. Instead, Mirio fights the rest of 1A with the exception of Izuku and Todoroki. The fight was one-sided and ultimately unimpressive in Izuku's eyes. Mirio used his powers well, but his quirk itself wasn't much to look at by metafolk standards. Later down the line, Izuku is recommended by Nizu and Mirio to go do his work study with All Might's former sidekick, Night Eye. Izuku had no reason to refuse this since there was a chance to learn of a few hot girls for later routes. Little did he know that Nizu planned on having Night Eye use his quirk on him to see what the future held for him. Led by Mirio, Izuku went to Night Eye's agency and, upon entering his office, was met by the sight of a blue-skinned heroine in a tickle machine. Bubble Girl was gorgeous, indeed. Another for the list along with the PP Cats, Bar Azui, and Nijire. When they were alone, Night Eye speaks harshly of Izuku, droning on and on about his strength and his overconfidence. Izuku rolled his eyes, turning his gaze away from Night Eye just before he placed a hand upon his shoulder. This seemed to irritate him for some reason. Night Eye kept talking, but Izuku wasn't paying attention anymore. He was more interested in why he was so eager to look him directly in the eyes. Was he trying to use his quirk on him? Whatever the case, he purposely kept avoiding his eyes. So are you gonna employ me or what? Izuku asked with his eyes closed. Because if not, I'll just leave. You need me more than I need you anyway. Nice eyes. He was a little suspicious, wondering if Izuku knew what his quirk was. But he disregards this. Sorry, Nizu. Fine. The stern hero says. You're employed, Izuku Midoriya. There's a group of villains I've been looking into lately. You may be useful in finding them if your senses are as powerful as you make them out to be. They were sent out to patrol. Izuku was with Mirio, much to his annoyance. I don't need to walk the streets. Izuku proclaimed. If I want to, I could easily hear everything in the entire country, crime and all. Mirio deadpanned. Right. And then a little girl almost bumped into him. Almost. Izuku stepped back, letting him trip and hit the ground instead. Hey! The girl flinched as did Mirio. But Izuku wasn't talking to either of them. He points at the alley, and moments later, a man in a bird mask appears. You smell like someone who abuses children. Kai Chisaki, the overhaul, was overwhelmed with fear. The one person he didn't want to encounter was standing before him. Izuku became something of a boogeyman in the villain underworld after he so easily dismantled AFO's network of evil. There wasn't a soul that wasn't afraid to face him. The second coming of All Might, but this time, far more malicious, thorough, and powerful. If only he had a fully developed bullet. One hit from that, and Izuku wouldn't be a problem anymore. This was all the brat's fault. If he got out of this, she would receive the worst punishment of her entire life for putting someone so dangerous on his radar. He would break her once and for all. With what he had on hand, he had only two choices. He had to either somehow get Izuku to let him leave with Eri, or he had to touch Izuku with his quirk. One touch, just one measly touch, and he'd be out of his hair forever. You. Izuku picks up the shaking child. What's your name? She was a little scared of what could happen. She looked at Overhaul, but Izuku turned her head back. No. Don't worry about him, he won't do anything now that I'm here. Overhaul growled under his mask, trying to intimidate Eri into not talking. Meanwhile, Mirio palmed Izuku's shoulder. Deku, put the kid down. Izuku pushed his hand away and addressed Eri. Well. My. She trembles. Eri. My name is Eri. Eriha? That's a nice name. Izuku shrugs. Are you afraid of me? Huh. Confusion replaces her fear as she speaks. No, not afraid of you, mister. Great. Izuku smiles, pointing to Overhaul. Does that ugly guy hurt you? Deku. Mirio says through gritted teeth. Overhaul stares at Eri. She was about to answer, but she just didn't. Rumors of Izuku's incredible power were so abundant that they even reached her ears. This was her one and only chance. Yes. Eri turned her head. He's a bad man who hurts me every single day. Overhaul tried to sneaking a glove off, but Izuku caught him and blew off his hand, bringing him to the ground screaming. You remind me of a certain other loser with dangerous hands. I forget his name, though. Izuku shot off Overhaul's right shoulder, effectively nullifying the villain's powers. Well, he didn't matter, and neither did you. He kicked him in the head, knocking him out. The patrol ended up not being as fruitful as Izuku thought. People were actually angry at him. For starters, though he didn't mean it, Overhaul actually died from shock due to his injuries. Izuku's LV went up to because he died. The only lead they had on the Hasaikai was Eri, who was extremely defensive and afraid. She was only willing to do as she was told if Deku was around. Izuku Midoriya. He was surprisingly nice to her. No one knew that Izuku genuinely didn't like hanging around Eri due to her cutting into his time with Azui and Hagakure. Izuku tried handing her off to Inko, but in the end, Eri became Yue's ward due to the Yakuza still being at large. The rest of his work study with Night Eye was stale and uneventful. A part of Izuku regrets taking out Shigaraki and AFO so quickly. Maybe if they were still around, they'd spice up the events that transpired a bit. Time passes. Classes, training, and easy with Toru, Azui, or both at once became his life for a while. Todoroki's remedial courses came and went, and eventually, the annual school festival comes around. Izuku and Todoroki shoot down the idea of participating instantly. Izuku wasn't interested in it, and Todoroki, never really growing out of his angsty, I hate my father and I will never use his fire ever phase, made a cold remark about the entire event. Seeing as they couldn't do anything to sway them, they respected their wishes and talked amongst themselves about what to do for the event. Over the next few days, Class 1A was allowed to relax while preparing. Izuku uses this time to do his own thing and explore Japan. More importantly, Mirko took the day off to cool off. Ever since that day, her mind had only been on one thing. Izuku Midoriya was powerful. Strong enough to dismantle thousands of villains and the strongest villain in just a few days. Strong enough to make a joke out of everything everyone threw at him. Strong enough to defeat her over and over again. Strong enough to dominate her. Despite his supposed young age, she craved his presence, and that thick musk of Issei that hovered over him whetted her appetite. That strength, that force, it was exactly what she imagined her theoretical husband would have. She loved strength and respected any hero that had it. All she wanted was a good man who was stronger than her. And while Izuku wasn't good in the traditional sense, he was good. He was more like herself in her younger years. Mirko, while thinking of Izuku, rubbed her wet snatch raw. That strength, that power, she couldn't just let it slip out of her grasp. Somehow, someway she had to have it. FF-. Do I have to wait? By the time he graduates, he'll probably have dash. Then the unthinkable happens. After a knock at the door, her nose twitches. The familiar heavy scent that wafted around Izuku was there. Faster than intended, she clothed herself and rushed at the door and opened it. Indeed, it was the source of her dilemma, Izuku Midoriya. Hello. Mirko pants. Are you here? She could barely concentrate around him. I was bored, so I figured I'd swing around and maybe have a see with you. Mirko slapped him. Save loaded. He'd have to wear her down a bit first. I was bored, and since nothing important is happening, I figured I'd swing by and have a few spars with you. Spar? A spar? Mirko nearly slapped herself for stuttering. Why do you want to spar with me? Well, Endeavor isn't really the sparring type. You, however, are pretty strong. Don't you want the chance to get back at me for all of your losses? Mirko smirked. You know me well. Come on in. She was hoping a good fight would take her mind off of her arousal. A few fights and losses later, and nothing changes. And to make things worse, Izuku seems to notice that something was wrong with her. Hey, I didn't catch you at a bad time, didn't I? You aren't as focused as you were last time. I'm fine. Mirko huffed and puffed, but she wasn't exhausted. Izuku frowns. I haven't told you this, but I have heightened senses as well, just like you. Mirko turns pale. And, well, aside from sweat, I can smell something else on you. Before I got here, were you? Mirko growled. A woman has her needs, brat. Izuku snickered. That's what guys are for. I didn't realize the great, powerful, attractive rabbit heroine was single. I don't just wear myself out every guy in a mile radius. Mirko crossed her arms. I have standards. And besides, most guys can't handle the great Mirko the hero. I probably could. What was that? Mirko narrowed her eyes. A sense of happiness appeared like a small spark. I could handle you. Easily. Mirko laughs. Just because you've FES your girlfriend a few times doesn't mean you can handle a real woman. Oh, and you have a girlfriend. Mirko's no homewrecker. 2. Ha. 2 girlfriends, and both of them are all for me taming you. Izuku explained with a grin. Sensing no deceit, Mirko took a step forward. I don't think you understand what you're in for, boy. You're strong, sure, but me? If you do damage me, which is unlikely, I can easily heal myself. And if I'm too rough, I can heal you as well, so. Mirko didn't know how this happened. Right now, she of all people was being held in a full Nelson and pounded into oblivion. She thinks back, remembering how she got here. She rushed Izuku ahead him in a bear hug, kissing him as roughly as she could. She intended to transition from this into an Amazon press before he could react, but somehow, he flipped their positions to what they were in now. She was caught off guard despite experiencing his strength before, and she was surprised by how good he was at this. Had he had that much practice with his girlfriends? In any case, after Izuku finally comes inside her, Mirko intended to gain the lead and dominate him, which she manages to do. She puts him on his back and begins riding her. Her fatty yet muscular piece of butt slapped against his pelvis at rabbit speed. Izuku took it like a champ and wasn't even bruised by her. That smile on his face set Mirko off, so she removed it by making out with him. Izuku melts into it and wrapped his arms around her head and back, deepening it. Mirko plants her hands and feet on the floor, focusing her energy on lifting and dropping her humongous backside on Izuku until he came inside her again, which he does after a few minutes. Izuku flips over. Now, with their places swapped but lips still locked in a steamy kiss, Izuku bashed against her womb in a mating press. He mimicked her rabbit speed with ease, exerting the same amount of force she did on him. Izuku grunts, his ball tensing as he pumps another huge load directly into Mirko's uterus. Each and every rope shot out of his PP like a high-pressure hose. Mirko was overwhelmed, but she wasn't and never would be a quitter. As soon as he was done, Mirko switches places with him again, this time sitting up and squatting on the huge rod of man-meat she intended to tame. Her thick thighs grew thicker with muscle, as does her dump truck butt. Izuku was surprised by the sudden increased tightness of her PP as she began moving, twerking and shaking her but better than Azui and Toru did in their first team. Izuku gropes the large and fast-moving posterior. Mirko, believing he was trying to slow her down, grinned. But that was not Izuku's intention. Right before Mirko's butt dropped on him, Izuku met it midair, the collision of move and butt creating miniature shockwaves. The revelation of Izuku consistently keeping up with her speed even in this stunned the rabbit heroine. But, again, Mirko wasn't a quitter. One orgasm from both parties later, Mirko picked Izuku up and slammed him against the wall. She raised her right leg and planted her foot on the wall, her flexibility allowing her to do a sideways split. Then she slammed her stuffed PP against the wall, her big rabbit girl booty flattening against Izuku. Izuku grabbed her CC muscular leg and moves, literally FANG her sideways. One powerful orgasm later, Mirko shakily returned her leg to the ground. I'm surprised you kept up with me for this long, brat. Mirko lines up her chocolate butt, lowering herself to the point where Izuku's tip was swallowed up by her anus. You love big butts, don't you, brat? The size, the way they jiggle, and I know you're going crazy over my skin color. So take it. Eat me until I can't move and make me your woman for life. She slammed her butt against him, cracking the wall. Izuku once again matches her strength and speed, going blow for blow with her until both of them blow their loads onto each other. Izuku's was in her, and Mirko's drenched his large PP. Mirko removes herself, allowing Izuku to slump down to the floor. He lets her have this. Victory. Hey brat. It's a school day, and I don't want to keep you for too long, so let's end it here, okay? But one more shouldn't hurt. This time, the final time, they went slow. Mirko slowly rode his phallus while sensually kissing Izuku. The rabbit heroine squished her BRSS against her chest as Izuku massaged her butt. And then minutes later, the green-haired antihero comes inside of her. You know, now that I think about it. Mirko pushed his hair back, planting a kiss on his forehead. You're fucking adorable, Midoriya. After another few minutes of making out, she then says, did you have fun? He nods. Good boy. Let's do this again sometime. And maybe introduce me to those girlfriends of yours. They stand up, dressing themselves. Before Izuku left, he slapped Mirko's juicy butt, making her fall to her knees in joy and squirt as he disappeared. Izuku reappeared at UA at the perfect time. For whatever reason, two strangers broke onto the school's grounds. A well-dressed man and a short woman. Holy shit! Izuku howled in his mind as he restrained the two strangers. Gentle criminal was the man. Izuku shot his leg off, which made him surrender instantly. La Brava was the woman and easily the hottest short stack in the galaxy. She had the biggest, fattest, heaviest butt he's ever seen, easily bigger than Momo's in the previous timeline. She was thick, a bottom-heavy goddess with a huge pair of melons, also bigger than Momo's. She was pretty, her hair was a nice color, she smelled divine, and the list went on and on. Izuku wanted her. He needed her. He needed to experience her, and if she was a version, he wanted to take it away. She had a small, compact, and breathable body he desired greatly. But not yet. He frowned as they were arrested, and La Brava screamed hateful words at him. He watched as her but wobbled as she walked away. Not yet. He had to wait. He had half a mind to just RP her and reload his save over and over until he was satisfied, but he didn't. That wasn't an adventure. He wanted to thoroughly explore the bodies and characters of every hot woman he could. Using his powers for SXL assault was no fun. It was lame. It was easy. Once this route was done, which he decided happened after he married the women he selected for a route, he would reset and gun for La Brava as fast as he could. Then he realizes something. Last time, he married 3 women. Momo, Mina, and Kyokujiro. And this time, he had 3 women sexually attached to him. Azui, Toru, and Rumi. He decided to keep with the trend. Next time, one of his love interests would be La Brava. That gravity-defying, doorway-busting, chair-breaking, pelvis-crushing gigantic but would be his to enjoy. As for the second one, well, he'd think about it later. He enjoyed the school festival. But before it ends, a massive explosion can be heard at the front gate. Dozens of people began screaming. Izuku, unfazed, continued eating with Class 1A. He finished the rest of the festival food he received. And then he heard a familiar and grating voice shout. Izuku Midoriya. Come out and face me. It was Shigaraki. But his voice was different. He sounded older, more mature. Whatever. He went over to face the villain. He was covered in raggedy, torn clothes, and he no longer wore hands on his body. His normal hands were still gone. And behind him was almost every villain Izuku spared thus far. If it isn't my old punching bag. Izuku opened his arms. How'd you get out of Tartarus? Shigaraki just smiled at him. Then he died. In his vision, a red heart split in half before shattering to pieces. What? Izuku was in a void. This is a first. He didn't take it too hard. Killing metafolk was extremely difficult for mortals, and there were rules and regulations in place in case it did happen. These rules and regulations did not apply to metafolk with time-based powers like Izuku. It could be reversed, so he was free to die as many times as he wanted. I didn't pay attention. That's my bad. And then white text appeared before him. Before him appeared 2 massive words. Game over. Game ha. More text appeared. You cannot give up just yet. The text sounded weirdly female. Izuku. Stay determined. Don't worry text. Izuku'll be just fine. Save loaded. If it isn't my old punching bag. Izuku opened his arms. How'd you get out of Tartarus? This time, Izuku paid attention and heard a bullet speeding toward him. He easily dodged it, the surprisingly colorful bullet hitting the ground in front of him. Izuku looked back, spotting a busted sniper with colorful hair perched atop a building far away. Of course you managed to dodge Lady Nagin's bullet. Shigaraki said, mildly annoyed. Izuku smiled. No matter. It's been so long, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku lets him speak. As for your earlier question, my time in that dreaded prison was spent honing my mind, leveling up my intelligence stat and shattering all of my mental barriers. Each and every second of the day was spent image training. I went over everything I knew about you, thinking about your death at my hands over and over again. I hate you. I dash. What hands? Izuku joked, snorting and not being subtle at all. You know, I gotta hand it to you, man. That little speech and this whole attack were awesome. On one hand, you're a little crazy. All of those offhand remarks about me were rude. On the other hand, you're stupid. I mean, will of those goons really be handy to you? They didn't fight me and diddly, after all. They can't throw hands at all. I'm not very merciful very often, but I'll hand you off to the police and use my hands to hand you another L with my handy hands. But for all of your efforts, I'll give you a hand. Round of applause for Dash. Shigaraki attacks, sending out a massive decay wave through his feet. Save loaded. As for your earlier question dash. Izuku rushed Shigaraki and blew off his legs with his gun. Then he knocked him out. He proceeds to blitz and mutilate the remaining army of villains, knocking them unconscious but not killing them. That's what you get for sneak attacking me. Fucking dork. Then, remembering the mysterious Lady Nagant, he appeared behind her in just a few seconds, pinning her to the ground atop the building. Listen here, sniper. Izuku, taking a liking to Nagant, humps her. The woman growled at him as his stiffening D made itself comfortable between her plump ass cheeks. This will be your only warning. If I ever see you again for any reason at all, I will break you. Over. Izuku grabs her BRSTS and squeezes them hard. And over. He slapped her large booty. It jiggled wonderfully through her dress. And over. He pressed her lower half against her bottom, hard. And over again. There will be no mercy. Do you understand? No reaction. Izuku slapped her but again. Do you understand? Nagant nods rapidly. That's what I thought. He gets up, as does the woman. Now get out of here. Nagant shot him a silent glare before escaping. The day was saved by Izuku once again. And, comedically, no one died or even got injured. Apart from the damage to some buildings and the UA campus, the attack was a total failure. With that, the festival ended well. And so did Izuku's time at UA. His first year at UA was a little chaotic due to the villain attacks, but due to them failing, he didn't face any scrutiny. In fact, their reputation as the greatest hero school in the world was only bolstered and reaffirmed by the villains' failures. Everyone became strong in their own right, but still, even without training at school much, Izuku was still the strongest by a country mile, and his grades were almost perfect. Of course, over the school year, Izuku and his girls met up and had SEC plenty of times. His second year of UA was completely peaceful and generally a breeze. He dominates the second quirk apprehension test and sports festival, going through it without getting touched yet again. His third year, like the second, was peaceful. He remained at the top, and when he officially became a pro, he made his way to the top at record pace. He became the #1 hero in less than half of a decade. He was widely known throughout the hero world as an unstoppable, unbeatable force of nature with zero weaknesses. Due to his controversial and brutal methods of dealing with villains, crime rates dropped to below 1%. The lowest they had ever been ever. If you were a purse snatcher and caught by Izuku, you had a limb broken. If you tried to kill someone and got caught by Izuku, you had all of your limbs broken. If you were a full-blown supervillain, drag lord, mob boss, or anything of the like, you'd be given a choice by Izuku. You either lost both of your arms or your legs. He never got tired, he never got sick, he never showed weakness, and he always grew stronger by the day. There was nothing anyone could do to beat him. He was the most powerful hero to ever walk the earth. The unstoppable number, and now, he sits in a comfy chair in the middle of a live interview. The interviewer asked him questions that tried to make him look bad, but Izuku easily deflects. In the end, his ideals were solidified and inspired many around the world to be a little more harsh with villains and criminals. Like with All Might, no one knew what Izuku's quirk was. And like with All Might, they'd likely never learn. There were theories, but at the end of the day, those were just theories and nothing more. Izuku knew that, deep down, political figures and the higher-ups were afraid of Izuku and his uncontrollable nature. At least with All Might and Endeavor, hiding from them was easy since they didn't have super hearing. But Izuku, well, hiding shady activity from him was almost impossible. It was like he was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Izuku has reached the end of his second journey. In the Midoriya household, 3 women gave a show for one in the bedroom. In tight green shorts and nothing else was Tsuyu Midoriya, who ran her hands across her curvaceous body. She was in her prime, with fuller BRSTS and a bigger butt than in her younger years. Her mammaries swung in the air as she spun on her heel, interlocking her fingers before twerking for her husband. She got lower, shaking her massive booty harder. It shook and wobbled like the finest pudding. It clapped, mimicking the sounds of heaven itself. Another wife appears. Toru Midoriya, wearing nothing but a tight pair of cream-colored shorts. Her figure had grown to almost match Ajui's. When Ajui stood, Toru grabbed her butt and squished each cheek together. Then they kissed. The heavy milk tanks making up their BRSTS squished together. They ran their hands all over each other's bodies, kissing and kissing for what felt like days. Their love ran deep. Then, for the finale, Rumi Midoriya. She was retired and let herself go a little bit. She had earned it, and even though she was a little on the plump side, Izuku loved her nonetheless. She wore a pair of tight black shorts and walked up to the pair of girls. She grabbed both of their buttes and alternated between making out with Tsu and Toru. So, husband, Tsu spoke up, grabbing the girls. Who are you gonna have your way with first? Toru. Tsuyu's hands found themselves on Toru's midsection. Her waist was slim, and her hips were wide. She bit her lip, loving and drinking in every second of attention. She drooled at the possible abuse Izuku would subject her to. Rumi. Tsuyu grabbed at Rumi's belly fat and love handles. She was thicker and less muscular, but now her meaty body served the purpose of being used by Izuku for his pleasure. Rumi nods eagerly, biting her lip as her froggy wife groped her belly and melons all while lightly moving into her. Or me. Tsuyu turns around, clapping her dump truck but without the need of her hands. Who will you choose to break, Izuku? The ball is in your court. All of you. Izuku says without hesitation. I choose all of you. His wives smiled and Toru says, that's correct. Izuku rests her head on Mirko's thighs, the former rabbit heroine leaning down so that he could SCK on her nipples. Toru in turn kissed on Izuku's nipples and occasionally left love bites all over his muscular body, which far surpassed a marble statue. Tsudargis's meat pole, which had increased in size over the years, with her dexterous tongue. She then puts her mouth around it, hollowing her cheeks so that every inch of her mouth aside from her teeth is touching and massaging his D-dash. Izuku enjoyed his life. He enjoyed watching his women come together for a trio ass job, and he enjoyed fing them unconscious afterwards. After many, many years of his place as the #1 hero being unchallenged, and many years of FNG the same 3 women, he's had enough of this timeline. He gives his wives one last kiss before hitting the reset button. Next time, La Brava, whoever she was, would be his to conquer. Along with the final 1A girl he hasn't experienced, Ochako Uraraka. The third one? He'd wait and see. Maybe he'd take Momo for another spin. Or maybe he'd pick one of the cuties from 1B. There were so many possibilities for him, and he couldn't wait to explore. Sometime later, Izuku receives a call. He doesn't bother responding. I suppose I should have expected that. It was Nizu. Well, we'll just leave a message. This felt oddly familiar. Tse. Inko says in the same tone as last time. So, you became the #1, huh? I just wanted to say that I'm proud of you, Izuku. Regardless of methods. Regardless of the rumors that one woman keeps trying to spread, the one pertaining to you supposedly during her in the past. Even though you never text, call, visit, or mention me in your interviews. Even though you seem to have cut me out. I'm so proud of you. Goodbye. This was weird. This wasn't right at all. Izuku wasn't born in the right time PRD. He quickly discovers that he was born decades in the past, way before he was usually born in this world. This must be a byproduct of his quirk. What else could it be? Multiple resets being used in the same world must, by chance, cause different things to happen. A number popped up on his head once he was of age. Different numbers must mean different alterations to people and the timeline. But what did this one mean? Well, for starters, he was born in the past. His mother was still Inko though, so there'd be no accidental slips with different surnames. He did have to go to a different school, though. Not that he missed Aldra at all. So different birth year, same mother, different school. What did this mean for his love interest? Who would he pick? The number 63 made a lot more sense once he realized who he was in school with. Shota Aizawa. His teacher was now his childhood classmate. And a girl. She was a girl. 63, aside from the time-based changes, swapped the gender of so far one person. Weirdly, her name didn't change at all. Neither did her personality. Even as a 5-year-old, she was still gloomy and tired. This was fun. Fun. Funnily enough, being the name, he decided to give this phenomena the fun value. A random alteration to the world that kept things interesting and spicy. Izuku went through his life as any tot does, but he makes sure to befriend Aizawa, who was very distant and a little harsh at first, but after Izuku gave her one of those juice pouches her male adult self always drank, she warmed up to him quickly. And by warm up, she just insulted him less. She wasn't expressive, but based on her willingly and occasionally coming over to his house, she considered him a friend. As the years passed and they grew older, Izuku mostly hid his power, which resulted in him being bullied. Spitball, stolen lunch, and even some physical violence became the norm for him. Aizawa always came to his defense, whether violently or by lending him the things that were stolen until he replaced them. Despite Izuku never having shown that he was being affected by their words and attacks, which was genuine, she seemed to think he was hiding the pain. She could never properly read him. Through their young and teenage years, they grew closer, and Aizawa became just a little bit touchy with Izuku. Their friend circle growing to include the likes of Oboro Shirakumo and Hisashi Yamada, who Izuku quickly realized was present Mike. When they became aware that Izuku and Aizawa knew each other since they were toddlers and caught on to how Aizawa spoke to him, they began joking about how they'd make an excellent couple. Aizawa would only deny these claims after Izuku did, which only reinforced the jokes. On the final day of their middle school, there was a dance to be held in the gymnasium. Izuku said he wasn't interested in it and was absent that day. As was Aizawa. They were the only two to not show up. On that day, Aizawa sort of forced her way into Izuku's house to hang out. Soon enough, they all made it into UA, everyone promising to become heroes together. Aizawa never really showed interest in their friendship and clearly found them annoying, but stuck around because of Izuku. During team exercises, Aizawa leaped at the chance to team up with Izuku, leaving Oboro and Mike to team up with each other. And when pitted against each other, their classmates suspected that Aizawa purposefully went easy on him. Their dynamic caught the eye of a rather promiscuous classmate, Namuri Kiyama. Aka Midnight. It didn't take long for her to barge in on their relationship and act flirty with Izuku. Unlike the other guys who always got flustered and were blushing as she spoke, Izuku never reacted that way around her, which both annoyed and surprised Namuri. Aizawa was always deathly quiet and extremely angry when she was around Izuku. Midnight would sneer at her in response. This would be the start of a rivalry between them. It was obvious that Aizawa liked Izuku, but whether or not Namuri did was a mystery. It was entirely possible that she was doing this for fun and to cause a little chaos. She's done it before. A secret betting pool was created. Would Izuku end up with Aizawa or Kayama? Most bet on the latter. Upon receiving their hero costumes, everyone showed them off to each other prior to a combat exercise. Aizawa's was a little tight and highlighted her impressive figure, but Namuri's was extremely revealing. She showed it off to Izuku, who not only did he not stare at her very exposed body at all, but he also showed her a better version of a costume he drew, which was just her future one. Not that she knew that. Later on, during their first year, there were quite a few dangerous villain attacks, some of which were launched against UA. There was no symbol of peace during this era. Izuku always let the pros take care of it, but after Oboro was lost, he began to take more action. It was during his class's camping trip, which was loosely similar to the present Class 1A's training camp. They were separated by gender, of course. Around a campfire while eating marshmallows, the boys laughed and talked. "Hey, Midoriya." A boy said giddily. "I have to ask, what kind of girls do you like?" Izuku devoured his marshmallow and took another. He heard the movements of a large group watching them. The girls were spying, Shota and Namuri included. But he didn't let anyone know they were there. "I suppose I like the chill, down-to-earth kind." The boys, except for Yamada, jeered. "What a boring answer." "If you ask me," a boy spoke up, leering. "I adore a babe who's good-looking. Like Kiyama." Izuku did too, but he wouldn't say that. Instead, he says, "It doesn't matter how good someone looks. If they annoy the hell out of you like Kiyama does to me, then it's pointless." Yamada grinned. "Oh, are you saying that Aizawa doesn't annoy you?" "Yeah. Unlike Kiyama, I actually quite like her company. She's someone I could relax with a rainy day or something. I'd even go as far as to say I'd date her." From there, Izuku threw out a stream of well-worded compliments regarding Aizawa and very stinging insults regarding Namuri and her putrid personality. "If you really believe all of that, why aren't you dating her?" Yamada asked. "Well, I considered asking her out on a few occasions, but I just don't think she's the type to date anyone, you know?" "You think she's ace?" a boy asked. "She's married to her sleeping bag collection and juice pouches. It's disheartening, but there are things in life you just can't change." After that, things returned to normal somewhat. Though Izuku could hear a few girlish squeals over yonder. But there was a distinct lack of noise coming from Namuri. He supposed that being called a disingenuous attention seeker hurt her feelings. The training field trip goes well. Their off day, Sunday, came around, and Izuku went over to Aizawa's house at her request. Her parents were very rarely around, so she was mostly alone. He was surprised by what he saw. In a very unladylike way, she had her legs spread on the couch while watching TV. She was wearing a black shirt that hugged her modest BRSTS and slim waist. "You're late," she said coldly. "Because I went ahead and got you this." Izuku throws her a large cat pillow. Aizawa stared at the pillow before hugging it. "You're forgiven." She stands up, stretching her arms. "Let's go upstairs." As they went up, Izuku stared at her butt, and while it was impressively large, the tight black panties she had on made it look more plump and juicy. They went up to her room. As always, it was pretty empty except for a bed, television, a desk, and a laptop, which was on the floor. Aizawa bends over in front of Izuku and picks it up slowly. "We're watching a movie." "On that." "TV's broken." She picked up the TV remote and tried using it, only for nothing to happen. "See? Or she just unplugged it or something. Not that I'm complaining." They sat together on the bed and watched a movie. After the first movie, Aizawa grew a little frustrated and rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. She was annoyed by his lack of action. After grabbing a hold of his hand, Izuku turns his head. "Aizawa dash. Call me Shota," she said with an intense stare. "Shota, I'd like to ask you something." "Go ahead." They stare at each other for a full minute. Izuku sighed, moving in to kiss her. Shota instantly leaped into kissing him back, hopping onto his lap and wrapping her arms and legs around him. Finally, she said hotly, connecting her lips to his a second later. They made out for almost an hour with breaths in between before stopping, though Shota still remained on his lap. Izuku. Yes. Let's be boyfriend and girlfriend. Okay. From there, the years flew by. During their first year, Shota and Izuku explored themselves and the romance world. Testing the waters, if you will. It soon became evident that neither of them liked traditional dates. They more so enjoyed just hanging out, which was great for both of them. They didn't tell anyone they were dating, but they weren't exactly hiding it either. Shota was subtle, but when Nemuri was around, she was extra loving toward Izuku, which set the promiscuous girl off to no end. During their second year, their relationship became a lot more physical, but only behind closed doors. GRPNG each other, with a proper heads up beforehand, became normal when they were alone together. Halfway through their third year, they finally crossed that line in a way Izuku didn't see coming. After a particularly rough day of training, which was harsh for everyone except Izuku, Izuku was relaxing at his home when he heard Shota walk in. He habitually left the door unlocked for her. She came up the stairs at a hurried pace and barged into his room. Shota dash. Take off your pants. She commanded. Now. Shrugging, Izuku does as he is told. Shota got on her knees between his legs and ripped off his underwear. Without warning, she kissed his phallus, slowly watching as it grew bigger and longer thanks to her efforts. She doesn't hesitate to SCK his D with an angered expression. Izuku found the face she made hot. And even though it was her first time doing this, she could easily take it despite his size. A few minutes in, Shota grabbed his legs and shoved her face deeper into his crotch as he exploded, his cum bloating her cheeks and running out of her nostril. She begins swallowing diligently, not expecting her lover to produce the amount he did. A full 10-second orgasm later, Shota pulls her mouth off of his PP, removing herself with a pop. To her delight, Izuku was still hard. You seem a little different, Shota. Izuku said as she took her panties and shirt off and tossed them away, proceeding to get on his lap. Today's training set me off. I'm stressed, so I'm using your D to take the edge off. Shota explained, lining herself up before slamming her sizable butt down, swallowing his PP hole. Wire dash, she stammered as she began moving. You're D doing a good job so far? Izuku grabbed her but they went at it, beginning precise calculations in an effort to compare her to his previous conquest. She was around Jiro's level of SEC appeal, so she wasn't bad, but not the best he's ever had. Her musculature was impressive, but still, not the greatest. Nonetheless, he joyfully groped her butt and chest as he pumped her full. Seeing as she still wasn't sated, Izuku attempts to stand, but Shota pushed him back down with a glare. Was she trying to be the dominant one? Having no reason to exert himself, Izuku humors her. Shota sits up and turns herself around, using Izuku's legs to keep herself up. She quietly mms as she does this, but when she is in position, she rides him reverse cowgirl style. Izuku loved it when a woman with a plump but does a squat like Shota was doing now. Especially if it was on his PP. One orgasm later, Shota, keeping control, simply rides him again until he comes inside of her again. At which point she was satisfied. Shota cuddled Izuku, his face in her chest. She took on the role of the big spoon. Every time we have AC you'll come inside of me. Shota kissed his forehead. And nowhere else. Mouth, PP, but it doesn't matter as long as it's exclusively inside me, okay? Izuku nods. Right. From there, whenever there was a particularly hard day at UA, Shota would drag Izuku somewhere and wring a minimum of 3 cum shots out of him. Izuku didn't pay much attention to Nemuri, but he could feel her jealousy at their relationship grow for months on end. Eventually, they graduate and become underground pro heroes together. A duo of sorts. Izuku rarely showed off his strength, but Shota knew that if he wanted to, he could probably become the number but he didn't. And that made him all the more endearing to her. Since they weren't paid very well by their heroics, they mutually decided to get jobs. Only for Shota to be surprised when Izuku suddenly became a programmer. He was quite talented at it and enjoyed the job. Plus, he got to work from home. After making a few wildly successful games, which totally weren't rips on games from the other timelines, he raked in quite a bit of money. They weren't millionaires, but they definitely lived very comfortably. Shota didn't even need to work unless she wanted to, which she did. It didn't take long for them to get married. Only 2 years after graduation and Izuku's success in the game development world. Izuku Midoriya became Izuku Aizawa. More years pass. Shota lands a teaching job at UA while Izuku stayed at home and kept things clean. Whenever Shota had a stressful day, she'd come back and get herself off for hours using Izuku. It was pretty fun. The year of Izuku's canon birth comes and goes, and eventually, the day of the canon entrance exams came and went as well. Izuku wondered who would replace him. On the day of the USJ attack, Izuku waits a bit before heading out and helping out. Things were going well for Shigaraki. He was winning, except for when he wasn't winning. His Nomu was about to finish off Eraser Girl when the hand of a stranger stopped the Nomu's large fist. "Hi, Eraser Girl," Izuku said with barely contained faux anger. "Hey," Shigaraki screeched. "Who the hell are you?" Tossing the Nomu away with ease and approaching his wife, Izuku placed a green card in her mouth. She bites it, and Izuku tore it, healing her fully. This floored the villains and hero students, who watched as their teacher stood up as if nothing. "Go help your students, Eraser." "I don't know who you are," Shota lied. "But thank you." She leaped away. It wasn't too hard to stop the villains this time. Izuku wasn't a student, nor was he known as the one who broke All Might's entrance exam record. He was pretty sure he was pretty unknown in the grand scheme of things. There was no Muffet or Wing, and there were a lot fewer villains to deal with. And All Might wasn't attacked at all either. After killing a few of them and destroying the Nomu, they ran away. Izuku heals the students that needed to be healed, kind of enjoying their relief. There were 2 students that were replaced. Instead of himself and Uraraka, Ibara Shiozaki and Tagaru Kamakiri were here. They were both grateful for his help. Before leaving, Mina Ashido all but jumped at Izuku, asking who he was. Shota explained to everyone that he was actually her husband. "Husband?" Every girl in the class shouted. "You're married?" As they were talking amongst themselves, girlishly cheering at the cuteness of the situation, Shota grabbed Izuku by the ear. "Don't bother wearing anything when I get home," she whispered. Before the class could ask any more questions, Izuku leaped away, much to their disappointment. While Izuku was taking a shower, Aizawa walked into the bathroom and joined him, pressing her bosom against her husband's back. Despite being 30 years old, she was a full-bodied, CC woman with a killer physique. "Izuku." Shota, as casually as she spoke, stroked the thick slab of meat between his legs, gazing upon it as she made it slowly stand. "What do you think of Midnight? What do you mean? Give me your honest thoughts on her. Or her body. Say what comes to mind." She's CC, obviously. That's her whole thing. As for her person, she's mellowed out, but I still don't like her. Then again, I don't hate her very much either. "Would you have a CC with her?" Shota asked, smiling at the fully irked phallus. "If you could." Izuku scoffed. "Of course I would. I won't because I'm with you, but if things were different, I most likely would probably sleep with her." "I see." Moving on from the subject quickly, Shota went in front of Izuku and slipped his pee-pee inside of her while standing. Izuku embraced her, tenderly kissing his wife as he slowly moves in and out of her. Izuku washes her hair and back, sneaking a few heavy handfuls of her posterior along the way. Shota does the same, washing his back and such. As Shota, he briefly disconnects from her lips, squeezing her but tightly as he comes inside of her. "I love you, Shota." If Shota hadn't been affectionate before, she certainly was after their marriage. Constantly, she would shower him with physical touch in every place she could. The shower was no different. Aizawa made her adorably angry face, kissing Izuku once more. "I love you too, Izuku." During the 2-day break 1A received after the USJ attack, Shota met up with Midnight at her house. Her couch was nice. Taking a sip of her tea, Namuri deadpanned at her former rival. "What do you want?" Aizawa doesn't bother with her tear. She thinks about her question for a second before just coming out and asking it. "Do you want to have a CC with my husband?" Midnight drops her beverage. "What? Do you want to have a CC with my husband, Kiyama? Call me Namuri and..." The R18 hero blushing like a high schooler was a rare sight. "Yes. Since you're gonna ask, I'm gonna tell you why this is happening. Me and Izuku's SEC life is great, and our marriage is as strong as ever. But as great as everything is, we're curious. Mainly me. So, for our own satisfaction and out of curiosity, we're gonna have a C with you, Namuri." "We." Kiyama raised a brow. "Yeah. Unless you aren't interested in girl-on-girl action." Namuri has dabbled in such a thing before, but it's been a few years. She's watched Shota grow in certain areas every time they were in the female changing rooms. And upon being offered this, well, she scooches closer. Shota does the same. With a little hesitation, Namuri kisses her. Shota kisses back. Any hesitation she had quickly evaporated as Namuri tried pushing her fellow heroine down to make out with her more deeply. Shota doesn't budge. Instead, she grabbed Namuri's thick tree trunk thigh and draped it over her. Namuri follows her lead, straddling Shota. "You're lucky." Shota slaps both of Namuri's meaty, caked-up ass cheeks with both hands at once, proceeding to rest her hands on the 2 massive globes of flesh. "My man loves big butts. And yours is bigger than mine." "Thanks?" Namuri muttered. "Ugh, why am I being so awkward?" "I'm never awkward. Sit on my face." "What the? I want this." Shota spanks her again but harder. "On this." She points at her own face. "Preferably in the next 5 minutes. Your butt's big, and I want to eat you out while I grope it." Are you always this forward, Shota? Yes. They stripped. Nemuri admired the muscle on Shota's toned body while Shota admired her abundant thickness. Shota lays down, and Nemuri parked her monster truck but on the face of the erasure hero, who immediately began liking at her lower lips. She was really good at this, Nemuri thought. Years of quickies with Izuku were showing themselves here. Nemuri was a little thrown off, but not one to be selfish. She reciprocates Shota's efforts. She wiggled her hips on Shota's face, making the erasure hero grope and knead her, but as Nemuri ate her out. They come at the same time and all over each other's faces, but they lap up whatever liquid they could. Nemuri returned to Shota's lap. This time, Shota was jerping her huge mammaries. She pinched and tugged on her nipples before sking on them. And Nemuri bit her lip and pressed herself against Shota. All of this effing meat on you. The muffled voice of Shota growled lustfully. My husband is gonna effing break you, Nemuri. Their lips connect once again. In Shota and Izuku's bedroom, the aforementioned two as well as Nemuri sat naked together. Are you sure you want to do this, Nemuri? I'm sure. Nemuri opened her thighs, revealing her wetness before scooping up Izuku's lips in a kiss. Taking the lead, she puts all of her weight on Izuku. She pushed his hair back and kept kissing him, Izuku doing the same. Soon enough, Nemuri felt something creep up and rest between her thighs. She blushed at its size. He's got a third leg. How does Shota handle it? Getting up, Nemuri moves down to the hulking face. She pressed her cheeks against it, every pulse sending shivers down her spine. She was shuddering in admiration and hunger as she placed it between her huge bursts, which were bigger than Momo's. Shota frequently gave him tit jobs, but none that were like this. Nemuri's BRSTs were much bigger than Shota's, and it wasn't close. Nemuri, with a sly smile, stroked his girthy rod with her heavy BRS. And since a good amount of his PP poked out from between her bust, Nemuri puts her tongue to work in skinning the excess length. And the back of Izuku's head unexpectedly hit Shota's thighs. Feel good? She asked, to which Izuku nods. That's fine. But remember who you belong to. She moved and sat on Izuku's face, her feet propping up his head and pushing him deeper into her womanhood. This combined attack brought Izuku to his orgasm of the day, coming all over of Nemuri's face and BRS for 30 seconds. Demon Shochan. Nemuri giggled as Shota got up, blessing Izuku with the sight of Nemuri pooling all of the cum on her melons together by playing with them. Your hubby's like a fire hose. I'm surprised he hasn't impregnated you yet. We play it safe. Shota leaped forward, shoving her face between Nemuri's cum-glazed cow melons and drinking up whatever she could. Pouting, Nemuri settled for the ropes on her face, liking her lips and whatever else she could use her hands for. Izuku's a beast, Shochan. Let me feed him, Kay? Nemuri said, pecking her on the lips before turning her body around and bending over, looking at Izuku. See this, handsome? Nemuri slowly wiggles her hips, her extra-wide, pelvis-busting booty wobbling. Once upon a time, a villain slapped this bad girl on her huge butt in the midst of a fight. After that, I crushed his skull and left him a shell of his former self for the rest of his life. Point is, she slapped it, you're the only man in the world who will get to enjoy my body. So let's be good F-buddies, okay? In a teasing manner, Nemuri slowly lowered her gargantuan butt downward on Izuku, both of them miming and losing breath the further she went along. Huffing, Shota forced Nemuri's posterior down completely, causing the buxom heroine to cry out in both mild pain and extreme pleasure. I don't see the point in dragging things out. Shota appeared in front of Nemuri, cupping her face and watching as she broke down mentally. Seriously? You're on the brink of coming just from my husband going inside of you? That's adorable. Shota spanked her but before attacking her nipples. It's as I said. My husband is gonna break you, Nem. Nemuri simply whimpered, her body shaking and paralyzed from the overwhelming stimulus. Since you can't move, I'll do it for you. Shota grabbed her by the butt and moved it upward. Nemuri mewed loudly but didn't dare stop Shota as she slammed it down. All of this but you're too mindless to use it for its purpose. No matter. Shota, while sloppy kissing Nemuri, moved her big butt for her and used it to get Izuku off, kind of like using an onahole. Izuku relished watching his PP appear and disappear while in Nemuri's expansive caverns. He also enjoyed watching yet another nice, plump booty bounce on and for him. And then came that feeling he loved so much. The rush from an orgasm and the pride of watching the woman who brought him to that high crumble like a building. Nemuri's hefty but vibrated from her own orgasm. She interlocked her fingers, putting her arms behind her head and miming into Shota's mouth as she comes her brains out. Moments later, she couldn't hold herself up anymore and collapsed face down huge, but up, come rushing out of her PP. All that CC talk she did throughout her career just to pass out after one round. Shota stands. So, babe, what do you want to do with her now? Well, I could heal her, but I think she should sleep. That's fair. Izuku lays down next to her, and Shota gets on his other side. You know, that was actually pretty fun. Shota hugged his arm between her BRSDS. I loved watching you F her. I loved doing her. You thinking what I'm thinking? Shota asked. Yeah. I know someone. Izuku had been watching the sports festival for a while. He was completely unimpressed by the fights and students. But something more his speed happens. During an intermission, Namuri sneakily dragged Izuku off to a personal suite of hers. As soon as they were in and the door was locked, she shoved him against a wall and pressed her butt against him. You know Izuku, Namuri said as she gyrates her hips, twerking her luscious booty up and down against his large tent. I had a small crush on you back during our school days. Did you? Izuku shuddered. Why? It was one of those crushes where it came from you reacting differently to me than everyone else does. Namuri said. Everyone drooled, whereas you bashed me harshly and put me in my place with your words. She pressed herself against him harder and turned her head, whispering in his ear. That was really hot, by the way. Izuku threw his arms around her waist, humping into Namuri's costume faster. I'm gonna. Namuri blinked twice before looking at Izuku's strained expression, soaking in his slow ngs. Izuku, you dirty man. I was just trying to warm you up. What? She wiggled her rump against him, resulting in just a few more cum shots. Did my big, shapely butt turn you on that much? She liked her lips. We don't have time for anything fancy, unfortunately. So I'll treat you with this and give you something special later. She pulled down his pants and, while maintaining eye contact, liked up and swallowed any cum he got on himself. Her tongue started at his left thigh and went up to his crotch. She suckled on his ball before continuing her journey. She licks up his and kisses the tip of his pee-pee before beginning to SCK on it, bobbing her head up and down and hugging Izuku's legs but so as to keep him still. Midnight relished in his shaking legs and heavy breaths. She SE him harder, her dripping wetness thankfully being contained by her costume. Izuku comes, Namuri's warm mouth and throat squeezing him for the full minute of his orgasm. Namuri removed her head from his still throbbing phallus and smiled up at him. She wiped away the dollop of cum on her chin and SE'd on her finger, removing it with a pop. Listen, Izuku baby. Namuri stands up, gently pushing her knee against his pee-pee and her huge, soft BRs against the muscles making up his chest. There's gonna be a break of 2 days after this event is over. And over those 2 days, we're gonna have the raunchiest, mind-melting SEC of our lives. I'm gonna SCK you, ride you, and kiss you until the sun rises and do it all over again. And she liked her lips again. I'm gonna punish you for denying me for all of these years. Denying you? Yeah. Namuri blushes. Every day since we graduated from UA, I rubbed my pee-pee raw thinking about you. I probably masturbated for tens of thousands of hours thinking about you F&G me stupid. I wanted you to badly I was almost driven crazy. Izuku hugs her, his pee-pee firmly pushing against her belly. Izuku could feel her womb throbbing and beating like a heart. Now that I have you, Izuku whispered to her. I'll never let you go, Namuri. Your baby-making, succubus body is all mine now. Namuri pants, her legs almost giving out from beneath her. I have insane stamina and endurance, you know. Probably even more than Mirko. Izuku gropes her butt. So let's have lots and lots of it, okay? Namuri wanted so badly to leap on him then and there and ride him for hours, but she restrained herself. His words nearly done her in. Now it was a competition. Who would break who first? Either way, Namuri would have the time of her life in the upcoming days. Soon after the sports festival's end, Izuku found himself on a luxury bed owned by none other than Namuri. Her place was nice. Before him stood 3 pro heroines. Eraser Girl, Shota Aizawa. Izuku's lovely wife. Long black hair, a fit body with visible muscles, but he loved to pound and births that filled his hands and spilled out. She wore a pair of black panties as always. On her left was Midnight, Namuri Kiyama. Izuku and Shota's SEC friend. Long hair and the body of a goddess. Huge BRSDS bigger than her head, a slim waist, wide hips, powerful thighs, but that could pulverize a chair. Her dark purple underwear tightly clinging to her double extra large ass cheeks. She was side-hugging Shota. And finally, was a newcomer, Ms. Joke aka Emi Fukukado. Her body wasn't too impressive, but her sexiness was undeniable. Her round butt is covered by orange and green panties. Izuku, Shota said. All 3 of the heroines' buttes were flush against each other, with Namuri's being the biggest and sandwiched by Shota's and Emi's. Who's first? New girl. Izuku points at Emi, who was a blushing mess. Come here. Okay. She muttered, walking over to him and getting on her knees between his legs. Izuku sits up and moves closer, picking her chin up and kissing her. Izuku gropes her, Emi miming at his touch. He moves closer, his finely sculpted chest squishing her BRs. Izuku's hands moving to her buttocks and then to her PP, about a minute of intricate hand movements made her wet. You're cute, Izuku separates from her laps but continues jabbing her womanhood. What's your name? Her breath halts for just a moment. FF-. My name is Emi Fukukado. Ha. You're cute, Emi. If you don't mind me asking, what made you agree to do this? I had no luck finding a good man. Emi unknowingly begins bucking her hips into his fingers. Figured. I try this to experiment. You know. Izuku smiled. I see. I'll make a good first impression. He placed his warm hands on her inner thighs and spreads her legs open. I'll treat you well, Emi. Let me guide you. She nods meekly, allowing Izuku to push her on her back. He slowly inserts his phallus into her folds, Emi's legs quivering beneath him as she cries out. Once it was all in, she finally stopped, but tears stained her eyes and face. Izuku cupped her cheeks, wiping her tears away. You're doing such a good job, Emi. His moves were slow but strong, slowly breaking in Emi's inexperienced body. To soothe her, Izuku kisses her passionately. Emi, as time passed, slowly grew accustomed to Izuku piping her. Later, Izuku bottoms out deep inside of her, disconnecting their kiss to listen to her miming. Once the high passed, Emi giggled salaciously, rocketing herself and Izuku upward. Emi was straddling Izuku now and beginning to bounce herself on his PP despite both of them having already came once. F-. Emi wrapped her arms around Izuku and nibbled at his neck. Izuku hugged her waist, meeting her bounces with his moves. Why you're so effing? I'm gonna dash. She stopped moving and biting him, but Izuku doesn't stop moving. Emi soaked the sheets and his crotch with her own cum, locking her legs tightly around Izuku as she does so for a dozen seconds. Izuku, a minute or so later, took Emi's NPL in his mouth and decided on it, grunting furiously as he stuffed her womb and PP to the brim again. The two of them soak in each other's love and liquids for a few moments before Emi's legs relaxed. She liked at his earlobe. What kind of sissy friend am I? Huh. She giggles. I'm so sorry, Izuzu. I haven't even secured yet. My mistake. She quietly ummed as she removed herself from his throbbing Erkton, laying on her back and opening her mouth. Two of her fingers hook into the sides of her mouth as she drew circles in the air with her tongue. Come here, Izuku. My face hard. Emi pants. Before she knew it, Izuku grabbed her by the hair and slammed his girthy PP down her throat. Emi simply lays back and moves her tongue as Izuku did as she requested. Oh wow. Namuri was in awe and very much turned on by the sounds they were producing. Her hand went between her legs and into her womanhood. Shota casually does the same. Your husband is. Then Shochan. Minutes later, Emi closes her eyes as Izuku comes down her throat and directly into her stomach. She was a little uncomfortable, but she swallows all that she could. Phew. Izuku pats Emi's head as he withdrew. You alright, Emi? She responds with a thumbs up. Hey. Need a break. Another thumbs up. That was the signal for Shota to take her turn, leaping at Izuku and engaging in a passionate, sloppy kiss, which made Namuri pout. Izuku fingered her snatch and Shota stroked his PP. Hey. After a minute, Shota looks back, deadpanning. He's my husband. You'll have your turn. Namuri grumbles something, which neither Izuku nor Shota listened to. Shota moved back, putting her butt in the air and her face in Izuku's crotch, smelling his phallus after its use. Mate. This scent, this musk even after smelling it so many times. Shota licks up the before beginning her blowjob. It still breaks me so good. Being well aware of Izuku being in but man, Shota wiggles her butt around as she se his D-dash. As time passed, Izuku was brought closer to the edge. And soon enough, Izuku moves forward and holds Shota's head as he pumps her throat full of metaphocism. Shota has bursts of mini-orgasms with every thick rope that went into her mouth. Drinking feverishly, Shota's knees spread outward as she begins lightly twerking, her firm and fatty ass cheeks clapping sexily. And Namuri comes from rubbing herself at the sight. Shochan's but may not be as big as mine, but it's CC and thick as F-. I need her to sit on my face or give me a lap dance. Pwah! Shota pulls her face from his pages. Izuku flips her on her side and places her leg over his shoulder, proceeding to pound her sideways. Her thick thighs jiggled, as did her plump but every time Izuku moved in her. This, of course, leads to his second orgasm minutes later. Ah! Shota sat up, grinding her butt against Izuku. He grabbed her by her throat. Oh yes. Tightening his grip just a little bit as he lined up his PP to take her final hole. Yes. As they went through their third round, Izuku kissed at her shoulders. The feeling of her plush booty against him, driving him to accidentally bite her a few times, creating hickeys. He harshly grabs her chest and tugged on her nipples for several minutes. watching with glee as she comes her mind out, her tongue lolling and her eyes almost crossing. And then, Izuku comes deep into her butt, slowly lying her down on her front as he kept filling her. Humans were truly the best way to kill time. Even after 3 times, Izuku kept FANG Shota prone bone style until his finishes for the 4th time. In the end, Shota was only semi-conscious with her but high and proud in the air, leaking Izuku's essence. Finally, Namuri said hotly, sauntering her way over to Izuku and caressing his muscular form. This body is so rigid and strong. She placed her palms against his pectorals. And so much muscle. If you tried, you could easily conquer any slutty woman or heroine you want. Like Mount Lady or 10T. Izuku knew of the former and would definitely claim her later, but 10T was a new name. He'd look into that one later. So, how long do you think you can go, stud? I should be asking you that, Nem. Namuri was on top of Izuku, slowly riding him as they made out feverishly. Her large body pinned him to the bed, and her hands were on the sides of his face. Her tongue, thick, wet, and warm, explored his mouth thoroughly. The bed frame shook and creaked every time Namuri's huge posterior collided with Izuku's groin. Namuri as their lips smacked together. You're so good. You taste so good. Izuku. Izuku spreads his legs and moves upward, pounding Namuri harder and faster. Moments later, he bear hugs her huge butt, keeping his lower half in the air as he comes directly into her womb. Namuri kisses him uncontrollably, never wanting to stop this. Laying face up, Namuri mewled as Izuku took her breath away via mating press. His face was buried in the light amount of pudge in Namuri's belly, kissing her navel and abdomen over and over again. She wrapped her legs around him as he stuffs her pee-pee for the 2nd time. Namuri was between Izuku's legs. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, huffing and puffing as his ICC friend buried his D in her massive bibs. Foo. Namuri placed a kiss on his tip. What's with that face, Izuchan? Are my big, soft BRSs that tantalizing? She SCKS what length she could while bobbing her BRSTS up and down and maintaining eye contact. Moments later, Namuri was graced with her favorite substance in the whole world. She squeezed her giant mammaries together and SE harder, drawing out more of Izuku's essence. Izuku couldn't help but think of Momo while this happened. Namuri lay face down but up on the bed, spreading her bright pink anus open and inviting Izuku to F the soul out of her body. To her delight, Izuku pounds her hole hard, stuffing her anus as he did to her pee-pee. You have so much, Izuchan. Namuri cooed, stroking Izuku's condom-covered length as he SED on her NPL in an NTMT nursing H&DJB. I've always wanted to act as a mommy to the right man. And guess what? That man is you, Izuchan. Namuri leaned forward, putting more of her huge BRSTS weight onto Izuku's upper half. Moments later, Izuku comes like a fire hose, filling the condom up rapidly. 10 seconds later, once he was finished, Namuri removes the condom and pours its contents into her pee-pee. Right where it belongs, she states. Namuri and Izuku were taking a shower. And while they did want to get clean, they were also too horny to properly focus on that. She rubbed her mammaries on Izuku's back, washing it as her hands explored and washed his front. Izuchan, Namuri whispered seductively, which in this case, more so meant normally. Would you like a massage? Izuku had heard of massages but never experienced one. Metafolk bodies were extremely physically powerful and were virtually impervious to ailments such as disease or poisons. In the extremely rare case that metafolk needed medical attention, they were simply healed by the many powerful healing metas in the 4th world, which always removed any pains a metafolk had. Even in his mother's centuries of life, Izuku doubts she's ever had a massage before despite her being just as hedonistic as himself and everyone else. He wasn't going to deny a new and possibly pleasurable experience. Sure. Namuri moves in front of him, connecting her lips to his in a heated kiss. While she washed him, she kneaded the muscles in his neck, shoulders, and when she began to wash his hair, she massaged his head as well. This was new, very new. And Izuku loved it. Grunting, he pressed his body against hers, eating her huge rear and eating her while standing. They kissed passionately as if they were lovers for decades. Namuri diligently rubbed the stress out of his muscles and moves her childbearing hips forward. And while all of this occurred, they washed each other, GNG all over one another's bodies. Izuku memorized all of her curves, all of her weaknesses and so on. Izuku comes inside, Namuri's wet folds clenching down on him and wringing out as much SMN as possible. Namuri and Izuku embraced one another, and while the former was on the D of the latter, she wasn't moving her hips. They kissed and groped each other for almost an hour with breaks for breath in between before speaking. I'd love for this to go on but… Namuri yawned. I just can't keep up with you, Izuchan. I'm sorry. It's fine. Izuku pats her head. We have all the time in the world to do this again. Still, I said I was gonna wring you dry, and I couldn't. To compensate, Izuku was put on his back with Namuri on top of him, his pee-pee still within her folds. We'll sleep like this. Just in case you have any wet dreams. Speaking of. She releases a little bit of quirk, and while it wouldn't have worked normally, Izuku pretends it does, slowly closing his eyes and drifting away. Sweet dreams, Izuchan. This was a weird dream. Metafolk could, even without trying, lucid dream every time they sleep. But this felt different. He was naked, for one. Secondly, it actually felt like he was somewhere else. A pitch-black void. It worked. Momo said. Momo. Izuku was taken by surprise when an equally naked Momo Yayorozu floated toward him. She was just as CC as Izuku remembered. But she was different. Before, she was human. But this time, she was only vaguely human. There was something different to her that Izuku couldn't quite describe, aside from her appearance. She was noticeably bigger and taller, her pupils were much darker and took up more of her eyes, and her fingers almost resembled claws with her nails being as black as her eyes and hair, which was down. She felt like a monster of sorts. What happened to her? Don't worry about that. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku thought, is she reading my mind? Don't worry about that. Momo repeats chipperly. I just couldn't contain myself anymore. I needed your touch again, honey. What with the stress of? She looked away, not finishing whatever she was gonna say. Anyways, Momo hugs him, the nipples on her massive breasts standing at attention. And nearly hitting his face. Let's do what we both came here for, yes? They kiss. Namuri wakes up to the feeling of something flooding her insides. Is he? Izuku was surely still asleep, but he was coming a lot. To her absolute delight, he was indeed having what seemed like an intense wet dream. Hips bucked upward every time a thick, steaming rope went inside her womb. Wow, look at him go. Shota said, pressing up against Namuri from behind and watching the whole ordeal. I wonder what he's dreaming about. Me, of course. Namuri said pridefully. I spoiled him rotten last night after you and Emi passed out. I would hope so. Shota smacked her ass cheeks, watching as they ripped and shook. Though, with a thick body like this, I was expecting him to bite and bruise you some more. I'm more into him just coming in me every round. Namuri said. Well, I can't exactly ugh. She felt her belly begin to swell with Izuku's semen. I can't exactly move so. I'll make breakfast. You and Emi take care of Izuku. F-. Namuri moves her hips from side to side, groaning as she continued being filled. And why ya okay? After Shota leaves, Emi wakes moments later. She rubbed her eyes groggily. Emi sweetie? Come here for a second. Namuri said. Emi tiredly nods, crawling toward her. Namuri wakes her up with a deep French kiss. Emi hummed, widening her eyes and continuing for half a minute. Wow, you two are huh? Emi looked down, spotting Namuri's larger belly and Izuku, while unconscious, moving into her and coming buckets. What the? Wet dream. He's been constantly coming for the past few minutes now. If you could. Ah, right. Emi says. Without wasting a drop, Emi takes her place and begins being filled. She's so dash. Energetic? Yeah. It makes me wonder how Shota handled him on her own for this long. And if he's ever been truly satisfied. Namuri sighed dreamily, drawing circles in his chest. He's just so perfect. A perfect man with a perfect body, perfect PP, endless stamina. Ugh. He deserves an army of CC, loyal women and heroines with big butts. That's what he likes after all. And, maybe. Despite them being open to the idea of feeding more women to Izuku, nothing ever came of it. Shota made breakfast for all of them, but they never ate it. After she returned upstairs, she took her turn with Izuku. Only after they were filled to the point where they looked as if they were PR'd in tea with quintuplets did Izuku wake up. They were already spent despite waking up, so Izuku healed them, which made their bodies absorb all of the SMN Izuku packed inside them. They all ate together. Afterward, the girls all jumped on Izuku. Namuri massaged his PP with her thighs, Shota groped Namuri's heavy butt and SED on the tip of Izuku's PP, tonguing his urethra. They had SEC for the rest of the day. And during all of it, Izuku couldn't stop thinking about Momo. Her touch was unreal. Was that dream real? Or was it a mere fabrication? Whatever the case, he paid it no mind. Weeks passed. Izuku watched from the sidelines as canon events occurred. The hero killer incident, in which Ida unfortunately dies. The final exams, all the way until the forest training camp, in which Bakugo and Tokoyami were kidnapped by the League of Villains. Izuku intervenes, fighting and, accidentally, killing All for One and Tamura Shigaraki in the process but also saving All Might's life. Everyone was grateful, but he was charged and put on probation for murder, which Shota was extremely sad about. But it was no big deal. This timeline in the end ended up going pretty well. Mirio becomes the #1 hero, and Izuku, surprisingly, becomes the principal of UA High School. Shota and Namuri, as well as Emi, retire from being teachers. Izuku Aizawa, with an annoyed expression, sorts through paperwork. Yeah, I think I'm just about done with this run. He looks down. Thank you for being here, girls. Shota was deep-throating his, and Namuri and Emi were skiing and massaging his ball. Izuku rewards his wife by coming down her throat. Afterward, she and Emi switch places. Despite them being well into their 40s, they were still as buxom as ever. After rewarding each of them with a thick cream pie, Izuku finishes up his work. The girls head home before him, as Izuku stated he wanted to touch up on a few things. I'm kinda interested in gender swap timelines as well as these fun values. Before resetting, he receives a call. For the 3rd time. Seriously? Izuku lets it go to voicemail. Busy, huh? It was Nizu. As usual. Well, I'll just leave a message. There was a pause. You know, ever since I became aware of your existence, I couldn't help but feel a little intrigued. I mean, you're strong. Strong enough to easily put down the League of Villains and contest with All Might. But you aren't a hero? Interesting. Nizu sighed. You know what? I may as well just get to the point. You aren't nearly as subtle as you think you are, Mr. Aizawa. You knew all of this would happen, didn't you? Your lack of surprise, the way you went about things, and my talent for reading expressions all lead me to believe you can control time. To what extent? Who knows? All I know is that there's a 95% chance I'm right. There's a high likelihood that you'll invoke your powers after this, so I'll leave you with some words to remember. If you can control time, and if you have reset everything on multiple occasions, I doubt it's because things went badly. Otherwise, you would have told us. His voice takes on an ominous tone. If you're playing with the world as if it were a game, I strongly suggest you stop. Sooner or later, whether it be due to your hubris or a factor you haven't accounted for, you'll come to regret what you're doing. You are not above consequences. The joy in his voice returns a second later. Of course, if you can't control time, then forget everything I just said. If I'm right, I suppose my words hold no weight since I'll probably end up forgetting everything anyway. Hell, you've probably experienced me calling you multiple times by now. There was a pause. Anyway, don't do anything you may end up regretting, Izuku. Bye. Part 2. Izuku wanted another gender swap timeline, so he resets until the fun value is 63 again. It takes more than 100 attempts, but he gets another one. And like the last one, he was born a few years in the past. He lives as normal, being raised under Inko and going to a non-Aldra school. His grades were good, but he didn't bother making friends. What's going on? Izuku, who was currently 5, was on a walk with his mother. Where's the change? It has to be around here somewhere. Then he heard something. Without his mother even noticing due to being on autopilot, Izuku snuck off into an alley. Hey! Izuku's voice startled a raggedy girl with blue hair and red eyes. Her face was dry and decayed. He recognized her right away but kept his composure. What's your name? The girl shied away from him. I want to help you. Izuku stepped closer, wearing a kind smile. I can't do that if you don't let me. So, what's your name? It takes a bit, but she answers. Tenko. Shimura. Izuku was confused. He was expecting to hear Tamura Shigaraki, not that name. Maybe it was just a female variation of the name? No, Shota's name didn't change. So what's the deal? Thinks. Tamura kinda sounded like Tenko and Shimura combined. Maybe AFO had something to do with the name change? Or maybe it was of his own volition. And who were the Shimuras anyway? He'd find out later. Pretending not to know what her quirk was, he offers a hand. Do you have a family? Tenko whimpers, crawling away. No. Don't touch me. Izuku looked confused. My quirk. She sniffles. It took my family away. I touch the ground and they all dash. Your quirk is contact-based? Based on Tenko's face, she wasn't expecting that question. But she nods. Luckily, Izuku had an art class, and during the first day of the class, everyone was given a pair of art gloves that covered the pinky and ring fingers. Tenko sat there, stunned as Izuku put the gloves on her hands. Once that was done, he held her hands. And sure enough, nothing happened to him. There. He beamed. All better. Your quirk won't hurt me now. Let's be good friends, okay? He was speaking, but Tenko wasn't listening. She was deeply, extremely enamored by the boy who saved her. She felt something she hadn't felt in forever. She didn't want to let it go over. She wanted to hold him and keep him for the rest of her life. To Izuku's surprise, Tenko leaped on him in a hug. Had it been anyone else, she probably would have squeezed the breath from their lungs. Please dash. Tenko's voice was shaky, sounding out of breath. Please don't dash. Izuku! Inko shouted, grabbing her son and prying him out of Tenko's arms, much to her dismay. Mom. Izuku was surprised but went along with it to see what would happen. She's my dash. Tenko, massively overreacting, growled and tried attacking Inko. But one was an adult, and the other wasn't. Inko kicked her in the face, knocking her out in a single blow. Tenko slowly blacked out as she watched her savior being taken away. By that woman. She hated her, she hated the world, and she hated everyone and everything that took her beloved away. She needed him back. All for one was elated. His job in cultivating the granddaughter of Nana Shimura into a being that hated heroes was a lot easier than he thought. She was already extremely angry and irritable, constantly muttering something about a woman taking her friend away day in and day out. On a few occasions, Tenko would ask Efo and Garaki to find, quote, the nice boy, whoever he was. After learning what he looked like and tracking him down, they found none other than Izuku Midoriya. But neither of them told Tenko yet. They wanted to use her affection and longing for him to bolster her hatred further. They strung her along with promises of reuniting them and always lied about the heroes being in their way. She was manipulated for years. Izuku, meanwhile, lived a relatively normal life. Inko, in this timeline, was much more controlling and conservation. She planned out his life for him without asking him. She, to some extent, was even verbally abusive. Izuku pretends to be affected but truly isn't. In fact, he was given an idea. He had been on the side of heroes for a while now. Why not try dabbling in villainy for once? His love interest was a female Shigaraki, after all. And if his last runs were anything to go by, he'd end up piping 3 female villains eventually. He grows up, choosing not to show off his power. In the eyes of society, he was a normal 20-year-old construction worker with an average strength quirk. But in truth, he was waiting. He could find Tenko easily, but he waited until the USJ was near to make his movie. Tenko Shimura never changed her name, despite AFO constantly pestering her to change it to Tamura Shigaraki. This was because her savior knew her as Tenko. She could tell that she annoyed him and the doctor every time she brought up and mentioned Izuku, but she didn't care. Her love was just too strong to be replaced with hatred. She could feel it. He was alive somewhere. He just had to be. If she became famous enough, he would come to her, or better yet, she could finally find him. Her attack on the unforeseen simulation joint was a day away. Before then, she wanted to try her luck one more time. Kurogyri. Tenko puts on her artist gloves. They were old, but they were precious to her. Tenko, take me to the alley. Of course. No. Fo, through the small screen on the wall, spoke. Kurogyri looks at the screen, but Tenko doesn't. You have a big day tomorrow, Tenko. You should rest for it. Tenko ignored him. Take me to the alley, Kurogyri. Right away, Tenko. They were gone. Master, Garaki huffed. That Midoriya boy is making Tenko defy you continuously. I'm aware. The self-proclaimed demon lord puts a finger to his head, in thought. I've tried on numerous occasions to have him and his mother killed, but my assassins never got back to me. He's stronger than he lets on. So what do we do? Do we just bring him here? No. Fo sighs. I believe with the right quirk, we'll be able to control him. Either that, or we find the person who will be able to kill him. And I believe I can access both. What do you mean? The quirk I need to control him is held by Hitoshi Shinso of UA. He's in the general education department, so he'll be easy to acquire. The one who may be able to kill Midoriya is a woman in Tatteris known as Tsutsumi. In the past, she was known as Lady Nagant. Which one will you acquire first? Garaki inquired. Both. AFO answered. But brainwashing will be taken first. Afterward, we'll break Nagant out of prison. We'll have her on standby. Tenko couldn't believe her eyes. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes. They stared at each other. Tenko removed the hand from her face, storing it away. Izuku dropped his groceries. His construction uniform is damp from the heavy rain. Kurogyri turned away. Without a word, they rushed each other, kissing one another furiously and passionately. Tenko was crying, overjoyed to finally have found him after so many years. Tenko, in a surprising show of strength and blindly by love, pushed Izuku against the wall and attempted to tear off his clothes. Wait. Izuku grabbed her hands. Not here. Not in the rain. Right. Izuku threw off his vest and grabbed his groceries. While holding hands, they walked back into the portal together, back into the bar. Leave us, Kurogyri. Now. Tenko shouts. Kurogyri nods, walking off to another room. They sat together in silence, neither knowing what to say to the other. So, Izuku spoke, making Tenko flinch. She was like a schoolgirl with a crush. Who's Kurogyri? Where are we? What have you been doing all this time? Tenko shakes, both from the cold and from anxiety. What about you? How has your life been? She deflected, as Izuku expected. He decides to make it easy for her. I hate it. He says. Tenko looks at him with wide eyes. After we were separated, I hated every last second of my existence. My controlling, overbearing mother, my job, it's all so torturous. I hate watching the boisterous, cocky heroes so arrogantly save people. The haughty interviewers, the bratty hero students, He masterfully fakes his rage, smashing the counter to sell it further. I hated all of it with every fiber of my being. All I could think about for decades was you, Tenko. Everyone and everything else was so hollow and empty. And honestly, if I could, I never want to go back to my boring life ever again. Because I love you so much, Tenko. More than anyone else in the world. I never stopped looking for you. During his speech, he didn't look at her at all. But when he finally did, he saw her sitting completely still with hearts in her eyes. Tenko held his hand, panting quietly. "What's your name?" she asked. "Izuku Midoriya." He answered. It was funny how this was the first time she learned his name. Izuku. To breathe out, creeping closer. "After I destroy Hero Society, will you marry me?" "You were meant to say after we." Izuku chuckles. He was pushing all of the right buttons on Tenko, the hearts in her eyes vibrating intensely. "So, are you hungry?" He held up his groceries. "I can whip something up right now." After having a nice dinner, Katsudan, Tenko insisted on her and Izuku cuddling every single night. She never wanted to lose him again, so she opted to sleep on top of him for the foreseeable future, to which Izuku had no complaints. After all, she had developed a nice body over the past decades. Her beards were nice and big, her hips were wide, and she was packing a big, juicy butt, which he could and did fondle. She was no Midnight or Momo or Azui, but her body was nice. Tenko grunted upon feeling his strong grip on her butt. I love you, but save it for later, please." Okay. Izuku opts to hug her, which she melted into. "Good night. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the end for Hero Society." Tenko pecked him on the lips. "I love you so much." "I love you too." Tenko and Kurogiri have just finished explaining their plan of attack on the USJ. "It won't work." Izuku says. "It won't work." Tenko asked. "How?" "I mean, it probably will, but you don't know that. You should at least have a backup in case this guy." Izuku swats the towering Nomu on the chest. "That happens to fail." "We don't have any backup Nomu prepared, unfortunately." Kurogiri says. "You won't need any." Izuku says, smiling. "In case the Nomu can't kill All Might, I'll use this." He unveils a revolver. "A gun." Tenko stared at him flatly. "Really? Do you trust me, Tenko?" "Yeah." She answered immediately. "Then have faith in this weapon of mine. Just because it's subtle doesn't mean it's not dangerous." Izuku winked at her. "Sure." She clearly didn't believe him. "I'm sure we won't need it." The USJ attack was going fine so far. All Might wasn't here, which set Tenko off. But at Izuku's word, she calms herself and watches the fight between Eraserhead and her goons. The NPCs are getting washed. Tenko muttered angrily. Before she could scratch her neck, Izuku stopped her. "Don't lose your composure, Tenko. Instead, breathe and analyze the situation with a calm mind and keen eye." "What do you see?" Tenko does as she is told. She breathed and watched Eraserhead fight. "I see." He flipped around, knocking villains down and out. It was hard to notice, but she caught it, as evident through her gasping. "Did you catch it?" he asked with a small smile. Tenko grinned. "I did." Upon noticing Aizawa's hair fall, she charged in like a beast and fought him, successfully decaying his elbow but getting knocked away. Things were going relatively well. Kurogiri defeated 13, but Tenya Ida slipped by and escaped. Izuku could hear the students fighting for their lives and begging for All Might to save them. After Kurogiri returned to Tenko and Izuku, the Noma fought. Eraserhead and wins pretty easily, breaking his arm and face pretty badly. Tenko cackled. Kill Dash." "No," Izuku said, confusing her and Kurogiri. "Why?" Tenko asked. "We have him dead to rights." "We do." "So why aren't killing him?" "Tenko, what is our goal?" "To destroy Hero Society." She answered like it was obvious. "Why? How exactly do you plan on doing that?" "Destroying every last hero." No. Wrong answer." He shook his head. "But Dash." "Let me finish, Tenko." Izuku said calmly. "You don't just kill every hero to destroy Hero Society. I mean, it may work, but it's a flawed solution." "I don't follow." Tenko says. Kurogiri reciprocates. To destroy a concept, a religion for instance, while targeting the head will cause major damage, the head will return in due time. To destroy something, you don't target a specific person or group. You target the reason that group exists. Why do heroes exist, Tenko? Heroes exist to protect and save others. She spat. And they aren't even good at Dash. It hits her, and Izuku smiles. I get it. Yeah. Izuku listens in. To destroy hero society, you destroy the belief in heroes. Exactly. Izuku said. And how should we go about that? Killing Eraserhead is pointless. It'll likely be perceived as him valiantly dying in battle. We should kill the golden children they live to protect and teach. After all, if heroes can't protect anything, then what's the point of heroes? Correct. Izuku states. Now then, the teachers are down. And while some students may be dead, he could hear Azui and Mineta being torn apart by the villains in the flood zone. I don't see why we shouldn't have a little insurance. There were a few students sitting at the exit with 13. With Kurogyri, Izuku went up there to face them. Hi. Izuku says to the frozen children. I could sit here and tell you all about my backstory, but... He kicked the head off of Shoji and destroyed Uraraka's arms. That's the end of the sentence. He returns to the center plaza. You see, Tenko. Izuku hugged her by the waist. You don't kill everyone in an attack. You cripple some but leave them alive to cause disorder and distrust. It takes two to tango after all. Tenko hugged him, pressing her large BRSDS against his chest. She was careful with her hands. Ha! Using the vultures, aka journalists, will only hasten Hero Society's destruction. Izuku picked up her chin. The chaos we've caused today will lead to Hero Society eating itself alive. After all, some may be on the side of good, but they don't fight for good. Even if it may cause havoc, journalists will eat their failure up if it means they get paid. Turning the people against themselves. Tenko smiled. I like it. Nomu, Tenko turned to the beast while embracing her lover. Dispose of Eraserhead, but do not kill or cripple him further. Just make sure it hurts. After processing the order, the Nomu picked Aizawa up and threw him onto the staircase, leading to the exit, knocking him unconscious. After a few moments, All Might arrived. Seeing his injured comrades and the decapitated head of a student made him fly into a rage. He fights hard and to kill, clashing with the Nomu with a lust for blood. The fight was intense. And only after thoroughly looking at All Might did he notice that he felt off. He was weaker than he should be, and his breathing was weird. He also seemed to defend his side more than one should. A weak point. All Might prepares to land the final blow on the Nomu, but before he can, Izuku shot him, unknowingly hitting his weak speak. All Might vomits a gallon of blood, wailing in agony as he instantly deflates into his skinny form. Ha! Tenko slowly turned over to Izuku. How? In a fight, you have to hit the right spots on your opponent to win. Izuku answers. Especially if you're overwhelmed power-wise. Izuku shot him in the head, killing the symbol of peace. Well, that settles it. We've won here, Tenko. We should leave. Let the heroes tend to their wounds and deal with the fallout. Izuku shouts to the survivors. Let it be known that the League of Villains could have killed all of you. But our only target was the symbol of peace. Next time, it may be the rest of you. They leave, having taken victory today. 9 students and All Might died in the attack a few days ago, which was a massive blow to UA's reputation. And with the deal of the greatest hero came the slow rise of crime rates and the emboldening of villains everywhere. Chew. Tenko melted as she made out with Izuku. He was sitting on the edge of Tenko's bed in her room. Tenko was straddling him, wearing her artist gloves and hugging him possessively. You did it, Tenko. Izuku said between kisses, sharpened her large, lush butt. This is the first step to the end of Hero Society. Me. She ummed before re-entering his mouth for a few seconds and separating. It was your words of advice that helped us win. What's advice to a person who won't listen? Izuku asked. You did your part and I did mine. We assist each other and cover our weaknesses. That's the reason teams exist. We're a team, Tenko. And a DM good one. Ha! Tenko liked her lips. I need you inside me, Izuku. Now. They continued hugging and kissing each other as they got into position. Tenko was placed on her back, causing her to instinctively spread her legs and wrap them around her lover. Izuku goes inside, pounding her snatch until he comes in her after a few minutes. Izuku-en. Tenko, after flipping Izuku over, cuddles him but continued to ride his PP despite being filled. So, what's next for us? Expansion. More recruits, resources, etc. Enjich. Think Sensei knows someone who can help with that. Tenko muled. But that can wait. For now, keep FNG me. Moments later, Izuku moves upward and pumps more SMN into her folds. You've been the talk of the town for the last few days, Shimura. Jiren, a veteran spoke. Your group is the reason that big blonde a-hole bit it. Villains and petty thugs alike everywhere wanna join up with the winning team, that being you guys. Tenko was sitting on a black chair, and on her right was Izuku, wearing a black suit without the jacket and a pair of glasses like a secretary. We're only interested in those with useful quirks. Tenko huffed. You said you have 2 good ones. Where are they? They're right outside. Jiren takes a hit from his cigarette. He opens the door for them, and 2 people walk in. A girl with a nice figure and a guy. Hey. The taller, black-haired one said flatly. Hi. The girl said with a lot more energy than the guy. They were polar opposites. Names and quirks. Izuku says. Dabi. Blue flames appear on his hand. I burn sheet. Himiko Toga. The girl raised her hand high. When I drink someone's blood, I become them for a while. And you too. Dabi asks. It's only fair. Manners and all that. Tenko shows off decay, and everyone looks at Izuku. He clasped his hands together and then opened them, revealing a revolver. I can do a lot of sheet, but that one's my favorite ability. A lot of sheet, huh? Dabi smirked. I suppose that narrows it down enough. Toga, Izuku said. Yeah, hottie? Tenko narrowed her eyes at Toga after she said that. He rolls up his sleeve. Demonstrate your quirk. Her smile fades. Are you sure? You couldn't kill me even if you tried, so, yeah, go ahead. She grins. If you say so, hottie. She grabbed her wrist and tried stabbing him. The knife shatters on contact, stunning everyone. Oh whoops. That knife was a piece of sheet anyway. Use this one. Toga receives the worn dagger but wasn't very impressed. This thing looks old. Try it. Toga managed to cut his arm this time. And then she began drinking from his arms. Izuku didn't know what metafolk blood had tasted like, but based on the silent shock on Toga's face, it was indescribable. She also didn't spontaneously combust into white fire, so humans could probably consume metafolk blood as much as she wanted as long as she didn't touch his powers. Oh. She stares at Izuku's bloody arm. Oh wow. Izuku blinked. You doing alright? Toga kept drinking. Right. He addressed Dabi. So, any more questions? An obvious one, yes. Dabi says. I have to know. How did you kill All Might? 2 things. Tenko said, giving Toga a mean side-eye. The Nomu that fought All Might suddenly appeared behind Dabi, startling him a little. Nomu, a bioengineered weapon, the very same creature that fought hand-to-hand with All Might. He was half the puzzle. Half. Dabi was in awe. This thing could probably kill a certain bad father. Just. Nomu distracted and wore down All Might, but it was my boyfriend, Izuku, here that got the finishing blow on him. He blew his head off with the revolver he showed you earlier. Boyfriend? Toga pouts. You know what they say. Sharing is dash. No. Darn. She looks up at Izuku. I'm not complaining, but why haven't you stopped me from drinking your blood yet? It's as I said, you couldn't kill me even if you tried. It's impossible for me to die of blood loss. Toga blinked owlishly. How? Don't worry about it. Right. Toga paused. What the? I can't turn into you. Huh. This intrigued Izuku. Blood-based quirks from the lower planes seem to interact with divine blood differently. She frowns. Looks like I won't get to see what you're packing yet. Phooey. Anyway, we'll bide our time for now and attack Hosu City in the future. You have the power to kill Endeavor right here. Dabi points a thumb at the Nomu. And you want us to attack a city? That seems pretty stupid. The point is to destroy society's faith in heroes, which destroys hero society and the heroes. Tenko clarifies. If Endeavor, for instance, isn't a hero anymore, he loses his influence, his main source of funds, his resources, and most of his allies in his agencies and whatnot. Dabi smirks after hearing that. I stand corrected. I like the way you two think. Toga kinda didn't like hearing their plans, but since she'd rather not be an enemy of the League, she stayed silent. When we begin the attack, we'll destroy Sheet and kill a bunch of people. But we won't kill any heroes, got it? Tenko says. We'll rough them up good and maybe maim them, but no killing. We have to get them to realize their powerlessness, see? If all goes well, it'll cause infighting and disarray, which'll make our jobs easier. For now, get settled in. You'll be called upon later. Except for you, Toga. But why? She asked. I'd rather keep you a secret. And you aren't really made for missions like this. Izuku said. Fine. She sits down. Just make sure this place isn't too boring, okay, hottie? Izuku. Tenko was touching up on her face while looking into a hand mirror, hydrating it and making herself prettier as Izuku railed her into the bed from behind. Ever since he returned to her, she's been doing this habitually. A proper villainess is both pretty and powerful. Yeah. What do you think of Toga? She's endearing in a way. Izuku answered honestly. And her quirk is pretty interesting. Endearing. I like her energy. Ichinichmph. Tenko shudders in delight. Come inside, Izuku. I will. Izuku grunts lightly as his load escaped his ball. His orgasm ends after a minute, after which Tenko speaks. Do you want to F Toga? Tenko held a neutral expression. I mean, she has a nice body. She's younger than me, but her BRSs are noticeably bigger than mine, as is her butt. Izuku flips her over. Yeah, but I won't because you're my girlfriend. My priority, my everything, that's you. Tenko smiled. Right answer. She began kissing him, wrapping her legs around his body and being filled for the second time via mating press. After a few minutes, they talk again. Tenko averts her eyes. No kissing. Huh. When you take her, you aren't allowed to kiss her, okay? Can come in and on her as much as you want, but no kissing. Tenko placed her forehead against his. I'm your girlfriend, not her. So your lips belong to me. Do you want to watch? Yes. Tenko said. After a few rounds, Izuku brought Toga in. Tenko watched, covered by her blankets as Toga straddled Izuku, panting like a tired dog as she threw her clothes off. Her large ass cheeks groped and squeezed Izuku's girthy phallus. Here, Izuku tilts his head, offering his neck to her. Drink as much as you want. Toga pants harder. Her loins heat up and moisten, and Izuku could feel her heart beating at Mach speed through her huge melons. She bites and begins drinking. Izuku grips her butt and uses it to striptease himself. Just before he comes, he picked her hips up, prods her lower lips open with his cockhead and drops her down. Toga screamed in euphoric bliss as she kept drinking his blood. SSH. SSH. Izuku hugs her closely and runs a hand through her hair, undoing her buns and pampering her as she drank. That's a good girl. Keep going until you're nice and full. You'll never go hungry ever again. Toga whimpers, bucking her hips and butt against him, riding him feverishly as she drank without restraint. It was like a weight was lifted from her shoulders. MNH. Toga wrapped her thick thighs around him, riding him faster. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes as she spoke in his ear. I love you. I love you. I love you. A thick rope of sin invades her folds, its heat, Izuku's breath on her neck, his length inside her, and the taste of his blood in her mouth breaking her mind. Your blood is so yummy. She ummed as another rope was pumped in her. Why your body? Another one. You're the hottest, hunkiest. Most delectable man in the whole universe. She didn't care if he wasn't her boyfriend. She didn't care if he and Tenko treated as a doormat or side beach or whatever, she was hooked on his blood like a drag addict with no hopes of ever recovering. They could do whatever they wanted to her whenever as long as she could have his blood, and she made all of that explicitly clear. Yes. Toga breathes heavily as she is bent over the bed, her bust and upper half slammed hard into the mattress and her lower half wide open and vulnerable. She looks back at Izuku with a crazed look in her eyes, feeling as his length slowly enters her other hole. Yes. Oh my fa god, yes. Her tongue escaped her mouth as Izuku pounded her. Izuku, an instant after every move, smacked her huge booty. Toga bites the bed sheets hard, screaming and drooling into them as red handprints appear on her rear. Tenko watched with fascination. Izuku was never that violent and rough with her. And as it turns out, watching him break Toga into his beach did things to her. It was hot. Minutes later, steam poured upward from the red handprints on Toga's butt. Izuku leaned forward on her and gropes her BRSDS as he begins coming. Incoherent and words of devotion and worship mindlessly spilling from her mouth. You're so tight and warm, Toga. Izuku holds her in a headlock, squeezing tight enough to shorten her breath but not hurt her. Her folds tighten and he keeps coming. Let's do this again sometime again? Toga coughs and wheezes, but delight was written on her face. Why yes. Izuku soon stops. But he only stops choking Toga just before she was about to pass out. He pulls out, and Toga went limp, exhausted. You okay, Toga? Izuku pats her back affectionately. She turned her head and smiled at him. Izuku smiled back, ruffling her hair before beginning to put it back up into two messy buns, as they were before. Do you need anything? Toga giggles dreamily. More of that thick, hot slab of meat you just pounded my big, round butt with, daddy. After fixing her hair, Izuku points a green card toward her mouth. Confused but more than obedient, she bites it. Izuku tore it, which healed her. As surprised as Toga was, she was still hungry. Lay down for me, daddy. Toga said with a toothy grin, laying Izuku on his back. The blonde villainess ran her tongue down his muscular body, kissing his pee-pee and teasing his urethra with her tongue before burying her face in his loins, worshipping every inch of his body. Hey cutie, Toga brandished her dagger. You're semi-immortal, and you can heal yourself, right? Yeah. Toga giggles. Then can I please cut you? You're a super fucking hot stud of a man already, but with just a little red. She shudders, coming a little at the thought. I won't do it too much. Mind your teeth and where you're cutting. Izuku says, making Toga squeal in delight. Tenko snuggles up to Izuku, hugging his right side and sliding his arm between her bust. If you damage his D even a little bit, I'll actually kill you. Toga smiled. Aye. And like a devout, eternal follower, she got to worshipping. Sometime later, AFO calls in Izuku, using a sludge warping quirk to bring him in. What the? Izuku feigns shock. So you're the sensei Tenko mentioned. What's up with your head and all that sheet you're strapped to? Izuku Midoriya, what's your quirk? Izuku raised an eyebrow. I never told you? Then he felt something weird. After responding, something began poking at his mind, trying to control him. Curiously, he pretends to be caught and goes stiff. AFO grinned. Firstly, every time I say your name, you'll fall under my complete control, understand? Yes. Secondly, you'll forget this conversation ever happened. And when asked what we spoke of, you'll say it's a secret, understand? Yes. You may leave. Izuku was warped back. You don't want to know the secret of his quirk, master? Garaki asked. It doesn't matter. Not now, anyway. I have bigger things to attend to, like tracking down the current holder of One for All. All Might had to have passed it down before his death. And then there's bringing in Nagant to the league. Or well, under me. The attack on Hosa began. Tenko, Izuku, Dabi, and a horde of low-level Nomu rampage through the city, killing hundreds and bringing down villains. As expected, the heroes come. Endeavor included. Izuku killed most of them with his gun and crippled others, including Endeavor, who had his leg blown off and his arm decayed by Tenko. Many lives were lost, but Izuku made sure not a single Nomu was lost or destroyed. After a few hours, they left the heroes defeated and weakened. The point of this was to show the uselessness of the heroes in hopes of turning the public against them. While the USJ attack worked well, this attack did better and further sank the heroes' reputation. To the public, they were too weak and incompetent to save them. Over the following weeks, the League has made headlines. Vigilantism and crime rates increased dramatically, as the villains were further emboldened by their show of power. Once again, the notorious group laid low and temporarily scattered to search for new recruits. This and Jiren lead to the recruitment of Twice, Spinner, Magna, and Mr. Compress. There were also two volatile ones in Muscular and Moonfish. No. Everyone looked at Izuku, who sternly refused something. Muscular sneered. What did you say, spectacles? I don't think I heard you right. You two aren't fit for the League of Villains. Light shone in Izuku's glasses, concealing his eyes. One is a cannibal and the other one is annoyingly full of himself. That kind of arrogance got many heroes killed by us, you know. Oh. Muscular gets in his face. And you think I'll end up like the poor saps your dash. Moonfish was killed by a shot to the head, which blew it up. Then, quicker than Muscular could follow, his face was planted into the ground by Izuku, who kept him there with just his pinky. See? Izuku asked as Muscular struggled to stand, even after activating his quirk. You're so full of yourself that you don't use your head. You never even considered the possibility of me having a stronger quirk than you. You just leaped in talking your sheet. Toga wagged her finger sassily as Dabi cremated Moonfish. Aizu likes villains who can think, and you just aren't one of them, Broseph. Them's the breaks. Izuku said. So, Muscular. For the first time ever, you'll have to use your head instead of your quirk. Explain in one sentence why I shouldn't kill you. I can. And then he was shot and killed. We don't need any more raw muscle. We have Nomo for that. Instead of being cremated by Dabi, Muscular's body was taken by Garaki to be used in more Nomu. Following this, more time passes. Izuku and Tenko try to find a way to move headquarters due to their group expanding so massively. This leads them to Overhaul, who was brought in by Twice and Toga. The League and Shai Hasaikai met and talked business in a warehouse. Izuku kept relatively quietly as Tenko and Overhaul talked. But he could tell it was beginning to spiral, and it does. Overhaul and Magna ran at each other. But before Izuku could step in, Tenko surprisingly does. She appeared between them, decaying Overhaul's wrist and hand off and smacking Magna away. Magna! Tenko said coldly and sternly, her aura of leadership made her stand instantly. Don't do that again. Magna gulped. I'm sorry. And as for you. Tenko looked to Overhaul, who was clutching his damaged arm in pain while surrounded by his men. Izuku can heal you if you let him. The bird-masked man growled. Is that so? Then he better hurry on with it. Otherwise. Izuku approached him, kneeling down and showing him a green card. You should learn to keep your cool better. Also, you need to bite this so my quirk can work. Swallowing his pride and pushing past his germophobia, Overhaul removed his mask and bit it. Izuku tore it, which restored his hand and healed him. We're leaving. Oh, and one more thing. Izuku whispered something to Overhaul that stunned him. And then he left in silence. Upon asking what he said, Izuku said they shouldn't worry about it. Later on, Izuku met up with Overhaul and was led into his base by security. What did you mean? Kai asked. When you said, there's an easier way, what did you mean? You don't need your daughter to rid the planet of quirks. Izuku answered with a grin. There's an easier way to pull it off. How? He didn't like Izuku's aura. He walked and talked like he knew more about everything than he let on, which was true. You know, it wasn't nearly as hard to get in here as I thought it'd be. Izuku lied, averting his eyes. A few magical words from a time traveler to lower his guard, and a plan made with his friends, and well, we're in. Izuku shot him dead before he could stand. Just then, a large group of LOV grunts, Nomu, and the League themselves break into the base, igniting a massive and one-sided battle. Of course, the Shy Hasaikai did have their special bullets, but Izuku caught and stored them away before they could even be loaded into their guns. In the end, the League won and claimed their resources, base, and even a child in Eri. The bullets were given to Garaki by Izuku, the doctor showing quite a fascination in them. Master! Garaki was snickering devilishly within the dark corridors. FO spoke for him. I know, Doctor. I believe we found a surefire anti-Midoriya weapon. Perfect the bullets, Doctor. And then give them to Nagant. The League, via Kurogyri, confronts Gigantomachia, a loyal and powerful servant of AFO. To win his loyalty, they had to beat him into SBMSN, essentially. Izuku could make this easy, but where was the fun in that? He lets them do it without him. After a month-straight failure, they receive a message like the Meta Liberation Army pertaining to the capture of their broker, Jiren. They were being challenged. And if they backed down, they threatened to sick the pro-heroes of other countries on them. So, with confidence, they entered the Beast's den, only to be ambushed. The bottom was hard, and the League, except Izuku, almost died on several occasions. But they win. After Tenko evolved, which turned her hair a beautiful white, and defeated the leader of the MLA, Redestro, the two groups fused into the Paranormal Liberation Front with Tenko and Izuku as the heads of it all. Eri didn't really like them at first, but it was easy to manipulate her. She blamed her suffering onto the heroes thanks to Izuku's words and became like a daughter to the PLF, but mainly to Tenko, Izuku, and Toga. Of course, while all of this went on, FO, as always, mainly watches from the shadows. Garaki manages to complete and perfect the bullets. If one were hit, their quirk would be destroyed permanently. He also develops a drag based on Eri's quirk that returns AFO to his prime with no strings attached. He could fight more effectively, but this body still likely wouldn't be able to handle the newer generation's quirks, nor One for All. Speaking of, the successor of OFA, Mirio Togata, was found and captured by AFO personally alongside a few Nomu on the same tier of power as the one that fought All Might, as well as two high-ends, all of which had Muscular's quirk. Mirio was stored away and put into a coma to be used for later. He had a plan. The League still hadn't made Makia submit, mainly due to his interference. It was simple. First, unleash Makia and every single Nomu he had created upon the PLF to cause chaos and distract Izuku. Second, when he was weakened enough, he would have Nagant would shoot him with a perfected bullet to rid him of his quirk. AFO wanted his power badly. The mystery behind it allured him to no end. But he couldn't risk being caught by surprise, what with everything he didn't know about it. Then, when Izuku was out, FO would appear and fuse his consciousness with Tenko's and possess her. And then, using his modern body and Tenko's overwhelming hatred, he would steal OFA from the weakened Mirio. He would then take over the PLF and rule the world. What could go wrong? Izuku was surprised by the attack but figures out pretty quickly that it was AFO who orchestrated it. He wasn't subtle at all. He knew that potato-faced wannabe demon lord had a plan, likely centering around his incapacitation. So he kept his senses on high alert and fights, pretending not to notice that he was being watched by a woman with a familiar scent. After a while, he pretends to be tired after fighting off and killing so many high-end Nomu and fighting against Makia for a few rounds. Then he heard it. Amongst all the chaos came the familiar sound of a bullet. Time slows down, Izuku's eyes and ears tracking it. He figured out where it was shot from in less than a second. In an instant, he disappeared, snatching it from mid-air and rushing Nagant, stabbing it into her arm and stripping her of her powers. Sheet! She unveiled a knife and tried attacking, but it broke upon making contact with Izuku's shoulder. Took a step back. I'm not gonna kill you for this, by the way. Izuku says. All for One put you up to this, didn't he? He did. Nagant says, sweating. He always does. Huh. Nagant raises a brow. I don't follow. What do you mean by, he always does? Izuku sighs. I'm a time traveler. Tea time? Izuku puts up a hand, silencing her. He continues. I can't go into too much detail, nor can anyone else know about this, but you're important to me, more than you could ever know. All I'll say is that in every other timeline before this one, you were my wife. You're. Nagant snorts and then began to laugh. What the hell am I doing? I'm not buying your time traveler garbage. There's no way I'd ever marry a villain. The hero system doesn't work. Izuku said with aggression, stunning Nagant. What? Izuku shakes. Every time. Single. It never works out. For anyone. He mimics hyperventilation flawlessly. I've tried so many times but it never works. It never works. He shouted loud enough for Nagant to be startled but not for anyone else to hear. How? Nagant falls back under his spell. So you're really a time traveler. What happens? Why doesn't the hero system work? Heroes can't exist. The commission, I've purged its corruption, destroyed it entirely, hell, in one timeline I even ran it myself. I've done this hundreds of times over with millions of things being changed, but in every last one. Everything. Okay, I get it. Nagant says. I'm sorry that I brought up bad memories. She stands awkwardly for a few moments before blushing. So, about the wife thing? Oh, Izuku scratched his head nervously. Our mutual hatred for the hero commission brought us together in every timeline. The one thing that never changed was, except for this. You went about things differently, which led to me trying to kill you. And to me being a lover to someone else. Izuku's lips quiver. Listen, being the hero, no matter what, doesn't work out. I tried every angle, everything. This is the only thing I haven't tried yet. Please understand. I get it, she interjects. So, what happens now? What's the goal here? Hero Society ends up destroying society in every one of my runs. So, as unfortunate as it is, Hero Society has to go in order to save everyone. Nagant didn't like this, but she had no reason not to believe this. And despite having no memory of him, she felt strangely attached. Listen, Jiro. Nagant got on guard. That's not my name. Have you? Wait. Izuku puts his hands up, panicked. Your name changes in every timeline. Mine does too, but I always changed it to my original name, Izuku Midoriya, for the sake of convenience. What was my original name? It was Jiro Azui. I'm not changing my name to that. Nagant deadpanned. My name, my real one, is Kana Tsutsumi. Save loaded. Listen, Kana. Kana got on guard. How do you know my real name? Your name changes in every timeline. But I always changed it to my original name, Izuku Midoriya, for the sake of convenience. And your original name is Kana Tsutsumi. Kana nods. So, the plan of action is to destroy and rebuild society from the ground to, yeah? Essentially. I suppose I'm in then. I'm quirkless and bound to be killed in the future, whether it be by AFO or the Hero Commission. I'll join you, and maybe along the way, we'll reignite an old flame. Humans were too easy. A few lies and well-placed truths, and he got into the buxom human woman's pants. It was only a matter of patience now. Izuku handled the attack and even defeated AFO soon after, saving Tenko and the lives of his allies. Celebrations of a new beginning were in order, and private time for Tenko, Izuku, and Toga. Tenko smooched Izuku passionately, running her hands across his abs. Toga held his thighs and hungrily scarfed down his pee-pee. The bed they were doing this on was much nicer than the one in the bar. You're so good to me, Izuku. Tenko said between hot smooches. You saved me. You've helped me time and time again. She stopped to gaze into his green eyes, hearts reflecting in hers. Allowing you to pipe other women is the least I can do to pay you back for everything. It's as I said. We're in this together, Tenko. We're a team H. Toga poked his side with her sharp nails. Izuku looks and finds her with an adorable pout on her face, though she was still sking his D-dash. It was like she was saying, hey, I'm here too. Her hands rest on his sides, and right before Izuku comes, Toga buried her face in his crotch, deep-throating his length completely as his spunk went down her throat. Izuku hums huskily as he raises his hips. Toga locked her arms around him and kept sking, riding out and extending his orgasm to the fullest until it ended after 30 seconds. Pa! Toga swallowed most of it, but let some dribble down her chin and chest. You taste so effing good, daddy. She cleans herself up a bit with her tongue. I can't get enough. I never will. Hey, where? Tenko appeared in her face. Don't be wasteful. She begins liking every trace of excess SMN on Toga's body, eventually reaching her face and kissing her. Toga was surprised, but found this experience pleasant. HM? Toga melts into her, their BRSTs pressing together and their hands around each other's face. She was caught off guard by Tenko fingering her snatch during their passionate makeout. Her folds moisten quickly, Toga humps into her fingers erratically until she is brought to orgasm, all of her girl cum getting in Izuku's phallus. SO. Toga pants. Are we cool now? Yeah. Tenko winks. You're cute and you know your place. You can kiss Izuku whenever, but not now, of course. She grabbed Toga's butt, lining up her pee-pee and forcing her down on Izuku's phallus. Tenko liked her lips at Toga's ahigo face. Now let all of Izuku's yummy come inside your womb, okay honey? Toga bounced energetically as Tenko teased her CLT and SED both of her nipples at once. Minutes passed, and Toga planted herself as Izuku came inside her. Tenko gently ran her hand across Toga's face and asked, "How does it feel, baby?" It's. Ha. Toga held Tenko's hands lovingly, coming profusely herself. It's so thick and warm. Toga shivers. I feel his baby batter wriggle inside me, conquering my eggs. She breathlessly emanates out, embracing Tenko in hopes of clinging to consciousness as Izuku finished. One more left, baby. Tenko sang to Toga. Do you think you can handle it? Or will you pass out and have Izuku use your unconscious body to get off? Izuku sat up and turned Toga around, resting his pee-pee comfortably between her thick ass cheeks as his muscular arms captured her neck in the headlock she loved so much. Toga pants as the pressure around her neck increased. Daddy. Ugh. Tears trickled down her face, which Tenko kissed away. And my body is. Her breath stops for a brief moment as Izuku performs anal. Nuff. My body is dash. Tenko slapped her across the face, silencing her. Toga directs her bruised face at Tenko. She was crying silently, but her expression held nothing but raw arousal. A proper woman doesn't talk during a breeding session with Izuku. She sits there and takes his D, like a good wear. So shut up. Tenko ordered coldly. They continue, and Toga stays quiet. Tenko grabs her by the hair and has her eat her out. Izuku pumps her a-hole full of seed, causing her to slump down with her but remaining in the air. Then, after Tenko comes all over Toga's face, Izuku flips her over. He easily crushes her body with his superior and height and mass, folding her into a mating press and going to work. Tenko hovered her pee-pee over her face and rubs herself, Toga opening her mouth wide in response, eagerly awaiting her nectar. She couldn't decide what she liked more. Izuku's cum, Tenko's, or Izuku's blood. And the thought of being able to indulge herself forever causes her to come continuously with brief periods of pause. Her wet folds tighten around Izuku, wringing out his fourth orgasm. Toga relaxed her body, her legs dropping as she lets her own cum leave her. At the same time, Tenko squirts into her mouth, which she drank with purpose. Moments later, she was done. Tenko leaped onto Izuku right away, pushing him down and sitting on his face, placing a kiss on his wet pee-pee all in one swift motion. Tenko wiggles her large and soft rump on his face before she begins throating his length. Izuku, in turn, liked to eat her lower lips, putting his thumb in her a-hole as well. They receive a mouthful of each other's love minutes later. Tenko gets off of Izuku's face, getting on all fours and making her butt clap, sticking her tongue out teasingly at Izuku. Exhaling, Izuku leaped at her, pounding her delectable a-hole furiously until he and Tenko come together for the second. Izuku sits on the end of the bed, and Tenko got on his lap, sandwiching his pages. She flipped her beautiful white hair out of her face before putting her hands on her knees. She, with a surprising amount of finesse, gives him a lap dance, which doubles as an ass job for Izuku. Tenko truly had grown nicely. Her body was like Hagecure's. Huffing, Izuku pumped his hips forward. Tenko, reacting fast, drops her snatch onto every inch of his pee-pee, making him come like a fire hose. Izuku grabs her meaty booty for leverage and kept pumping her. That's good, my love. Tenko shakes her but some more before squeezing her folds around him tighter than before. We'll take the world by storm. And maybe, someday. She placed a hand over her midsection, feeling out her inflated womb. We can make heirs. Izuku leans back once his orgasm is over. So, my lovely, Tenko looks back at him, letting out a small after Izuku's pee-pee throbbed a little in her folds. Is that Kana hottie next? Speaking of. Izuku looks at the door, hearing a small gasp from behind it. Hi Kana. Kana walks in, her face flushed red. She wore a purple sweater and gray jeans with the fly open, exposing her damp white panties. She averts her eyes, rubbing her thighs together in both embarrassment and arousal. You know, Kana. There's no harm in indulging yourself, especially after everything you went through. If you want the best D on the planet. She gets off of Izuku, who turns to her. His throbbing meat hypnotizing Kana. Her breaths grew hard as she dropped her pants. Come and get it, sweetheart. Once you're hooked, you'll never want to let it go. What a body. Izuku said huskily, Naginji Nagin's rear. His head rested on the crook of her neck, which he breathed hard on. His pee-pee was between her thick thighs, moving with his moves. And you smell so good. She stiffened up when his fingers began teasing her snatch. The nipples on her big BRSDS grew hard, and she pressed herself closely against him. You. Kana. Izuku looked into Izuku's eyes. She trembles. Those weren't the eyes of a human. They felt different in a way she couldn't describe. Somewhere, deep down, she could sense unbelievable power within him. Have you ever been with other men? No. She answered. Never. H had time. Hero commission. Izuku lifts her chin. Now that we're together, you'll have all the time in the world to be a woman. To be free. To indulge where you couldn't before. His lips drew closer to hers. Kana's quivered in anticipation. Losing her patience, Kana kisses him fiercely. Her hands tightly grasp his arms. Wow, wow, Tenko said as she sat on Toga's face, the blood-crazed villainess obediently liking at her cum-stuffed folds. Look at her go. Hungry for a proper taste of her lover, Kana pushed him down and went down on her knees. She was inexperienced like Emi was, but alas, she does her best to SCK his pages. After a few minutes, she was rewarded with a thick, creamy treat that clogged her throat until she swallowed hard. Her pee-pee got wetter, to the point where her panties were completely soaked. She threw off her clothes and undergarments, straddling Izuku. Looking at my face as you break me, well, that won't get you off like this will. Kana says. She turns around, squeezing her doughy, thick rump for Izuku. Then she begins riding him. And she was right. Watching her big butt rise, then seeing the bottom, fattier half of her butt flatten a little upon making contact with his nether regions. Her thickness, its soft texture, its size, weight, heaviness. It was endlessly alluring. Minutes in, Izuku comes inside her version folds. After the high dies down 30 seconds later, Kana looks back at him while biting her lip. I feel so full for the first time in so long. She smiles. Do it again. And again. And again until I'm unconscious. Izuku stands, pushing Kana against the wall and pounding her pee-pee again. Kana ummed and mewled into his hand, which was covering her mouth. Hearts reflected in her eyes as she got on her tippy toes, coming buckets at the same time Izuku does minutes later. Izuku released Kana's mouth. She sighed dreamily, grinding against him, begging for another hit of his beach breaker, which she receives in her a-hole this time, but still against the wall. Tenko watched as Izuku ravaged his newest plaything. He further shattered her mind via womb-bloating mating press on the floor. On the bed, Kana has Izuku paint her back white via ass job. Tenko and Toga cleaned up her back, and they continued. Kana further embraces debauchery, planting herself on Izuku's lap and giving him a lap dance until he comes on her. Toga cleans her, and they continue. She esses him, rides him, and stimulates him in every way she thinks of before her body gave out on her in the following hours. Izuku lays back, resting as his three villainous SE him off together. The only part of Kana she could move was her mouth, so she kissed and SE'd on his ball with Toga, while Tenko throated his. He had conquered them all. During the next few years, thousands of heroes and villains alike were killed in Izuku and Tenko's global conquest. But strangely, Izuku's LV never went past 18 no matter how many people he killed. Perhaps he needed to kill specific people in order to progress, like a video game of sorts. Kana didn't like what the PLF was doing, but she loved Izuku too much to do anything about it. She felt a villainy and loved every instant of it. Their grip on the world was absolute. Heroes were a thing of the past, and under a surprisingly fair but stern and destructive hand, the world served Tenko and would continue so for the foreseeable future. Kana Midoriya grew her hair out as she aged. Her black wedding lingear clung to her voluptuous, slutty body as she sat on the edge of the bed. Himiko Midoriya, older, sexier, and an equally whorish lingear made out with her. Her thick tree trunk. Thighs on Kana's sides. Kana's hands explored Himiko thoroughly, from her watermelon-sized bearths to her baby-bearing MF hips, and stopping at her gravity-defying, massive butt, spanking it heartily. Himiko. Kana said with erratic breaths. Blinded by lust, she bites Himiko's shoulder, making her lover cry out. You're so hasty, Himiko, I'll feast on you for the rest of my life. Ha! Himiko cried out of Kana liked at her skin, bruised and peppered with dozens of hickeys, most from Kana herself. And I'll love you every step of the way, Kana. Slow, romantic music played in their quarters. Naked, Tenko Midoriya and Izuku danced together while holding hands. I don't think I'll ever be able to express just how grateful I am to you, my darling. Tenko cooed. I've offered my body and soul to you a countless number of times. Curse this human body. It doesn't allow me to satisfy you properly. It's fine, Tenko. Their dance stops. It's not. I've never seen you. It's fine. Izuku kissed her. Your company, and everything we've built so far. It's enough for me. Tenko pouts. If you say so. After a long night of passion, Izuku sat in his personal bathroom. Tenko's words echo in his mind. Satisfaction. He shook his head. He was fine, completely fine. Right? Then he gets a call, as per usual. He lets it go to voicemail. Right. It was Inko. She sounded different. Dude age of course. but also something else. Experience in a dystopia, perhaps? Well, I'll just leave a message. Was she really that meaningful? That girl in the alley, I mean. You liked her so much that you decided to take over the world with her. Duh. Why? This wasn't just about her, wasn't it? This was out of spite for me too. You. Duh. All Might, Eraserhead, Class 1A, and 1B, the top 5 ranking heroes. You didn't spare a single one. The entire country had to watch as you ripped all of their hopes and dreams away. And now, well, the entire world is hopeless. And every day is a nightmare. All because of you and that girl. You aren't my son anymore. Hell, I doubt you ever were. You changed for the worst after your quirk came in. Duh. You should kill yourself. The sooner you're in hell, the better it'd be for all of us. And when I join you, I'll kick your teeth in. One good hit for everyone you killed. I hate you. Part 3. Female Aizawa, Ms. Joke, and Midnight. Female Shigaraki, Himiko Toga, and Lady Nagant. Who would his next 3 beaches be? Who would he make swear eternal love and servitude to him next? He resets, constantly, until he gets a fun value of this would be his last one before he goes about things normally. In 5 he gets it. His birth date was the same as canon, as were other things. And the change presented himself rather quickly. Katsuki Bakugo was the girl this time. His childhood friend turned bully. This would be fun. Thankfully, her name didn't change to accommodate the change in gender. He was not gonna refer to her by a stupid name like Katsumi, or whatever. As the years passed, he formed a plan. This time, when he got his powers, he didn't lie to her. He showed off his immense, astonishing strength. She was a little annoyed but was happy and didn't flip out on him. The first step of his master plan was to prevent her from becoming an egomaniac. He made her aware he was stronger than her through his feats of strength, and he checked her every time her ego showed itself. Through this, they remained best friends and rivals. The second step? Spending time with her. At every chance, whether it be during training or studying, he would subtly flirt or sneakily touch her in a way. It started off innocent enough, with Izuku calling her confidence and smiling cute. But as they grew older, Izuku became more wily. He'd accidentally grind against her during their spars, trip and faceplant into her growing chest, and much more. In every scenario, it was reasonable to assume it'd be an accident, so even when he did it with people around, he wouldn't get in trouble. But Katsuki never got mad. She'd mostly blush and avert her eyes without saying a word. A sign that it was working. After a few more years of this, they take the UA entrance exams and pass with ease. Katsuki, as always, got 77 villain points and 0 rescue points, whereas Izuku got 43 rescue points and 30 villain points, totaling 73 points. Katsuki held her victory over his head in school. Aldra congratulated their stars on passing. Izuku never liked them, so he ignored them. Perhaps during a hypothetical, true, genocide run, he'd have his fun killing them. But not now. SEC was more fun currently. They go to class together. His class was the same as canon. Izuku gets higher than her in the quirk apprehension test, and during the battle trials, well, Izuku chooses to do things just a bit differently here. Izuku was very supportive and kind to Ochako. His smooth words earned her friendship quickly. She was the last canon 1A girl, one he had yet to claim. She would be his second love interest in this timeline. As for his third? He didn't know yet. Maybe someone from 1B. Or Nijire. Or maybe La Brava, finally. Ugh, La Brava seemed to be too in love with Gentle to be conquered, at least when he first met her. He'd cross that bridge when he got there. For now, he'd claim Katsuki and Ochako. Anyways, Izuku and Katsuki were paired against each other, and Izuku's team wins. We did it. Ochako cheered, jumping on Izuku and hugging him. We're the greatest team ever, Izuku. Upon realizing what she just did, she instantly tried getting off of him and apologizing, but Izuku kept her in place by hugging her back tightly. We are the greatest team ever, aren't we, Ochako? He said huskily, accidentally rubbing his half-erkton against the crotch of her costume, its tightness contributing to her feeling a small throb from it, sending electricity down her spine. Well, see ya, Izuku said, pretending to be oblivious to the spiral he sent Ochako down. She looked at him as he walked away, unknowingly rubbing her thighs together. Bakugo saw all of this and didn't like it. She growled at Ochako quietly. Then the USJ comes. Because Izuku wasn't the record breaker here, there was no Muffet or Wing, nor was All Might stalled via 2-on-1 Nomu attack on him in the city, so he likely wouldn't be killed in this timeline. The class was scattered, Izuku being with Azui and Mineta. They easily escape the flood zone and stop at the shore. 13 was out, and Aizawa was brutalized by the Nomu, Ida escapes and whatnot. But something Izuku steps in, putting on a fake, scared yet brave expression to make himself look like a mere student who's in over his head. Get off of my teacher, he yelled. It was really hard to pretend he cared for Aizawa's life, But he tried his best and put on a convincing enough performance, which made Shigaraki laugh. The Nomu leaves Aizawa and attacks, knocking Izuku away toward the stairs. Shigaraki was surprised he survived the hit without any of his limbs breaking. Durable little punk. He barked. I suppose you'll have to serve as a punching bag until the final boss arrives. Nomu. It charges, but to Izuku's surprise, after he stood up and punched the Nomu away, Katsuki and Ochako appeared to help him, standing next to each other. He uses this genuine moment of surprise to progress the plot of this timeline. Get out of here, you two. Hell no, you demon nerd. Katsuki replied. I'm not letting you get hit by that beefy BS anymore. You're lucky your arm isn't busted. Neither of them noticed the Nomu appearing behind them, ready to kill them both at once. Genuinely shocked by this change, Izuku pushed both of them out of the way, taking the hit. Everything goes dark. And then he sees again. Kind of. He was blind. Metafolk blindness wasn't like human blindness where it's simply the absence of vision entirely. In fact, even without eyes, Metafolk, one of old enough in age, could still see, in a way. It was like switching to a different phone or wearing a new, different kind of shoe. It would take some time to get used to. All in all, Izuku could still fight just fine. Plus, in blindness, his other already powerful senses got stronger. But he still didn't like it. He couldn't fully appreciate a woman with a large, plump but without his eyes. He wanted and could restore his sight, but he could use this to make the timeline more interesting. Izuku lets out a convincing scream of pain, which hurts the hearts of Katsuki and Ochako and makes Shigaraki laugh maniacally. Izuku pants, pressing his against his bleeding sockets. DMN. Yup, this is. Wow, he wasn't actually hurt at all. WL. Izuku stood firm. Blind, deaf, it doesn't matter. He clenched his free fist. I won't let you hurt anyone else. Seriously, boy? Shigaraki barked. I can't believe you. Can't you see that you can't win here? Snickers like the Weasley little sheet he was. That was a rhetorical question. 'Cause you're blind. Up top, Kurogyri. Before they could high-five, All Might arrived. And upon seeing the state Izuku was in and the crying, anguished faces of Ochako and Katsuki, he was enraged and began fighting the Nomo ferociously. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Ochako each held onto one of Izuku's arms and helped him up the stairs towards the exit. Why you FNG nerd? Katsuki said through choked sobs. I didn't want this to happen. I'm sorry. Ochako exclaimed cheerfully. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Because of me, you lost your... Hey. Izuku kicked her and Katsuki on the back of their legs. Quit apologizing. They spoke on unison. But dash. I said quit it. Izuku said as they reached the exit. I'm alive. If you have to apologize, do it later. The USJ attack ends up fine. All Might wins with no one having any major injuries aside from Izuku, who was rushed in the hospital. He was fine, perfectly fine. But his eyes couldn't be fixed, so he'd be blind for the rest of his life. Of course, Inko withdrew him from UA immediately despite what Izuku or anyone else said. He would never attend there or at another hero school ever again. He was forced into some level normalcy. She constantly spouted about her regrets, which Izuku begrudgingly listened to. After this, Izuku began to wear multiple dark greens cloths over his eyes. Inko got him a walking stick blind folk most often used so he could walk around without bumping into anything. To the mother's surprise, even without it he rarely bumped into something. But he hadn't left the house since the incident, so she chalked it up to muscle memory. But as much as she wanted to stay with him, she had work. She also had to look into schools for the blind for Izuku. She considered calling in a specialized sitter to watch him, but then she stopped when Katsuki came over and offered to stay with Izuku when she wasn't around. Izuku expected this and welcomed it. Perhaps this would be the time to strike. When Inko left, Izuku and Katsuki hung out. Since he had no way to entertain himself, inside, they went outdoors on a walk together. Izuku held her hand as they walked, and he could feel her blushing. Once they get home, they spend more time together. They were watching a movie together, which Katsuki would occasionally describe, which was when Izuku chose to strike hard. Katsuki. The explosive blonde girl flinched. YS? Izuku lets go of her hand. He could tell she was saddened by this. Come here, Katsuki. Why? Izuku just gestured for her to come closer, which she does. Izuku gave her a side hug. I don't hate you at all, you know. What? Her voice quivered. I know that, Izuku. You don't. I can tell. Izuku said. I don't blame you for my loss of sight, nor am I angry at you. Nothing has changed between us at all. Katsuki's voice choked up as she began crying. You're still my best friend in the whole world, Katsuki. She latched onto him and sobbed harder. Izuku hugged her. The only complaint I have is that I won't be able to see your beautiful, radiant smile anymore. She stopped crying moments later. Izuku could feel her hand on his chest. Izuku. She muttered. Do you want to be my boyfriend? No, I only flirted with you for all these years for fun. Izuku said sarcastically, smiling afterward. Of course I do, Katsuki. For life? She asked. I want you to love me for life. Can you do that? Well, no. Metafolk developed rapidly after birth, their brains becoming fully developed like adult humans after about a month or two, and after their bodies become able to walk and run efficiently, their physical aging slows down dramatically as mainly their brains and powers developed. Even after becoming fully developed at approximately 500 years old, they don't completely stop growing until 1,000 years old. And even then, it just slows down dramatically. After all, metafolk could live forever, so it was only logical that their abilities could develop forever as well. Not that logic held any meaning to them. As long as you dash. Save loaded. As long as I live, my heart is yours, Katsuki. Izuku lied through his teeth. She kissed him with tongue. Katsuki was taken aback by his prowess. Having experienced kissing hundreds of times over his runs, Izuku dominates and melts her mind with ease. So good. She said between kisses. I love you, Izuku. Katsuki, blinded by horniness and hormones, straddled him and deepened their raunchy kissing. She unintentionally gyrates her wide hips on him, leading to Izuku getting hard and jerping her big, plush BRSs, making her flinch. Wait. She muttered. Not yet. I'm not ready. I understand. Izuku stopped grping her, making her huff. I didn't say to stop touching me, nerd. You can get yourself off using my body, but no full-blown IC until after we dash. Graduate. Izuku smiled, continuing to grope her BRSTS for the remainder of her stay, whenever he could. That became their relationship for a while. Whenever Katsuki was over, they hung out, made out, and groped each other until she inevitably had to leave. Occasionally, Izuku would grind his throbbing, clothed Erkin through her clothed, large ass cheeks. Katsuki never told him, but he knew she came a few times whenever he did that. Then the sports festival comes, meaning they couldn't hang out very often until it was over. Izuku listened to it on the TV with his mother while it went on. Katsuki ended up winning, of course. She fought harder than she did than her male counterparts in the other timelines. Perhaps it was due to her fighting for something besides herself. In any case, they were able to hang out again soon after due to the 2-day rest everyone was given after it was all over. Katsuki dropped her baggy pants to the floor, leaving on only her black tank top and orange panties. Izuku took off his clothes exposing his large and hard phallus to her. She hastily puts a condom on it before mashing her lips against his hotly. Izuku groped her butt, sliding his fat pee-pee between her thighs and moving. The thick-thighed, busty explosive blonde ummed a little everything the throbbing organ gnashed against her entrance, her wetness breaching through her panties and reaching Izuku's D-dash, lubricating it. Katsuki ummed. I'm so sorry I can't let you F me yet, Izuku baby. I hope this works for now. She spoke between wet kisses. Minutes in, her thighs clamp around Izuku's member, squeezing the cum out of it and into the condom, causing it to balloon to the size of an avocado. When Katsuki retrieves it, she freezes. Katsuki? Oh. Ochako said awkwardly. I didn't. Katsuki, what the heck? Uraraka? Izuku questioned. Why are you here? Katsuki sighed. Well. See, can I come with you, Bakugo? Ochako asked, fidgeting and pressing her fingers together. During a one-on-one battle, in private, Ochako decided to confront Katsuki about this. Just to check on Izuku. It is my fault he's permanently blind, after all. Present day. And then I got distracted and forgot she was coming. Katsuki, as she said this, hooked the filled condom to the side of her panties. Well, no point in hiding it now. She smiled with pride. I'm dating my childhood sweetheart. We haven't had ZC yet, and we won't for a while, so I came up with an alternative that'll satisfy him. Ochako glanced at Izuku's length, swallowing hard as heat appeared in her nether regions. She looked away and began rubbing her thighs together, unable to get his pee-pee out of her mind now. Your thighs? Yep, she said. And other parts of my body too. Like my awesome huge BRths. Everything but my pages I don't want to get PR'd into yet, you know. Yeah. Ochako glanced at his hard length again, growing hotter. So what now? That's up to you. Katsuki winked. I think you should join us. What? The gravity girl shrieked. You like him, I love him, and you won't be doing anything too drastic. Give it a chance. This could be a one-night stand or a permanent thing. Ochako takes off her pants, revealing adorable white and underwear underneath. She steps toward Izuku, her heart pounding. Just a one-time thing. Just one Uraraka. You won't get PR'd until you won't. Izuku. Ochako pressed herself against him, her BRSS, larger and heavier than Katsuki's, flattened against his abs. Her womb throbbed hard when Izuku's stiff phallus pressed against her belly. My thighs. And touch me, like you did with Katsuki, please. Sure. Katsuki quickly puts a condom on him. You can go nuts now. Izuku hugs Ochako. His body heat, the heat from his groin, and his muscles against her body made her insides heat up more immensely than ever. Ochako stiffened as soon as his pee-pee fully went between her plush thighs. When he started moving, was like he was teasing her snatch with his fingers. In his face, Ochako occasionally and reflexively squeezed her thighs together as Izuku fed them. This felt surprisingly good, better than when Ochako, very rarely, masturbated. Izua. She yelped when Izuku groped one of her heavy ass cheeks, gripping it and moving it like wobbly dough. This. Her face turns red as she smiles brightly. I like this, Izuku. Izuku comes, holding Ochako tight as he blew the condom up to around the same size as Katsuki's. Afterward, Ochako took the initiative and kissed him. With Katsuki's consent, of course. Izuku's pee-pee throbbed at the attention, making Ochako squeeze her thighs together and Izuku come just a little bit more. I only have 2 more of these, Katsuki said with a frown. And getting more will be a pain in my fat ass. Oh well, we'll figure something out. She removes the condom and hooks onto the side of Ochako's panties. Being touched in this way by another girl made her flustered. Me next, Katsuki said, sitting Izuku down. She puts the 3rd condom on him and straddles his lap in reverse, coiling her plump ass cheeks and around his length, twerking up and down. Ochako watched, analyzing Katsuki and Izuku and learning. Her pee-pee twitched hungrily, and Ochako calmed by pressing 2 fingers on him, applying a small amount of pressure that calmed it. Ochako wanted to do something, hugging Izuku's arm and began kissing him as Katsuki pleasured him. She ran her hands across his chest, lightly massaging him along the way. Her hands rested on his chin, and as she melted into him, Izuku pumped buckets into the condom. His animalistic, manly grunting got her off to no end. Like a trophy, Katsuki hooked it onto the opposite side of her previous bounty. Ochako takes the final condom and puts it on Izuku, but she takes a different approach. She got on her knees and gave Izuku a paizuri. Because of this, she was face to face with the powerful meat pole. The smell. Ochako comes a little at the potent, hypnotizing musk of the meat in her face. As she worked her beers up Izuku's pee-pee, she lightly jabbed 2 fingers against the crotch of her panties repeatedly. She comes herself as Izuku filled his final condom, his cum strands briefly tapping Ochako's face through the rubber. Isn't he great, Dash? Ochako. Isn't this great, Ochako? Katsuki corrected herself. She puts the final condom on her. And to Ochako's shock, Katsuki hugged her hips. We can relax. Here, behind closed doors, we can enjoy ourselves and feel like women. Katsuki eyed Izuku, liking her lips. His women. And look. Katsuki gazes at Ochako's wet panties, and Katsuki makes her look at hers. Your body enjoyed it. Izuku's muscles, his smell, and the way he'd pulsed against you. You enjoyed it, no? Ochako nods shyly. Katsuki cupped her face. You're my girlfriend now, Ochako. Yeah. Ochako nods, her face drawing closer. I am. They kissed. Ochako's hands slipped and held on Katsuki's large rear end, while Katsuki's went to Ochako's extra hefty bust. Are we gonna be public with this? Do you want to? Ochako pecked Katsuki on the cheek. Yes. Katsuki dragged the back of her hand against her cheek affectionately. I'm gonna smother the sheet out of you with cuddles and kisses from now on, just so you know. The rest of the day was spent by the 3 of them eating here and there, light exercise, and lots of intimacy. Katsuki loved sitting on Izuku's lap, putting her weight on him and gyrating on his lap. Ochako enjoyed kissing Katsuki and Izuku but preferred doing so with the latter. She also liked straddling Izuku and holding him tightly with his face in her chest. They had fun. Izuku was bored, which wasn't a first, but still weird. There was nothing to do. He wasn't a hero, nor was he a villain. And he hadn't even killed anyone yet. He was glad that Katsuki and Ochako were his, but still, where was he meant to get his 3rd and final girl? He was just sitting at home, alone, doing nothing. Maybe he should leave? Then, someone knocked on his door. Midoriya? Are you there? It was a familiar voice. Can I come in? 13. Izuku called out, surprised. He opens the door, allowing her in. She giggles. Izuku heard her sit on the couch and sit next to her. Out of costume, it's Ainen Kuro's. But I suppose that doesn't matter anymore. I retired. She said sadly, stunning Izuku. After the USJ attack. And after I heard of what happened to you, I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't continue my career knowing I was too weak, and because of my weakness, one of the ones I was supposed to protect became crippled for life. She turned over to him, her face getting close enough to where Izuku could feel her breath. I need to know, Midoriya. What can I do to make it up to you? Who would have thought my third love interest would present herself to me on a silver platter like this? Izuku thought happily, leaping on Ainin and making out with her feverishly. She froze up but relaxed and surrendered her body. She wasn't expecting this, but if this was the only way to redeem herself, she'd do it. She's surprisingly good at this. Ainin wrapped her arms around him and kissed him more deeply. She felt his member harden as he grinded against her. 10 minutes later, they separate. Let's take a shower together, Ainin. Why? Let's do that. Ainin continued making out with Izuku as the shower water ran down the both of them. Her hands were in his hair, washing it and scratching his scalp. Izuku's hands cupped her butt and continuously gave it a few hard gropes. Emmempich, Izuku. Ainin finishes washing his hair. I'm gonna wash the rest of you now. Her hands were all over his muscles right after that. From his arms to his chest. Ainin felt her loins heat up from the contact, and she only got hotter when she got an eye full of his meat after getting on her knees. Holy. How is he? Completely. Foregoing any plans of washing, Ainin kissed his huge meat pole. She does it again. And again. And after huffing lustfully, begins to sek it. To Izuku's surprise, she was able to get all the way down to the base in one go. It bulged and throbbed as it went down her throat. She's so. Izuku groans loudly, holding onto Ainin's head as leverage as she se him furiously. Without a doubt, she was easily the best at oil out of all of the girls Izuku's been with. It wasn't close. Ainin. Ainin giggled at his reactions and relished his pleasure. To his husky grunts, she rubs her pee-pee, continuing so until she and Izuku come in unison after a few minutes. She tried to move but was surprised when Izuku didn't let her. He held her head in place as thick jets of cum raced down her throat and into her stomach. Every time the thick, musky scent of his N hit her nostrils, Ainin came a little more, and her head became foggy with arousal. She sek'd his pee-pee with more pressure. 30 seconds passed. Ainin's belly bloats up with a semen. Another 30-second pass. It grew many sizes and then Izuku stopped. God. Izuku lets Ainin go, allowing her to breathe. Why were you so good at that? Ainin's legs wobbled. She looked as if she were P-Arginin-T, which Izuku found hot. I was a scandalous little sheep back in the day. I never gave up my virginity, but I fooled around with a lot more guys than I'd like to admit. It's partially why my costume obscures my face. She cupped Izuku's face, looking into his blind eyes with love and a hint of guilt. But for you I'll stay. Maybe I can be your maid or something. She said. After showering, they were faced with Ochako and Katsuki just outside of the bathroom. Ainin stood awkwardly, her towel hanging off of her large bibs. Save it. Katsuki huffed. So, you two had fun in there, huh? Ochako asked, walking up to Ainin. The space hero backed up against the wall. Her towel tightly hugged against her chest. I'm so dash. Ochako pressed herself against Ainin, grabbing her melons and giggling dreamily. We should have together too, sometime. What? Huh? Ochako blushed as she gently fondled Ainin's chest through her towel. You were always my celebrity crush. Even though no one knew what you looked like. She paused. I always thought you sounded cute. Your voice. It always sent chills down my body. Ainin rolled with it, smiling and raising Ochako's chin, and spoke in her ear. Would you like to be my girlfriend, Uraraka? Ochako's eyes wobbled with tears, hearts reflecting in her pupils at her idol turning into her lover. I love you. I love you too. Ainin cooed. She moves in to kiss her slowly. Ochako lovingly kissed back, flinching when she felt Ainin's knee push against her pee-pee. Ainin peeled off her towel and groped at Ochako's rear, kneeing her pee-pee harder to the boy where her knees buckled. She ummed adorably, shaking as wetness dribbled down Ochako's thighs and Ainin's leg. You're a cutie, you know that? Ainin whispered affectionately before diving back into her lips. Izuku had his 3 girls. Katsuki blessed him with the sight of her wearing tight booty shorts. She sat on his, twerking on him for fun. Ainin and Ochako were on another part of the couch. The space hero was sitting on her face, miming as Ochako liked at her folds. Hey Katsuki, Ainin said. Once you're done on his lap, I'm next. This all felt a little too fast for his liking. Not that he cared. At the end of the day he was getting what he wanted, but this wasn't a neutral run, and his last run with Tenko wasn't exactly neutral either. Neutral meant he killed people. But he hadn't killed anyone thus far, hell, not even the Nomu or Amy villains. As far as he was concerned, this was a pacifist run. Or somewhat pacifist, anyway. Something told him that this run and his last run were different than usual. Last time? He was Love 18, and even after killing hundreds, his EXP never increased. That must have meant he was on track for something but did something wrong. He had to kill specific people in order to reach LV-19, and his run with Tenko was no neutral run. He'd refer to it as failed genocide instead, an offshoot of neutral. As for his runs before that, the final boss was either AFO, Shigaraki, or both. And based on his choices or the world's fun value, he'd either fight them earlier or later. He makes a mental note and comes to accept that the final bosses of any neutral run would be either one of those two or both. But this timeline? No way in hell was it neutral. It was something else, something new. Who would the final boss be this time? Not AFO or Shigaraki either, since, in their eyes, Izuku was a non-factor time wouldn't need to be wasted on. What could a blind kid do to them? So who would his final enemy be? He'd cross that bridge when he got there. For now, for as long as he could, he would enjoy his women before the final boss showed themselves. Izuku relished Katsuki's slutty, whorish lap dancing. His hands slipped underneath her shorts to grope her bare butt and pull at her panties that they made out. His childhood friend, now lover, enjoyed every second their tongues coiled and tugged on each other. Then it was Ochako's turn. She took off her clothes and tried copying what Katsuki did, and while her large butt and wide hips gyrating on him felt nice, she was an amateur. She made out with Izuku and ground her wet panty-clad snatch on him for almost half an hour before Ainin got her turn. Ainin was easily the best at shaking her butt on Izuku out of the three girls. She had the size and the technique to wield it. She was so good that Izuku almost comes, but she stopped before this could happen. She removed his pants and his pee-pee until he came in her mouth. Ainin swirls the thick substance in her mouth, enjoying having her mouth full with something so delectable. Then, without warning, she leaped onto Katsuki and kissed her deeply, forcefully. Sharing the tasty cream with her. She recoiled at first but quickly liked what was happening and accepted her charity. Fachu! Katsuki struggled a little swallow, the substance running down her chin. But she adapts. Gulp gulp gulp. And Katsuki's body shuddered and throbbed. Ainin swallowed her own share before liking up the excess on Katsuki's face. Both of their wombs and pussies were throbbing wildly at the potency of their snack, their womanhoods eager to have it inside of them. Ochako baby! Ainin called for her other lover as she held Katsuki's stammering face. I want you to study what I'm about to do for our darling, Kay? Ochako held a determined expression. Okay. Ainin stands, placing her hands on Izuku's legs and giving them gentle squeezes. Sit back and relax, honey. I'll take care of everything. Focus on coming lots and lots for me. She turns around and spreads her a-hole open. She did just about everything scandalous under the sun. She had all kinds of issue but never gave up her precious virginity. Ainin's but easily swallowed up every inch of Midoriya's phallus. She was fully sat atop a quivering Izuku. Amusing, but she herself was shaking as well. FF-. Ainin said dreamily, biting her lip. Watch, see closely, girls. This is how a woman drains the ball of her beloved man. She bounces. Her plump rear end collided with Izuku's pee-pee and inner thighs. Her hands were on her knees, and she twerked her butt like a pro, which she was. Her twitching, tight pink a-hole had Izuku's reproductive organ in a hot vice grip. A few minutes in, Izuku grabbed sizable behind and pumped almost a liter of semen inside her. Her tight, warm a-hole kept him locked, and its relentless squeezing kept him coming for 20 whole seconds. I don't know what it is. Ainin leaned back, wiggling her hips and holding Izuku's hands. But when you come inside of me, I feel whole. It's like my body was built for your own satisfaction. I love it. Ochako raised her hand. Me next. I want to feel whole, too. Ochako was mildly annoyed. Her face was angered as she hugged Izuku's face and made out with him. Katsuki, being Izuku's first love and childhood friend, was given the privilege of bouncing on his pee-pee next. Anna was new to both of them, and Ochako was worried, but from Katsuki's huffing mms and Ahigo expression, it seemed like she felt incredible. After having her tight a-hole stuffed, Ochako went next. While she rode him, she kept kissing him. She had been whipped into loving trench kissing thanks to Ainin. In the end, Ainin, Ochako, and Katsuki had their assholes filled to the point of spilling. The three of them were kneeling before his phallus, worshipping it like it was their god by peppering kisses all over the meat. Ochako and Ainin continuously kissed his ball, and while Katsuki's tongue swirled around the head of his pages. Needless to say, lots of orgasms were had that day. Time went on. Tenya died during the Hosu incident and was replaced with Iber Shiozaki. And then the final exams, and then, to Izuku's horror, the forest training camp. Ochako and Katsuki would be gone for a long while, but thankfully, Ainin was retired and could spend the passing days with him, which she did. Currently, Inko was out, and Ainin was making dinner in a black and white space-themed apron and nothing else. As she was stirring something in a pot, Izuku approached her from behind and hugged her, placing his stiff erkin between her large ass cheeks. He grabs a handful of each and masturbates himself with them. Huh. Ainin pouts. Baby, I'm cooking. But if you need to blow your load so badly, I won't stop you. Just make sure it's inside. Just before Izuku comes outside, he stabbed his phallus in her a-hole and ejects his semen into her, moving into her a few times as a few more hot strands rushed out. Since Ainin wasn't hungry, Izuku eats instead. The retired heroine opted to SEK him off from beneath the table for now, getting a decent 2 mouthfuls of his cum before he finished eating. More time passes. The attack on the forest camp never happens, so Class 1A and 1B got pretty strong once it was over. The Kamino incident never happens, dorms were never made, the provisional hero license exam goes fine, and everyone except for Todoroki and Inasa passes. It was nice not having to deal with the main characters in UA or the LOV for once. His life for months consisted primarily of being pampered by his women. It was great. Around this time, the Shai Hasaikai raid was happening. But Izuku wasn't confident in it happening this time due to the changes in events. Still, as great as doing nothing was, this was boring. Izuku looks down between his legs. Ainin was there, ifing his ball and throating his. After coming inside her mouth and a-hole twice each, Ainin puts her clothes back on and began cuddling with Izuku. More time passes. After Ochako and Katsuki became second years at UA, Izuku was sent to a school for the blind by Inko, which was PSS easy. Izuku was genuinely surprised by how little was happening over the next few months. What the hell were AFO and Shigaraki doing? There had to be a final boss on this route. And if it wasn't anyone else, then it must have been them. Then he thinks about it. Neutral couldn't have meant just killing people whenever. Perhaps it could also mean him failing to meet the requirements of other potential routes. He was a pacifist here, sure, but he wasn't a true pacifist. Such a route likely consisted of him saving and befriending everyone and killing no one. The same applied his previous, failed genocide run. So, he supposed that this was a neutral run after all. Izuku graduated from his new school, and Ochako and Katsuki eventually become third years and then graduate as well, officially becoming pro-heroes. Before he, Ainin, Katsuki, and Ochako could celebrate together, a massive attack was launched on the city by none other than AFO, who was in the body of Tamura. Shigaraki. All Might wasn't there to stop him due to him retiring during Class 1A's third year. Instead, it was Lemillion, who was like a second All Might. He fought valiantly, but he was ultimately defeated and stripped of his power. Upon seeing him ravage the country, Izuku was presented with something new. Check. Black small square all for one, Shigaraki vessel, ATK 200 def 200. Black small square, self-proclaimed demon lord. Has stolen decay and one for all. I suppose I'll deal with him myself, then. I'll do a blind no-hit on him since he's easy. And blind no-hit AFO Izuku did. It was a pretty long battle, and Izuku was injured here and there, but he wins and saves Japan, restoring his eyesight while he was at it. His girls, as well as Inko, were surprised at his overwhelming power and at his eyes returning. Izuku lied through his teeth whenever he was questioned, but they believed it. And while repairs were being made to the country, Izuku gets what he wanted at last. In the bedroom of Ainin Kuro's, Izuku admired Ochako's CC body through her tight hero costume. It hugged her hips, her thighs, and pushed up against her large Biarthus. She was a beautiful, buxom woman whom Izuku couldn't appreciate earlier due to his blindness. She peels away her costume with a blush on her face and throws off her white undergarments. She crept her way onto Izuku's phallus, wanting her purity stolen away by him as soon as possible. And stolen it was. Miming like a were, Ochako rode her lover with all of her being. And while waiting, Katsuki and Ainin masturbated to the plapping sounds created by Ochako's large behind colliding with Izuku. Izuku! Ochako could feel his pee-pee bulging in her innards, and it bashed against her womb every time she went down. Her beards jiggled wildly, and in a few moments, she came all over the hot, hard meat as Izuku filled her insides without a care. Izuku sits up, smashing his lips against Ochako's for a few long moments before the pro-heroine breaks away, turning around and presenting her a-hole to him with her face down and butt up. Izuku eagerly pounds her into the mattress, filling her a-hole with his cum as he did to her snatch. Oof! Ochako mewled as she felt her stomach fill. Izuku picked her chin up and pulled her head back, kissing her deeply. Keep coming at him. I can take it. And took it she did. A full-on 20-second orgasm. Ochako lays there, happy and with both of her holes filled. Izuku slapped her wonderfully large behind, eliciting a from the gravity girl. Ainin and Katsuki went next together. The explosive heroine sandwiched Izuku's phallus between her bust, giving a paizuri as Ainin sat on his face, gyrating her hips as her folds were tongued by her lover. Katsuki, wanting to assert herself, bounces her melons on Izuku's meat faster. But she also wanted to kiss Izuku after this, so, before he comes, Katsuki rides his, redirecting the load directly into her virgin womb for safekeeping, riding the orgasm out. by bouncing on Izuku's peepee even as he came like a fire hose. Izuku, I'm gonna. Ainin howled as she squirts directly into Izuku's open mouth. Her miming grows progressively more quiet the more she unloaded. Oh, phew. Ainin gets off of Izuku's face, taking a brief pause to recover a little. Meanwhile, Izuku sits up and hugged Katsuki from behind, beginning his rerun of his conquest through Annal with his new woman. Katsuki loved every second of it. She loved it when Izuku forced her face down into the mattress and continuously pounded at her. She loved it when, after filling her anus, he flipped her over and dumped more cum into her womb via mating press. She loved it when he flipped her back over and took her doggy style. She loved all the ways he staked his claim on her mind and body for almost an hour. She loved feeding him, caring for him, and throwing her butt on him whenever he pleased. She loved Izuku Midoriya. Ainin was the last one, which, in a way, was pretty poetic. Izuku lifts her by her thighs and pounds her against the wall. Ainin made out with him passionately until he comes, after which he also treats her with a mating press on the bed. Izuku lays her flat on her front, painting her back via ass job. Her large rear resembled two moons put together. Ochako returns, cleaning up Ainin before having another round with Izuku. She rides him until he comes inside her again, and then, for the second time she rides him but she takes his thick cream pie anal style. Katsuki then returns. Izuku semi-sits on her face, FING her BRSIS in reverse as she SED on his ball. Her belly was soon covered in his semen, which Ainin and Ochako liked up together before sharing it via hot lesbian kiss. Izuku shifts his position, forcing his pee-pee down her throat in one swift motion from where he was sitting. He could hear her choking, gargling, and swallowing all at the same time. Over time, those sounds were replaced by her pleasantly humming as she throated his. But that, soon enough, was replaced by her swallowing his cum gulp by huge gulp. Wanting a turn, Ainin and Ochako attack his pee-pee together. Ainin liked up with most of it being sandwiched by her beers, while Ochako primarily focused on the head, eyeing Izuku the whole time she tongued and ate him. Katsuki appears at his side, skiing on one of his nipples before moving down to his ball, kissing then repeatedly until Ochako is blindsided by a hefty cream pie. She swallows some at first but stores most in her mouth to share with Ainin and Katsuki in a three-way kiss. Ochako ummed happily as she made out with her celebrity crush and co-girlfriend at the same time. They went it for almost the entire day. As the years passed, society changed ever since Izuku defeated AFO. For one, he disappeared with help from his women. Speaking of, so, honey. Katsuki Midoriya, now a fully grown bona fide woman, used her much larger bust to give Izuku a paizuri, as did her lovely co-wives, Ochako and Ainin. Midoriya. The space-themed heroines were quietly, except for the sounds of them liking and kissing Izuku's the upper parts of Izuku's. All of them were in their lewd wedding dresses. Despite it being 10 years since they married, they still looked so beautiful in them. As their wedding rings glowed brilliantly, Katsuki spoke. What's next for your 3 forever wives? Hearts reflected in their eyes, and their wombs throbbed in anticipation of being filled again as Izuku smiled. Izuku? Can you hear me? It was Inko calling him. I don't really know why things ended up this way. I mean, if you had the power to defeat a villain who nearly destroyed Japan. I don't see how you could have had your eyes gouged out so long ago. I don't know why you didn't just use that strength to save yourself. You could have done so much, but you just didn't, for whatever reason. Well, wherever you are, I hope you're happy. And I hope you don't regret the choices you made. Goodbye. Izuku was a little tired of being dominant, and honestly, Midnight awakened something in him in a previous timeline. He wanted Mitsuki Bakugo, Boru Azui, and Mika Jiro this time. The mothers of Bakugo, Azui, and Kyoka. 3 mommies for himself. But bringing the 3 of them together and coercing them into falling for him when they were married with families was impossible. Except it wasn't. He had a plan, see. But it would require a lot of steps and technical work, and possibly a lot of retries. But he would make this work. He had all the time in the world, after all. First, he makes sure Inko and Mitsuki are friends from the start, shifting things around and subtly manipulating them until they grow closer. Second, he keeps his power hidden throughout all of Aldra, feigning quirklessness so Bakugo becomes an insufferable ego-maniac. Third, avoiding Yue. He wouldn't be a hero this time. He'd let things play out there without him. This was because of the inevitable USJ attack. If he wasn't there, students would die. He only needed Bakugo, Azui, and Jiro to be slain. No one else mattered. And that's precisely what happens. During the attack, around half of 1A, Aizawa, 13, as well as all might perish in the attack. Inko, Mitsuki, and the other 2 mothers were distraught and outraged at Yue for allowing this to happen. Izuku pretends to be hurt as well. Then, during the funeral personally organized by Yue, Izuku made sure his chosen love interests meet, which he succeeds in. Mitsuki, Baru, and Mika hit it off and become fast friends over the mutual grief due to their lost children. Inko even joins their posy, introducing Izuku to them. Mika averts her eyes away from Izuku. You know, kid, maybe in another life, you and my daughter could have been great friends. Same here with Tsuyu. Baru says, sadness etched onto her otherwise unchanging expression. Izuku knew where Tsu got it from now. If only they knew. Anyways, with Izuku and Inko in cahoots with them, it was time to move on to the next step of his make Hot Malafes his forever beaches plan. As expected, society was thrown into disarray. Yue's reputation was hit hard, and crime rates were on the rise due to the dead symbol of peace. While the remaining big players were distracted, Izuku made his move. And by move, he killed Baru's husband, Ganma, and her remaining children. He killed Mika's husband, Kyoto Kujiro. And he killed Masaru Bakugo as well. He made it brutal as well but made sure not to leave any traces of his presence. The best part of this was that no one would suspect Izuku. He didn't know their families. He couldn't know their families, and hell, how would a quirkless kid even pull off a string of murders anyway? It was simply impossible. And with everything that's going on, it was assumed that it was a villain attack. Perhaps it was the LOV wanting to send a message? Or just sick villains doing it for fun? Whatever the case, Mika, Mitsuki, and Baru were devastated. Everyone and everything had been ripped away from them in just the span of a week. Baru especially. After all, she had the most children out of the 3 widowed mothers. They didn't like staying at the house very much after that. Thankfully, in this timeline, Inko had a little more money than usual, so she allowed the 3 of them to stay at her house, which had multiple guest bedrooms. Izuku could hear the 3 women cry themselves to sleep every night. The next step in his plan was to grow closer to them. He spent the next few months doing 2 things, growing closer to them and slowly turning Japan into an even worse country. He killed about a dozen ranked heroes every day, among them being Night Eye, Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Kamui Woods, and more. He stopped when his LV was a whopping crime rates were spiking with every day that passed. As for his love interests, Izuku had kept a keen on Mikajiro for the past few months. Occasionally, she'd play guitar when she was by herself. He noticed that she had a bit of pain in her body, which Izuku decided to take care of. It'd give him ample time to stare at her body, which, unsurprisingly, was like an upgraded Kyoka's but still modest in a CC way. Oof. Mika groaned as Izuku massaged her aching shoulders. Thank you for this, Midoriya. You're such a darling boy. No need for thanks, Jiro. Izuku smiled kindly. I don't like seeing you and the others so miserable. If there's anything else you need, anything at all, just tell me, and I'll do my best to provide. Mika unintentionally leans back into him. I don't like how things are right now, but I think I'll take you up on your offer. They grew closer that day. Izuku noted that Baru left her room the least out of everyone. She'd go multiple days straight of just staying in there, which Izuku feigned worry about. He heads in, her door being surprisingly unlocked. Izuku spots a lump under the covers. Ashui? Suspicious, Izuku sniffed the air. And while her scent was lingering here, he was able to tell she wasn't there. Sheet. Izuku quickly left the house, tracking her like a hellhound until he found her in her old, cold home. He slammed the door open, and right before she could blow off her head with a gun she somehow acquired, Izuku harmlessly disarmed her. From there, Izuku was forced to listen to her whine about her worthless family and how alone she felt. She felt like her life was meaningless, and with Japan decaying away, well, she did this. Despite having faced some mutant discrimination in the past, she's never been so depressed before. Izuku puts his silver tongue to work and talks her out of killing herself, saying how she had himself, the other women, and Inko to fall back on. She had people who cared and whatnot. Baru reacts a little weirdly to the Inko part, gaining a strange glint in her eyes. She had the same aura as his love interests in his first ever run. She was fine mentally, but there was a dramatic and noticeable shift in her demeanor. And then she hugged him. Izuku resisted the urge to grope at her body. She was a plump, big, beautiful woman with a huge pair of BRs, beautifully large butt. She was like a taller La Brava but with slightly less thickness. La Brava still had a little more butt than her. She was aged beautifully like a wine, and she had an excellent amount of meat on her that made the frog woman that much more breedable. Baru kept hugging him, tightening her arms around him and nuzzling her face into his neck. She was warm for obvious reasons, and her scent was alluring. Izuku had a feeling she felt the same about him. Izuku. The frog mother muttered. Yeah. What type of girls do you like? Breast. Izuku decides to be honest. I like girls with mutant quirks. And older women. All of this just happened to apply to Baru, as well as Mika. Baru hums. I see. She grabbed his hand, holding it as they walked out of the house together. Izuku snuck as many glanced at her huge, bouncy butt as he could, and Izuku noticed Baru noticing his looks, but she said nothing. Mitsuki had been mostly catatonic since the death of her family. Since she wasn't in the right mind for working, and she couldn't anyway due to the rising villain attacks, all she did every day was eat and sleep. Her former boisterous and loud nature was long gone. She rarely spoke, and when she did, she barely did it. Mitsuki. Izuku sat next to her in her room. I'm sorry, Izuku. Mitsuki interjects meekly, her voice breaking. But am I stupid if your son bullied you? For years. And I never got to smack some sense into him before he died. It's fine. It's not. Mitsuki yelled. I was a horrible mother and a pretty effing horrible person for dash. Stop. Izuku said, exasperated. Just stop, Mitsuki. Seriously. I get that you feel guilt, but just to be blunt, I've moved on. I don't care about the past anymore. And if you still think you owe me or need to apologize for anything, then apologize by being you again. Quit being all mopey. It isn't like you at all. Mitsuki blinked, stunned. And then she giggles. I'm sorry, Izuku. She gave him a side hug, the side of her heavy BRS pressing into Izuku, who side hugged her back. Life isn't great. It is chaos right now. But we have each other. And well, we'll get through this if we stick together. Things went from bad to worse over the next year. The final step of the plan was to kill off Inko, which was quite hard to do. But Izuku succeeds mainly due to luck. Her death actually contributed heavily to what he needed to do anyway. She was killed by a hero's stray attack during a villain fight. The hero won but was pretty callous on him killing Inko. This caused an uproar. People just about everywhere were angry at the hero and at the HPSC for not really punishing him. Things were crazy. Society was chaotic and the lack of trust in heroes skyrocketed, but during all of this, Izuku feigned being deeply scarred by the death of Inko. Funnily enough, this was the first time she's died in any timeline. And it was by the hands of some nobody. Izuku looked as mopey as possible around his 3 MLFs, which earned their sympathy. Though Baru, despite her stoicism, looked a little off. But that's neither here nor there. The first person to try consoling him was Mika Jiro. Izuku. Mika sang, trying to be cheerful. Izuku doesn't move. I have something for you, Izuku. She sat down near him. And I'm not leaving until I give you to you. Izuku gets up, sitting next to her and deadpanning at the woman. Mika hugs him from behind before placing her hands on his shoulders and beginning to massage him. Izuku. Izuku could tell Mika was frowning. I can never replace your mother. I can never live up to her, but I promise, for what she did for us at our lowest point, I'll take care of you for as long as you need, okay? A ghost of a smile appeared on Izuku's face, making Mika beam. I love you, Izuku. A few days after Mika, Mitsuki appeared in Izuku's room. She ruffled his hair and planted a kiss on his head. You know I'm here for you, right? She asked with a gentle smile. Every step of the way, I'll be there. You and your mother helped me more times than I could count, so no matter what, I'll support you. Izuku smiled, tearing up. Thank you, Mitsuki. The bombshell widow suddenly hugs Izuku, his head being placed snug between her huge BRSs. Kaya, you're such a fucking cutie, Izuku. Mitsuki squealed girlishly, squeezing his head tight before releasing him. I adore you so much and I love it when you smile. So please smile some more, okay? Do it for your dear Mitsuki. Okay. Izuku nods, smiling up at her, causing Mitsuki to furiously plant kisses on his forehead. We're in this together forever, and you better remember that, Izuku. Mitsuki exclaimed, once again forcing his face in her chest and whispering in his ear. I love you, Izuku. She then felt a peculiar something poke her but ignored it. It was probably just Izuku's hand or something, though she never remembered feeling a hand as hot as his. Days after Mitsuki was Baru. She and Izuku sat next to each other in awkward silence. I've seen the way you look at me. So you got her bluntness as well as her appearance from her. Huh? Izuku asked, feigning obliviousness. When you stopped me from. Baru trails off. Anyways, you don't need to be embarrassed. On that day, you were glancing at my butt, right? Izuku looks away. Yeah. I liked your staring. She says. And well, seeing as I know what your type is. She pauses, turning to Izuku and moving closer. She held him by the arms and laid him down. Baru. The frog widow lays on top of him. She was a little heavy, but that made her all the more enticing. Her huge BRSTS squished against his pecs. Would you like to kiss me, Izuku? Finally. I would like to. Very. Baru cups his face and kisses him. Their lips make contact, and her long frog tongue entered his mouth. It was slightly thinner than Tsuyu's and less powerful, but arguably more dexterous than hers. A few seconds in, and after Baru wrapped her tongue around Izuku's and kissed him more deeply by pushing against him and moving her tongue deeper down his throat, she felt a heat push against her abdomen. MMH? Pa. Baru removes herself from Izuku's mouth, looking down at Izuku's Urkton. Sorry. Izuku feigns shyness, turning away. I really like you, br. I like you, I like Mitsuki, and I like Mika. Bru palmed the tent on his shorts, gayed and marveling at its size. You're really attracted to an old, ragged lady like me? I wouldn't call you that, but yes, I am. Izuku said firmly. I'm attracted to you, br. I'm dash. She latched onto him again in steaming kiss, her tongue writhing in his mouth for a few minutes before disconnecting. If you really, truly like me, Bru removes her top and bottom, her bra being able to contain her massive mammaries and her panties straining against her wide hips and dump truck butt. Then you can have me, Izuku. Since you're inexperienced, I'll guide you, sweetie. Don't go easy on me. Be as rough as you can. Izuku looked away. Please. Are you sure? Yes. Very well. Bru stripped him and was very caught off guard by his looming size. Wow. She puts her face against the log of meat, soaking in the heat and smell. Her loins heat up, and the primal urge to breed that comes with aged mutant quirk holders surges forth. Without hesitation, she throats his entire length in an instant, stopping at the base. Izuku juts his hips upward and bit back aloud and Bru cupped his butt and pushed his hips up as she went down with her mouth. Her cheeks puff up as a little bit of her tongue escapes her mouth and liked at his ball. Mika and Mitsuki were playing a game of Uno when the former suddenly flinched and began blushing. HM? You okay, Mika? Why yeah. Mika answered, internally slapping herself for stuttering. I'm doing great. Mitsuki deadpanned, easily detecting the lie. Just tell me what's wrong, Mika. Whatever it is, you don't need to be embarrassed. Well. The mothers barged in on Izuku and Bru cuddling. Completely naked. Of course, both of them shot up as soon as they entered. Mitsuki, with fury in her eyes, stomped toward Bru. Hey, stop. Izuku sat up and defended her. It's okay. Okay. She dash. Izuku embraced Bru, nuzzling into her chest before speaking. I came on to her. I wanted this. I'm fully aware of her age and whatnot. Regardless, I flirted and stared at her up until now. I love her, Mitsuki. And regardless of what happens, you won't be able to separate us. Mika and Mitsuki stood there in awe and confusion as Bru and Izuku cuddled together. You know, you two could always join us. Bru said. It'd make things less awkward. Mitsuki and Mika sputtered something incoherent with red faces. It'd also make taming this monster easier. Bru moved the sheets, showing Izuku's phallus, causing the two women to freeze up in shock. Izuku could smell that they were aroused just from seeing it. We haven't had SEC yet, but we will eventually. I can already tell he's a total bottom, though. Bru. Yusuke said, pretending to be embarrassed. Anyway, Bru climbed atop Izuku, putting her thighs around his heavy knee. She ignored Mika and Mitsuki. She kissed his forehead, sinking further into him. It's time to sleep now, baby. Mommy'll share her warmth with you. Tomorrow we'll grow closer, okay? Okay. She kissed him on the lips before wrapping her arms above his head, almost completely covering his body with her own. She begins humming a tune into his ear as they drift into unconsciousness. Mitsuki. Mika spoke to her friend. What are we gonna do about this? Mitsuki caught herself staring at Izuku's phallus, internally comparing it to her late husband's before shaking her head. I'm sure they'll. I don't know. Stop eventually, right? Maybe Izuku will get over her? They in fact did not stop. Japan slowly turned into a nightmare country thanks to Izuku beginning his attacks on government figures. In the meanwhile, Mika and Mitsuki slowly grew more frustrated at Izuku and Bru. They wouldn't let go of each other no matter what room they were in. The living room? Bru would straddle Izuku, grinding her extra large butt against him, and she fed his mouth with her tongue, which bulged in his throat. Izuku, during this, would slap and grope her hefty cheeks, squishing them together often. The kitchen? Whenever it was Bru's turn to cook for them, Izuku would be behind her, grinding against her but while kissing her neck. At the dinner table, they would feed each other and wash dishes together. Izuku more than a dozen times would slap her huge butt. The way it rippled enticed the other widows. The bathroom? Unfortunately, there was only one. On more than one occasion, Mika and Mitsuki would catch Bru either sking him off on the toilet or while they showered together. No matter where or when, they would secularly NTMT. And it was even worse at night, especially for Mika. Finally, after months of this, they finally had enough. As per usual, Izuku and Bru were making out on the couch. The plump frog widow was on top of Izuku due to him loving being crushed under her larger body. Her tongue clashed with his coiling around it like a python, pulling on it a few times before sliding it further down Izuku's neck. Izuku embraced her, his hands pulling at her love hands. Both were naked sans their underwear. Bru's panties, which had a wet spot, ground against Izuku's pee-pee through his boxers. For a few moments, they went at this. And then Mitsuki and Mika appear. You win. Mitsuki said tiredly. Baru reluctantly tore her face away from Izuku, leaving the boy to pant and heave heavily. What do you mean? We'll have to see with Izuku. Mika said, blushing. I'm sick of you two keeping me up at night with your noises. And behinds, sometimes. She placed her hands on her elbows, shivering from a non-existent cold breeze. It gets lonely, so I think it'd be best if we did this. Baru smiled. Great. But I'm first. She tore her panties off and does the same for Izuku. She wiggles her hips excitedly before speaking. Now, as I said before, Izuku's a bottom. He likes a dominant, older woman, like us three. And in his own words. She liked her lips like a hungry jungle predator. He wants to be pampered by an older woman or three. Having enough of waiting, lifts up her lower half just above Izuku's phallus. And without warning, she slammed into Izuku's pelvis as hard as she could, shaking the couch. Baru croaks a little. Something she hadn't done in years. She was an experienced woman, but something of this size was new to her. Good boy. Baru whispered huskily, moving her legs and his, getting him in an Amazon press. She plants herself and licks her lips. You must be so pent up. After all, only a real woman could handle such a strong pages. I'll be sure to drain you dry, sweetie. Mika and Mitsuki watch Baru ride him. Izuku's fist-sized ball, hot and full of SMN, began to clench intensely. They see Baru clog Izuku's throat with her long tongue, her eyes feral, and Izuku's filled with tears. He could barely breathe, but they could tell he was enjoying Baru's fledgling SDSM. They were hypnotized by the show, the sounds, and everything in between. Mika grabbed at her sides as her thighs came together, trembling. They kept going. Izuku's hands found their way into Baru's, their fingers interlocking as the thick frog widow used him like a dildo. There. Mitsuki shuddered, swallowing hard at the thought of going next. They're going so. She was cut off by Izuku coming. Loud splurts of hot semen rushed deep inside Baru's womb. Her thighs and butt quiver at the sensation. Izuku threw his arms around, moving upward in an attempt to penetrate deeper as he kept coming. Baru croaked in his mouth as she made out with him more feverishly. Eventually, as the high died down, Baru stopped moving and separated her mouth from Izuku. You're learning quickly, Izuku. You're already a good kisser. Baru cooed affectionately. She sits up, rubbing her cum-inflated belly and croaking. She looks to Mitsuki and Mika, who were red in the face and had a trail of wetness running down their thighs. She smiles. Let's spoil our baby boy together. That just about pushed them over the edge. Baru's and Izuku's tongues wrestled, meaning Mitsuki and Mika were between Izuku's legs, attacking his PP together. The both of them massaged his ball and liked across his in unison. I can't believe I'm doing this. Mitsuki thought, wondering how Inko would react to this. What has my life come to? Mika thought shamefully. This boy is less than half my age, yet here am I. Asking his. Baru removes herself from Izuku's mouth, allowing his M's to be heard aloud as he comes all over the faces of the other two mothers, from their foreheads to their chins. This smell. Mitsuki and Mika squirt a little bit, dampening their panties. It's so thick and strong. It's numbing my brain. They didn't know their hands went down to their pussies until they felt it. They froze and looked up at Baru and Izuku. They wanted them. While Baru and Mika kissed, the former liking the cum off of the latter, Mitsuki rode Izuku with a shaky grin on her face. Her huge, bouncy butt slapped against his ball. Izuku's face was stuffed in her bust, his hands yearning at her shapely rear and whatever other fat he could find on her buxom body. Hung. Mitsuki pressed herself against Izuku, hugging the back of his head. Why you're so hung, Izuku? You're bashing my... She's interrupted by Izuku sking both of her nipples. His ball pulsed. She knew what was coming. Come inside. Come inside. See, come in. She felt the first stream hit. Side. Then another. In. For more big ones. Side. Another 4. Deep, deep inside my womb, darling. She pecked him on the lips repeatedly before full diving into a raunchy French kiss. Mitsuki, between kisses, said, Put another baby in me, Izuku. I want 3. Triplets. I'll raise them to be better than Katsuki, I swear it. She was sweating profusely, her head not being where it should be. You're so much bigger than my weakling of a husband, Izuku-chan. Mitsuki cooed into his ear. In the bedroom, Izuku's face was pointed upward by Mitsuki and Baru. The nipples on their huge bosoms were pointed at his open mouth. SCK. They both said firmly. Izuku does so, nursing on them as Mika rode him backward. This reminds me of my younger days. Mika exclaimed, her lower half bulging from Izuku entering and exiting her repeatedly as she threw her butt up and down, her hands on her knees. I was such aware. Shaking my butt around like slot, but now. I'm yours. Izuku closed his eyes. He could feel Mika's walls squeeze on him, Mitsuki and Bar rubbing all over his muscles, the softness of their bosoms on his face, and much more. In the end, his body relaxes as he pumped SMN in Mika's pee-pee. He and his 3 MLF lovers huddled together, cuddling naked. Mika and Mitsuki peppered his face with kisses while Bar sloppily made out with him. They did this for hours until they passed out and fell asleep. In the end, they were all filled and very happy with their arrangement. And though Izuku knew there wouldn't be much more to gain from this timeline, he decided to stay for a little while longer for fun and for a few more experiences with his women. Japan, after just 2 years, fell into anarchy thanks to Izuku killing almost every important figure. He also went out of his way to destroy any methods of people fleeing. Airports, boats, jets, you name it, it was destroyed by Izuku. During this time, he also killed AFO and Shigaraki. Nizu set up a shelter at UA for scared civilians, which Izuku left alone. But it was only a matter of time until that fell as well. In the end, there were no rulers. Things were bleak for just about everyone except for Izuku and his women. They were well fed, entertained, and were never attacked by anyone. They lived out their days, making love to each other every day. Izuku's head is on Mika's lap, and as her fingers run through his hair, Baru and Mitsuki give him a dual paizuri, the 2 huge pairs of BRST almost bearing his. Baru's dexterous tongue stroked his pee-pee, whereas Mitsuki planted kisses on the head. "You're such a darling." Mika smiled, waving her hair to the side. "You've been such a good cum dispenser for so long. Allow us to reward you." He leant down and kissed him. And after a few minutes, Izuku shakes as cum rockets out of his ball and into the mouths and onto the mammaries of Baru and Mitsuki, giving them a good sizable helping of his essence. Betwixt the thighs of Mika was Izuku's phallus, and riding the excess length as Mika stroked it with her thighs was Mitsuki. Skiing on one of Izuku's nipples and twisting the other was Baru. He planted kisses on him and occasionally bit him while maintaining full eye contact. After coming inside Mitsuki, Mika was bent over with his palms on the wall, and moving into her was Izuku. But Mitsuki assisted him, humping him and amping the power of his moves. "That's a good boy," Mitsuki whispered, nibbling his earlobes. "Here, follow my lead, honey." First, as Izuku fed Mika, Mitsuki placed her hands atop Izuku's, directing them to Mika's plump butt and making him grope her a few times. "You grab her juicy MLF butt." Second, Mitsuki's moves, thus forcing Izuku to do the same. "Loop her until she bends the knee." "I'm gonna dash." As Mika squirts, Izuku comes inside her. Their juices very briefly collide before Izuku overwhelms her and conquered her insides. Izuku pulls out, and Mika slumps to the ground a little tired. I need a minute." But this was fine. Mitsuki grabbed Izuku, roughly pushing him into Bar, who pats his head before pushing against him. Mitsuki approaches, placing Izuku's pee-pee between thighs and sandwiching the boy between herself and Barris. She begins pumping, and just before he comes, Mika wrapping her lips around his length and drank down all of his semen. It's like carrying a bag of groceries. Mitsuki scratched the top of his head, playing with his curly green hair. "A cute bag of groceries," Baru said, smiling. "I want him inside of me again." And inside of her Izuku went. Baru does a frog squat, squatting on Izuku's pee-pee repeatedly. Mika lay atop Izuku, her chest burying his face. Mitsuki was with Baru, alternating between liking at her sealness and kissing Izuku's ball. After a healthy krempi entered Baru, Mitsuki sandwiched his phallus between his ass cheeks, and Baru did the same with her BRs, taking one side while Mitsuki took another. Together, they began massaging. Mika, meanwhile, ummed incoherently as Izuku tugged on her BRs with his teeth. Soon enough, Izuku orgasmed into air, showing Mitsuki, Baru, and getting a little bit on Mika's butt, which Baru liked up. "Izuku-chan," Baru said sultrily, "I would like to try something on you. I'll spoil you rotten afterward regardless of whether or not you'll end up liking it, so don't worry." Izuku would live forever. At some point, he'd explore whatever she was talking about anyway. What's the harm of getting it out of the way now? He wasn't expecting this. Mitsuki worked as a cockwarmer, allowing his phallus to be plunged into her folds. But he wasn't moving. Baru was at his side, her tongue deep in his butt and repeatedly bashing his pee in it constantly and causing Izuku to come constantly, perpetually ejaculating inside Mitsuki like a broken faucet. "Relax for us, darling," says Mitsuki, drawing circles in Izuku's back as his body shivered due to his state of constant pleasure. "Don't think about anything else." He made noises between her bosom. "That just focus solely on coming inside the womb of your lover. Let it leak out of you." Mika was in Mitsuki's face. She leaned down, kissing the fiery goddess and kicking up a full-blown make-out sesh with her. This is N.new. Izuku groaned. He then felt a weight on his back. Mika was on top of him, seemingly ignoring the boy and continuing to make out with Mitsuki. After Mitsuki was full, it was Mika's turn. They swapped places, and Izuku came in Mika until she was full as well. And at last, it was Baru's turn. But for her, Izuku does her hard in a mating press as she tongued his pure tea, coming perpetually inside her until it was all said and done. In the end, the women couldn't go on anymore. So, instead, they pampered Izuku. Behind him was Mika, who was massaging him. On his left was Mitsuki, who rubbed the stress out of his shoulder while holding his hand. And straddling him was Baru, massaged his pee-pee with her ass cheeks and massaged his other shoulder at the same time. Needless to say, he'd enjoy this timeline for a few more years before resetting everything. He wondered who would be next in his conquest? I suppose I should have expected that. Nizu called. Well, I'll just leave a message. You're pretty vile, you know that? I know what you did. And I know why you did it too. Your mother, children, families, you killed them all. And for what? Your lack of self-control? Your insatiable carnal desires. Humans truly are vile creatures. Duh. Look, you'll probably never hear this, but I feel the need to say it anyway. This isn't over. You are not above consequences, Izuku Midoriya. Go to hell. Part 2. Mitsuki, Mika, and Bar. Truly, older women were a treat. One that Izuku would feast upon again. But who would it be this time? The wild PP cats, of course. All three of the women, of course. But not Tiger. But how does one do this? How would he pull Mandalay, Ragdoll, and Pixie Bob? Izuku would figure something out. With his powers, he could try for as long as he needed to. He went about his journey normally for a while, making sure he acted nice and built a solid reputation as a normal, but exceptional, kid with a powerful strength quirk. He hid his power throughout Aldra, creating egomaniac Bakugo. He got second in the quirk apprehension test, fought Bakugo in the battle trials with Uraraka, and won. He doesn't become the record breaker, so the league only comes with one Nomu and a horde of villains, causing the attack to go normally with no casualties on either side. Izuku teams up with all might to defeat the Nomu, which was a spectacle, to say the least. He decides to have a little fun and claims first place in the sports festival and interns with Mirko again but makes no moves on her. He already had his fun with her. Tenya, unfortunately, died during the Hosu attack due to the hero killer and was replaced with Ibra Shiozaki of 1B. During the final exams, Izuku and Bakugo were paired against All Might. Wanting this done quickly, Izuku simply fled the city with Bakugo, forcefully, in tow, ignoring his beaching. He outran All Might, which stunned everyone. An unremarkable start in which Izuku grits his teeth in frustration throughout, but it'd all be worth it. He and his class were on the way to their forest training camp. So, Midoriya? Mineta shouted. Ha! Izuku puts on a fake, unassuming smile. What's up? I'm curious, he grins, which puts the girls of the class on high alert instantly. What type of girls do you like? He was smacked on the head as Azui from afar. Ow! The grape-headed before howled in pain. I didn't even say anything. It's an honest question. Yeah, honestly stupid. Kyoka snarked. You don't have to answer that, Midoriya. No, it's fine. Izuku said. I never really thought about it, but if I had to pick, my type of girl would be. He noticed all the girls shift. In their seats, listening in. Their heartbeats quickened. Women. Ha. Every boy and girl said, but Mineta and Kaminari were the loudest. I like older women. Izuku said. Pro-heroines. The older, the better. Not too old, of course. But you know, the sweet spot in my eyes is 30 or older. So, about double my age, give or take. Mineta smirked, and the girls of 1A were down. Mina even shouted, damn it, to the heavens. My guy. Mineta approaches and he daps up Izuku. So, why older women? Is it appearance-based, or? This might be stupid, but the energy older women have, well, it attracts me. Mineta daps him up again. When they arrived, chaos ensued. Said chaos led their arrival at what would be their quarters for the foreseeable future. Izuku attempts something he hadn't done in any prior timeline. Coda. To get in the good graces of the PP cats, he tried befriending the angsty little runt. Only to be punched on the ball. Except, upon doing that, Coda broke his hand. The poor child wailed in pain. Save loaded. Izuku dodged Coda's attempt at harm and further tried befriending him, only for him to gasp and stomped away in a rage, whining about something Izuku didn't bother remembering. Ah, Izuku pretends to be hurt, though everyone perceives this as real. Mandalay frowns. What's the kid's deal? Mandalay frowns. He had a rough past. I'll tell you about it later. Training proceeds. Class 1A mingles with 1B for a but beforehand, some become friends where others don't. Izuku? He was biding his time until the attack began. He had plans on saving Coda since he knew he'd be attacked by Muscular. And so, the day comes. After Mandalay makes the announcement that villains are attacking, Izuku lets out a fake gasp. Koda's still out there. Izuku then ran off to the mountains, ignoring protests from his classmates. He takes a little time but gets there and stops Muscular from killing Koda via massive blow to the head. Well. Muscular sounded pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect a tiny little thing like you to stop my punch like that. Izuku cracked his knuckles. I expected better, honestly. Suppose you're just a showboating loser who can't back it up. Teeth. A vein appeared on Muscular's forehead. Lucky little punk. Though you're on the no-kill list. That doesn't mean I can't rough you up a little bit. Huh. Izuku was surprised to hear that. This was new. List. Don't worry about that. Muscular grinned, making Koda flinch. Just show me your blood, punk. They clashed fists. Izuku smirked as Muscular's arm muscles exploded and tore apart on contact. Then, Izuku grabbed his busted arm and swung him around in the air like a towel before slamming him down into the mountain. Cracks from where Muscular was slammed spread down the mountain and tore it apart, even reaching the ground and doing the same. What the? Bakugo temporarily stopped burning the forest upon feeling the ground shake tremendously. What the hell was that? That, Compress and Moonfish appear before him, Tokoyami, and Todoroki. Is probably Muscular and that green-haired fellow fighting. But don't worry about that. Izuku saved Koda as the mountain collapsed on Muscular. The child had stars in his eyes as Izuku placed him on his back. That power! He took out that JRK in one blow and caused an earthquake. Koda thought, wow! You're probably safest with me, kid. Now let's go save everyone. As Izuku ran, Koda had only one thought. This is what a real hero is like. Izuku dropped Koda off with Eraserhead before leaving. He took care of Toga first. After her knife broke after she tried stabbing him, he knocked her out, saving Azui and Ochako. Before Magna could knock out Pixie Bob, Izuku appeared and kicked her away. You alright? Izuku asked, helping her up. My head hurts, but yeah. She answered jokingly. I took care of some guy named Muscular. A mountain fell on him, so he might be dead. Izuku explained briefly. Anyways, Koda's with Eraserhead. Before being incapacitated, Muscular mentioned some kind of list. Izuku pushed Pixie Bob out of the way of Magna's strike. Izuku threw her into Spinner, who was attacking Mandalay before continuing. A list? Mandalay asked. Yeah. They have targets. I'm not sure who they are though. That's good enough. Thank you, Izuku. You did well in saving Koda. Right. Anyway, I'll go help the others. He promptly disappeared as Mandalay made the announcement that the villains had targets. Izuku was barely aware of who Mustard was, but he blew away his gas and took care of him with ease. And then he confronts Compress. Midoriya. An injured Tokoyami exclaimed. Hey! They have Bakugo. Todoroki huffed, a little winded. Izuku looked up at Compress and Moonfish. The former was standing atop a tree branch while the latter was held up by many blades emerging from his teeth. Hey, Magic Man. Izuku pointed at Compress. I'll break your neck if you don't drop Bakugo. Charming. He said. But no, I won't be doing that. Unless. You and your Bakugo friend are both targets of ours. But you took priority for us. Give yourself up, and I'll release your friend. And then we'll leave. Izuku shrugged. Okay. Compress was a little confused by how unbothered he was, but he had a job to do. He removed a marble from his mouth and flicked it away, releasing Bakugo. Izuku approached without fear. Moonfish kept the rest of them away, however. And then Compress spoke. Thank you for making this easy for both of us. You're welcome. And he used his quirk on him. But to both of their surprises, Izuku, instead of turning into a blue marble, turns into noticing. He rather violently and loudly glitches out of existence without any warning. Compress stared at his hand in confusion. Everyone did. What? The rest of the attack doesn't go well. Bakugo was captured anyway, and the villains escaped. But Ragdoll luckily remained unharmed. It was a devastating loss on the hero's part. Mitsuki was distraught at her son being kidnapped, but Inko and Koda were in an even worse state. And no one knew what happened to him. No one knew if he was even alive. According to the words of Tokoyami and Todoroki, Izuku was touched by Compress, and then he simply vanished. Whereas Bakugo was turned into a marble. There was no way to find him. All they could do was hope and wait. And while Bakugo's rescue plan was being made, Izuku was. Okay hand, Star of David, skull and crossbones, thumbs down, snowflake, index pointing up, victory hand, Star of David, thumbs down. Okay. Izuku, for the first time in decades, was wary. This is fine. Where the hell was he? The walls were a dark vantablack, and the floor was gray. The room wasn't very big, but that didn't mean it wasn't any less dangerous, potentially. He was tempted to load his save or reset, but he had to know what this was. Before moving, he remembers the fun value of this world. It's not an unusual number. Well, be that as it may, Izuku had women to do, so he moved forward. There was nothing here. The room was an empty rectangular box shape. Seriously? This cool secret thing is here for nothing? Then someone appeared, making Izuku leap out of his skin after he spots her. He didn't hear her, see her, nothing. She wasn't there, and then she was. She didn't exist, and then she did. He couldn't sense or anticipate it. Then he got a good look at her and was even more surprised. Eri? Check. Bomb, Star of David, droplet, snowflake, Star of David, index pointing up, raised hand, frowning face, ATKI def I. Looks like Eri. She was a 1-to-1 copy of her, but her face was wildly different. Her eyes were completely black, and her face was a little melted? A dark crack in her face went up into her hair from her right eye, and another went down her face underneath her left. Her stuck, unmoving smile unnerved him. Hey! Izuku said awkwardly. Eri doesn't move. So, what are you doing here? You're usually with Overhaul. Wherever the hell we are. Eri stares up at him, still as a statue. Izuku moves to left, and her gaze follows him every step of the way. This was seriously very weird. Finally, after a few minutes of standing still, Eri moves. She hugged his leg before climbing him like a tree and clinging to his side affectionately. Oh, okay. You don't seem to dislike me, which is great. Izuku said as Eri rubbed her cheek against his. I assume you brought me here through that Mad Hatter-looking guy. Why? Eri gets off of him and walks off somewhere. Izuku follows her, the small room they were in prior, apparently having a hallway of the same color. They walk for a bit, Eri holding his hand until they reach another door. Eri climbs up Izuku again to open it. Another room, but with a small gray table in it this time. On top of it was a weird glass canister with a red glowing heart in it. Eri retrieves it and hands it to Izuku. You got snowflake, raised hand, skull and crossbones, index pointing ups. Thanks. Izuku muttered. What is it? And what was that weird language he couldn't read? Eri still doesn't say anything. She climbed up on him and kissed him on the cheek. Izuku blinks. He was in his room, canister in hand. He stares at it before trying and failing to open it. It didn't budge even after he applied more strength, which was quite surprising. It was hard to explain what happened to Inko and Yue, so Izuku just says it how it was, apart from a few details. How peculiar. Nizu inspected the canister Izuku put on his desk. I can lift a mansion with a finger, yet I couldn't open it. Izuku said. I don't know what it's made of, but it's invincible. I see. Nizu unveils a peculiar handheld device. He points it at the canister, scanning it. The energy it's emitting is quite fascinating as well. What do I do with it? Just make sure you don't lose it. I have a feeling whatever this red thing is. Nizu poked at it. It's gonna end up being quite important. And so, Izuku puts it in his inventory. He began his walk home, only to be intercepted by the PP cats except Tiger. He meant to smash them. Midoriya. Pixie Bob, in civilian clothes, shouted. Come with us. We have much to discuss. And home they went. Izuku was fortunately spared from the bombardment of Kota Izumi, who was at their agency building with Tiger. Izuku sat with the pussycats, drinking some water after explaining what happened. I'm sorry you went through that, Midoriya. Ragdoll said. Don't be. Everything ended up fine, and I wasn't injured at all. Sure, but... Mandalay trails off. I can't thank you enough for saving Kota from that monster. And for avenging his parents. I didn't mean to kill him, but the world was better off without him running around, prison or not. Izuku said. Anyway, did you bring me here just to say thanks? Mandalay blushes as did Ragdoll. But Pixie Bob was grinning. No, Mandalay said. We happened to overhear some gossip from your classmates. About your preferences. Preferences? Well dash. Ugh. Pixie shouts. Do you want to have a CC with us, Midoriya? Yes or no? Yeah. Izuku answered forwardly. See? Was that so hard? Mandalay fumes on the couch, turning away. Pixie cackles. Well, sit back and relax. Your reward for saving Kota is fun times with your favorite group of heroines. Pixie gets in between his legs. I'll good care of you, kitten. She was expecting many things. A shy version, disappointment, and the like. So naturally, Pixie was very caught off guard by what Izuku was packing. It lands on her face. She was in awe, and Mandalay and Ragdoll were staring at it. Pixie feels it throbbing on her face. Pixie sniffs, causing heat to build in between her thighs, which she rubbed together. Oh my. She was by no means a virgin, but no size has ever shocked her like this before. Without any more words, she begins skiing. She wasn't half bad. She was no Momo or Azui, but she could take a good amount and use her tongue well enough. Mandalay and Ragdoll watch. a little jealous but mainly aroused by the sight of their ally feverishly skiing fat pages. And after just coming, Pixie comes as well. She could feel and smell his virility after his semen landed on her tongue. It was tough to swallow, but she does so anyway and falls in love. Diamond, Midoriya. You're making this gal fall in love. Pixie gets up, stripping to straddle Izuku. Her arms were around his neck, and Izuku's hands were gripping her butt. As she rode him, she bit on his neck, marking her territory in a sense. And after he comes inside, she shuddered from all of the hot spunk endlessly flooding her uterus. Peach. Pixie lets out a breath through her teeth, stroking the back of his head whilst gyrating her hips. I hope you have some left for my girlfriends, stud. We're not dash. Semantics. Pixie interrupts Mandalay, leaving Midoriya's side and rubbing her cum-stuffed belly, smiling at her bounty. Ragdoll goes next, and he allows Izuku to take control. He bends her over the living room coffee table and pounds her. Izuku grabs her melons and mounts her proper before continuing moments later. Jirpng her plump but he pulled out. Okay. Ragdoll shakily held up her hand. That's enough from me, Midoriya. He was a little annoyed, but as far as he knew, CC felt best with consent. So he left her alone. And lastly, it was Mandalay. She, like Pixie, straddles Izuku. Why you seem to know what you're doing, Izuku. Come inside of me quickly, okay? Izuku nuzzles into Mandalay's chest as he gently moves into her, flooding her with cum a few minutes later. She gets off of him and wipes the sweat off of her brow. Midoriya. Mandalay huffs, surprised at her tiredness. I hope we repaid you well enough. And if those two didn't? Pixie hugged his arm, running her hand across his chin before kissing him for a few beats. I will. By myself if I have to. Izuku kisses her, into her chest while he is at it. After separating, Pixie pants heavily before dragging him upstairs. Ragdoll gets up, sitting next to Mandalay. So, how long do you think? You know. I have a feeling Izuku is gonna have her infatuated for life. Mandalay said bluntly. I mean between his huge D and his ability to actually use it, plus the smell. She unknowingly shudders hotly. Yeah, she's keeping him. 110%. Izuku and Pixie take a shower, or at least they try to. The instant the water hit them, Izuku pressed his cat-themed lover against the shower wall and had his way with her. Pixie proceeds to wrap her arms and legs around him, having Izuku'd her whilst carrying her. Just before climaxing, Izuku puts her up against the wall, unloads rope after steaming rope in her folds. After actually showering, whilst kissing, they went to Pixie's room, where Pixie pushed Izuku onto her mattress. I've wanted mate for so long. Pixie cooed before hovering her gushing pee-pee above his pee-pee and turning around, her large rear wobbling as she wiggled it about. But no one was ever good enough. No one could handle me or thrill me like you can. She dropped her butt on him, squatting like a cat does and moving her posterior up and down repeatedly. Clapping sounds fill the house, and after Izuku comes inside of her again they don't slow down. Mandalay and Ragdoll had put their panties on and drank some tea while watching a movie. Geez. Those two are still going? Ragdoll. Pixie's screaming and her bed loudly rattling and creaking disturbed their time of relaxation. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more of Midoriya a lot more often. Ragdoll said, sipping her tea. The noises finally stopped. Looks like they're done. Either that or they're changing positions. Pixie was twitching in a pool of her liquids mixed with Izuku's. Her legs were in the air, evidence of her being broken post-mating press. Izuku, laying at her side and holding her hand, smiled softly at the ceiling. Now, how would he dominate Mandalay? Question for later. Pixie lays on top of him, purring as she liked at him while wiggling her hourglass body. She liked at his bottom lip, and Izuku lets her into a deep kiss. Pixie purred loudly, running her hands across his shoulders. If she had a tail, it'd be wrapped around his leg right now. From then on, Izuku and Pixie Bob's relationship flourished. They rarely went in dates, but whenever they had time and didn't have anything else to do, they had section. Mandalay and Ragdoll rarely joined, but they were slowly being worn down by their intimacy, as well as a little jealous. It was weird. Despite his efforts and their feelings, Mandalay and Ragdoll never had AC with him again after the first time. Maybe he would try his luck with them again in the future. Clearly, outside of saving Kota, he'd need to do more in order to gain their affection, as he did with Pixie Bob, who became his girlfriend. In any case, the day of Bakugo's rescue comes. Izuku accidentally kills AFO and Shigaraki, the final bosses of any neutral route, essentially marking the end of this timeline. But Izuku stuck around for a while. His encounter with the mystery girl during the forest training stuck with him, and he needed to check something out before doing a reset. He bides his time, going through each and every arc up until the raid on Overhaul. Which didn't happen. In fact, Kai Chisaki, The shy Hasakai, every trace of him simply didn't exist, and most likely never did in the first place. And when Izuku asked Night Eye about him, he looked genuinely confused and asked if Kai were some character in a book or something. He never encountered the mystery girl again either. The only thing he gained was the weird heart-shaped thing in the canister. In any case, he was disappointed and hated how boring things ended up. Mandalay and Ragdoll weren't budging, and outside of the mystery girl, nothing of interest happened. He only married one woman after graduation. And while Pixie Bob was fun to use, she also broke tradition. He always had a harem. Of 3 in the end. Whatever. This timeline fucking Esigi in his humble opinion. Nothing, huh? It was Nizu. Well, we'll just leave a message. Hello, Izuku. Inko was speaking. I didn't think you were into girls, women like Pixie Bob of the Cats. But regardless, I'm proud of you. And I'm proud of the upstanding, kind hero you became. Goodbye. The Collins. Part 3. Izuku was a little lost after his first bad run, but he collects himself. He was a metafolk, damn it. A godly being far beyond these lower creatures. He shouldn't be getting down like this. After resetting, Izuku does things normally, not showing any signs of irritation. He hides his power and is nice and whatnot. After the sports festival, he interns with MT Lady, who was quite surprised he chose her. Izuku didn't know very much about her, aside from her name and quirk. He figured this to be a good chance to learn about her for later runs. Izuku was looking through MT Lady's fridge. Geez, are cupped noodles all you eat, lady? What? No. ME Lady said from her couch in the living room. Why aren't you cleaning? Alright. Izuku was currently the maid of MT Lady. Under normal circumstances, this internship would be horrible. But for Midoriya, who didn't need training, this was just fine. He cleans up her fridge and kitchen in just a few minutes, thanks to his super speed. Scrubbed everything in the kitchen and cleaned out your fridge. Izuku said, appearing next to his supposed teacher. She stopped reading her newspaper to look at him. Thanks. Got any more training for me and lady? Izuku said with noticeable spite in his voice, which made you flinch. She suddenly felt the need to pay him back for his efforts and for her noticeable lack of actual training. She sits up. How's about a massage, Midoriya? Okay. You smiled. Lay on your front for me. Izuku interrupts, cracking his knuckles. Oh. You, not one to turn down free stuff, does as she is told. You melted as he worked on her tense muscles, and she was flabbergasted by how precise he was being. It was like he had decades of experience. Did Amit have some class for once? If I am because of some teenager, then he hits the sweet spot, which forces a little out of her. Her toes curled up as he kept going. She internally thanked the universe that he didn't hear her, even though he very much did. About an hour later, you was a puddle on the couch, completely relaxed and at peace. I'll be right back. Waff. You was no longer a puddle. As soon as she looked up, he was gone. She frowned. But moments later, he returned with groceries. Hi. He said. You're gonna experience some real food, lady. Real food. You followed him with her eyes as he went into the kitchen. No, you don't have to dash. He was already cooking. In due time, a superb plate was given to her. Pie. You asked, smelling it. What flavor is it? Scotch and cinnamon. Scotch. Butterscotch. Izuku clarified. Huh. You slowly picked it up. I've never heard of butterscotch being used in a pie. She takes a bite. She loves it. Soon enough, all of the pie was consumed by the two of them, but you had the most slices. Izuku sat next to the heroine, who patted her stomach. I don't think I've ever been that full before. She exclaimed. I mean, on something that's actually food and not junk. I could cook more often for you if you'd like. Izuku shrugged. That, and hanging out with you seem like a good way to kill time. You teasingly ran her hand across his jaw, turning his head to face her. What's this? You give me the best massage of my life and cook for me just to kill time, huh? Are you sure you aren't trying to charm little ol' me? Well, befriending you would be nice as well, lady. She ponders something for a little bit, but soon comes to a decision. Quit calling me that. You kisses him on the lips for a few moments. And call me you. Then you call me Izuku. They continued kissing for a while. They wouldn't and probably couldn't date officially for a while, but this was a start. Life went on. Every day after school, Izuku would hang out and make out with MT Lady. She would reciprocate his kindness by massaging him and even cooking, which she SED at. You loved his scotch and cinnamon pies and would very vocally crave it. Tenya dies at the hands of the hero killer and was replaced by Ibra Shiozaki after being mourned. The final exams happen, and Izuku passes. But something unusual happens. Instead of forest training, a new event occurs. A trip to Island, which Izuku was personally invited to by some guy named David Shield. Who was David Shield? Izuku did a little research. He was some prize winner or whatever. He didn't care. In any case, David gave him 2 invites. One for him and for a +1. He chose MT Lady to go with him. She accepts and makes herself pretty for the trip. And off to the island, Izuku and Yu went. They held hands most of the way but stopped when they arrived. Izuku was extremely surprised by the scale and general energy of the island. How had he never heard of this? For a few hours, Izuku and Yu visited various attractions and even experienced a few games of sorts. They had fun until it was stopped by a blonde girl in glasses. Hey, you, she said, panting. Did she run a marathon before finding him? Izumi Midoriya, right? Izuku. Yeah, I'm sorry. She slapped her cheeks before turning away and muttering frantically. Geez, I'm already screwing this up. Yu, raising a brow, whispered to Izuku as she continuously muttered to herself. What is wrong with her? Izuku shrugged. I dunno. Anyway. Melissa cooled down, speaking properly. You were invited here by my dad, right? Izuku stared at her. Probably. I don't even know your name. Melissa facebombed. Okay, from the top. She exhales. Hi, Izuku Midoriya. My name is Melissa Shield. Were you sent a pair of invites by my father, David Shield? I was. Izuku points at you. This is my +1. You waved. Hi. Great. My father sent me to find you. He wishes to speak. Melissa explained, turning around. Come with me. Izuku follows her, not being subtle at all about staring at her large butt. You nudged him hard. Huh. He looks up at her. Keep it in your pants, player. She said with a smirk. Izuku, Yu, and Melissa meet David Shield in his lab. He appeared unsettlingly excited to meet Izuku. About time, Melissa. David lightly chided his daughter. Sorry. Melissa bowed. It was hard finding him, you know. Speaking of, Izuku said. What do you want with me, David? David sighed. This is important. Very important. He looked to MT Lady. I apologize, but you can't hear this. What? Lady was about to refute this, but Izuku looked at her, smiling confidently. It's fine. I'm sure whatever this is will only take a few moments. He's right. David said. I have only one simple but secret request to make of him. I swear I won't harm him whatsoever. You growled but walked out of the room. Melissa closed the door behind her. Okay. David cracked his neck. I'll keep this short and to the point. He looks at Izuku. Can you heal All Might? Huh. Those green things you used during the sports festival, David said. Can you heal All Might with those? Right. During his final fight he showed off his healing cards against Todoroki. Oh, you mean these? Izuku takes one out of thin air. Yeah, I can. They're pretty damn potent too. Why? David proceeds to explain All Might and his injury, and that he told this to Melissa as well. If you heal him and restore him to his former glory, I'll give you this. David shows him a weird-looking device. A headpiece. Izuku asked sarcastically. It's what I was going to use to hopefully restore All Might, but after seeing those cards, I knew those had a better chance than this did. It amplifies your quirk dramatically. Izuku rolled his eyes. No. David's and Melissa's expressions shift. The former asked, No? No. Izuku said, shrugging. For whatever reason, he's never asked me to heal him. So no. But the world needs All Might. The symbol of peace. No, it doesn't. David sweats, but he quickly composes himself. Oh, I get it. You don't want the device, right? You want something else. Ichi. We have money. Melissa said with desperation. We can pay you or give you other devices. Izuku walks away. Wait. And then he leaves. David and Melissa stare at the door for a few moments before looking at each other. What do we do? Melissa asked. We need those card things he has. If what he says is true, then they could benefit everyone across the world. Deaths from disease and other things would become a thing of the past. David said. And he isn't sharing that with anyone. Like All Might strength, that kind of power should be used to save people. Clench their fists in silent anger. I have an idea. David said. But I'll need your help, Melissa. Melissa is filled with determination. If I can help Uncle Might, then I'll do anything. And while David formed his own plan, Melissa began executing one of her own. Time goes on, and Melissa eventually finds Izuku and Yu again. To their surprise, she seemed pretty relaxed and was totally fine with Izuku turning down their request earlier. Yeah, right. As if I'll buy that garbage for a second. Izuku thought. I'll play along though. And he plays along. Melissa, after hanging out with them for a while, eventually integrates herself into their circle, becoming a trio of sorts. Yu was suspicious of this girl and a little annoyed, but since she was the daughter of David Shield, she made no complaints. Eventually, you grew tired and wanted to sleep. So Melissa, being the kind soul she was, gets the three of them rooms. Separate rooms. You was dead tired and began sleeping as soon as she hit her bed. Meanwhile, Izuku, who wasn't tired at all, pretends to sleep, emulating it perfectly. He heard little footsteps creep around his room. Someone was trying to be quiet, and they were successful. But Izuku could hear and smell them out just fine. They opened drawers, looked under the bed and various other places, scoffing as quietly as a mouse. Where are they? The thief, a girl, muttered quietly. She was clearly irritated. Then she stopped moving for a few beats. Her breath wavered as she approached Izuku, trying her damnedest not to wake him up as she approached his pockets on the bed. She very carefully and precisely went into his pockets. Her face scrunched up in anger, but as she withdrew her hand, Izuku grabbed her wrist and threw her down on the mattress, swapping positions and sitting on her midsection and grabbing her by the neck before she could make another move. Melissa's air was cut off. She was being choked. Her legs flailed about as she kicked at nothing. She grabbed at Izuku's arm, her face slowly turning blue as she looked up at him with teary eyes. Huh. Izuku blinked before releasing her, pretending he was delirious from sleep. Melissa. Melissa heaved and coughed, taking a deep breath, wiping her eyes and taking another breath. Get the hell off of me. She tried and failed to push him away. He was immovable. First of all, Izuku played dumb. He could use this. What are you doing in my room, unannounced? Why are you here? Melissa flinched and averted her eyes. Izuku held her chin with one hand and forced her to look at him. Why are you here, Melissa? Melissa uselessly swats at him, but Izuku catches her hands and pins them above her head with his free hand. I won't ask again. Melissa twitches, her cheeks being dusted with red as she closes her eyes silently. Seriously? You aren't even gonna try or say anything? Melissa remains still. Izuku smiles. You're dash. Just shut up already. Melissa shouted, her closed eyes squeezing in anger and her expression donning fury. Either get it over with or be quiet. Izuku, to her surprise, released her and moved away. Get up, he said. Melissa appeared surprised, freezing for a few moments before standing nervously. Izuku stood up and stopped in front of her. Because Melissa was taller than him, he had to look up to meet her eyes. Be honest, Melissa. Why did you break in? Izuku asked, fully knowing the answer but wanting to hear it from her. Still, she didn't answer. Fine. Izuku sighs. The hard way it is, then. In an instant he was hugging her. Melissa quietly shrilled as he motorboats her bursts and pressed himself against her. Why you pervert? Melissa growled under her breath. Freak. You. You know, Izuku looked up at her through her chest, hingi and effendingi her butt. I find it very interesting how you aren't doing anything to stop this. She scoffed. This is what you want in exchange, alright? Huh. Don't play dumb. She said, slowly undoing the bow on her shirt. If I let you do whatever you want to me, will you heal Uncle Might? Izuku releases her, and with an unsettling expression, points at the door. Get out. It. Get out. Melissa frowns and begins the leave. As soon as she turned around, Izuku slapped her on the butt quite hard. Melissa reels as pain shot up her entire body as she reels, biting her lip to keep her from making noise. She glares back at Izuku, who just smiled. Melissa limps away, embarrassed and angered beyond belief. But there was another feeling in her chest, which made itself known after she was being choked. She felt hot, even though it was relatively cool in the building. Her heart was pounding, and her breath was funny. From then on, Melissa left Izuku and you alone, which delighted the mountain hero to no end. Things were great. Island was fun. And then came the sudden villain attack. Izuku could hear Wolfram and his guys from 8 literal mile away and knew they were bad news, but he left them alone to see what they would do. They attacked Izuku. In fact, he could tell they were targeting him for whatever reason. Regardless, he handled them with ease. In the midst of learning their moves and powers, Izuku spots the quirk amplification device on his head. That's when he thought about something. Quirks, and other power types in the lower plane, and metas were as different as fire and water, but that didn't mean quirks couldn't affect metas. For example, All for One is able to interact and touch his power despite being a lowly, pathetic human. He was erased the instant he tried to take it due to how the natural law of metas operated, but still, he was able to interact with it. Erasure doesn't affect Izuku, and quirk nullifying objects don't work either. But what would actually happen should he use something that enhanced his power, such as that device? He wasn't keen on testing it, honestly. But if AFO was anything to go by, things should end up fine. So, he snatched it in a flash. He expected the device to break, malfunction, or even be erased upon him wearing it. What he didn't expect was for it to actually work. The skies turned a beautiful rainbow. Every color shone brilliantly, and energy shot out of Izuku's eyes. And then he blacked out. Izuku awakens. The Q80 on his head was gone, it being disintegrated after being used once. But something was different. He felt something weighing down his arms and his chest. On his left was you, naked. On his right was Melissa, also naked. And sleeping on his chest was someone he's barely interacted with but found attractive nonetheless. America's #1 hero, whose real name is Kathleen Bate. What the hell is happening? Itching. The girls wake up, rubbing their eyes before beaming at Izuku like he was the greatest thing they ever gazed upon, their tiredness evaporating in an instant. "Good morning, master," you said, her smile brighter than his homeworld sun. "I hope your dreams were pleasant." She pecked him on the cheek. Izuku blinks. "Yeah, I guess. They were." "Master." Melissa grumbled. "You're lying. Did you have a nightmare? I didn't feel you stirring in your sleep at all." She puts her finger to her cheek thoughtfully. No, it was less a nightmare and more of just a weird dream." Izuku said dismissively. "Regardless," Kathleen said, "your 3 loyal, loving beaches can show you just how much better your reality is than your dreams." She sat up alongside his other girls and cupped his face. "Now, master, answer something for me. How would you like to start your morning today? Breakfast in bed?" Kathleen shifted closer. "A shower with your women?" Closer. She pushed her dripping wet snatch against his growing boxer-clad Erkin. "Or would you rather put a nice, thick load deep inside the wombs of your beaches?" As Izuku pondered this, you slapped Kathleen's arm. "If he chooses the last option, then I'm going first." "Huh?" Melissa exclaimed. "Says who?" "I was his first love." You states with pride. "And you know how master likes it when I use my quirk." Melissa pouts adorably. "Just because you were first doesn't mean you get to go first all the time. And quirks aside, you know master loves abusing my body." While they were bickering, Izuku leaped onto Kathleen, pushing her huge body down and kissing her, making Melissa and you pout. Izuku rubbed on her muscles before moving his hands to her huge BRs, squeezing her nipples before Jervinji the massive mounds and kneading them. He parts from her lips, placing his pee-pee between her BRSs. Kathleen stared at the slab of meat like a hungry animal. "Pleasure me, Kathleen." Kathleen swallowed. She squeezed via her mounds, beginning her tit job. America's former #1 heroine worked tirelessly to satisfy her god. Her eyes glazed over as she stuffed her mouth with his remaining length and tongued it feverishly. Melissa and you were fuming with jealousy once Izuku's first load of the day entered Kathleen's mouth and went down her throat. Kathleen closed her eyes as she kept swallowing his sewn for the next few moments before he stopped. "Pa." Kathleen opened her mouth wide, showing her diligence. "You taste as divine as always, master." She spreads her legs as Izuku moved downward. "Now, my beloved, would you like to dominate and break me? Or would you rather I take care of you?" Izuku answered by laying back. Kathleen smiled thinly, shifting about until she was bouncing her butt on Izuku reverse cowgirl style. Izuku loved watching the towering, massive but Kathleen-packed flatten and jiggle against his thighs. It was then that Melissa and you chose to join. You, his first love, gently kneaded his muscular chest and kissed him slow yet passionately. Melissa, meanwhile, held his hand in her fingers, skiing on his pointer while looking at him. Izuku slapped the butt of Kathleen as she dropped her wedding cake booty one last time, grunting and miming as his orgasm floods her pee-pee and intruded into her womb. "Oh, yes," Kathleen sighed as she gyrates her hips on Izuku, drawing out a few more fertile ropes out of his ball and inside her. "I'll never get tired of this, master. I would have abandoned America a lot sooner had I known of your thick, juicy pee-pee." Removing herself, Kathleen lay content on her front, shivering as Isamin rushed out of her pages. She always loved the feeling. Next was Melissa, who Izuku sat up for. She blushed as his face grew closer to hers. "You're beautiful, Melissa." Izuku brushed aside her hair with a finger, admiring her features. "But there's something missing." "Am missing?" Melissa panicked. Izuku then slapped her. Melissa briefly froze before looking back directly at her beloved with lustful hearts in her eyes. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes, her bruised face stinging. It was like a switch was flipped in her head. She remained at ease as Izuku cupped her face. "There it is. Now you're at your hottest, Melissa." Izuku growled before kissing her. Melissa mewled in SE delight, grabbing his pee-pee and stroking it as much as she could before Izuku forced it into her folds. Izuku slapped her but a few times as he moves in her. He proceeds to put Melissa on her back. Knowing what to do, she raised her legs, allowing Izuku to reach her deepest corners via mating press. Her tongue was high out of her mouth and being yawned feverishly by Izuku. You whined as she snaked down to her womanhood. Hurry up and come in her so I can have a turn, Izuku-sama." She hated being last, but she relished the opportunity to watch her co-lover being bottomed out by her master over and over again. Izuku spreads out his knees, pounding the blonde for another good minute before filling her with his Izuku bucked his hips into as he comes, causing Melissa to shamelessly cry out. The blonde shook and shivered the more her beloved master came, throwing his arms around his head in an effort to become one with him. Once filled, Melissa huffed. But her breath hitches when Izuku flipped her over. She pants excitedly, almost drooling as she turns the rest of the way over. She hiked her large behind upward toward him. I offer myself to you, my master. Izuku has his way with her once again, stretching Melissa open and molding her anus to fit his length like a glove. Every throb of his phallus inside her broke Melissa a little more, and when he finally comes in her again, she completely gives in. Izuku grabbed her by the wrists and raised her up, moving in her a few more times as his orgasm continued. Nuff, why you're so few, big and strong, Izuku-sama. She slumps forward once Izuku releases her and pulls out, a waterfall of cum and pleasant ms following after. Finally, it was Yu's turn. She bit her lip as Izuku approached, already activating a little of her quirk, becoming bigger than she was before. Now that she was about 2.5 times bigger than Izuku, Yu easily picked him up and inserted his length into her bigger mouth. Izuku grunts, hugging on tightly to her face as his cum was out of him and into the mouth of his giant girlfriend, which she swallowed giddily. Let's become one, Izuku-sama, Yu said, putting him down and turning away, cupping her giant ass cheeks and clapping them together before hovering over Izuku's throbbing phallus, a shadow looming over his lower half. She would easily be the literal biggest woman he's ever had. And when she lands on him, their reinforced bed, as well as the house rumble. The semi-giant woman rode her lover with purpose, squirming as he comes inside. Yu blissfully fell back on him a few moments later, but Izuku picked her up with one hand and moved out from beneath her. He mounts her, raising Yu's legs and performing a mating press on the large woman. Catching Yu off guard, Kathleen and Melissa return. The former heroine tugged on Yu's massive BRTs, and Melissa peppered her co-lover's face with searing kisses. Hours later, Yu smothered Izuku's lower half in her gigantified BRTs as Melissa and Kathleen lay beside his head. As they ran their hands through his hair, they took turns smooching their lover in a French kiss. Despite their joy at being able to drain his ball every day, they were, deep down, a little unhappy that he never seemed satisfied despite their 3 combined efforts. Regardless, Izuku seemed to enjoy himself every time he used them, so they assumed he was fine as well. Hey master, I have a question. Yu said, getting in position and beginning her gigantified ass job, raising and dropping her rear. Izuku parts from the lips of Kathleen, the heroine going on to CK the head of his phallus. Yeah. Izuku asked with a grunt. Why don't you acquire more than 3 women? Yu asked. You're definitely capable of breaking more CC Pro heroines into your loyal wives for life. You can have an entire pantheon of women, so why don't you? Izuku shrugged. Suppose I like being modest. No, that's not the right word or the right answer. He thinks of how to answer the question. Eventually, I'll indulge on more than just you 3. Just not today. Okay. Yu says. She gets back to satisfying her beloved master. Izuku thinks about his future adventures and about his own personal set of rules. On neutral routes, he'd stick to 3 women. No more or less, aside from that one time with the PP cats. As for his eventual murder of everyone, aka the genocide route, acquiring a love interest would likely be impossible there. After all, he needed to murder specific people in order to love up at certain points, which he failed to do the previous times. As for pacifist, a true pacifist run, well, since he'd be friendly to everyone, why not allow himself to sleep with more hotties? That'd be for later. For now, he'd enjoy his 3 current love interests for a few more years. Whether it was due to the Q80 or something else, Izuku's phone call was very different this time. Raised hand, star and crescent, neutral face, open mailbox with raised flag, open mailbox with raised flag, open mailbox with raised flag, snowflake, victory hand, snowflake, thumbs down, raised hand, thumbs up, open mailbox with raised flag, open mailbox with raised flag, open mailbox with raised flags. Thumbs down, skull and crossbones, candle, snowflake, droplet, raised hand, snowflake, victory hand, index pointing up, victory hand, raised hand, skull and crossbones, open mailbox with raised flags. The colons. This was weird. Izuku did not like the feeling he was getting from this new timeline. It felt icky, like someone had spat on it or poured spoiled milk on it or something. He goes on, unbothered, and has a plan on who to pull next. He lives his life. Hiding his quirk, getting first in the entrance exam, becoming the record breaker once again, and quirk apprehension test. But then something new happens. Oh, how Izuku loved new, thrilling things in new timelines. Prior to the USJ trip, Aizawa made an announcement that their sister class, 1B, would join them. Strange, but ultimately it didn't matter. Life went on. Their bus was bigger than usual due to 1B hitching a ride with them. So, Of course, new characters led to new interactions and dialogue for Izuku. The floating head of a green-haired girl with a nice figure approached him, grinning. "So, Mr. Record Breaker is fellow Greenie, huh?" The girl's head said. "Yeah." Izuku said. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. And you are?" "Oh, I know who you are, handsome." She teased, waiting for a reaction that unfortunately didn't come. "I'm Setsuna Tokage." Her hand approached, and Izuku shook it. "DMN." She smirked, ready to attempt teasing him again. "You've got some strong but hands, Parsley." "I happen to be an expert in hand usage, Tokage." "Usage?" She saw an opportunity and took it. "Just what do you get up to at home, huh? You got a few dirty secrets you don't want anyone to know." "A few, yes." Izuku smiles. "Though, if you want to know what I get up to so badly, or if you want to change up my routine, you could always give me your number." Knowing the implications of what he said based on what she said, Tokage sputters and returned to her seat, causing a few laughs. "Gee, Midoriya," Kaminari said. "I didn't think you were the smooth-talking type." "The more you know," Mina said, giggling. Something darkness." Tokoyami interjects, drawing a few eyes. "What?" Reiko said. "The proper words for the vocal debauchery that just went down elude you, child of the dark?" "I believe it's elude." Tokoyami corrects. "And yes, I cannot quite voice my thoughts on the brief battle of worlds betwixt our green-haired heroic allies, child of the dark." "Words," Reiko corrects. "And yes, I suppose that makes sense. After all, most do not have the verbose vocabulary equivalent to the one you're speaking to right now, child of the dark." She smirks. Tokoyami twitched but refused to break character. "I needn't waste breath on piddling chatter unessential to the keynote of the word exchange, child of the dark. On one hand, you present a fine argument, child of the dark. But on the other, correct hand, child of the dark, it should be noted that your statement prior to this one could be seen as an act of cowardice, child of the dark dash. Oh my F God, just make out already." Bakugo roared, causing Tokoyami and Reiko to glare at him before looking at each other and turning away with red faces. Almost everyone laughed at this. Tokage, Mina, and Hagakure were already out of breath. Even Izuku smirked a little, hiding a chuckle. He wasn't expecting this at all. And then, yet again, he was blindsided. When the villains arrived, Izuku was expecting the three Nomu Shigaraki yapped about. Muffet, Nomu, and Wing. But the only one there was the muscular one. On top of that, there was a newcomer Izuku hadn't seen in any timeline prior. An original character, of sorts. A cute blonde girl with pale skin and bright cyan-colored eyes wearing a fancy white dress that reached her knees, white tights, black shoes with large bronze buckles, and a blue jacket. She looked around at her fellow villains with a permanent smile on her freckled face. Weirdly, the other villains seemed scared of the mysterious girl. Even Shigaraki was a little uncomfortable the instant her eyes met his and Kurogiri's. There's something off about her. He would have instantly knew if she were a metafolk, which she thankfully wasn't. But he was also 99% sure she wasn't human either. He felt the need to put out a warning, so before Aizawa left, Izuku called to him. "Sensei." "What?" Aizawa bit, sounding a little impatient but calm. "Stay away from the blonde one." Izuku points in her direction. "I don't know why, but I have a feeling dash." He blinked, turning back to where the girl was. She was gone. She was in front of him now. She attacked, unleashing a massive cyan-colored slash attack that seemingly obliterates Izuku and destroyed the USJ's exit, trapping everyone in. The toy knife she held, which was glowing, dimmed as her body relaxed. Her smile never left. "It's done," she said with a slight British accent. "What's his name is dead." Frightened by the insane amount of power she unleashed, nobody moves or even breathes for a brief PRD. It was like if she picked up on their existence, they would be snuffed out before they even knew it. Thankfully, she ignored them and began her trek back to her group, only to be stopped by a loud slurping sound. She looked back and widened her eyes. Izuku, who was unscratched, was there eating a bowl of ramen. "Where did you get that?" She doesn't get an answer. Izuku kept eating, and when he was done, he drank the broth before tossing the bowl. All while maintaining eye contact. The girl deadpanned. "Are you done?" "Emchim." Izuku nods. "I suppose you'd like a little exposition as to what that was." "I would," she said. "Well, the instant your attack touched me, I left the USJ. And well, I was hungry. So I picked up some ramen on the way back." The girl's brow rose. "He did all of that in just a few seconds?" "Anyway," Izuku said, "we clearly got off on the wrong foot here. You could attack me again, but, well, that'd be pretty rude." The girl stares at him. "I guess you're worth the effort of talking to." She cracked her neck. "My name is Taffeta the Patience. And well, Izuku asked. She grins. "I wasn't hired to kill you. In fact, I don't feel the need to. Believe if you hand over the thing you've stolen." Thing? Izuku slumped forward, actually trying to remember if he stole anything, but nothing came to mind. No. Don't recall stealing anything. Don't bother trying to lie. Taffeta states. I can smell it on you. And I'm sure you can recall the red glow. Red? Then it hits Izuku, which Taffeta noticed. Wait a minute. His hand disappeared behind his back, and out of thin air, he pulled the strange gift he got from the Eri lookalike in a previous timeline. This thing. He showed her the canister. Yes. She said. Hand it over. Well, this was actually gifted to me by someone. I don't quite know why, but it must have been for a good reason. Izuku puts it away. So, I won't be doing that. She rolled her eyes, attacking immediately with her toy knife, attempting to cut Izuku in half. He stopped the knife with 2 fingers, smirking as he let it go, and the girl continued attacking. Her arm was a blur due to how fast she tried stabbing him, but Izuku avoided each and every one, moving around to different spots near the exit only to be followed. Where did you come from? Taffeta doesn't answer. Fine. Izuku ducked another slash before appearing behind her. Teleportation. She prepared to dodge his elbow, but it never comes. It was a feint. No, that's not it. He appears in front of her, kicking her down the stairs and across the entire facility, forming a trench. You lot. Izuku points to Class 1A and then the exit. Get out. I'll handle the cute blonde. Cute dash. For some reason, Setsuna was mildly annoyed by that. Dude, you could have died from any one of those attacks from that girl's knife. Let us dash. No. Izuku said firmly. Honestly, you all would just get in the way. He ignores the growls from a certain explosive blonde and continues. You all get back up. Eraserhead, 13, you two handle the other villains. I'll fight the cute blonde. Stop calling that villainess cute. Ibra said bitterly. No. Break. He disappears. Aizawa and 13 were surprised by him so easily taking up the position of leader despite not being class president. Impressed by his strength and natural talent, they listened to him and went in to fight. Tihis. Bakugo's palms crackled with sparks. That's nobody doesn't tell me what to do. Before he could go down there, he was stopped by Kirishima and Mina. Bakubro, I know you're my buddy and all. Mina snorts. But don't you think we should listen to Midoriya? He asked. To be honest, we can't fight those guys. It'd be stupid. Mina adds. So we should just dash. He joins them anyway, too fast to stop. Kirishima sighed but found himself admiring his bravery. That guy's an idiot. Mina rolled her eyes. Well, we can't stop him, so let's just get rid of the rubble and get back up. Taffeta sits up. Her hair and clothes were a mess, plus she was pretty hurt by that kick. What do you know? He's hot and he hits hard. She then stands, her expression slowly morphing into one of annoyance. Heh, no matter the time. She disappeared as she ran at Izuku wildly. Time. Izuku raised a brow. Humans are always so annoying. She leaped at him, toy knife and bringing it down on him, creating destructive cutting shockwaves that scarred the ground multiple times. Izuku, through the dust, is revealed to have blocked it with relative ease. Taffeta leaps back but was struck in the face by Izuku. Hey! She barked, cutting the air in Izuku's direction. He dodges, the attacking going on to further cut up the ground. Quit punching me in the face. It's hard enough trying to maintain my good looks. Izuku stands down. Okay. Genuinely taken aback and confused, Taffeta stutters. What? I will not punch you in the face, Taffy. She blinks. Thanks? They got back to fighting. As promised, Izuku avoided her face. They raced around the USJ, collapsing zones with a single clash of their fists. Taffeta's slashes also permanently bisected the water in the flood zone. Whilst fighting, Izuku would check in on 13 and Aizawa. Most of Class 1A were gone. Except Bakugo, who was fighting the villains. He did better than he expected. There was also Ibara, Setsuna, and Itsuka, who remained and tried watching Izuku fight. Keyword being tried. That idiot. Izuku chided Bakugo, avoiding a slash from Taffy and striking her in the gut. He picked up her leg and slammed her face first into the ground of the landslide zone, shaking the facility. As interesting as this whole outcome is, Izuku said as he watched her get up. I'm just about done now. I have things to do and whatnot, so I'll finish you off. Taffeta spat out some blood. Then she held her toy knife between her palms, turning her back to Izuku, her body being cloaked in shadow. Ha! He was confused, even more so by what came next. Flashes of blue and orange appeared on the back of her head where her eyes were. Curious, Izuku memorized this pattern. Orange, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, blue, orange, blue, orange, orange. He had no idea what the colors meant, but when Taffeta turned around, her slashes were colored in accordance with the pattern presented earlier. Regardless, he dodged all of them and tried learning what they meant via observation, but was unsuccessful. After the final orange attack, Izuku went all in, attacking Taffeta relentlessly before kicking her into the air. And at his full strength, he uppercuts her. There was no shockwave, no over-the-top flashy clearance of the skies, none of that. Taffeta was simply vaporized. Every last physical trace of her was gone. But after her body was destroyed, something was left behind. It was the exact same thing as the red heart in the canister, but it was cyan like her eyes. It was a soul. Why is it colored like that? Do souls, or whatever that is, come in different colors? Before he could grab it, he fell to the ground. He looked up and found that it had disappeared. Well, he would have liked to keep it, but he'd live. The USJ attack ended up going just fine. No one was injured, and no one died. It was a complete embarrassment on the villain's part. Bakugo was reprimanded for defying orders, which he very loudly argued against. Ultimately, nothing ended up happening with him. The bus ride back was very chatty, and to Bakugo's annoyance, everyone talked about Izuku's fight. "You put the beats on that weirdo chick, Parsley," Setsuna exclaimed with her trademark grin. They zipped around the USJ. Kendo starts, making childish fighting gestures with her hands. And they were like boom, pow, and beat. They were fighting so fast they couldn't be tracked by the human eye. It was like All Might was fighting down there. Everyone looked at her. The girls snickered while the boys of 1B smirked. Itsuka, flustered, directed her head down to her hands. "It's the Midoriya." Itsuka quickly changes the subject. "What was the red thing you had earlier?" "Well, the one that the girl wanted?" "About that," Azui said. "Not only did she want it for whatever reason, but you also pulled it from nowhere. How did you do that?" Izuku smirked knowingly. "I did it like this." His hand went into Azui's hair, and when he pulled away, the red soul canister was in his hand, shocking everyone. As they talked, Bakugo zeroed in on the object. "Is that where that useless nobody got his quirk from?" "That has to be it. That's why that stupid beach villain wanted it. Because it makes whoever has it stronger. If that's what gave that Deku his power, what'll happen once I have it? I think it's some kind of indestructible battery." Izuku pretends not to notice Bakugo. "I tried a lot of things, but I can't break it or get it open. As for who gave it to me, I don't really know who they were. And they didn't speak at all either." Momo raised a hand. "Do you have any idea as to why you specifically were gifted with such an anomalous item?" Izuku looks at her for an awkward few seconds before turning away and talking as if she hadn't said anything. Anyway, Izuku puts it away. "I'm more interested in who that girl was." Itsuka and Setsuna made a weird sound at that, which no one but Jiro noticed. She didn't sound Japanese despite speaking it almost perfectly. And I can't get the feeling that she, didn't belong in a certain way. No one really knew what that meant, not even Izuku. But they rolled with it. In any case, life went on, and the sports festival was on the horizon. But Izuku actually chose to opt out of it, which relieved his classmates. He knew he would win. Aizawa knew he would win. It was inevitable, and besides, his performance at the USJ would likely reign in internships anyway. Instead, Izuku was given extra written assignments and was tasked with helping his classmates train. But Izuku rarely did the latter. Instead, he mainly hung around 1B and helped them from time to time. One day, a certain someone approached him in an empty corner in one of UA's many gyms. "Midoriya," Itsuka said. "Yeah. How did you get so strong?" Izuku thinks about the question before answering. "I cheated." Itsuka blinked. "See, cheated?" "Yeah." Izuku smiled. "I mean, if it's to save people, why not ethically cheat to get stronger and beat up villains?" "By ethically cheat, do you mean you used that red thing?" "No. I did something else, and from what I know, it affects people with different quirks and genders differently." "What do you mean?" "I could demonstrate it on you, but..." Izuku averts his eyes. "You may find it bizarre." To this, Itsuka looked determined. "Do it. Whatever you're talking about, I'll sit through it completely, I promise." "Are you sure?" "It's Dash." "Yes." Itsuka said. "But Dash." "I'll do it." Itsuka interjects once more. Izuku sighed. Itsuka never regrets much. But this was a regret. She didn't think Izuku's ethical cheating was something as raunchy as this. Izuku was sitting on a chair, and Itsuka was sitting on his lap. His strong hands were under her light red shirt, roughly prodding at and massaging the area where her womb was. Why does this feel so good? What is he doing to me? Itsuka squirmed on his lap, barely able to sit still as he massaged her womb intimately. This went on for an agonizing amount of time. Seconds were hours, and Itsuka's breath takes a pause. She was on the edge, about to climax when he stopped. "There," Izuku said, gently pushing her off of him. Itsuka almost fell to the ground from her knees giving out, but stands, as did Izuku. But his legs don't wobble like hers were. That should be enough. What did you do? Itsuka doesn't notice that she puts a hand over her midsection. She feels an odd surge of power. You'll find out when the sports festival rolls around. Izuku teased, winking. If nothing happens, feel free to punch me or get me expelled or whatever. But if you like the results, feel free to contact me anytime. Itsuka doesn't notice herself pouting as he walks away. As much as she'd like to say that she got scammed, she couldn't shake the feeling that what he did, as strange as it was, might have actually done something. Izuku Midoriya was a bundle of surprises, to say the least. After easily clearing the obstacle race, earning 7th place, and crushing the cavalry battle, she was up against Mina Ishido of 1A. During the fight, Kendo struggled to hit her. She was just too nimble. One of her punches missed and hit the arena, destroying it. The entire stadium shook violently. And because of Itsuka's currently uncontrolled freak strength, both she and Mina were eliminated but unharmed. The redhead big sister of 1B stared at her fist, stunned. What did Izuku Midoriya do to me? 2 other girls in 1B, 2 heads of green hair, were curious as well. She went on to win 1st place, even beating the likes of Bakugo and Todoroki. She felt a little bad, but it was like Izuku said. It was for the sake of saving people. What did you do to me? Itsuka bluntly asked, sitting next to him on his bed. Inko was out, so she and Izuku were in. She wore a pair of denim shorts and a white tank top. Me. Izuku flops backward. He noticed a brief moment where Itsuka eyed his crotch before looking up to his eyes. It's an ability I don't use all that often. Apparently, it was something my grandmother could do. Itsuka leaned in as he sat up, getting quite close and hanging off of every word he spoke. It's stupid, but I can draw out your inner strength and potential. The more pressure I put on you, the stronger you get, essentially. That's why I did what I did. This was a lie. Izuku internally snorted at the fact that Itsuka so easily believed him. In truth, he made her stronger. He willed it so it happened. It was weird. The more he resets, the tighter his grip on this timeline becomes. If he tried hard enough, he may be able to simply force people in and out of existence or even travel through time freely like some metafolk are able to do. This made him think of something else. Someone else. The girl who was able to. No. What the hell was he doing? Why was he still thinking about that girl, Momo Yaoyorozu? Sure, she may have been the best lay of his life thus far, and sure, she somehow came to him in a dream, but she was in the past. She was gone. She was gone. She was. Pressure. Itsuka leaned in. What does that mean? I'm not sure how else to describe it, but the more I make you feel, the stronger you'll become. Itsuka stared at him with an odd expression. Then make me feel, Izuku. Feel? Izuku, pretending to be awkward, looks away. What do you mean? Listen. Having made up her mind, Itsuka strips down to her undergarments. Izuku had little time to admire her well-honed muscular physique before she straddled him. I want to be strong and I want to save people. Itsuka said firmly. I want to be a hero. And if I need to have SSEC with you to be a more effective one, then that's what I'll do. Izuku pulls her in closer, grabbing a hold of her rump. It was quite large and had an enticing amount of fat, but like with Mirko, Izuku could feel muscle packed within as well. You're beautiful, Itsuka. Izuku lifts the redhead's chin with his finger, Tarpanji one of her large BRSS with his other hand. Her breathing gets a little funny. You're strong, but I can make you stronger. Itsuka quivered, her panties dampening at his words. I want to make you into a real, powerful woman, Itsuka. Will you let me? Yes. She pants, her eyes becoming glassy. I'm yours, Izuku. Make me strong. I want to be the strongest woman in the world. And with that, she was under his thumb now. With no more words being exchanged, Izuku kisses her. Itsuka was instantly overwhelmed by his experience but tried to move in tandem with him. She had never been with a boy before after all. Itsuka's face scrunched up briefly, but she relaxed as she threw off her remaining clothing and attempts to strip Izuku, who assisted her. Moments later, they were both naked and wanting a taste of each other. His smell was driving Itsuka mad. Sweat made her muscles shine as she was put on her back by Izuku. Their fingers interlock, and in one swift motion, Itsuka's virginity was stolen away from her. Pain and pleasure ran rampant throughout her body, but she held on. Izuku's pee-pee was deep within Itsuka's wet, tightening walls. Pa! Itsuka's lips continued pushing against Izuku's, but she pouted when, after a few moments, he stopped kissing her, and he released her hands. He began GRPNG all over her body. Itsuka screams out and wraps her thick legs around Izuku. Her back arched as she comes profusely at the same time Izuku does. Yoof! Itsuka, drunk off of her boyfriend increasing her power and filling her with cum, simply sat back and letting everything come to and inside her. That feels so good, Izuku, Itsuka cooed, hugging his head. Let's make this our thing from now on, okay? You get to use me and my body however you want, and in exchange, you make me stronger. Izuku nods, letting out a low laugh, flipping Itsuka over and beginning to massage her back and shoulders. FF-. Izuku. Itsuka bites her lip. And while massaging her, Izuku hotdogs his phallus in between her supple ass cheeks, enjoying their all-encompassing warmth before blindsiding her and going for round. Setsuna and Ibra, from the home of the former, listened to everything Itsuka and Izuku were doing thanks to Setsuna bugging Itsuka's clothing. Both had heavy blushes on their faces. Life went on. Izuku interns with MT Lady, where he, as expected, mainly cleaned and cooked for her. But an unexpected encounter occurs. While vacuuming the Lady and Izuku hear a knock at the door. Instantly, the green-haired time manipulator could feel it. The one behind that door was similar to Taffeta. MT Lady grumbles something, eating a potato chip. I rarely get visitors. Midoriya, be a doll and get the door, wooja? Izuku opens the door. He was faced with yet another strange, shortish girl. She was a pretty, petite African-American girl with knotless box braids that reached her shoulders and had deep blue hair beads on their ends. She wore a plain deep blue sleeveless turtleneck that exposed her midriff, a pink tutu and ballet shoes and black ballet tights. Her deep blue soulless eyes bore into his. Are you lost, kid? You asked worriedly, standing up. The mystery girl glances at her. If you need help, we dash. Izuku blinked, and Yu's head became paint on the wall. She died in an instant. What the hell? He could have sworn he saw the girl kick her, but it was fast. Pain hits his face, and he's sent flying through buildings across the city, skipping across the ground and going clean through a large semi-truck and into an antique store. Ugh. Izuku could hear people screaming, the store owner included, who runs away. That girl dislocated my jaw. He sees a deep blue blur in the distance, and less than a second later, she appears before him just outside of the antique shop. Izuku stood up, panting the glass and broken items off of his person. You lived, she said. Izuku noted the number of people with their phones out, recording the interaction instead of running. I suppose you're worth my time after all. Izuku snapped his jaw back into place, lightly chuckling at her words. Taffeta said almost the same thing. You're pretty fast. Izuku cracked his neck. For someone nameless. The girl tilts her head. My name is Dash. Then she raised her head and looked to the left. A pro-hero was approaching. Give me a moment. She drawled boredly. She stands on her toes before raising her leg, her ballet shoe tip pressing her thigh, and her entire body weight being supported on just one foot, standing like a professional dancer does. The sound barrier breaks, and the hero's head was splattered at blinding speed. As I was saying, she says, I am Melody the Integrity. The temperature plummeted as her expression hardens. Hand over the red. Taffeta the Patience? Melody the Integrity? They were interesting titles, honestly. Since family names were rare in the Fourth World, Izuku thought of giving himself the same kind of name they had. But what would his title be? Izuku the. Why do you have the in your name? Izuku inquired. Whatever. I'm not gonna hand it over. So I suppose we'll fight to the death, and by that, I mean I'll kill you and get on with my day. Melody, at Mach 8, appeared above with an axe kick, which Izuku blocks. His bones vibrate, but he shakes it off and punches her away. Ouch. Izuku shook his hand. It actually hurt a little. You're pretty fast. Melody stands, relatively unharmed, and stares at him. Huh. Izuku felt a twinge of constant pain and looked at his arm. Poison. Karma damage. Melody states. I can remove it, but I'll only do so if you hand over the red. Do it. Or you'll die in 2 minutes. It seems that their titles came with unique abilities. Taffeta had orange and blue attacks, and Melody had karma damage and could move at extreme speeds. Though that may just be due to her own physical strength and not an inherent magic ability. Izuku shrugs. I'll be just fine. He grins, flying at Melody and colliding with her. She blocks with her arms and actually manages to stop him briefly due to her incredible leg strength. Using a little force, he pushed her into the sidewalk and slammed his foot into her chest. Melody, with her impressive flexibility, brought up her feet and kicked in Izuku's back and brought him to the ground. Before she could stomp on him in turn, Izuku was gone. Let's have a race, Melly. He dashed away. Melody growled before running after him. They raced all across Japan, clashing and fighting. Melody threw kicks that leveled buildings, and Izuku, obviously enjoying himself, threw her into a bunch of sheet. The news helicopters and cameras could barely keep up with them. They eventually reached Hosu, where another incident was currently going on. But Melody and Izuku ignored it, clashing kicks, the shockwave putting out every rising fire in the city. They bounced away from each other, but as Izuku charged in, Melody spoke. Human. Izuku stops. What is your soul trait? My what? Izuku asked, both curious and genuinely confused. Every human soul has a distinguishing trait. My title is my trait, which is integrity. Taffeta's was patience. Integrity, huh? That's rich. Few can keep up with me, let alone oppose me to the degree you are currently. So, what is your trait? I dunno, honest. I don't even know what it looks like. I've never thought about it. Melody deadpanned. So you just somehow managed to claim the red without even knowing what your soul trait is or using the magic it provides. All you've used is overwhelming physical force. Yeah, I suppose. Izuku shrugs. He assumes that his reset ability, as well as his ability to create and load saves, along with his inventory, was the magic exclusive to him and whatever his trait was. How do I even check that? Melody thinks, but doesn't answer his question. What an enigmatic little human you are. Either you're unknowingly like the red, or there's an 8 trait we don't know about. Either way. She licks her lips. I'll claim your soul, cutie. Melody is filled with integrity. Her kick was like a viper strike. Her speed skyrockets to a jaw-dropping Mach 30 as she kicks Izuku in the face. She appeared above Izuku and drop-kicked him, proceeding to step on him and almost causing an earthquake, the force behind her feet shaking the country like a bomb was dropped. Last chance, hot stuff. Melody sits on Izuku, doing a vertical split with her foot tapping his cheek. Hand over the red, and I'll spare your life. I'll even take you home with me. She lightly gyrates her hips. We can have lots of fun together. The other humans are too fragile. Huh. Melody frowns down at Izuku's unmoving, supposedly unconscious body. She leaned down and listened for a heartbeat. And then her head exploded. Izuku stood up, pushing her corpse off of him and spitting her blood out of his mouth. As it turns out, punching faster than the speed of sound isn't that hard. He walks away, victorious. Melody's corpse disappeared along with her blue soul. Life goes on. Ida, despite Izuku's presence, still died in Hosu due to the hero killer and was later replaced with Ibara Shiozaki, which set Kendo and Setsuna off greatly. The final exams happen as normal, and Island does not happen, and Izuku assumes it was due to Ida's death. He doesn't remember if Ida died in the previous run, the only time he went to Island, since he was too boring to think about, but he assumes he didn't. In any case, classes 1A and 1B were off to the training camp. Izuku's fight with Melody was, unsurprisingly, the hot topic on the way there. He was gently disciplined for killing her by his companions and surprisingly harshly by the public, but Izuku ignored them. He knew the people who were angry at him were primarily simps who wanted Melody to sit on them as she did him. Understandable. She was pretty hot. And her nice but was nice end by her clothing. In any case, the camp went normal aside from a few dialogue changes. The pussycats were a little off-put by him due to his strength, the beast's forest was child's play, and Izuku didn't bother with Koda. Things were normal for a while. But then nightfall came, Izuku left and went off on his own into the forest, lying down and stargazing. It was nice not needing sleep. Footsteps approached him. Izuku recognized them as Ibara's and allowed her to approach. She soon appeared in his vision, donning a gym uniform courtesy of UA. She was breathing funny and had an odd look in her eyes, which Izuku pretends not to notice. Hello, Shiozaki. I Izuku. She stammered, drawing a heavy breath. Izuku could hear her heart pounding. She walked around in front of him and fell on his lap, straddling her now surprised Izuku Midoriya. Shiozaki? Izuku, she cooed, zipping down her UA jacket and throwing it aside. She took off her black shirt, revealing a white sports bra containing her large chest. Shio-dash, his lips were stolen away via French kiss. Shrugging, he wrapped an arm around her head and the other her waist. After a few minutes and a few quick breaks for breath on Ibara's part, Izuku's hands moved to grope her luscious butt. Pwah! Ibara parts from his mouth, leaving a small saliva trail. Is my body to your liking, my husband? Husband? Shio-dash. Ibara. She says. Call me Ibara. Ibara, you want to know why I'm like this with you? Izuku nods. You're a god. She says. Izuku was genuinely surprised. Did she know of his true nature? The girls of the church I was born in were raised to be proper women and soon to be housewives. We were told that only the men we deem worthy are the ones we should serve with all of our bodies and souls. I thought it was ridiculous at first, so I paid it no mind. I focused on learning the skills they taught and every one woman should know, as well as practicing my religion. She didn't. She was just raised by conservatives. Every day, I saw the girls I grew with happily parading around their lovers. Most had looks, wealth, were religious themselves, or had it all. I tried pairing myself with boys like that, but I just didn't hold any affection for them despite their admirable qualities. They didn't click with me. But then you came along. Ibara cooed, affectionately holding his face. Your strength, your extermination of those demons, the more I thought about you, the more I realized you were the perfect man. But you're too perfect. I soon realized you had to be some kind of message from the heavens. You were sculpted and forged to breed women and bring about the next generation of heroes. Oh, she was really delusional. Not that he minded. So I, Ibra Midoriya, will stand at your side as your consort and true love. I will bear as many of your children as you desire, and for years to come, you will amass a group of strong, virile mistresses with excellent quirks worthy of serving you and sowing your divine seed into powerful heroes and heroines. True love? Ridiculous. HISONOYLOVWASMOMOYOYOROZU. I see. Izuku said. Metafolk conceiving with mortals was impossible. Well, it wasn't, but if it were done, impregnated female mortals would die along with the child due to the child being too powerful, and female metafolk always had horrible miscarriages should they conceive with male mortals. In other words, mortals and metafolk do not mix. You are either one or the other. You cannot have the traits or both. Ever since that fact was discovered, every pass used to visit and use the mortal realms as a playground removed the ability to have children. I have no reason to complain. Izuku said. Those words felt bitter coming out. I suppose now is the best time to start practicing, huh? And practice they did. Ibra, as if she were cold-blooded, soaked up his warmth by snuggling him alongside, showering him with kisses. She moved to pull his pants down, deeply intimidated by the tent they pitched and even more so by the full thing being revealed. But she was a woman. And Ibra's pride as a woman entirely revolved around her being able to please Izuku to her utmost ability. So, without fear, she surrounds the Goliath slab of meat in front of her with her BRs, massaging it with them and kissing it at the same time. Is moi my body moi too your liking moi my beloved? Why dash? Izuku grunts as her tit fucking grew more fierce, causing Izuku's hips to shake. Why yeah? She smiled, clearly soaking up the praise like a sponge. I want his holy seed in my stomach. I need it. She continues to pleasure him, feeling his ball churn and gurgle after a few moments. She moved her mouth to the head of his pee-pee, relishing every moment of his grunting and swallowing his seed as soon as it shoots down her throat, his musk causing the saintess to come profusely, staining her pants and melting her brain. Ibra, ever eager to please her husband, throats more of his length for a few beats, lubricating it before removing herself and taking the remainder of her clothing, her clean white panties alluring Izuku as she took them off. Ibra stands, turning around and resting the back of her head on her hands and teasing her lover with her butt. Her large, almost shiny rear end jiggling and wobbling from side to side. Claim my flower, my love. And mark me as your consort for life. Izuku's strong arms wrapped around her waist, grabbing her BRS. Ibra bit her lip as he lines himself up and begins pounding her. She smelled of lavender, and her skin was so smooth and silky that it further riles up Izuku. That and her big butt cushioning his moves, of course. Izuku's pee-pee bulged through Ibra's stomach, and it swells in size as cum rushed through his phallus and into the womb of his devoted follower. She tried desperately to keep from passing out, and by some miracle, she kept away. Her knees were together, and her feet were spread. Tingles rocked her to her core as Izuku pulled out of her. Aya. Ibra felt lighter, better. Which only strengthened her faith. She was about to fall, but Izuku moved in front of her and kept her standing despite her legs shaking. I'm so cold, my husband. She states shakily, looking up at him with teary eyes. I'm so lonely. It hurts, my love. I was so alone and afraid before you were in my life. And I can tell you're like me too. Your flesh, every corner of your body is so warm. Ibra, sounding a little obsessive, pressed her bare body against Izuku. Itwascoldwidmo. Will you continue to keep me warm and fill me with your seed, my husband? Of course. Ibra smiles. That's it then. She smooched him on the cheek. My husband. Together we'll do great things. For as long as I exist, I will worship you. I will revere you, serve you with all of my body, and love you with all of my soul, and if you fall, I will be there to pick you back up. If you break, I will meticulously pick you up, piece by piece, and put you back together. We are each other's complementing halves. She gently grabbed his hand, placing his palm on her swollen, cum-filled belly. And our children, however many you wish to put in me, will make us whole. I truly, truly love you, my husband. From now on, I pray not for myself but for you and our future alongside your mistresses. She puts on her clothes and walks away, happily swaying her wide hips as she vanishes into the distance. Izuku stared at nothing for a few long minutes. HEWANTDTOHMMOTOSUIALLOFTHAT. He went off elsewhere, sleeping out quite far away in the woods and on some nice grass. Izuku jolts awake upon a mysterious, androgynous someone straddling him. What the? The person, though cloaked in darkness, had purple eyes that glowed ominously through their round, cloudy glasses. So you're the one that killed Taffeta and Melody? They asked. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah. They revealed themselves. They had medium-length messy brown hair and lightish skin. They wore black gloves, dark brown khaki shorts, a black sweater vest with a white long-sleeve dress shirt underneath, knee-high dark purple socks, and brown shoes. They looked like a nerd. I am Omi, the Perseverance. Omi analyzes him. They took off their gloves and touched down on his arms and chest, at his muscles. What a curious creature. Omi pats Izuku's face. A handsome one too. They raise his shirt, patting his chest all over. Their gloved hands tickled a little but ultimately felt nice. What are you doing? Izuku asked, but he received no answer. But since he didn't mind this, he let whatever was happening continue to happen. An impressively powerful body. Omi states. The subject's bones and muscles are many times stronger than an average human. This is likely due to it being raised in a strange environment with higher gravity than the Earth. Omi was surprisingly correct. The fourth world, the birthplace of all metafolk, had gravity infinitely higher than Earth's. Their hands played with Izuku's hair, taking out a hand and rubbing their fingers together before going back in, massaging Izuku's head. The subject's hair appears not to have any sebum, an oil produced from the scalp, in it. Curious. While this would obviously lead to disgusting hair, the subject's hair is actually quite fluffy and pleasant to the touch. Like it has been washed. Omi appeared surprised. They withdraw their hands, a strange, sticky purple substance covering them. Curious. They stare at it. The subject's hair appears to wash itself. Yup. Metafolk hair periodically washes and conditions itself automatically. It's always at peak condition. Omi took out a vial and stored away the substance. The subject's body is unlike anything I've ever seen. They took out a strange device. Scanning soul trait. Scanning. It doesn't work. Huh. Omi tries again and again, but the device simply doesn't work. Curious. No matter. Omi puts the device away. Acquiring DNA sample. They kissed Izuku. Izuku, caught off guard, kisses back with his hands resting on their waist. About a minute later, while Izuku's mouth hung open, Omi swabbed it and stored their findings away. Acquiring second DNA sample. Omi plucked a single strand of Izuku's hair. Acquiring third DNA sample. A piece of metal appeared in Omi's hand, and they pricked Izuku's thumb with it. They out their findings away. Good boy. Omi appeared surprised for a brief instant before wiggling their hips. It appears that the subject is quite. They blushed. Izuku could tell that wasn't common. That well endowed. My body seems to excite it quite a bit. They stand. Despite my being quite capable of battle, I've no interest in fighting you. Really? Izuku stands. Yes. Omi turned away, walking a few steps. Your first victory could have been a fluke, but the second one? Against someone as fast as Melody? Well, I don't think it's worth testing my luck. And you'd be right. There was a brief and comfortable silence between them. Before long, Omi suddenly rushed Izuku, tackling him to the ground before sitting up, straddling him again. Does my body excite you, creature? It does. You excite me too. Omi states, rubbing Izuku's sides. I like people who are complex and hard to read. That and good lookers. You just happen to be both. The red was. They were a real cutie. Omi averts their eyes. Say, if we ever find each other again, let's make a promise. If we meet again, and if we happen to remember each other. Omi kisses him with lots of tongue for a bit before Jirinji the bulge beneath them. Let's have section. Sure. Omi smiles. They stood up and left. The training camp goes as normal, with the league attacking and all that. Izuku saved Koda and killed Muscular, regrouping with everyone else and learning that Bakugo was kidnapped. Izuku didn't care, though. Their lives mattered little. Class went on as normally as they could. The pros were planning to rescue Bakugo, of course. And Izuku heard tales of a few in his class wanting to save Bakugo as well. But Izuku doesn't dabble in that. He hangs out with Ibra and Itsuka, of course. Both of them knew of each other and were fortunately okay with Izuku sleeping around. They encouraged it in actuality. The idea of someone as powerful as he was dominating hordes of women was hot. Izuku was eventually invited to Tokage's house while her folks were out. She was wearing a white sundress. Yo, Parsley. She, with a toothy grin and lots of energy, allowed him into her residence. I'm glad you swung by. I'm glad you invited me. Izuku states, smiling. So, what's first? A movie or two? This. Her face turned red as she handed him a closed box. It's a gift. Open it. They went up to her room, and Izuku slowly opened the box. He could hear Tokage's heart pounding remarkably fast. Inside the box was an onahole. Izuku dragged his finger across it, making it wet and causing Setsuna to shudder. Well, since I'm here and all, I may as well. Setsuna sits on her knees in front of Izuku as he takes off his pants. She paled when it was revealed. Izuku smirked, slowly lowering the onahole onto his phallus. You ugh. Setsuna loses balance, her face being down and her butt up. Quit being a tease and just dash. Without warning, Izuku goes all in. He could feel the onahole tighten and throb upon taking his entire length. Setsuna screams and writhes on the floor as Izuku uses her to his heart's content, eventually coming inside as he always does. Setsuna's back was on her floor, and she juts her hips upward as her back arched, coming all over Izuku as he came in her. Moments later, she shakily stands up, wobbling toward Izuku and straddling him, reattaching her womanhood as she did so, instantly seeing filled. Ibra and Ayatsuka told me everything. Setsuna states. Yeah. I want in. She tried and somewhat succeeded in smirking. I want to be a part of your arrangement. She splits herself in half, her upper half floating and her lower half standing up and turning around. As her lower half begins to bounce and twerk on Izuku, the upper half of Setsuna placed Izuku's face between her large biarthas. So thug. Whatcha think of my body, stud? Q. She briefly pauses, coming a little as Izuku throbbed inside of her. The sounds of her butt colliding with Izuku's thighs almost left her in a trance. Do you like my hourglass body and super thick, juicy butt? Her upper half floats down and gropes it, spreading her own butt open for Izuku. Well, it's all yours now. Whenever, wherever. Just grab it, spank it, whatever, and I'll bend over for you. And Izuku leans back a little, spreading his knees outward, staring at and memorizing Setsuna's killer body. He holds onto her hips for leverage, pounding into her with purpose. Setsuna's upper half rams into Izuku, kissing him hotly until he comes inside of her again. Setsuna reattached all of her parts of glomped onto Izuku, her body weight being forced upon on as they continuously made out. Izuku lays back, and she continues kissing for minutes straight with breaks for air in between. Meanwhile, she rides him, albeit at a slower pace. Their tongues danced elegantly as Setsuna rocked and gyrated her baby-bearing hips. Hey, parsley. Setsuna sat up and cupped his face. You better not forget about me when you're done breaking in beaches, okay? Forget you? Izuku affectionately rubbed her cheek. I could never, Set. Good boy. She said before continuing one. A few more healthy orgasms later, and their hangout ends, as both were satisfied. Well, Setsuna was. Izuku wasn't. Itwas Toriori. Life went on. All Might, to Izuku's surprise, actually loses against AFO and dies. And once again, Bakugo was kidnapped. This time, it may be permanent. Things were looking grim. Fortunately, FO ceased engagement and fled back into the shadows after tearing All Might asunder in front of the entire world. Crime skyrocket, and society's only hope was Izuku Midoriya. His victories against Taffeta and Melody were well known by now, even in other countries. They looked to him to be the new symbol, the new shining star to replace All Might. Oh yeah, and dorms were made this time. Midoriya. Yeah. Izuku perked up. He and Aizawa were in Nizu's office currently, talking with the Chimera principal. You're capable of high-speed movement, correct? Nizu continued. Yup. Izuku said, popping the P. I am. Melody was pretty dim and fast, but I am faster. I would like you to do something for me. A quest of the fetching kind. Nizu smiles. I believe there's a way to avenge All Might and end the terror of All for One. Hey Dash, Shota tried speaking, but Izuku interrupted. Why don't I just handle AFO? Nizu kept calm. I'd rather not risk your quirk falling into his ancient hands. Izuku shrugged. Fair. In any case, Nizu coughs. There's a quirk in Europe that caught my eye. Or should I say, my mole there told me of. Yeah. Anna Servino. Her quirk is called overmodification. She's being held by the Galini family in Europe. All you have to do is get there, find my mole, and free Anna and then return here. Can you do that? Of course. It'll make for a fun outing. Izuku stands up from his seat in a blink. Give me a day. Yeah, I'll get this done in a day. C dash. Wait. Nizu said before he could leave. There's a code word that my mole knows. It's determination, got it? Got it. Izuku says. And someone will be going with you just in case. Nizu says. Yui Kodai of Class 1B. Yup. Izuku says dismissively before dashing away, blowing away a few papers. It was a somewhat smooth process. Izuku grabbed Yui, who seemed to know this was coming, and then left Yui. Afterward, he simply began his brisk jog to Europe, on foot, and with Yui in his arms. So, Izuku talked over the loud splashing of the water as he ran. Yui looks up at him, her stoic expression a little rattled from his speed and the water. How's it going? Me too. It was night after their arrival, and Izuku set Yui down to recover. She passes out on the sands of the beach. Izuku lays next to her, annoyed. Geez. Humans and their weak bodies. Well, he wasn't quite sure about Taffeta, Melody, and Omi. They didn't quite feel human, but they definitely weren't metafolk either. Metafolk are instantly able to detect another's presence if they're in the same universe in the lower realm. So what exactly were they? A species from this planet that he'd simply hadn't encountered yet. Aliens, likely. He didn't know. But he did know that they were the best fights he's had so far. The wind blows against his skin. He sighs. This timeline had been pretty interesting so far. Boy, I can't wait to kill everyone for the first time. Yui recovers in the morning, and they went off to hunt for the Galini family. Because Izuku hadn't met them before, it took a bit for him to find them. But eventually, they are indeed found. Izuku and Yui could see their base of operations from afar. Wait here, Izuku says. Yui nodded as he disappeared. She watched, bewildered as he managed to stealth his way into the manor without being detected. He was quick and nimble. Terrifyingly so. Izuku leaped from corner to corner, avoided every camera he could see and hear. This place was surprisingly empty. For such a huge place, he figured there would be thousands to kill and not just 8. What the hell am I being stealthy for? I could just beat them all up? He forgoes stealth and gets to work, killing members of the family with ease until he encounters a certain woman. Holy shit! Izuku thought as he looked down upon the downed woman. La Brava was a top-tier woman he vowed to get his hands all over eventually, but this one? She was unreal. He couldn't decide which one he'd love to experience more. W8. The woman held a frightened and defensive stance. Snapping out of his thoughts, Izuku puts his fist down. What? Determination. She said very frantically. Determination. Oh. Izuku says. So you're the mole, huh? The woman sighed. Yeah. My name is Deborah. She calmed down and stood up, sorting herself out and adjusting her large hat. That rat told me about you. But I didn't think you'd show up and kill everyone so easily. You scared the hell out of me. My bad. I honestly forgot about the existence of a mole until you said the code word. I guess I lucked out. Right. She sweats a little at his blunt, uncaring attitude. Anyways, let's grab Anna and get out of here. Here's hoping All for One or whatever his name is doesn't mess the world up. Acquiring Anna was a cakewalk, and so was killing Valdo. His quirk was pretty interesting, but Izuku ultimately deemed him forgettable. Anna, who Izuku thought was pretty cute, seemed frightened by Deborah, but it didn't take long for her to calm down after having the situation explained. But a problem emerges. Izuku physically couldn't carry everyone back to Japan. But Deborah solves this problem by simply acquiring a yacht for them to return home in. She was part of a crime family, after all. Deborah and Anna did their own thing whilst on the yacht. Izuku and Yui, being UA students, decided to stick together. They hung out, watching television in a nice bedroom they decided to share. The show was boring and archaic, as were the other channels the TV had. Ugh. The back of Izuku's head hits the bunch of pillows. This fucking this. Yui lays next to him, silent as ever. The seconds ticked by, and Izuku saw Yui take the remote. Yui! And sit firmly on his lap. Yui? And then she casually went through the channels as if nothing were happening, slowly wiggling her hips. Her butt was big, but her BRSTS were bigger. Yui! Izuku spanks her. The girl flinches but makes no noise, turning around. What are you doing? She turns around, wrapping her arms around herself and pushing her BRCS up, speaking quietly. Said Ibra, and it's Suka like you a lot. Yeah. She leaned in, whispering in his ear and pushing her huge BRS against his chest. I want to see why. Yui was lying on her front. Izuku's hands was GRPG and kneading her chest, and the other picked up her chin so he could kiss her from behind. Her round, perky but jiggled as he pounded it into the bed. And when he fills her womb with his seed, she ground against him lustfully. And Izuku slammed into Yui's bubble but, dumping the last of his first cream pie into her. Afterward, Yui was huffing and puffing, but she was far from done. She flipped herself around, leg-locking Izuku and continuing to smooch him as he continued pounding her pee-pee in a mating press. Her walls tightened and spasmed, eagerly trying to draw out more semen. Her efforts were successful, and his womb was filled again. Still, they made out, mashing their lips together for a good hour before Izuku finally parted. Izuku sat up, shuffling forward and placing his pee-pee between her heavy, giant BRSS. Yui, with hearts in her eyes, squeezed the meat pole with her huge love bags while peppering the tip of his pee-pee with kisses with affectionately. Little did Yui know, Izuku wasn't clueless. A certain pair of girls were listening in on their rut. Wetness trailed down Anna's and Deborah's thighs, her faces red and hot, and their wombs pulsing and throbbing from the smell of metafolk. Life went on. Izuku, as promised, returned to UA in a day with Anna and Deborah, though narrowly. Izuku dropped off Anna with Nizu. And Deborah, to everyone's shock, became a teacher's assistant in Class 1A. Mineta reacted very outwardly to Deborah's presence. He was quickly shut down by Aizawa and Ishido. In any case, Izuku and his classmates enjoyed the dorms. And while Deborah and Sato made dinner for everyone, the rest of Class 1A watched a movie together. Midoriya? Momo spoke to him. No one aside from Izuku himself noticed him flinching. Yeah. So you beat Taffeta. She starts. Yeah. And then you beat that girl in the tutu melody, was it? Who can, if the rumors are true, move many times faster than the speed of sound. Yeah. Do you think you could defeat AFO and save Bakugo? Momo finally asked. Everyone looked at her and then at Izuku. Probably, Izuku answered. I mean, there's no way he doesn't know about those two. By now, he has to have prepared for me after killing All Might. That's what Bakugo is for, probably. Azui chimed in. You two are childhood associates. That guy probably intends on using him to weaken you mentally. Can we not talk about this? Kirishima spat, irritated and sad. The less I hear about that monster taking Bakugo, the better. The air tenses. But Izuku flinches. What the? Izuku looked around, dazed. Hey, hand me the remote. He received the remote. Izuku changes to the news, where it seemed as though a devastating villain attack was in progress. But there was something off. Someone stood in between the heroes and the villain in a bird mask, holding a horned child by the neck. The Shy Hasaikai raid. Izuku never went with Night Eye on his work study, so he never had the opportunity to join. Is he with the girls and Omi? Izuku Midoriya. The stranger called loudly. Come out and face me, or I snap this girl's neck and every hero here dies. Everyone looks to Izuku. Alright. I'll go fight or whatever. I'll be back by dinner. He disappeared, one of the windows shattering as he leaped out of it. Izuku arrives on the battlefield and was faced with his next opponent. An androgynous person with light brown skin and curly black hair that reached their shoulders. They had a rather manly-looking orange bandana tied around their neck and tough-looking fingerless orange gloves on their hands. They wore a tight orange turtleneck sleeveless bodysuit, baggy black pants with a thin orange belt, and black tabi socks on their feet. They also had a pretty nice figure. Hi, Izuku said as the person haphazardly tossed Eri aside. The fight between the Shy Hasaikai and the heroes continues in the background. Let's get this over with. I am Bailey the Bravery. And yes, I believe we should just get to the point. Izuku jolts, and the world suddenly turns pitch black. There was no sun, moon, sky, nothing. Just complete and utter darkness with its sole inhabitants being Izuku and Bailey. What the hell? As you probably know. Bailey speaks as they begin walking forward. Izuku sensed no malicious intent or deceit, so Izuku doesn't make a move. All of us have special abilities. Taffeta has orange and blue attacks, Melody has her poisonous karma damage, and since Omi didn't fight you, I won't reveal their powers. Bailey stops right in front of Izuku. They were slightly taller than him, so they looked down, gently raising Izuku's chin so his eyes could meet their light brown ones. And I can force any selected opponent into a one-on-one fight. Right now, we're on a different plane of existence entirely. No one will disturb us. There was a pause. Izuku and Bailey stared at each other before making out. Standing on one leg, Bailey locked the other around Izuku's waist, cupping his face and kissing him deeper. Izuku took to GRPG their butt, and Izuku noted that while large and soft, it had muscle as well. Bailey easily had the most muscle out of the other people he faced so far. Izuku eventually parts from their lips, leaving a small trail of saliva. You have a killer body, Bailey. Omi was right about you. Bailey said, poking his chest. You're a ripe, attractive creature. Their hands explore his body as Izuku kept getting their butt and thighs. I could gush about your body all day. Your muscles are more abundant than my own. They continued kissing for a good while before Bailey spoke once more. We're more alike than you think, you know. At least Omi thinks so. Bailey said, sitting Izuku down. They sit behind Izuku and begin massaging his shoulders. Powerful beings above all others who love the thrill of existence. My friends, as I have ran our world dry of adventure. Every place, every book, every game, we've done it all. After the first couple hundred times, I lost count at the number of times we've had SEC with each other and other humans. Our world? Izuku thought. These people are from another universe? Other humans? Izuku raised a brow, leaning back into Bailey. I bet that didn't pan out well. It didn't. They either died or were too weak to satisfy us, at which point we killed them and moved on. Our timeline began dull and lifeless. Billions of humans reduced to a mere few million with us ruling over it all, unstoppable but unsatisfied. Every day became a chore. Bailey's hands trailed down Izuku's body. They giggled excitedly. Until you came along, creature. They moved in front of Izuku, hand turning to his crotch. We've never seen anything like you before. Nobody, human or monster, could ever hope to best us. But you did. You defeated us. You killed us. And after living for so long. Izuku heard their heart thumping hard. The idea of something new excited us to no end. At first, we wanted to reclaim the red after their sudden disappearance. But now, all of us wanted to turn with you. To explore your body, your strength, your soul, and enjoy ourselves before our possible deaths. In other words, Bailey straddles him, stealing another kiss. We want you, Izuku. Our new event. And unseen, unforeseen, unexpected person. They bite an SEK on Izuku's thumb, looking at him with a strange look in their eyes. Let's play together, Izuku. And then we'll fight to the death. If I slay you, I'll make sure your soul is safe in my arms for the rest of time. It's been weeks since Izuku disappeared. Overhaul, fortunately, lost to the heroes, and Eri was saved by Lemillion. She was currently under the care of UA. But that didn't mean things were good. Because they weren't. The villains, AFO included, took action after Izuku vanished. Lots of battles took place, and even more heroes, villains, and civilians lost their lives. Japan became a war-torn land, with the only safe haven being UA High School. Nizu looked to be deep in thought, sweating until someone burst into his office. That took way longer than I thought it would. Midoriya! Nizu exclaimed. Where have you been all this time? Izuku was put off by the way he asked, why does he sound disappointed, but answered anyway. Some pocket dimension or whatever. Killing what's their name is one thing, but leaving is another. It took a while, but I'm here now. Right. Nizu sighed, speaking in that weird tone again. Well, go back to the dorms and reunite with your classmates. We'll talk later. Izuku does as he is told, and the reunion is quite teary. Ibra, Itsuka, Setsuna, and even Yui openly bawled their eyes out for a while. They threw a feast in celebration despite apparently having to ration food, and everyone went their separate ways to rest. Over the next few days, Izuku had some personal time with his girls. He watched movies with Itsuka before mating pressing her until she was unconscious. He exercised with Ibra and then took her for hours via NLC, among other things. He played video games with Setsuna before they tossed the controllers and made out for hours, having lots of SEC after. Yui, being Yui, dragged him to her shower before having her way with him until she couldn't move anymore. Her biarthas were bruised from how hard Izuku groped them, and her nipples were sore from Izuku's sking on them almost constantly. And then, something new happened. Anna, wearing a UA gym uniform, came to him in his room, blushing. They talked for a bit. Izuku, while he did respond, was more focused on Anna's heart beating fast, her fidgeting, and most importantly, the smell of arsenic. He could tell she has been preparing for this ever since his disappearance. While talking, Izuku casually threw his arm around her, pulling him in. Anna blushes harder, but let it happen. Then he went around her waist, hitting the side of her pleasantly firm, round butt. Her breaths grew shaky, and Izuku kept talking. And then I punched them up into the sky, claiming victory. Izuku said, smiling. Anna was squirming, rubbing her thighs together as Izuku kept his hand on her rear. But Izuku turns her head with his finger, putting his thumb on her lip and staring into her eyes. I don't think you're here to talk about my story. So, Anna, why are you really here? Anna's world turns gray. Her vision tunnels in on Izuku and his eyes. They looked so beautiful. Such a deep, otherworldly green color. Shining with radiance and power she hadn't seen in anyone else anywhere. His voice touched the deepest parts of her body and soul, and his smell drilled itself deep into her mind, lighting her womb on fire. God, he smells so FNG good. She wanted his. Anna flinches. Are you alright? Well, it was do or die now, and Anna knew what she wanted. Without another word, she kissed him and began removing her clothing. Adapting instantly, Izuku assists while removing his own garments. Soon enough, Anna was pushed against the wall, lifted by Izuku. She wrapped her supple legs around him, planting her hands in his fluffy locks and kissing him as he went to town on her. Her medium-sized firm BRSTS and hard nipples felt pleasant against him. Anna, overwhelmed by these new and complex feelings, tightened her legs around him and kissed with more tongue as she sensed an orgasm coming. They come together for a good while, Anna relaxing and mewling in Izuku's mouth. Ah! Anna's smile was wide and adorable, her belly full and bloated with essen. Why you're so good, Izuku? She smooched him for a few beats. Let's go again, okay? As Izuku lets her down and allows Anna to recover a bit, someone suddenly grabbed his ball from behind. Well, Anna. Anna flinched, and Izuku heard Deborah lick her lips, gently massaging his ball. I feel hurt. How could you hide such a succulent treasure from me? Anna was on her knees, rubbing her thighs together. Shyly. I couldn't help myself. Bad girl. Deborah tuts. We agreed to share. We also agreed to dine on this fine piece of meat together. Izuku looked confused. Deborah strips, tossing her hat aside and moving next to Anna, placing her hands on the blonde's chest and genie as casually as she breathed. After your disappearance, me and this cuties here, after a talk, decided to come together so we could make you come in us, together. We practiced quite a lot together to pass the time. Anna shuddered at the many memories they made on some cold, lonely nights. Deborah's hands were, enough of your fantasizing, cutie. Deborah's hands slapped her butt. I believe we have a strong, strapping man to satisfy. All right. Anna stammered. Now, since you had him first, allow me to have a piece of the pie. Izuku was guided to the bed. He sat at the edge and Deborah and Anna were between his legs, holding his knees so they were spread apart. Deborah's face and her energy reminded him of midnight. Deborah giggles, bumping her face against the throbbing meat, kissing up and down the before stuffing her face into his hefty ball. Every whiff she took of his scent almost broke her, and her movements caused a little bit more pre-cum to spill from Izuku. She smiles, liking up with her tongue before slowly lowering her head, consuming his length inch by inch until she reaches the base. Deborah was by no means a virgin, leaving Izuku to wonder who the lucky guy was that took it from such a hot woman. Her mouth hollows, Deborah putting every corner to work on wringing Izuku. Meanwhile, Anna draped her arm across Izuku's midsection, hugging him from the side and kissing his neck. Izuku ran one of his hands across Deborah's hair and used the other to grope Anna's butt. Anna, despite being pounded earlier, yelped and began kissing Izuku's lips instead, slipping her tongue into his mouth. Izuku grunts as he feels Deborah's huge BRSTS capture his PP in a BLWJB Paizuri combo. The weight of her chest made her all the more tantalizing, kind of like midnight. Deborah could feel Izuku's ball churn with semen. Her eyes light up, feeling his virility through her chest. And soon enough, he explodes directly into her mouth. The consistency was that of a smoothie, and she couldn't get enough of the taste. Each virile rope beat away at the little apprehension she had in her mind, breaking in and filling her stomach. Ooh. Izuku shuddered as Deborah's lips part from his meat. The tall, CC woman pats her stomach and sighed happily. Anna's lips leave Izuku. Hey. She made Izuku look at her. You still have a little more for me, right darling? She gets her back and raises her legs, showing off her surprising flexibility. Her needy pee-pee twitched, and her eyes were glazed over with hot lust. Please. Need more. I need your baby batter writhing in my uterus. Izuku, without a word, approached Anna. He kissed her one more time on the forehead, and held her supple legs, granting her the experience of one of Izuku's favorite positions, the mating press. The bed creaked under pressure, and Anna grits her teeth as drool escaped her mouth, and tears rolled down her face. She felt so effing good she could die. Anna, dear, Deborah sang as she crawled next Anna's face, watching gleefully as it contorted in pleasure from Izuku pounding her. She sat up and hovered her massive midnight-level wobble meat over the blonde's face. Be a doll and warm me up for our darling, Kay? She sits on her face, groaning in pleasure as Anna worked her tongue and ate her out. Deborah wiggled her wide hips slowly and sexily. That's a good girl. You're such a good girl. I can't wait to play with you for the rest of our lives. Deborah squirts into Anna's mouth as Izuku stuffs her pee-pee with his cum again, leaving the girl dazed and very overstimulated. Well now, Deborah puts a finger to her lip. It appears that it's just the two of us. So, she sauntered toward Izuku, hugging him tight and blowing into his ear, making his pee-pee twitch wildly. What do you want to do, darling? Are you gonna dominate and break me? Or do I have to milk your pee-pee slowly and steadily while kissing you as deep as I can? She giggles. Well, either way, you're gonna be inside me, coming straight into my womb to your heart's content. Izuku made his choice quickly. Before he knew it, Deborah was on top of him, crushing him with her larger body. She swayed her massive BRS from side to side, her hard nipples occasionally rubbing against his. Her juicy, giant butt slowly bounced up and down on Izuku's pages. Her lips collided with his over and over again, and her tongue coiled around and wrestled his. After his fifth orgasm, Deborah finally stops kissing him. I love being full of SMN, and I adore draining my toys of their energy. But you're quite stubborn, aren't you, darling? She plants herself firmly on Izuku, putting his face in her chest. Well, that doesn't matter. I will drain you dry, darling. I'm gonna love watching you break, baby. Life went on. Izuku, strangely, never learns of what Nizu needed Anna for, nor did they ever speak again. Well, that didn't matter. Izuku had what he wanted and was gonna reset any day now. But he had a feeling he shouldn't. He wanted to wait until the last of those strange people came and tried to kill him. Out of nowhere, Izuku was blindsided and sent flying deep into a dark alley, hitting the wall and then the ground. Ouch! Izuku said as he stood up, facing the attacker. Skip the garbage and tell me your name, stranger. She looked angry, quite angry. Their green eyes were fiery with rage. But it wasn't rage. It was likely that she naturally looked and sounded angry constantly. In any case, she had dark seafoam blue hair tied into a fishtail braid, mint green, angry eyes, and light skin. She was plump and quite curvy, wearing an orange apron and a red short-sleeved plaid button-up that made her large BRSTS pop, and denim jeans that enunciated her thick legs, wide hips, and tantalizing posterior, along with fuzzy red boots. She balanced her shiny black frying pan on her pinky. I am Sunny the Kindness. Kindness, huh? Izuku cracked his neck. Everyone before you had a gimmick. What's yours? Don't worry, you'll find that out shortly. She tossed and re-grabbed her trusty frying pan, crossing her arms behind her back. But before that, without another word, she walked up to Izuku and kissed him, beginning to feel up his muscles also. This gives Izuku the go-ahead to grope around and squeeze Sunny's thick, plump body. Her butt was nice, large, round, and had the softness he liked. She was like a sexier Inko. Not that he thought Inko in any form was secretary. He knew of people on his homeworld who were NCSs, and while it was normal, it wasn't for him personally. Now that he thought about it, a lot of things that were taboo and illegal in the mortal realm were fine and perfectly legal on his homeworld. But that didn't matter now. Sunny eventually parts from Izuku's lips, her hands remaining on his chest. How interesting. She was talking like Izuku wasn't currently Jirinji her dump truck but and moving his clothed Urkton between her meaty thighs. I suppose you're a horn dog like the rest of us, the way that you're so feverishly Jirinji my butt. It's kinda cute. It's big. Izuku lightly slaps both cheeks, making them wobble gloriously. My favorite kinda butt. Makes me wonder how tight your PP is. I'm a virgin, Sunny says. So that should answer your question. She then poked his jaw. But as interested as I am in breaking you, I'm more interested in what your soul looks like. So that means I have to kill you. Darn. Izuku pouts. Unfortunate, seeing as you won't be able to do that. Hey, Sunny smirks. If you break me. If you completely and utterly defeat. If you can make me submit like a proper beach does like the red did to us, then you'll get to have SEC with me as much as you want. She began rubbing her thighs together, just the thought of whoever the red is or was making her wet. Izuku would look into that later. Someday maybe. Izuku says. Sunny switches back to her angry look, backing off of Izuku to cool off for a bit. Let's do this, handsome. Blue and orange attacks. Karma and high-speed movement. Forced 1v1 fight, as well as the extremely annoying and potent ability to dodge. What was the special ability of the kindness? FING monsterization. Izuku's fight with Sunny was normal at first. They traded blows, and no matter what Izuku did, he couldn't break her frying pan. The thing was tough as sheet. Anyways, they fought and collapsed a few buildings. Any pros that tried helping Izuku were killed by Sunny's fire-manipulating abilities. Oh yeah, she could make and control fire too. It was hot enough to burn people to ash in around 2 seconds. During the fight, Sunny puts her frying pan away along with her apron before transforming into a massive eldritch horror beast that dwarfed even UA in size. She was pitch black with green spikes and highlights. It was actually pretty hard to fight her after that, but it wasn't impossible. But she did something that set Izuku off greatly. She vaporized UA in a huge blast of fire, killing everyone in it. His girls included. That set him off in a way he hadn't expected. With pure physical force, he overpowered Monster Sunny and forced her back into her human form. And now, she was unable to fight. Japan was mostly a flaming hellscape thanks to her. Izuku, with a strange expression, sits on her midsection. Sunny coughs up blood. Do it, she said with a smirk. Izuku grabbed her by the neck and began squeezing. Sunny writhes on the ground as air leaves her body. Through his strange fit of anger, Izuku could smell that Sunny was deeply aroused. Her eyes turn into mini hearts, hacking and wheezing, but loving every second of it. She eventually settles down, letting death take her. Izuku stood up and walked away. Putrid Beach took my beaches from me. Who am I gonna F now? Momo Yaoyorozu suddenly intrudes into his mind, making him atomize some debris with a kick. Izuku sighs. He would reset sooner than he thought. Life went on. Heroes die, civilians die, and villainy is on the rise. Izuku didn't care, though. Out in the wilderness sitting atop a rock, he waits and waits until the last of the group comes to fight him. Hey, they said, making Izuku turn around. His expression was apathetic. After looking over their appearance, Izuku stands and jumps to the ground. So you're the last one, cowboy? Yeah. They answered, pulling out their gun. I am Clover the Justice. Akin to a Wild West standoff, they stared each other down. Izuku, after everything that's happened, couldn't care less for this fight. He fights anyway. He was too determined to continue being bored. Clover was strong, really strong. But he wasn't anything Izuku couldn't handle, especially after fighting the other fallen humans, as Izuku dubbed the group. His special ability, as far as Izuku could tell, was simple energy manipulation in the form of energy bullets and massive lasers. Eventually, Izuku does win and kill Clover. But he wasn't excited at all. He was tired. It was a strange feeling he wasn't quite used to. Metafolk very rarely got tired. Physically, anyway. What am I doing? Izuku pondered as he walked away, not really knowing what to think of this timeline. From there, he does what he is required to do to complete a neutral run. He kills AFO, Shigaraki, and the gnomified Bakugo. He felt lost again. Did he feel genuinely sympathy toward those human girls? Did he like them? It was weird. Metafolk and human relationships, genuine ones with true love and all that almost never happened. They weren't outlawed or looked down upon or anything, but Izuku would definitely receive curious looks if they knew he genuinely liked mortals. They were toys. That's it. He would play with them to his heart's content before eventually heading home. That was the way. Ugh, why the hell do I feel this way? I can just reset and bring them back. Izuku slapped himself. I shouldn't. I can't love them. Especially not Momo. Izuku pulls the red from his inventory. The fallen humans fought him so they could reclaim whatever or whoever this was from him. How did the Eri lookalike get this anyway? He stares at the red. Who is she? And who are you, Red? Hello. It was Inko. Well, I'll just leave a message. Hello, Izuku. I don't have much to say to you, honestly. I'm sorry about Bakugo. And the thing relating to those strange assassins that went after you. What am I doing? You didn't answer, so you definitely aren't interested in talking to me. Goodbye, Izuku. I love you, but I wish you weren't so keen on lying to me. The Collins. Izuku had enough. It was time to kill everyone. He was curious about what would happen once he reached Love 20 since he had never even reached 19 before. But where to start his slaughter? And how exactly were execution points calculated by his meta? He had no idea, but he'd learn as he went. Hopefully. Despite everything, Izuku felt a little nervous. He was more than capable of killing everyone in Japan by himself, but for some reason, the thought of going through it made him feel off. Why was he so conflicted? The guy who treats these lesser life forms as characters in a game, conflicted about killing everyone when he's killed thousands before? It made no sense. Besides, unlike most other metafolk, Izuku could turn back the clock. So it wasn't like he was permanently damaging the universe or anything. So why? Come on, you idiot. Izuku, sitting on his floor at home, smacked himself on the head. What the hell are you so afraid of? All you have to do is kill humans. You've done it before, so what's the deal? What's changed? Haven't I? Izuku slapped himself again, the shockwave cracking the windows. I'll start soon. It was a regular day for Katsuki Bakugo. Assignments? Slammed. Teachers? Worshipped him. Lunch? Devoured. That stupid Andy nerd and his creepy as any notebook habit? Where the hell is Deku? Bakugo kicked back in his chair, resting his feet on his desk in thought. It was the last class of the day, and his green-haired weakling punching bag hasn't showed up. Why the hell did he skip school and stay at his shitty house today? Is he hiding from me? Whatever. He would either just wait for him to come back inevitably, or he would just go to his house. Eventually, the day ends, and everyone makes their way to the school's exit. They were excited to leave. Some have video games to catch up on, sleep to get, and money to make. Bakugo? He strangely found himself thinking about his favorite punching bag. When he gets back, I'm gonna dash. He slammed into an invisible wall just outside the front entrance. He rubs his face, surprised by how much slamming into nothing hurt him. What the F is this? He roared over the confused murmurs of the extras around him. Everyone, Bakugo included, touched the invisible barrier, keeping them in. Hey, is this someone's quirk? Let this weird shield down. I have to get to work. Cut it out. This prank isn't funny, man. Everyone, teacher and student, were trapped in the school. Bakugo, growling as always, unleashed explosion after explosion on the barrier in an attempt to shatter it. Everyone nervously stepped away from the raging blonde bomber as he did the only thing he could do, the same thing he did to get everyone in this shitty school to bend the knee to him. He viciously attacked with his quirk. Useless. Nothing happens. No matter what they tried, they couldn't get through. So, the teachers and staff make the school into a makeshift shelter for everyone until help arrives. Unfortunately, communications seem to be blocked by the mysterious barrier. But given that children were missing, it hopefully wouldn't take too long for anyone to notice. Night comes and most everyone is asleep. Most students are in classrooms, and the staff are in the lounges and offices. Thankfully, there was enough space to keep the hallways empty. Alone, Bakugo walked the dark, empty halls. It felt surreal being in a school when you didn't need to be. He looks outside. The moon was bright, the clouds were dense, and what the? Either he really needed sleep or someone from outside just walked into the school. He rubbed his eyes. I'm gonna kill whoever trapped me here, but first. Bakugo, feeling a little thirsty, heads over the nearest water fountain and takes a quick drink. This was torture. F-I-N-G torture. Being stuck in this shitty school was worse than being followed around by that quirkless parasite all the time. He was sick of the lack of space, the shitty food, even shitter. Ugh, everything essigi. Bakugo stepped in front of the school windows again, gazing at the moon. The barrier blocking the entrance seemed to make the entire school itself unbreakable. Are you effing kidding me? There was a dead body outside on the curb, ripped clean in half like someone giant grabbed a hold of them. Bakugo rubbed his eyes as anxiety set in. The corpse was still there. Someone near Aldera had killed someone. Earlier he caught a glimpse of someone entering the school. Sheet. Explosions crackled in his palms. A killer was on school grounds, and that person was likely the one who trapped everyone in this shithole. Bakugo wanted so badly to kick butt. Then he hears a crash, followed by a chorus of screams and feet hitting the ground running in a panic. They were being attacked. But who the F would dash? Then it hits Bakugo. No. There's no effing way the nerd would do this. That quirkless nobody can't put up barriers. He threw out the possibility as soon as it arrived. It was soon replaced with an evil crazier one. Maybe it's some time traveler trying to erase me, the future #1 hero, from existence by killing me in the past. Yeah, he'd go with that. It was a better theory than Deku attacking Aldera. In any case, Bakugo needed a plan. He had no idea what he was up against, but that didn't mean he would slink away and hide like a beach. Besides, even if he did hide, he'd eventually be found anyway due to being unable to escape. Without giving it any more thought, he flew off with his explosions. Fighting off a villain attacking his school and saving everyone's worthless lives would make for a worthy addition in his backstory. Izuku crushed the head of a girl, staring at it, and the many corpses behind him without emotion. Before, he felt apprehension in regard to the genocide run. But now, he felt nothing for these creatures. The more LV he gained, the more detachment there was. Butwhnivar hedichoyht hefeltsomeng. Growling in frustration, he tears a door off of its hinges and throws it at a student who ran away from him, exploding their body. Get the hell out of my head already. Tuning out the screams, he continues the slaughter. From the nobodies to Bakugo's goons to the teachers, everyone was slain in an effort to grow stronger. Before he even knew it, they were all dead. The last one standing was Bakugo. They stood before one another in a hallway littered with bodies. Deku! He barked, sounding a little less angry than expected, likely due to feeling some level of disbelief. Deku. Out of curiosity, Izuku checked him. Katsuki Bakugo, 25 ATK 20 def. Worthless. Just like the rest of them. You're F dead, Deku. Izuku snatched Bakugo by the neck as he flew at him. He unleashed explosion after explosion, but Izuku was unmoving. Izuku tore off a finger and tossed it, muffling Bakugo's annoying screams by squeezing his mouth shut. SHEWOULDNTLEAVHIMALON. And then another finger. Elihidaloi. And then another finger. Elihidaloi. And then another finger. Elihidaloi. And then another finger. Izuku watched Bakugo writhe and cry, his ferocity sapped as his fingerless hand bled profusely. With a blank expression, Izuku slowly tore off Bakugo's good arm, watching as the bone and muscle tore like paper. But then Izuku noticed that Bakugo wasn't moving. Oh! Izuku couldn't hear his heart beating anymore. He died of shock. Throwing his body away, Izuku continued on, listening for more people. But a strange message appeared in his vision. But nobody came. Everyone that needed to die was dead. Izuku stood alone in the empty school, blood and viscera caked his shoes and hands. He sits on the corpse of Bakugo. His breath was shaky, and he could hear his heart hammering in his eyes. His vision blurred, and his head hurt. Izuku had experienced all kinds of injury, but whatever was happening to his body now, by far, hurt the most. He almost vomits. He takes out a green card, bites it, and tears it, healing himself. The pain persists. After hitting himself a few times, it's warded off. Let's just get this over with. Izuku leaves Aldera, preparing for more gory murder in another area. Throughout the night, Izuku kills everyone he sees. He didn't see age or gender. He just saw people living when they shouldn't be. He was fast-moving and didn't even bother hiding the mass mess of bodies. Some died in alleys, on the side of the road, even in active, open businesses such as convenience stores. No one was safe, and not a soul would be spared. He took a temporary breather in a dark, dank place when it was daytime. He could go on for days straight, but stopping for a bit regardless of non-existent physical exhaustion felt nice. Inko was having a strange day. Her son had been distant, ignoring and shirking her as if she didn't exist, as per usual. As she picked up a box of pizza from one of the supermarket's freezers, she thinks, "Wait, as per usual? Why did I think that?" She shrugs, assuming it was an intrusive thought and moving on. She picked up some more items and threw them into her cart, and moved to the next aisle. Now, where are the ingredients for that dash? Her phone suddenly blares loudly, and in a few moments, she hears that same deafening sound go off across the entire market. She checks it out and almost drops her phone in shock. Emergency alert. This is not a drill. A fast-moving, extremely violent serial killer is on the move. In a single night, more than 100 people were killed. Inko tuned out the panicked murmurs of her fellow shoppers as she kept reading. It is not advised to travel alone. If you can, travel in a group of 3 or 4 people. If you can't, it is highly advised to stay at home and defend your residence by any means necessary. Do not panic. Pro-heroes and police will be working overtime to catch and permanently detain this murderer. Geez, 100 people in one night? Inko puts her phone away. I don't understand people like that. What kind of life do you have to live to acquire that level of bloodlust? Her phone blares again, but differently. Someone had just texted her. Hoping to God it was Izuku, she picked it up and was quickly disappointed. It wasn't her beloved son. It was an unknown. Curious, she reads it anyway. Hello, Ms. Midoriya. It is I, Principal Nizu of UA. You likely don't remember me, but I remember you. We became quite acquainted a few times. If you want to know more, come to UA, and I'll let you in. We need to talk about that serial killer. Izuku, in broad daylight, walked the streets and blasted people to bits with his gun. After the first 3 deaths, people began screaming and running for their lives. But his aim was stellar and completely on the mark with every shot. More and more people died by the second. And, in all honesty, it was kind of fun just shooting people down. Without warning. But along the way, he noticed that he wasn't gaining any EXP. And back in Aldra, he only gained a good amount EXP from Bakugo, Tsubasa, and the finger guy, what's his name. The rest of the students and staff gave baby amounts. But he was gaining nothing from murdering these randoms. I suppose the more important a character is to the story, the more EXP I get. He was currently level 5, and he was hoping he'd level up again from the hero who just landed before him. All Might appears, and Izuku stops shooting. The symbol of peace was burning with a fury and held a scowl instead of a smile. Why? He asked. Why are you, someone so young, taking so many innocent lives? He was met with a silence. Such power could have made you an excellent hero. Fame, riches, that's what young people such as yourself want, right? Izuku stares through him. Come on, young one. Put down your weapon and turn yourself in. For your sake. All Might was sparing him. Check. Toshinori Yagi, 70 ATK 70 def. A grinning idiot with a weak spot on his left side. End him already. Izuku shoots his weak spot, forcing him back into skinny form. He, surprisingly, doesn't die in one shot. But he was pretty DMN close. Izuku, without looking at him, walks past him and crushes his head under his foot. His love increases too, and this time, he chooses to ignore the crying civilians as he walks in no particular direction. But he suddenly has an idea of who to kill next, pivoting and running in the direction of her home. It was a terrifying day for Ochako Uraraka. A serial killer was on the loose? Seriously? And one that could easily dispose of someone as powerful as All Might? We're dead. Ochako thought, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled fiercely. We're dead. We're all gonna die. We're dash. Ochako. Her father said in a low voice. He, his daughter, and his wife were hiding out under the bed in his and his wife's room. Calm down. We'll get through this, that killer will be stopped and dash. Their front door was smashed open. Someone broke in, causing Ochako to yelp in fear. She covered her mouth to quiet herself as the killer walked around their apartment. Ochako's father and mother listened out. Currently, someone was walking around in their kitchen. After a bit, they moved to another room. The bathroom likely. Then they finally walked into the room they were hiding in. The Uraraka family watched from underneath the bed as a pair of blood-stained boots walk around the room, opening drawers and the like. Then they tear open the closet, expecting someone to be hiding in there. But they found nothing except for a few pairs of clothes and empty boxes. Ochako almost jumped in shock and terror, but she contained herself. Albeit barely. Then they stand still for an uncomfortable amount of time. They move again, slowly but surely walking out of the room without looking under the bed. Oh, thank God. Ochako shouted internally. Thank God, thank F dash. Thank everything. But the killer suddenly stops. Then, at terrifying speed, they ran to the side of the bed and kicked it clean out of the apartment, revealing the hiding family. Ochako's father shouts. Wait dash. And then his head was blown off via gun. Izuku turns to Ochako and her mother. To their confusion, he looked to be in thought. Should I? No, I'm not in the mood. He aimed at Ochako before the mother intervened. Wait. She said desperately. Why you hesitated, didn't you? Why? Check. Ochako Uraraka, 580k 5 def. Served her purpose. Check. Choco's mother, 5AK 5 def. Cute. Forgettable. Izuku kills her and Ochako and moves on. He knew who to go after next. Tenya Ito was confident. Team Ida-10 had turned into a strong, fortified fortress containing almost 100 heroes and all its employees. Tensei, after hearing the news, wanted to protect all of his allies and their families. So he stupidly kept them here. All in one place. But Ito was confident. If worst comes to worst, Tensei would be able to keep him safe, right? The day would be saved. His faith was tested when Izuku easily broke into the agency base. In an instant, the heroes residing here went on the attack all at once. To his horror, they were maimed and murdered in seconds. The few lucky hits they got did nothing to him. The last one standing was Tensei Ida, who stood nervously as Izuku didn't move. Check. Tensei Ida, 1580k 15 def. Pathetic and slow-moving. Tensei desperately attacks, but Izuku tore off his head faster than anyone could process. He heard an enraged cry. Tenya was speed toward him, throwing a flurry of mindless kicks. Check. He thought as he easily dodged. Tenya Ida, 1080k 10 def. Annoying. Izuku's arm pierced through his heart, and he proceeded to throw Tensei's head as someone who tried escaping through the front door, breaking their neck. Everyone in Team Ida-10 dies. The household of Endeavor was put on full lockdown. Everyone from the number 2 Heroes Agency, including Endeavor himself, guarded the home diligently, watching for anyone and everyone unauthorized. Little did they know, from hundreds of miles away, Izuku was watching them from atop a tree. He was tired. He never got tired. Literally never in his life had he even been slightly winded. But this was different. This was new. That, along with another strange and unfamiliar feeling. He knocked on his head, batting away the complex feelings and running toward the Todoroki household. He tore through the heroes, guarding it without any effort. Then, Endeavor arrives, attacking him with massive streams of fire without exchanging any words. Check. NG Todoroki, 6080k 60 def. Unpleasant. A knockoff Toriel. For the first time, Izuku's expression changes to surprise. Who the f was Toriel? He puts a pin in that and a hole through Endeavor's head by running straight through his flames and moving his hand through his skull, killing the number 2 hero with even less effort than number afterward. He sniffs out NG's family and finds them hiding in the basement. As they attacked, Izuku checked them. Natsuo Todoroki, 2080k 20 def. Worthless. He died. Fuyumi Todoroki, 1580k 15 def. Cute. Worthless. She died, leaving only Shoto remaining. Shoto Todoroki, 3580k 35 def. Hates his fire. Izuku, wanting to actually enjoy this route, doesn't kill him instantly. He instead knocked him out and dragged him by his hair upstairs. He found his oven, which was surprisingly large, and broke Shoto's spine before throwing him in and turning it on to its max settings. He cooked Shoto alive. He could hear him attempting to worm his way out, but to no avail. His screams, though silent, were more than hearable for Izuku. Izuku leaves, hunting down the rest of Class 1A like an animal. He tore Aoyama limb from limb, tore off Mina's head, crucified Azui, crushed Ojiro to death with his own house, fried Kaminari in an electrified swimming pool, twisted Kirishima's head off, cut Koda into cubes with his worn dagger, sliced Sato in half vertically, crushed Shoji's heart, burned Jiro and Siro to death, speared Tokoyami with a street light, cut Toru in half horizontally, beat Mineta to death. And Momo. Izuku hunts Class 1B. Melting away's face, ripping out Sen's spine, stabbed Tagaru through the head with his own blades, bisecting Shirhai, Kendo, Yui, and Komori. He snapped Ibra's neck, tore Jiroda to shreds, suffocated Nairenjiki, tore out Pony's heart with his bare hands, tore Kozai's throat from his body, folded Tetsutetsu into a pretzel, split Setsuna into pieces, shot through Manga's heart, threw Juzo into cement, cuts apart Kojiro, beat Nido to death, which was oddly satisfying, dismembered Reiko, and ripped the front half of Hiryu's body off. His love was now Izuku's side. Despite his heart not being in it, he confronts the person he skipped. Standing a good bit away from the manor, which had been fortified and heavily guarded since his start of the genocide run, he looked through the walls and saw Momo Yayorozu peacefully asleep. Whether intentionally or not, he had been avoiding and ignoring her for the most part. He just didn't have it in him to interact with her. Regardless, he sneaks into the massive house. Only to set off the alarms immediately. Save loaded. Izuku goes through another entrance. The alarms go off again. Save loaded. He goes underground. The alarms don't go off, so he digs until he breaks into the basement. He listens and hears about 8 sets of footsteps walking about the manor. Izuku groaned, starting to feel his patience thin as he was caught in various ways, hearing those same aggravating alarms go off more than a dozen times. But he stays determined. He doesn't know why he felt the need to do this, but he just had to. He makes it into Momo's room, frowning at her sleeping form. SHEWASSOBTIFUL. Izuku raises his gun. TRSCLUDHISVISION. Aims at her. HISHNDTREMBLED. HEPUTSHISGUNDOWNANDRESETS. Izuku fires, blowing her head to bits instantly. A swift, painless death. HESMSUNTILHISVOSALSURDESEVOUT. His love jumped to HRETDLBUTYHADBNSANED. Izuku doesn't quite remember what happened over the next few days. He just killed who and whatever he saw without reacting. The League of Villains, AFO, hundreds of pro heroes, including all of the top Toga, Dabi, Spinner, the PP Cats, Koda, the Shy Hasaikai and Eri, and many, many more. He simply droned on like an unfeeling, empty machine, walking through the empty and eerily quiet streets. His love was still at 18 despite his many kills. Perhaps he missed someone? Or maybe it was time to finally confront Yue. He could hear the panicked voices of many civilians hiding out there despite being so far away. What are we gonna do? How are the heroes gonna stop someone strong enough to kill so many heroes? He's gonna come in and kill all of us. Is. A child spoke shakily. Is this the end? It is. Izuku answered the child mentally, despite him being unable to hear him. But that doesn't matter. None of this does. The only one who truly matters here is me. Not any existing mortal. He stopped walking, an expression of barely contained fury on his face. So why can't I get her out of my head? Izuku tapped the bottom of his palm against his head. But what's happening to me? Why won't that mortal leave me be? He stands as still as a statue as 3 people begin approaching. Am I broken? Am I defective? Am I sick? Is some metafolk playing with my mind from afar? It was bad manners for one metafolk to step on the toes of another while they were in the mortal realm. It doesn't happen. And if it were, he would have known immediately. Or is this how mortals feel when they have things taken from them? His mother and father were immortal like himself. His friends would live forever, like himself. Death, unless under extremely unfathomably rare circumstances, could not reach the 4th world. And thus, nothing and no one were ever taken from him. What is this horrid, persistent feeling called? It was something that practically didn't exist where he was from. But here? It ran rampant. This is... Hey! Mirio Togata said. Izuku looked up at him. Yellow electricity flickered off of him, and Nijire and Tamaki stood at his side with fierce expressions. Check. Mirio Togata, 60 ATK 9999 def. He's hard to hit, but not impossible to. Holder of one for all. Check. Tamaki Amajiki, 60 ATK 70 def. He calls himself Sun Eater. Throw him into it. Check. Nijire Hado, 60 ATK 65 def. A bubbly girl with a curvaceous body. Maybe smashing her once or thrice would make you feel better. You don't seem like you want to continue this. Mirio said with a frown. ITWSNTFUN. PLINGLON. So, if I were you, I would surrender. Izuku begins walking forward. The big grit their teeth in frustration, charging Izuku. Izuku tried hitting Mirio, but his hand went through him as Mirio hit him in the face with OFA, dealing 0 damage. Izuku stood still as Mirio backed away, frightened. Why, you gotta be kidding me. As they all attacked again, Izuku disappeared and grabbed Tamaki by the back of his neck. Izuku stared at the back of his head, slowly tightening his grip. He was angry, frustrated, and everything in between. He threw him into space. His body, being unable to handle hypersonic speed, crumbles to pieces before he even left the atmosphere. Izuku, at Mach speed, ran through Nijire like a freight train, killing her instantly. As for Mirio, Izuku ignored him and walked away toward Yue. He doesn't blink as Mirio's desperate attacks hit him. But then he has an idea. As soon as Izuku was hit again, he tore off Mirio's arm while it was able to be touched. And while Mirio was in too much pain to use his quirk again, Izuku kicked his head off, killing him. None of their deaths thrilled him in the slightest. It was all so boring and empty. This was supposed to be a fun outing. He'd have his way with a few mortal women, try their food, kill some, and then return home. But this wasn't fun at all. Not anymore. EPRTOFHIMWISHEGJOINEGFENHUMNS. Izuku walks through Yue's top-of-the-line defenses without batting an eye, walking past the frightened people. He walks into Yue, killing every last student he sees as he goes. Yu Heya, Mei Hatsum, Hitoshi Shinso, Chikuchi Togaike, and more. Eventually he reached the top floor of UA. The sun beamed through the windows, lightening up the empty, lifeless halls. Across these halls was someone he didn't expect to see. "Hey!" Inko said with an unreadable expression. She was wearing a black hoodie with a green hood, a dark green shirt, black shorts and shoes. She also looked healthier, like she had been exercising and eating right. "You've been busy, haven't you?" "I have a question. Have you ever felt any sort of regret in your life? That no matter how powerful you are at a moment or time, you felt powerless and unable to do anything?" Izuku steps forward. Inko sighs. "Right. Okay, here's a better question." Inko glares at him. "Did you have fun? Because regardless of whether or not you did, if you take another step forward, you are really not going to like what happens next." Izuku steps forward. "Well, I'm sorry, Izuku Midoriya. I should have noticed you were gone sooner." Inko closes her eyes, the temperature dropping several degrees as she takes out a strange syringe. The world was a beautiful place. She stabbed herself with the syringe, not even flinching as its contents entered her system. Children playing, heroes saving lives. She crowned herself with the familiar quark-amplifying headpiece. Was a world that belonged to us. Her eyes shoot open, one of them, her left, glowing a brilliant emerald green. "After this, don't come back." Izuku's head exploded. He stood in the void, stunned as familiar words floated before him. "Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined." "What?" Of course, Izuku returns to life. He walks down the hall and faces Inko again. "Hey." Inko says. "You looked surprised about something." Her expression darkens. "Does your head still hurt?" She sighed, rolling her shoulders as Izuku began walking toward her. The world was a beautiful place. Children playing, heroes saving lives. Izuku swerved to the left, avoiding the head-exploding attack Inko used earlier. She moves out her hand, grabbing Izuku telekinetically and slamming him into the ground. She lifts her hand up, and Izuku jumps up, narrowly avoiding the strange spikes that almost impaled him. She moves her hand to the side, sending Izuku back flying. To his shock, a large number of spikes came from the roof and floor. Izuku went up and down, avoiding the spikes as he went. But some do cut and damage him. Right when the attack ends, 4 sleek, oily black laser cannons come out of the walls, making a square and blasting powerful energy beams that Izuku avoids that quickly moving to the center of the square. The lasers' cannons retract, and more appear. They made an X, this time. Izuku ran off to the side, avoiding the lasers. They retract and more come, making another square. Izuku runs to the center, avoiding damage. And then, finally, 2 massive ones appear at his sides, which Izuku narrowly avoids. The onslaught ends. Inko winks at him. "Anyway, as I was saying, the world is beautiful." She then shrugs condescendingly. "And that's exactly why you aren't worthy of it." Izuku had a feeling he wouldn't like this. Check. Inko Midoriya, 99999ATK? Empowered herself by using Trigger, the Q80, and overmodification. Nizu is likely helping her from somewhere safe. Izuku avoids another head-exploding attack, cluing Izuku as to what she was doing. She was warping space, thus bypassing his incredibly tough body. After avoiding 3 more by moving his head multiple times, Izuku charges at her. She wasn't the only one who could kill others instantly. His arm was torn to shreds before he could spear his hand through her. She backed away, wagging her finger and tooting with a single eye closed. "What? You think I'm just gonna let you hit me?" she asked. Izuku leaped away but was blindsided by a laser cannon. He avoids it by moving left but was impaled on a spear shortly after. And then, his head was blown up by Inko. "Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined." Yeah, whatever." Izuku returns, walking down the hallway once more. Inko giggles. "How amusing. That expression. That's the expression of someone who's died twice in a row." She winks. "I think it's safe to say that you dislike this." She cracked her knuckles. "All right." Her expression darkens. "Let's add another death to the total." A moment passes. "Ready?" The first 2 attacks were the same, and Izuku avoided them almost flawlessly. "Here we go," Inko says. When he got to the one he died on previously, he goes left again but avoids the spear and ducks the head-exploding attack. A massive wall of spears coming out of the right wall of the halls forced Izuku to keep left. He senses and avoids a dozen more head-exploding attacks before the spears retract. He avoids a string of laser cannons coming out of the walls. Afterward, the attack ends. "You aren't nearly as subtle as you think, you know," Inko says. "After the first string of deaths, Nizu figured you out." Spears came up from the ground and the side. Izuku avoids them with relative ease. When they retract, They were replaced by blasters coming from the roof. Izuku avoided those as well, but then he sensed a head-exploding attack from Inko. He ducked it and jumped high enough to avoid the floor when a large amount of spears jut out. After that, he contacted me and told me a bunch of nonsense. My son? A time traveler? No way. Izuku dodges more head-exploding attacks, but while doing so, he noticed something was wrong with Inko. She was standing still and had been the entire time, but still, something wasn't right. But then his head exploded. Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined. Izuku walks down the hall, facing Inko. Huh. She says. That expression. That's the expression of someone who's died thrice in a row. Say, after I kill you again, what should I say? Thrice or what? The battle begins. Inko was grinning. Ready? Izuku doesn't move. Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined. Walking down the hall, Inko speaks. That expression. That's the expression of someone who's died. Twice in a row. Twice? Whatever the word is, her eye glowed. I won't have to use it again. She raised an eyebrow as Izuku didn't move. She shrugged, blowing up his head. Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined. That expression. That's... Inko looked bewildered at his lack of surprise but kept speaking. That's the expression of someone who's died 5 times in a row. How convenient. That's dash. She stopped speaking when Izuku began walking away. Hey, where are you going? She was most stunned by how he was just walking. He wasn't running in hopes of avoiding a fight with her. He was walking away as if he were just bored of her. This causes her to smirk. What? Izuku stops. Are you gonna take my advice and leave this world? Are you finally bored of playing with our lives? Izuku turns to face her, but was unresponsive. If that's the case. Inko clenched her fists as her body trembled. Then return my son to me. Izuku stands still. He thought that Inko, the assuming mother, would alleviate his complex feelings by giving him a challenging fight, one that the fallen humans of the previous timeline couldn't give him. He thought his head would finally be screwed back on straight. This was not the case. Not that he was surprised. Fighting her was entirely pointless. He could smell and hear her body slowly breaking down due to the various things she used to power up her quirk. She would die after just a few attacks were avoided by him. I know you aren't him. Inko says. I know that you're some freak alien with his appearance. How boring. How painfully boring this route was. Izuku turns around and walks away, only to have his head explode again. Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined. Izuku doesn't walk down the hall. He instead listens. He could hear the mechanisms of Nizu's creation moving through the walls and floors. Also, she was the only one in the building. He couldn't detect Nizu here at all. Without even talking to Inko, Izuku smashed his fist into the ground, collapsing the entirety of Yue. But Inko, who still had her powers from the enhancement, defended herself and was now flying via his space warping abilities. Ugh. Save loaded. You've been busy, haven't you? I have a question. Have you ever felt any sort of regret in your life? That no matter how powerful you are, at a moment or time, you felt powerless and unable to do anything? Izuku charges at her, snatching the Q80 and trigger from her person. He crushed the former and smashed the latter with his foot. He stared at Inko's stunned expression, unamused. Huh. Inko rolled her eyes. I suppose Nizu was right about you being a time traveler. Here's hoping I got to kill you a few times. She smiles. I bet you haven't seen this one yet. She pulls out a small red button and presses it. The building was vaporized by an explosion. Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined. This was Nizu, wasn't it? Of course, he would have backups in case Inko didn't work out. If he fought her, he would have died anyway because of the explosion. That troublesome, conniving rat. Izuku returns, and bum-rushed Inko this time, blowing her to smithereens and securing the trigger to the bombs. The building explodes away. Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined. A dead man's switch. Or, in this case, a dead woman's switch. If Inko dies, the building explodes. This time, he rushes Inko and steals everything off of her, destroying the enhancers and the switch. How interesting. Inko says. You haven't killed me, meaning you have and were thus killed by UA exploding, sending you back in time to this point. She winks. Turns out that you aren't as unstoppable as we thought. All that power and no brains to go with it. Izuku grabbed Inko by her jacket. She just smiles. Are you bored of us yet? Izuku then leaps out of the building, sliding down the side and rocketing away with Inko in hand. It explodes, meaning that her being too far away triggered it to blow up as well. Hey! Inko shouts smugly. Want to see something cool? Izuku heard her bite something in her teeth. She explodes. Game over. You cannot give up just yet. Izuku, stay determined. She killed herself to kill him. Wow, this was starting to get annoying. Izuku didn't care to know how many triggers backups Nizu had, but he knew he had to have at least a dozen more. He had to find him and kill him first. Save loaded. As soon as Izuku was hit again, he tore off Mirio's arm while it was able to be touched. And while Mirio was in too much pain to use his quirk again, Izuku kicked his head off, killing him. He had to sniff out Nizu, which he does. He closed his eyes and tried tracking Nizu with his nose. He couldn't find him. He tried listening for the rustling of his suit, any distinct sounds he made at all. He couldn't find him. It was very difficult for mortals to remain undetected by metafolk senses, which made this feat very impressive, but more so annoying. Where was he? Underground? Izuku listens for any activity happening underground. Apart from water and insects and such, he heard nothing notable. Was he even in Japan anymore? If Nizu really figured him out, then it made sense for him to have fled after the first string of unusual murders. That demon rodent. Izuku takes out his gun and closes an eye, spotting Inko waiting in her hallway. He shoots and kills her, causing Yue to explode in flames. His love was now Nizu was the last one. He had to be. But where the hell was he hiding? Well, that rat knew a bit about him, but he had no idea what he was truly capable of. Izuku knew he had to have watches almost everything that transpired in Japan. He knew he killed All Might and he knew he killed AFO. He also knew he could travel through time. Nizu didn't want to overpower him physically because he would never be able to. He wanted to win through annoying mind games and trickery. It was smart, honestly, but it wouldn't be enough. But, as stated earlier, Nizu was ignorant of his true power. Izuku gets into a runner stance. No matter where he was, it wouldn't matter. He sure would have to die after he did this. Izuku runs at full speed. He takes one loop around the planet, then two, then three. He goes to every continent, every crevice, and every cave and crater everywhere. He runs through buildings and structures, destroying everything he touches indiscriminately. In the end, 99% of humanity was wiped out in just under a minute. Not my best. Hell, my mom could have killed everyone on this planet in just 10 seconds. But this'll do fine. His LV was still that didn't make any sense. Unless Nizu was dead, which he wasn't, he should have died already. Izuku sits in the middle of a crumbling city and thinks. Maybe I could start over, work backward by killing Nizu first, and dash. His head suddenly begins hurting as tears gathered in his eyes. Fine. HEDIDNTWANTTOTHNKABOUTKINGFORASECONDTIM. Izuku slapped himself, calming down. With every reset, my grip on the timeline gets stronger. Maybe. Nizu kicked back in his chair, drinking some tea. But he wasn't happy. He was aboard a small spacecraft, thousands of miles away from the planet. What a sad fate that's befallen my world. Something taps his shoulder. Knowing who it was, Nizu swiveled his chair around as the entity backed away. It was Izuku. Oh. Nizu said, finishing his tea and dropping the mug on the floor without a care. So, how many tries did it take for you to figure this out? 100? How many times did Inko and I kill you? No response. Well, I suppose that doesn't matter. The Chimera smiled. Did you have fun? No response. No. No response. I didn't think so. Nizu said. I'm a little surprised, honestly. Given how many times you went back, and likely did a number of abhorrent yet different things, I thought you'd at least enjoy the one where you held nothing back and slaughtered us all like animals. But no, according to your expression, I'd say you did something you really didn't want to. There was someone you deeply regretted killing, wasn't there? He trails off. No, that's not quite right, is it? I don't think you regret something you did in the now. The rodent sneered. You're longing for something, aren't you? Or should I say, someone? A friend? Or is it a lover? He laughs. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, that's just hilarious. How could someone who can time travel be so stuck in the past? If you long for something in the past so bad, why don't you just go back and get it? He continues laughing for a bit before calming down. I wonder what made it so special? So special that it'd cause you to stew in sorrow and regret despite having power over time itself? I suppose I'll never know. After all, I don't even think you know either. He shook his head. I'd pity you if you didn't destroy the world. Actually, scratch that, I do pity you. Because you're gonna keep going back and messing with time, trying desperately to fill the hole you stabbed into your own heart. You'll run yourself ragged. You'll run in endless circles, failing over and over again to regain what or whoever it is you lost. But you'll never succeed. And you're in denial of that fact. Nizu stared into Izuku's eyes, undeterred by his glare. That burning, aching feel in your chest that you're unfamiliar with? That's what consequences feel like. Even if you're above time-space itself, you are not above consequences. So, in your next run, think carefully before you make your moves, okay? Wouldn't want your game to grow dull. Izuku kills him without a word. Strangely, Nizu's body was turned to dust soon after. Upon reaching Love 20, Izuku felt something within him change, like a new aspect of his power had just been unlocked. Izuku just stands there in silence. That was it. That was the genocide run he had been anticipated doing for a while. He killed everyone and reached the absolute. And what did he get for it? Aside from new abilities, nothing. There was nothing left for him. He blinks, keeping his eyes shut hard. He tries to hold it back, but he can't. He cries. And as he does so, he quietly accepts his circumstances. I love Momo Yaoyorozu. He didn't care that she was a human with a pitiful lifespan. He loved her so much he couldn't bear to even stand. His breath hitches as his anger surges, remembering what he said to her near the end of his first run. I loved her and I fit up. He slammed his head into the floor of the spacecraft. Stupid. Fin. Stupid. Fin. Idiot. And again. Why did I say that to her? How could I just spit in her face like that? She hates me. She hates me. She. He sobs harder. There was still one thing he was confused about. He wasn't denying his love for the mortal anymore, but he was still confused. What made Momo Yaoyorozu different from the others? She was the only one who knew. She was the only one who knew what he was. Izuku told her and no one else. Not even Mina and Jiro, who were also his love interests at the time. It was such a small reason. And looking back, there was also such a genuine feel to her last words to him before he reset. Her aura, her energy, allured him. She was just so FNG perfect. Every woman after her? He only looked at their bodies and faces, not even considering their personalities in his stupid, childish conquest. But he would never see her again. Not that Momo. The real one. The only one who mattered to him, and no amount of resetting would ever bring her back. Maybe he could get someone from his world to. They'd just laugh at him. Even his mom would laugh at him for loving a mortal. Between the powerful goddesses and the full-bodied, drop-dead gorgeous women of his race, he'd probably be asked why he didn't just pursue one of them instead. But it wasn't about the body. It was a nice and welcome add-on, but it wasn't what Izuku vied for. Without even realizing it, Momo wormed his way into his mind not through her body but primarily through her emotions. Sappy words and affirmations of eternal devotion were always nice to hear, but Momo's were different to him. She reached his heart in a way no other had. And he would never see her again. Izuku couldn't wrap his head around how much he loved her. His heart would hurt for thousands of years, and he doubted that he would ever be healed, but he at least hoped he'd get over her eventually. With a heavy, wounded heart, he stood and opened his eyes, only to be met by a black void and a familiar person standing before him. Greetings. The mystery girl, the airy lookalike, was here again. I am F red square red square red square red square dot. Her expression didn't change, but she was clearly bewildered. I am red square R red square red square red square dot. I am red square I red square dot. My name is red square S red square dot. Red square K. Point one moment, please. Something from his inventory was pulled out. It was the red that the fallen humans wanted to reclaim from him. It appears as though I cannot say my name without my soul. She opened the canister and put her soul back in her body, transforming into someone he didn't recognize. But it was without question that she was a fallen human. And the most powerful one by far, at that. She was on the small side, and she had yellow skin and medium length, straight brown hair with bangs. She wore a long-sleeved blue shirt with 2 purple stripes, dark blue shorts, and brown shoes. Despite being the smallest, shortest of the fallen humans, she had about a head and a half over Mineta. Her body was still nice. She was rather petite, flat-chested and all, but with wideish hips and nice legs and thighs. Her eyes were the most brilliant gold yellow Izuku had ever seen. I am Frisk. You're an unusual creature. Your power. Your determination. It's... Frisk trailed off. That doesn't matter now. The pieces are now in place. The roaring goddess, my beloved master, is very pleased. Now, all that is left is you. One more time. One more run. One more ending. And everything will change. Can you do it? Izuku nods wordlessly, causing Frisk to beam and squeal excitedly. I knew you had it in you. There was no way you'd bend the knee to the words of a worthless rodent. She was so excited she almost leaped around. Now then, to return the offering to you. She said giddily. Once I do that, do a reset and achieve the true pacifist ending. Use everything that you learned thus far to get the best possible ending for everyone. I don't think I have to tell you what to do. She ran at Izuku, leaping on him and hugging him tight. He cheers up a little bit at this, surprisingly. Make us proud, Izuku-chan. Her soul leaves her body, returning to the confines of the canister, which goes back into Izuku's inventory. Frisk becomes an unintelligible glitching mass. That mass takes shape, becoming Eri once again. She waves him off and walks away, leaving Izuku alone. After taking a breath to gather his bearings, the reset button appears before him. Everything will change, huh? He scoffs, a humorless smirk forming on his face. I doubt it. He resets, hoping the true pacifist route would be more enjoyable than this.